The game has descended, and the priest possesses the unyielding talent of immortality, along with the divine skill known as toxic healing. Is a healer weak? No. The healer can commence the game with unmatched invincibility. Toxic healing inflicts a 1 health depletion every second for a duration of 100 seconds. It can stack infinitely, and the cooldown is merely 1 second. What is this if not poison? It is akin to the Grim Reaper's call. No one can withstand the duration of a single song. Killing without shedding blood, showcasing the grand art of kite fighting. Summoning grotesquely powerful beasts. The Sword Saint's extraordinary swordsmanship, merely flamboyant. All of it is futile. Have you ever encountered an immortal version of an alchemist? Obediently toxic, grotesquely distorted poison, the smile of a half-crazed poison, and the heart-piercing poison of murder. Savor the taste of toxicity. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1. Immortal Talent, Infinite Stacking of Poison. In the Summer Kingdom, in Wulong City, at Fengshu Academy, Class 2 of the 3rd year. Students, the D country has fallen. What are your thoughts? The homeroom teacher, Yang Yu, stood at the podium, her tone serene. The classroom erupted into chaos. Check it on your phones. I can watch it lying down. Sitting works too. Yang Yu glanced around, surprised to see everyone clamoring, raised an eyebrow, and gestured for silence. Sure. The raucous classroom fell silent once more. Remember, do not show your emotions. Learn from your teacher. What I wish to convey is that ever since the mysterious game invaded the Blue Star hundreds of years ago, various countries have faced varying degrees of monster incursions, and D country has fallen due to the absence of high-level powers. As the number of monsters increases, our living environment is under severe threat. You completed your job transitions yesterday. Focus on leveling up, gain admission to the Super Divine Academy, and serve our country. We cannot follow in the footsteps of D country. Remember, gaining admission to the Super Divine Academy is of utmost importance. Blah, blah, blah. 20 minutes passed. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow upon noticing a boy in the back row by the window, his head hidden behind a book, unresponsive for quite some time. His name was Li Xiunla, a time traveler from 3 years ago, an orphan. This world has been invaded by a bizarre game, compelling everyone to transition jobs to survive and combat game monsters. Professions are not distinguished by nobility, but divided into 3 major categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Talents vary in quality, from the highest SSS to the lowest E, yet the vast majority of people have not awakened any talent. Each person possesses their own attribute panel and a character inventory with a capacity of 250 slots. Only game-related items can be stored, such as equipment, skill books, potions, and synthesis gems. Li Xiunla was fortunate enough to possess a system. Li Xiunla, Yang Yu called out, suspecting he was up to no good. However, he remained unresponsive, even emitting snoring sounds. Zhao Ritian, you better wake me up, he suddenly exclaimed. The boy beside him looked innocent and immediately defended himself. Teacher, we weren't gaming. He was talking in his sleep. Yang Yu's eyebrows knitted together, and she said sternly, Zhao Hao, wake him up. Zhao Hao raised his palm and delivered a hefty slap to Li Xiunla's head. Wake up. How can you forget to mess with me even in your dreams? Damn it. It appeared that his heavy slap contained a hint of personal grudge. Li Xiunla jolted up as if awakening from a dying dream, his body straightening instantly, though his eyes remained closed. What happened? Did goblins invade the classroom? He babbled, still groggy and bewildered. The surrounding classmates couldn't help but erupt into laughter, some even squealing like pigs. Why are there pig sounds? He mumbled incoherently, and the classmates who had laughed like pigs quickly fell silent, their foreheads adorned with black lines. Moments later, the classroom was once again filled with uproarious laughter. Li Xiunla rubbed his eyes, focused, and finally grasped the situation, giving an awkward smile. Good morning. At the podium, Yang Yu's forehead twitched. It is 5 in the afternoon, not morning. Is it? After speaking, Li Xiunla sensed something was amiss and awkwardly began to scratch his foot. Li Xiunla, can you tell me what I just discussed? Yang Yu crossed her arms and gazed at him with a serious expression. Li Xiunla paused, hastily searching his scant memories. D country has fallen. And what else? Also, one should quietly rejoice without displaying it on their face. Is that all? Also, when transitioning jobs, it is best to choose a combat profession and avoid support and lifestyle professions. They offer no future. Did I mention that just now? Yang Yu picked up a piece of chalk and suddenly threw it at Li Xiunla. The chalk soared through the air and precisely hit. Zhao Hao. All right, I admit I was dozing off, Li Xiunla confessed with open hands, quite candidly. What you did was not merely dozing off. It was practically like you were in your bedroom. Yang Yu looked at Li Xiunla with a mix of disappointment and frustration. A team battle can be lost, but the healer must survive, yet you chose the priest. Monsters may suddenly descend. How will you contend with them alone and survive? Li Xiunla examined his talent. Talent. Immortality, SSS. Description. Passive. You possess an undying body. You can be injured but cannot die. Immortal. If it weren't for the system stating that choosing the priest grants the immortality talent, he would never have selected the priest. After half a second of deep contemplation, he decisively chose the priest. What profession could possibly rival the talent of immortality? As he pondered how to respond to Yang Yu's question, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding, you have a system task to claim. He promptly checked the system tasks. 1. Tell the teacher. All right, I confess, I'm not pretending. I am actually a hidden powerhouse. Completion reward. Special skill book for priests. Toxic healing. Incredible. 2. Remain silent and humbly listen to the teacher's teachings. Completion reward. A thick, beautiful illustrated guide to black silk. Exceedingly attractive. He hesitated, profoundly so. Ultimately, he chose option 1. As a healer, he lacked offensive capabilities. However, he was apprehensive that speaking up would lead to punishment from his teacher. Gritting his teeth, he spread his hands and declared, "Very well. I shall reveal my true identity. I am, in fact, a hidden powerhouse." As soon as his words fell, the classroom plunged into an eerie silence. All his classmates stared at him with wide eyes, unable to believe what they had just heard. Could he truly utter such words? Was this audacity a result of the courage instilled in him by Liang Jingru? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the special skill book for priests, Toxic Healing. He immediately excitedly examined the entry for Toxic Healing. Skill name, Toxic Healing class requirement, Priest. Level requirement, unlimited skill effect. Cast this skill on level *10 targets. The targets will lose health at a rate of 1 per second, which cannot be dispelled, lasting for 100 seconds. The poison can stack infinitely, and the skill has a cooldown of 1 second, with a casting range of level *10 meters. Skill level, Divine. Losing 1 health per second for a duration of 100 seconds. The poison can stack infinitely, with a mere 1 second cooldown. Upon reading these key pieces of information, Li Xuanle couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Goodness, was this not tantamount to declaring the target's imminent doom? This was truly a soul-reaping technique. He swiftly completed the learning of the Toxic Healing skill. Upon seeing the skill displayed on his personal information panel, the smile on his face was utterly uncontainable. As a healer, he could actually inflict poison, and of the exceedingly perverse variety. At the podium, Yang Yu looked at Li Xuanle, who showed no signs of remorse, and spoke disapprovingly. A hidden powerhouse? Do you believe you can gain admission to the Super Divine Academy? Why don't you first clear the Academy's Super Ghost Dungeon before making such claims? Yang Yu maintained a stern expression while observing Li Xuanle. At that moment, the classroom erupted into chaos. Super Ghost Dungeon? Isn't that a guaranteed death sentence? What can a healer challenge? Is he handsome? No one has ever emerged alive from that dungeon. Hidden powerhouse? He only possesses healing spells. What an exaggeration. Zhao Hao bore a pitying expression as he looked at Li Xuanle and encouraged, "Brother, do your best. Though we are brothers and would love to lend you our support, Yang Laosher has spoken. You must fend for yourself." After saying this, Zhao Hao couldn't suppress a gleeful smirk. Seeing his expression, Li Xuanle boldly stated, "Yang Laosher." Zhao Hao said he also wishes to challenge the Super Ghost Dungeon. Zhao Hao. Yang Yu. Chapter 2. With no woman in mind, the sword is drawn with divine precision. Zhao Hao immediately began to defend himself. "Teacher Yang, all right, you too. Just seeing the two of you irritates me," Yang Yu exclaimed, slapping the podium with an undeniable tone. Zhao Hao. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Yang Yu remained at the podium, earnestly advising, "Li Xuanle, look at you. 1 minute of your time affects 40 people in this classroom, which equals 40 minutes lost." After finishing her statement, she cast an irritated glance at Li Xuanle. "I'll say this again. All of you are currently at level 1. In these final 100 days, you must strive to reach level 30 in order to participate in the Super Divine Academy examination. The Super Divine Academy is your best avenue. Only by graduating can you secure a good job and benefits. Otherwise, you'll be relegated to the Adventurers Guild as frontline adventurers or aimless wilderness hunters, both of which entail a high probability of death. From today onwards, you will need to form your own teams to enhance your levels and experience in the school's low-level dungeons. In 3 days, we will have an outdoor trial. With that," she looked pointedly at Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao. "You two, follow me to the dungeon building." Class dismissed. And with that, she strode out of the classroom. Li Xuanle glanced at the dejected Zhao Hao, his excitement bubbling over. "Brother, you said you would stand by me through thick and thin. Let us go." At that moment, a gleeful expression washed over his face. "I was just joking, you know." Zhao Hao rose with a forlorn expression, following suit. As they walked, Li Xuanle comforted him. "Don't worry, dying in the dungeon isn't true death. It's better to experience it here than to face real death in the wilderness." Zhao Hao begrudgingly replied, "But it will hurt." "Zhao Ri Tian, you're a man destined to conquer the heavens, a swordsman. What does pain matter?" Li Xuanle looked at Zhao Hao with disdain. You still claim you want to be a swordsman, wreaking havoc? Don't make me look down on you. But I want to take my time. Making big strides too fast could lead to disaster. Zhao Hao remained obstinate, his spirits low. Take your time? You want to lose right from the start? The early bird gets the worm, do you understand? Li Xuanle continued to reassure Zhao Hao. Don't worry. If we find any gear, I'll give you everything you can use. The rest will sell for profit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. Earning money stylishly was something he had long dreamed of. Ever since the bizarre game invaded their world, food and water had become scarce. Outside Wolong City, numerous game monsters had overrun farming lands and water sources, leading to a significant drop in crop yields and causing a food crisis. Water resources were also exceedingly scarce. Luckily, high-level adventurers were risking their lives to protect this small piece of land, allowing the city's inhabitants to barely scrape by. Enjoyment was a privilege reserved for the wealthy. Thus, survival and making money were the enduring themes of this world. Wealth equated to power. Food, gorgeous individuals, and equipment could all be procured with money. Furthermore, Li Xuanle had thoughtfully concluded that he might not need much equipment. With his talent of immortality, what more could he desire? The toxic blessing skill didn't require an intelligence boost and was solely linked to his level. Therefore, any good equipment could be directly sold. However, he could keep any gear that enhanced body to increase his speed, enabling him to employ a kite strategy with poison. In this bizarre world of gaming, equipment, skills, and items were categorized by levels. No star, 1 star, 2 stars, up to 10 stars. The more stars, the greater the value and stronger the attributes. That is what you said. Zhao Hao grasped Li Xuanle's hand, seeking confirmation. I said it. All right. Zhao Hao finally felt satisfied. Having dealt with Li Xuanle for several years, it was the first time he witnessed such generosity from him. He had often been at the short end of the stick with Li Xuanle, so seizing this chance to gain an advantage was not to be missed. As they walked, Li Xuanle reviewed his personal attributes. Name, Li Xuanle, level, 1, class, priest, health, 100. Moral, 1, passive, intelligence, 1, stamina, 1, includes speed, charm, 20, strength, 1, talent, immortality, SSS. Description, passive. You possess an immortal body, sustaining injuries but not succumbing to death. Equipment, school uniform, no stars. Skills, toxic blessing, god level, healing, 1 star. Free attribute points, 5. His charm was a remarkable 20 points, all attributed to system tasks. After successfully changing class yesterday, he was at level 1 with 5 unallocated attribute points. With each level gained, he would receive 5 free attribute points. He contemplated that although he wouldn't die due to his immortality, he would still feel pain. Thus, to avoid injury, he needed to run fast. Consequently, he decisively allocated all 5 points to stamina to enhance his physicality and speed. Priestly skills typically required intelligence, but as a toxic priest, he didn't dwell on that. He prioritized his own well-being before concerning himself with others. He could already envision himself employing the kite strategy on the battlefield. As for attack and defense attributes, those were not displayed on the panel, they were a matter of metaphysics. In general, as levels increased, so did the attributes, and with better weapons, combat power escalated. These 5 attributes were humorously referred to by students as morality, intelligence, stamina, charm, strength, representing a person's foundational attributes. Among these, morality bore significant implications. At least in Wolong City, points in morality could influence one's eligibility for administrative positions. Simply put, it determined whether one could hold an official office. Only by defeating formidable monsters could one passively increase morality, which could not be allocated actively. Game monsters were also classified from no stars to 10 stars. The higher the star rating, the more grotesque the power, and defeating them would yield greater increases to morality. Suddenly, Li Xuanle felt a tug on his hand. Turning to look, he found Zhao Hao staring intently at a beautiful girl not far down the corridor. She wore a school uniform, her figure alluring, her features breathtaking, with a high ponytail and an elegant, porcelain-like beauty. Look, the campus belle, Xia Bingxue, my goddess, Zhao Hao exclaimed excitedly to Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle followed his gaze and indeed found her to be stunning, youthful, vibrant, beautiful, and captivating. In her hand was a magic wand, indicating she was a sorceress. She was surrounded by several well-equipped boys, laughing and chatting with Xia Bingxue. Li Xuanle withdrew his gaze, scolding Zhao Hao. I must have a word with you. You are a swordsman. What of it? Can't a swordsman appreciate beauty? Zhao Hao retorted. Look at Li Chun, the top of our grade, a sword saint profession. He acts like an ascetic, completely uninterested in women. He is a hidden class, and suddenly he strikes hard. I am not. I cannot accomplish that. My heavens. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Li Xuanle's tone was steeped in disillusionment. What is it? I must impart to you the wisdom distilled from countless predecessors regarding the path of a swordsman to divinity. What wisdom? A swordsman, the first stance of the sword manual, must first slay the one who resides in his heart, devoid of thoughts of women, drawing his sword as if guided by a divine hand. Then why do you not strike? You've hit the nail on the head. That is precisely why I am a priest and not a swordsman. My education is limited. Do not deceive me. Chapter 3. The Super Demon Dungeon, a place where death is certain. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Xuanle declared with fervor, continuing, we are brothers. How could I deceive you? Humph, have you not deceived me enough? Zhao Hao, having endured enough of being duped, spoke with a hint of skepticism in his voice. Faced with the probing question, Li Xuanle chuckled awkwardly. You must believe that when heaven is about to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, it will first temper their resolve, toil their sinews, and starve their flesh. Is that the reason you bet my monthly food expenses? Zhao Hao remained unsatisfied about being tricked previously. Fear not. My friend is about to soar. I shall compensate for all the previous pitfalls. Li Xuanle patted his chest. Take this super demon dungeon as an example. You shall enjoy the fruits of my labor. Just leave everything to me, all right? Humph. Relying on your healing? You possess only a healing spell. Zhao Hao shook his head, certain that this fellow was merely boasting once more. Regardless, he was resolute in his disbelief. He was already contemplating how to meet his demise with dignity. Soon, Yang Yu brought Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao to the entrance of the dungeon building. At the entrance of the super demon dungeon, Yang Yu respectfully addressed the middle-aged balding man beside him. Director Tang, I have 2 students here who wish to experience the super demon dungeon. The man, Tang Wu, was engrossed in browsing videos of girls in black stockings, and the sudden voice caught him off guard. He swiped his thumb upwards, revealing yet another girl in black stockings. Swiping again, he encountered another curvaceous beauty. With one more swipe, it was yet another girl. He swiftly locked his screen and awkwardly turned to face Yang Yu and the others, saying, this phone, keeps pushing me random videos. I hope I haven't embarrassed myself. Yang Yu feigned nonchalance, stating, I haven't seen anything at all, Li Xuanle observed Tang Wu and suddenly thought of Wei Xiaoxiang. How did this lecherous figure become a director? Could he be a sycophant, the type who stands up to applaud? Director, the algorithm suggests content based on interests. Zhao Hao interjected candidly from the side. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, surprised by Zhao Hao's audacity. Are you foolish? Only you are honest, and only you know so much. Yang Yu's expression turned a shade of green and white as he swiftly glared at Zhao Hao. How can you not distinguish the formation? Tang Wu's face flushed at the remark, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Hao before turning back to Yang Yu. Ahem, what brings you here? Yang Yu promptly replied. These 2 students need to experience the brutal nature of game monsters, so I decided to let them venture into the super demon dungeon. Upon hearing this, Tang Wu's eyes twinkled as he nodded repeatedly. Experience brutality? Excellent. Another group is also headed to the super demon dungeon. Let us go in together shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a group of 6 appeared at the entrance, 4 men and 2 women. Among them, one particularly stood out, Xia Bingxue. Zhao Hao immediately became excited, squeezing Li Xuanle's arm. It's Xia. I know. Li Xuanle yanked back his hand, casting a scornful look at Zhao Hao. Internally, he thought, truly pathetic, unable to move at the sight of a beautiful girl. Director Tang, greetings. I am Tan Huan, and we wish to challenge the super demon dungeon. The girl beside Xia Bingxue chimed in cheerfully. Tang Wu nodded, glancing at them with mild surprise. Tan Huan? It is rare to see someone voluntarily challenge the super demon dungeon. You are 6 in total? Yes, 6 of us, all ranked within the top 10 of the academy. Tan Huan proclaimed proudly, her enthusiasm palpable. Tang Wu raised an eyebrow. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, unafraid and undaunted. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Hao. After a 2-second pause, he returned his attention to Tan Huan and then looked towards Xia Bingxue. Oh? I believe I have seen her before. She is our Academy's flower, Xia Bingxue. Her photographs frequently grace the Academy's news. Tan Huan explained. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder she has 4 gallant protectors behind her, huh? Tang Wu smiled knowingly at the several well-equipped boys behind Xia Bingxue. Xia Bingxue greeted Tang Wu with a smile. Hello, Director Tang. Excellent, excellent. Tang Wu couldn't help but admire the youthful vitality radiating from Xia Bingxue. She must be the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys. Had he been a few decades younger, he might have entertained the thought of pursuing her. He straightened himself, adopting a serious expression. You all are aware of the Super Demon Dungeon, correct? It consists of 10 levels, a place where death is inevitable. No student has successfully completed it yet. I believe we can conquer it. Tan Huan asserted with confidence. Tang Wu laughed heartily. Huh? Those who have failed have all said the same thing. After laughing, he turned his gaze toward Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao. Here's the thing. The Super Demon Dungeon is designed for 10 players, but you are only 6. Since these 2 students also need to experience the dungeon, I propose you all enter together. It would be more cost-effective. What do you think? Tan Huan looked at Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao, astonished. You are also going in? Yes. These 2 rascals are blissfully unaware of the dangers posed by game monsters. They are here for an experience. Yang Yu nodded gently with his arms crossed. Fine. But let me be clear, we may not be able to look after you. Tan Huan noticed that Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao seemed to be lacking in quality equipment. It dawned on her that these 2 were likely there to suffer penalties, and they would probably meet their demise by the first level. No way. You need not concern yourselves with us. Li Xuanle waved his hand dismissively. You haven't purchased any equipment? Tanhuan asked, astonished. Only weapons. We haven't had time for anything else. Li Xuanle replied with a faint smile. He remained unfazed, calm as ever. Both Zhao Hao and Li Xuanle possessed only a single broken weapon, primarily due to their financial constraints. Li Xuanle was an orphan, which needed no further explanation. His previous system tasks had solely focused on attribute enhancement. However, owing to his looks, he did receive some unexpected surprises, such as love letters and snacks found in his drawer. It's worth mentioning that for a period, he indeed relied on his looks to get by. Yet, he had been patiently awaiting a powerful skill from the system, and finally, he received the Immortal talent and the extraordinary skill of toxic healing. As for Zhao Hao, both of his parents pursued humble professions, engaged in sewing and cooking, and were far from affluent. Being able to afford a sword was already a significant support for him. What are your classes? Tanhuan inquired curiously, taking note of Li Xuanle, who seemed somewhat handsome. I am Li Xuanle, a priest. He is Zhao Hao, a swordsman. Li Xuanle answered nonchalantly. A priest? Tanhuan gazed in astonishment at Li Xuanle. A priest? Both Xia Bingxiu and the four young men were equally taken aback. Even Tang Wu, standing nearby, was visibly surprised. A priest? Didn't teacher Yang Yu ever mention the significance of one's profession? He did. But I believe it all serves the people, Li Sunil replied dismissively. He had no intention of revealing his possession of a system or disclosing that he chose the priest class due to his unique talent for immortality. This was his most private secret. Since this is your own choice, there is nothing more to discuss. Prepare yourselves. I am about to initiate the instance, Tang Wu stated. Rising to press a button, a brilliant blue vortex appeared in the room, resplendent and mysterious. Tang Wu turned to the group and urged, quickly, enter one by one. Tanhuan and Xia Bingxiu clasped hands and dashed in first, followed closely by the four well-equipped young men. Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao were the last to step into the luminous circle. Curiously, Yang Yu inquired of Tang Wu, Director Tang. Do you think they stand a chance of clearing this? Based on my experience, it is utterly impossible. Chapter 4 The healer is cowardly, but even the swordsman is timid? What do you mean? Yang Yu pressed for clarification. Tang Wu released the button he had been holding and spoke slowly. In a previous session, all 10 of the top students came, including those with hidden professions, yet they still fell short, only reaching the 4th level. His tone was tinged with regret. Our Ultra Ghost instance, though labeled as such, serves more as a wake-up call for the students. Yang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. What kind of wake-up call? A warning that game monsters are nearly impossible to vanquish, Tang Wu remarked, concern evident in his eyes, as if he feared something. Indeed, the small island nation nearby has perished. The crisis for humanity is undeniably escalating. Yang Yu nodded thoughtfully, recalling the news she had just seen, her face etched with worry. After a dizzying whirl, Li Xuanle surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Zhao Hao, there were 6 others, including Xia Bingxiu. The environment resembled an ancient coliseum. The ground was polished smooth and hard, dappled with sunlight, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Towering stone walls encircled the arena, soaring dozens of meters high, leaving no means of escape. Unlike a traditional coliseum, 3 towering beacons, each 7 to 8 meters high, stood within the area, appearing seemingly indestructible. Around the stone walls, 4 dark openings loomed ominously. Li Xuanle regarded the openings, speculating that they were likely the exit points for beasts. His gaze shifted to the beacons, which seemed climbable. An idea sparked, and he immediately grasped Zhao Hao's hand. Brother, do you trust me? Zhao Hao, busy assessing the environment, was startled by the sudden grasp. Turning to see it was Li Xuanle, he exhaled in relief. Honestly, not really. Li Xuanle pouted. This time, you can trust me. You say that every time. Zhao Hao shook his head. Li Xuanle looked earnestly at Zhao Hao. What attributes did you invest in? As a swordsman, I naturally focused on strength and stamina, symbolizing power. Endurance and speed, Zhao Hao replied. Li Xuanle leaned in conspiratorially. Trust me, allocate all points to stamina before level 20, and I will elevate you. Zhao Hao stared at Li Xuanle in disbelief. Are you joking? What swordsman would increase their strength? Li Xuanle regarded him seriously. Let me ask you this, do you wish to soar? Of course. Zhao Hao replied without hesitation, though he hesitated slightly. But stamina only represents endurance and speed. It doesn't enhance attack power. How can we slay monsters? Li Xuanle smiled confidently. Consider this, which is more crucial, slaying monsters or preserving your life? Undoubtedly preserving life. If you have the mountain, you need not worry about firewood, Zhao Hao conceded. For survival, stamina is indeed paramount, especially since you're not a formidable hidden profession. So, you mean to say that I should prioritize speed in the early game, employing the 36 strategies, with running as the best tactic? Zhao Hao seemed to grasp the idea. Exactly, you've got it. Li Xuanle applauded. And you, as a priest, want to be allocating all your points to stamina, right? Zhao Hao pondered, realizing something extraordinary. You guessed correctly. Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly. Zhao Hao's eyes widened. But I seem to recall that priest skills should invest in intelligence for optimal performance. Li Xuanle chuckled. I am not your ordinary healer. I am a toxic healer. Toxic healer? Zhao Hao murmured thoughtfully. A healer who invests entirely in stamina? You truly are something else. Li Xuanle rolled his eyes at Zhao Hao. What I mean is, I can apply poison. Surely not. Applying poison? I've never heard of such a thing. Zhao Hao said incredulously. Every profession has its unique skills, often surprising. Trust me this time. I will broaden your horizons, Li Xuanle encouraged. Skeptically, Zhao Hao nodded. All right. What should I do? First, climb that beacon. Second, allocate all attribute points to stamina until level 20. Can I really trust you? Zhao Hao grasped Li Xuanle's hand. Seeking reassurance. Absolutely. If it doesn't work out, I will earn back the attribute gems for your gear later. How does that sound? Fine. I will hold you to that. Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao each found a beacon and swiftly ascended, perching at the highest point with an air of tranquility. Li Xuanle produced a staff, which to the untrained eye resembled a mere stick, while Zhao Hao retrieved a long sword that looked like a piece of scrap metal. Xia Bingxue observed the peculiar behavior of the two with confusion. What on earth are they doing? Tan Huan and the other four well-equipped young men exchanged glances, equally perplexed. It's one thing for the priest to hide up there, but the swordsman? Isn't that a bit cowardly? Tan Huan shook her head gently. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We should adhere to our battle formation. Bingxue, as the mage, stay alert and position yourself in the center. Wang Hao and Chen Yuan, you two are knights. Be prepared to absorb damage. Li Xiang, as the swordsman, you will be our main offensive force. Zhang Tian, as the archer, watch your positioning. I will act as the assassin, flanking and eliminating high-threat monsters. Tan Huan seemed quite adept, articulating her strategy with precision. The group efficiently formed a protective ring around Xia Bingxue, bracing for the impending encounter. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao remained unfazed, watching the others with calm indifference. At that moment, words appeared in the sky. First level. In the next instant, ominous sounds emanated from the openings in the stone walls. Following a low growl, monstrous figures began to emerge from each entrance, 2 beasts per opening. Li Xuanle immediately identified the nature of the monsters, stone giants. They were catalogued in the game's monster manual. Their skin was hard and smooth, displaying a rocky hue. Their limbs were elongated, with 5 massive toes connecting their feet to their legs, and sharp claws adorning their arms. Their facial contours were pronounced, with lines that were both stern and gaunt, and their deeply set black eyes conveyed a fierce resilience. As the colossal stone giant approached, Li Xuanle scrutinized its detailed information. Stone giant, common monster. Level 1. Health points, 101,000. Morality, 0. Intelligence, 2. Stamina, 8. Charisma, 0. Strength, 10. Attack, 20. Defense, 16. Skill 1. Boulder Stomp. The stone giant strikes the ground forcefully, inflicting magical damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius and reducing their speed. For the subsequent 5 seconds, the stone giant's normal attacks will deal splash damage to all enemies in front of it. Skill 2. Boulder Toss. The stone giant employs its boulder throwing ability, planting its hands on the ground to excavate a massive rock, which it hurls at its foes, dealing area damage. This skill is also effective against airborne targets. Description: long ago, when the world was still in a state of chaos, ancient deities began to shape the earth. They molded an array of creatures from endless stones and soil, among which the most formidable were the stone giants. These giants possess indestructible bodies capable of withstanding any assault. They heed the call of the ancient gods, guarding mysterious temples and treasures. Warning: beware. Provoking it could lead to a most gruesome demise. Motto: don't whine like a coward. If you have the guts, let us fight. Chapter 5. Hidden Class, Dragon Knight. Upon encountering this crucial information, Li Xuanle mused. For an ordinary person, this would indeed pose a formidable challenge. He recalled his previous understanding of this extraordinarily challenging dungeon. The monster allocation mechanism is determined by the highest level of the challengers, distributing corresponding level monsters. Since all challengers are at level 1, the monsters are also at level 1. Should the challenger's maximum level be 30, the first wave would consist of 30 level monsters. Subsequent waves would see an incremental increase in monster levels and strength. However, challengers must remain at or below level 30. Exceeding this threshold bars entry into the dungeon. Li Xuanle narrowed his eyes, sensing an ominous foreboding. If I do not intervene, this first trial could become exceedingly troublesome. The attributes of the stone giant total 20 points. According to the mechanism where each level of a class upgrade grants 5 points, this stone giant is equivalent to a level 4 class upgrade. The critical aspect is that its attribute points are highly concentrated, predominantly in strength and stamina. This implies remarkable speed and immense power, and given its rock-like exterior, its defense must be exceptionally high. Furthermore, there are a total of 8 stone giants, equating to 8 level 4 entities against 8 level 1 challengers. With Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao merely spectating from their perch atop the lighthouse, this scenario appears overwhelmingly one-sided. Nevertheless, Li Xuanle exuded confidence in himself, for he possessed divine skills. Moreover, he had the advantage of an immortal trait. His primary concern was to minimize injuries and pain. Completing the trial was an inevitability for him. Zhao Hao, witnessing the towering stone giant charging forward, expressed his apprehension. Brother, I feel I might perish here. Li Xuanle cast him an exasperated glance. You're perched atop a tower 7 or 8 meters high, while it stands only 3 or 4 meters tall. Even if it leaps, it won't reach your knees. What are you so worried about? Yet, I have a foreboding feeling. It seems capable of throwing stones. Just stay out of its way. At that moment, thud thud thud, one of the stone giants lumbered past beneath Li Xuanle. With a sly grin, he swiftly waved his staff, unleashing a vibrant green beam that struck the stone giant. It was Toxic Blessing. A faint green halo appeared above the giant's head, and its health began to decline at a rate of 1 point per second. Sensing something amiss, the stone giant became enraged, scanning for its adversaries with furious eyes directed towards Xia Bingxue and others. It then charged at them with alarming speed, seemingly believing that they were employing underhanded tactics against it, causing its rage to escalate. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. It appears it has mistaken its targets. As the stone giant approached the boundary of his attack range, he exacerbated its fury by casting Toxic Blessing again. A second faint green halo appeared above its head, indicating it now bore 2 such halos. Its health diminished at an accelerated pace. As the stone giant exited Li Xuanle's attack range, he could no longer cast Toxic Blessing on it. Otherwise, he would have liked to test whether the poison could indeed stack infinitely. Suddenly, Zhang Tian, the archer, exclaimed in alarm. What is wrong with this stone giant? It's gone berserk. Observing the now frenzied stone giant, he quickly loosed an arrow at it. Clang! The arrow struck the stone giant, producing a sharp, metallic sound before being deflected cruelly, soaring high into the air as if mocking his audacity. Zhang Tian's expression changed slightly. His arrow seemed to inflict minimal damage, merely grazing its tough exterior. However, upon inspecting the stone giant's health, his eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Wait a moment. This stone giant's health has decreased by 10, and it continues to dwindle. He pondered in disbelief. Could my arrow have struck a vital point? Or am I the chosen one, endowed with mystical powers? A multitude of bizarre thoughts regarding his imminent ascendance flooded his mind. At that moment, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and the others heard Zhang Tian's startled exclamation and promptly checked the stone giant's status. Indeed, something was amiss. Its health was persistently declining. Tan Huan was the first to speak. Everyone, let us concentrate our attacks on this stone giant. With that, the wizard Xia Bingxue, archer Zhang Tian, assassin Tan Huan, and swordsman Li Xiang launched a concerted assault on the stone giant with unrestrained fervor. Zhao Hao watched in trepidation, thinking, with such superior gear, it makes all the difference. He and Li Xiang were both swordsmen, yet while Li Xiang's sword gleamed with radiance, his own resembled a mere hunk of scrap metal. Moreover, the others were fully equipped with capes, armor, shoes, bracers, and belts, while he felt like a beggar, devoid of any possessions. Li Xuanle, observing this scene, could only shake his head in disbelief. He nearly rolled his eyes from exasperation. They were facing a guaranteed death scenario against the stone giants, and they still chose to engage? He contemplated explaining the futility of their efforts, but reconsidered, remembering the potential disputes over loot after defeating the monsters. He decided to wait until these individuals had all perished before making his move. He couldn't possibly share the spoils with outsiders. After all, equipment equated to currency, and currency symbolized a brighter future. He had been in dire need of money for quite some time, even having borrowed living expenses from Zhao Hao. Thus, he sometimes felt a twinge of guilt, though not excessively, as he believed he would eventually repay his debts. This extraordinarily challenging dungeon represented his first step toward that repayment. The group, led by Xia Bingxue, with the exception of 2 knights, fervently assaulted the stone giant. Before long, the stone giant let out a mournful wail and collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. It appeared to have dropped an item, though it seemed rather low tier. Tan Huan immediately rushed to collect the equipment. Once we complete the dungeon, we shall distribute the rewards uniformly, shall we? The crowd shook their heads in agreement, indicating their lack of objections. Naturally, they paid no heed to Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao. To them, these two were merely bystanders. The mere fact that they were allowed to enter the dungeon was already a stroke of fortune beyond their wildest dreams. At that moment, Li Xuanle glanced at the time. It took them over 40 seconds to vanquish the stone giant. It seemed their relentless assaults had not significantly hastened the creature's demise. It could be said that his toxic milk dealt at least 80% of the damage. Just then, the other 7 stone giants had approached, engaging in fierce combat with Xia Bingxue and her group. Observing the 6 below struggling in battle, Li Xuanle propped his chin on his hand, contemplating. Was it appropriate to stand idly by? Absolutely. Remembering that they had stated before entering the dungeon to each manage their own affairs, he felt no remorse whatsoever. Nearby, Zhao Hao turned to Li Xuanle. Brother, is it really alright for us to just watch like this? Shouldn't you go down and assist them? Forget it. I lack proper equipment, and likely wouldn't endure, Li Xuanle replied. Then what is the point of your moral posturing? At that moment, one individual suddenly bellowed. Dragon Knight's sacred shield. Li Xuanle was captivated by this exclamation and immediately turned to look. He noticed a faint golden aura emanating from the man. Radiant and striking. Tan Huan gasped in astonishment. Wang Hao? You're a hidden class dragon knight. Wang Hao chuckled. Indeed, I am a hidden class dragon knight. But where is your dragon? I haven't found it yet. Tan Huan raised an eyebrow. I wish you luck in finding it. We might only manage to clear 2 more levels at most. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Do you not have faith in our ability to clear this dungeon? Tan Huan shook her head in resignation. It's impossible. We have underestimated the difficulty of the Super Ghost Dungeon. Chapter 6. Help. It's using stones to kill. What a blunder. Tan Huan mused inwardly, believing they had made a grave miscalculation. The reason they opted for a level 1 challenge in the Super Ghost Dungeon was due to the belief that the monsters at this level were relatively weaker. Armed with ample funds, they thought they could easily overcome the challenges. This conclusion was drawn by previous challengers. The lower the level, the easier the challenge, while higher levels posed greater difficulty. However, they had evidently underestimated the formidable nature of the Super Ghost Dungeon. Based on the attributes of the current level 1 monsters, one could only imagine how terrifying the attributes of the remaining 9 levels would be. At that moment, Xia Bingxue also appeared quite astonished. I never expected you to be a dragon knight, Wang Hao. Wang Hao replied with a proud grin. Hee. It's merely a stroke of good fortune. Both Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue regarded Wang Hao with surprise. Wang Hao gradually became entranced by the attention of these 2 beauties, and with a grand gesture, he declared, Fear not, I will take the lead. I can withstand the blows. Chen Yuan, step in when necessary. Chen Yuan, another knight, couldn't he help but smirk at Wang Hao's boastful demeanor. All right, just take care. However, he thought to himself, Great, you've stolen all the limelight. The school beauty is surely swayed in your favor now. At this rate, he felt like nothing more than a supporting character. Damn it, he was being overshadowed. As he looked at Wang Hao, envy and jealousy crept into his heart. Alas, he was not a hidden class. Though his family was not lacking in wealth, hidden classes were evidently superior to standard ones given the same equipment. To his knowledge, Wang Hao was also from a wealthy family. The same went for the archer Zhang Tian and the swordsman Li Xiang. All were children of affluence. Among the top 10 in the school rankings, how many were not from wealthy backgrounds? They had no chance of teaming up with Xia Bingxue. In the arena, with Wang Hao's identity as a dragon knight revealed, everyone felt a sudden alleviation of pressure. Swordsman Li Xiang, as the main attacker, however, found it quite strenuous. After nearly 2 minutes of attacking, he finally sensed something was amiss. My sword is level 1, 1 star, labor, adds 5 points. So why is my damage to this stone giant so low? That's quite normal. Stone giants are inherently tough and difficult to slay, Tan Huan explained. Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Then I'm puzzled. Why did the first stone giant fall so swiftly? It went down in under a minute. I don't know. Tan Huan shook her head while searching for a chance to strike. She vaguely recalled the first stone giant having 2 faint green halos above its head. The color was so subtle that one might easily overlook it. She wondered if the dungeon had a bug. At this moment, the basic formation was as follows. Wang Hao was responsible for distracting 6 stone giants, while the rest focused their attacks on 1 stone giant. Ever since the golden light enveloped him, Wang Hao seemed to have significantly increased his defense. Exhausting work. He occasionally struck at the stone giants before sprinting away, enticing them into a wild chase, akin to a kite being tugged along. Li Xuanle watched the spectacle with keen interest, akin to witnessing a performance. Surprisingly, Wang Hao's tactics proved to be both thrilling and perilous. He couldn't help but regard Wang Hao with newfound respect. Yet, in truth, Wang Hao was feeling quite miserable. He regretted boasting earlier and taking on all the responsibilities. Although his defense had indeed improved and his speed had increased due to his equipment, he could barely keep up. But those damn stone giants kept hurling rocks. He was frequently struck, leaving him disheveled. Yet, he was unable to voice his grievances, forced to endure, silently cursing himself. Damn it. I can't make such grand claims again next time. As he ran, Li Xuanle noticed him slapping himself twice. He wondered why. Was he trying to bolster his spirits? The other knight, Chen Yuan, had it much easier, primarily attracting the attention of just 1 stone giant. As he caught a glimpse of the beleaguered Wang Hao, he secretly reveled. Serves you right for showing off. A dragon knight without a dragon. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Finally, the second stone giant let out a wail and crashed to the ground. 6 minutes had elapsed. This meant they took 6 minutes to defeat a single stone giant. And that was with a dragon knight's distraction. At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly shouted, Holy crap, how is there a stone giant beneath me? Li Xuanle immediately turned his gaze to Zhao Hao, discovering that, indeed, a stone giant was lurking beneath the lighthouse where Zhao Hao stood. Its enormous eyes, akin to bronze bells, were fixated on Zhao Hao, and it let out a deep, menacing growl. By the looks of it, it seemed intent on reducing him to a pulpy mass. Li Xuanle regarded Zhao Hao calmly. Brother, stay cool, it can't reach you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao sighed in relief. Indeed, this creature couldn't harm him. What was there to fear? In the next moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he made a face. Come on, bite me. Hee. Stop whining like a coward. If you have guts, come at me. The stone giant, observing Zhao Hao's frenzied antics, was incensed enough to speak. It furiously swung its massive fists, striking the lighthouse pole with tremendous force. Clang, clang, clang. The pole trembled violently, producing a cacophony of sound. Startled, Zhao Hao promptly ceased his grimaces and adopted a more subdued demeanor. However, the stone giant had no intention of sparing him, relentlessly assaulting the lighthouse pole. Fearful, Zhao Hao cried out, "Wang Hao, you must divert this stone giant." Wang Hao's expression darkened. After all the effort to eliminate one stone giant, was he now being called back to confront another? Was this not adding insult to injury? Resigned, he retorted, "I can barely handle my own predicament. Brother, lend me your assistance." As he ran, he assessed the situation. Zhao Hao's face fell, revealing his bitterness. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be every man for himself? Why am I the one entangled in this mess? As Wang Hao sprinted, he suddenly noticed Li Xuanla atop the lighthouse. If memory served, he was a priest, and given his own injuries, perhaps a healing spell could be advantageous. A splendid idea. With this thought, he altered his course towards Li Xuanla. Upon seeing Wang Hao approaching, Li Xuanla perked up. What did this fellow intend to do? Was he hoping for assistance in drawing aggro? Gasping for breath, Wang Hao implored, "Brother, could you heal me?" Li Xuanla raised an eyebrow at this request. No problem. With that, he waved his staff and cast a healing spell upon Wang Hao below. Though Wang Hao felt slightly better, something felt amiss. "Brother, I sense your healing spell lacks potency." I'm not equipped for it, hence the diminished efficacy," Li Xuanla replied, refraining from mentioning that his attributes were heavily skewed towards constitution, not intelligence. Wang Hao was at a loss for words. He had intended to voice more. But upon seeing 5 stone giants in pursuit, he hastily fled. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao remained composed atop the lighthouse, unyielding. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he beheld the stone giant plunging its hands into the ground and extracting a large boulder. In a panic, he shouted, "Help! Help! It's wielding a stone to kill." Chapter 7. Big guy, I saw you make your move. TSK, TSK, TSK. A grown man, a man aspiring to be a swordsman, reduced to such a state by a mere monster. What a coward. Li Xuanla observed this with unabashed disdain. The group that had slain the stone giants, including Xia Bingxue, also found Zhao Hao's cries rather absurd. Was it truly necessary to be so frightened? After a moment of astonishment, they rushed towards Zhao Hao's position, not out of a desire to rescue him, but because they were preparing to take down the next stone giant, which had conveniently become isolated. At that moment, the stone giant hurled the boulder it had in hand towards Zhao Hao atop the lighthouse. "Oh my goodness!" Zhao Hao exclaimed, watching the boulder, nearly the size of a grown man, hurtling towards him. He swiftly slid down a meter, narrowly avoiding the projectile as it flew past his head. In a flurry, he scrambled back up, desperate to evade the stone giant's attack range and not be crushed. Li Xuanla, witnessing this scene, felt a swell of satisfaction. "Well done. Your response was quite astute." Zhao Hao forced a smile, pulling at the corners of his mouth. Good grief, that was terrifying, mostly due to the lack of equipment. He attributed all his fears to his lack of gear rather than his own timidity. At that moment, the Dragon Knight Wang Hao, overwhelmed, dashed back beneath Li Xuanla once more. "Brother, grant me another healing spell." Of course, Li Xuanla readily complied, raising his hand to bestow another healing spell upon Wang Hao. Finally unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Hao asked, "Brother, have you invested points in intelligence?" "No." Wang Hao regarded the pursuing stone giants with resignation and fled once more. He was perplexed and baffled. Why would a priest not allocate points to intelligence? Without it, how could a priestess' skills reach their full potential? It defies logic. Surely, one should possess this basic understanding. He speculated incessantly in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Xuanla, observing the 5 stone giants below, raised his hand and cast the toxic healing curse upon all 5, even doubling the application. He found the process too slow. If it continued like this, it would take half an hour. Better to eliminate a few stone giants quickly and then allow the others to be swept away by the monsters. The 5 stone giants, afflicted by toxic healing, bore 2 faint green halos above their heads, their health steadily dwindling. Suddenly, they became agitated, their speed in pursuit of Wang Hao increasing. Startled, Wang Hao quickened his pace, pondering, what is happening? Have they grown impatient? In his frantic state, he failed to notice the 2 faint green halos atop the stone giants' heads, which were the true culprits. Meanwhile, Xia Bingxue and her companions concentrated their fire on the stone giant beneath Zhao Hao's lighthouse. Dazzling magic, sharp swords, glimmering arrows, cunning daggers, and powerful spears all rained down upon the stone giant. The challengers, equipped to the teeth, evidently possessed attributes superior to those of Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao. Zhang Tian had even embedded a 1-star labor attribute gem into his bow, which enhanced his labor by 5 points. Such a gem was worth 2,000 xia coins, while Li Xuanla's monthly living expenses amounted to only 1,000 xia coins. This extravagant behavior could only be the domain of the wealthy elite. Nevertheless, it must be said that the stone giant was remarkably resilient. Despite facing a full frontal assault from well-equipped challengers, its health dwindled at a painstakingly slow pace. Inadvertently, Li Xuanle realized he had leveled up. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, evidently a reward from the demise of those 6 stone giants. He promptly allocated his attribute points to Constitution. For him, the kite strategy would be his future tactical approach: poison them and then flee, patiently waiting for the enemies to succumb to the toxic healing. He could already envision the frustration of his adversaries as they found themselves unable to eliminate him. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt an unusual silence behind him. Turning back, his pupils widened in shock. What the hell? How could all those stone giants be dead? They're all dead? The most relaxed of them all, Zhao Hao, was the first to notice Wang Hao's situation and confirmed that indeed all 5 stone giants lay lifeless. He turned to gaze at Li Xuanle, his eyes seemingly questioning, as if to ask, "Did you do this?" Li Xuanle met Zhao Hao's gaze and nodded slightly. Even winking playfully, Zhao Hao raised his eyebrows in surprise, clearly astonished. Could it be that his brother had truly taken flight? Was he finally to bask in the glory of a powerful ally? His heart surged with fervor, inexplicably filled with elation. Such opportunities to cling to the strong were a privilege he had only ever envied in others. Who could have imagined that one day he would find himself in such a position? He couldn't help but wonder if perhaps the ancestors' graves back home were sending forth smoke, prompting him to seek an opportunity to pay his respects. Yet, the thought of those ancestral graves being overrun by game monsters extinguished that idea. Who would have thought that even ancestral worship could become a luxury? Nevertheless, his gaze towards Li Xuanle remained fervent, and the small grievances he held against Li Xuanle dissipated like smoke. Meanwhile, Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue, upon hearing Wang Hao's exclamation of surprise, turned to look in his direction. To their astonishment, the 5 stone giants that had been pursuing him lay sprawled on the ground. They were even more shocked to discover several pieces of equipment scattered about. All present were left dumbfounded. They had spent considerable time defeating a single stone giant. Yet suddenly 5 had perished in the blink of an eye. This was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that this superdemonic dungeon had a bug? Confusion filled everyone's minds. Just then, the last stone giant, taking advantage of the moment, delivered a powerful strike to the nearest Chen Yuan, sending him flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Wow, that hurt like hell. Chen Yuan's anguished scream jolted everyone from their shock and confusion. It was then they remembered that 1 stone giant still remained. Cautiously, they repositioned themselves to launch a series of dazzling attacks on the final stone giant. Wang Hao had already plunged into the fray, taking Chen Yuan's place. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, lay on the ground, resigning himself to his fate. He continuously consumed healing potions, casting a fearful glance at the stone giant. He felt that if it struck him again, he might indeed perish. At this moment, Li Xuanle's gaze, however, was fixated intently on the scattered pieces of equipment on the ground. He hesitated, contemplating whether to venture down to collect them. Although the equipment was of low quality, it was certainly better than nothing. Perhaps it could fetch a bit of currency? Yet, when he thought of the superior gear that awaited in the 9 remaining levels, he dismissed the notion. It was not worth sacrificing his dignity for such trivial items. After the others perished in the dungeon, he would have his chance to seize what he desired. Finally, the last stone giant crashed to the ground. At this moment, Tan Huan exclaimed loudly, "Big shot. I just saw you make a move." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a state of shocked silence. A big shot? Was there a hidden master among them? With so few individuals present, aside from Wang Hao, the unconventional Dragon Knight, there seemed to be no one particularly special. Like everyone else, Xia Bingxue gazed at Tan Huan in astonishment. "Huan, what are you saying?" Yet, Tan Huan approached Li Xuanle with an air of confidence, her steps light. "Big shot. Stop pretending. I saw you make a move." With that, her gaze locked onto Li Xuanle. The sight rendered Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao, and the others utterly speechless. Even Zhao Hao atop the lighthouse was taken aback. Chen Yuan, who had been lying on the ground, slowly rose, pondering Li Xuanle's identity. Wasn't he just a priest? A big shot? Surely Tan Huan must be mistaken. What big shot was she referring to? Li Xuanle, feeling indifferent, mused to himself that he had not anticipated his subtle actions would be discovered. Tan Huan's keen observational skills impressed him slightly. Clearly, those on the leaderboard were not to be underestimated. Tan Huan, resting her chin on her hand, scrutinized Li Xuanle and confidently stated, "Don't forget, I'm an assassin, and my observational skills are exceptional. From the moment the first stone giant met its mysterious demise, I suspected you and that swordsman at the lighthouse. Thus, I kept a close watch on both of you throughout." And Li Xuanle inquired, his mind racing for a response when a voice suddenly echoed in his head. "Ding. You have triggered a system task. Please claim." He promptly examined the system task. 1. Find an excuse to deny being a big shot and persuade everyone. Completion reward. Title of Eloquence Expert. 2. Boldly admit. "All right, I confess, I am indeed a hidden big shot, and all this is merely child's play to me." Completion reward. 1 star, labor, attribute gem. 3. Remain silent and aloof, embodying the role of a quiet and handsome man. Completion reward. Beauty. Attribute point 1. After deliberating, he chose the second option. The attribute gem was worth around 2,000 xia coins, a far more enticing prospect than the title of eloquence expert, which seemed utterly trivial. As for the beauty attribute point, he deemed it unnecessary. Clearing his throat, he feigned profundity. All right, I confess, I am indeed a hidden big shot. And all this is merely child's play to me. The moment the words left his lips, Tan Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xia Bingxue and the others were equally astonished that a priest would dare to make such a declaration. They gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the audacity. Even Zhao Hao atop the lighthouse nearly lost his grip, thinking, this guy really knows how to put on a show. Doesn't he fear that boasting might come back to bite him? Where would he hide his face then? In the cracks of the ground. At that instant, another voice resonated in Li Xuanle's mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a 1-star labor attribute gem. Li Xuanle checked his inventory, and indeed, a pale blue gem appeared, faintly rotating with a star embedded within. So this was what a 1-star attribute gem looked like. It was his first encounter with a real attribute gem, far different from the illustrations he had only seen in textbooks. Li Xuanle felt a rush of joy. Although he couldn't utilize this attribute gem, it could be sold for 2,000 coins. He could buy some delicious food with it. He was bewildered as to why the system had started rewarding him with gems, having previously only provided beauty attribute points, which were of little practical use. On the other side, Xia Bingxue and Wang Hao approached, bombarding him with questions. So, you were the one behind the first stone giant's demise? And the subsequent 5 stone giants as well? Does that mean we only defeated 2 stone giants? How did a priest manage that? The barrage of inquiries left Li Xuanle feeling somewhat cornered, hesitating over whether to respond to each one. Just then, another voice echoed in his mind. Ding. You have triggered a system task. Please claim. 1. With an air of aloofness, he remarked to them, the sage has his own clever schemes. It is best to refrain from prying into the matters of society. Completion reward. A second tier, 1-star magical cloak. 2. He patiently addressed their inquiries, maintaining a demeanor of utmost friendliness. Completion reward. A pair of black stockings belonging to the campus bell. Li Xuanle glanced around, caught in a moment of indecision. A magical cloak? The campus bell stockings? After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the first choice. The magical cloak could likely be exchanged for currency, whereas the campus bell stockings would be difficult to sell, and even if he could, explaining their provenance would be troublesome. He maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding indifference. The sage has his own clever schemes. It is best to refrain from prying into the matters of society. Upon uttering these words, the crowd fell into a profound silence, as if under a spell. Zhao Hao chuckled from the side. Brother, you really are putting on an act. Li Xuanle arched an eyebrow, his expression unchanging. You, quiet down. Zhao Hao, hearing this, pouted and rolled his eyes, sitting quietly atop the lighthouse. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle gazed with delight at the magical cloak in his inventory. Intelligence, attribute 8, beauty, attribute 2. A faint smile graced his lips. A good item that could also be monetized. After a brief pause, Tan Huan spoke first. Then we shall refrain from prying. But we would like to team up with you. What do you think? Xia Bingxue tugged at Tan Huan's hand, her face a mask of surprise. As if questioning, why did you make that decision without consulting anyone? Tan Huan, however, gently patted Xia Bingxue's wrist, signaling her to relax. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Teaming up? But you mentioned earlier that everyone should tend to their own affairs. Tan Huan offered an awkward smile. We indeed underestimated you before. But now we hope to collaborate. Progressing through more levels is beneficial, and ideally, we can conquer the dungeon together. Collaboration? Conquer? Yes, Tan Huan affirmed with conviction. Conquer? What gives you the confidence? Li Xuanle questioned, puzzled. Had she discerned something? Meanwhile, Xia Bingxue and Wang Hao, along with others, were equally bewildered. Would adding a healer really ensure their success? The first level had proven challenging, and they anticipated losing members in the subsequent levels. While the healer had dealt with a few stone giants, claiming they could conquer the dungeon seemed far-fetched. What warranted such confidence? The ultra-difficult dungeon was no trivial matter. The challenges were evident from the very first level. Unity is strength, after all. Dreams are worth having. What if they encountered a ghost? Tan Huan spread her hands. Li Xuanle pondered for a moment, frowning before shaking his head. I do not wish to join you. Why not? Tan Huan inquired, confused. This way, all the loot will belong to me, and I can sell it. Chapter 9. What the heck? How can there be such unscrupulous monsters? That doesn't seem right. Wang Hao interjected, his tone laced with skepticism. Not only Wang Hao, but several others shared the same sentiment. All of it belongs to him. A mere priest wielding a broken stick. Is that feasible? Is it all about appearances? If so, everyone here seems to possess good looks. Except for that swordsman atop the lighthouse. They simply could not fathom why he was so self-assured. Tan Huan felt somewhat awkward. She had initially sought collaboration, but the other party's demands were excessive. This was clearly inappropriate and hard to justify to the others. Li Xuanle remained composed, speaking calmly. All right. When you all are carried away, I shall conquer the dungeon on my own. His words, though softly spoken, carried significant weight, like the detonation of explosives. The crowd stood frozen in place, questioning their own hearing. Xia Bingshue's delicate features were etched with disbelief as she was the first to speak. Conquer? Are you certain you can do that? She scrutinized the seemingly carefree Li Xuanla, as if searching for clues on his face. Wang Hao and the others also regarded Li Xuanla with keen interest, speculating on the veracity of his claims. Tan Huan contemplated briefly before speaking up. Big shot. We only seek to gain some recognition for clearing the dungeon. If you lead us to success, we can purchase suitable equipment from you at above market prices. What do you say? Before Li Xuanla could respond, Wang Hao and others chimed in. If he can conquer it, I shall respect him as my elder brother. Indeed. If he can conquer it, I would willingly serve as his subordinate. But can he really do it? Right. If he actually conquers it, I will live stream eating a bug. Tan Huan immediately turned to the group. If we do not team up, we may only manage to clear 3 or 4 levels before perishing in the dungeon. However, if we truly conquer it with him, not only can we gain recognition, but we might also achieve some level upgrades. Additionally, none of you are short on funds. You can afford to buy equipment, but clearing this dungeon cannot simply be bought. Upon hearing this, the group found Tan Huan's reasoning compelling. They all awaited Li Xuanla's nod. After all, they truly were not lacking in money or equipment. They merely desired levels and prestige. If they could clear the ultra-difficult dungeon, it would be a tale worth boasting about for years. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bingxue turned to Li Xuanla and softly suggested, how about this? If there are any pieces of equipment we can use, we can purchase them from you at double the market price. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanla felt it was a fair proposition. That is indeed acceptable. His primary motivation was profit. He could sell the equipment at above market prices while avoiding monster aggro, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely experience. Although this would result in some loss of experience, it was negligible, as he intended to run the dungeon multiple times anyway. With no pressure, Tan Huan surveyed Wang Hao and the others, noticing no one opposed any longer, and thus spoke up loudly. Li Xuanla, big shot. We have come to an agreement. You can keep all the loot. We are content with just gaining some experience. With that, she produced a piece of equipment she had previously collected. This item, which just dropped, is also yours. Wang Hao suddenly interjected. Li Xuanla, are you confident in clearing the dungeon? Do you need us to lend you some equipment? Li Xuanla gently shook his head. Lending equipment? Not necessary. However, I must clarify that while I can clear the dungeon, it does not guarantee that you will survive until the end. You must find ways to protect yourselves. Naturally, we will just need to avoid danger, right? Wang Hao chuckled, instantly grasping the implication. The others quickly understood why Li Sunil and Zhao Hao had immediately climbed to the top of the lighthouse. Li Xuanla waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Hao, go down and collect the equipment. Zhao Hao was taken aback. Collect equipment? He gazed eagerly at the scattered items on the ground, swiftly sliding down from the lighthouse. He exclaimed, that lighthouse is mine. Don't even think about taking it from me. The group exchanged glances, bemused, as if to say who would covet your lighthouse. Just then, the archer Zhang Tian inadvertently climbed onto the 3rd lighthouse pole, the last remaining one on site. Wang Hao and the others observed this scene with disdain. Zhang Tian, is that really necessary? Zhang Tian, unabashed, responded. As is well known, archers excel in long-range attacks. Standing high allows for distant shots. I am not cowardly. It is a tactical necessity. Uft. Wang Hao and the others were utterly unconvinced by his words, while such a statement might have seemed reasonable at another time. At this moment, it bore the unmistakable scent of desperation. Nevertheless, the group chose to scorn rather than dwell on it. Before long, Zhao Hao had collected several pieces of equipment, even appropriating the item from Tan Huan's hands, and swiftly climbed back up the lighthouse pole. He was elated, his smile nearly splitting his face. Each piece of gear could fetch hundreds, if not thousands, of coins. This was merely the first level. The subsequent 9 levels would likely yield even more valuable equipment. While this might not matter to the affluent scions like Xia Bingxue, for Zhao Hao and Li Xuanla, who had long suffered from poverty, it was a veritable windfall. At that moment, a few bold characters appeared in the sky. 2nd level. Li Xuanla immediately shouted, everyone, remember to lure the monsters to me beneath this lighthouse pole. I will take action. Just focus on staying alive. No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 dark openings in the arena erupted with the forms of monsters, in stark contrast to the stone giants. This time they were swarming with creatures, short in stature, red-eyed, equipped with sharp claws and fangs, adorned with red hats, and wielding pitchforks and spears, goblins. Li Xuanla immediately recognized the type of monster. He scrutinized the goblin's attributes. Goblin, common monster, level, 2 health, 100, 2000, morality, 5 intelligence, for stamina, 12 charm, 2 strength, 8 attack, 25 defense, 14 skill 1. Throwing skill. Goblins often hurl rocks or other objects to attack enemies, inflicting a certain amount of damage. Skill 2. Theft skill. Goblins frequently attempt to steal items from other beings, especially valuable treasures and equipment. Players must remain vigilant regarding their inventory to prevent theft by goblins. Skill 3. Invisibility skill. Goblins possess a degree of invisibility, allowing them to become undetectable for a brief period and evade enemy attacks. Skill 4. Rapid movement skill. Goblins are exceptionally agile, capable of swift movements to dodge attacks or pursue prey. Description. Goblins, diminutive and unsightly creatures, trace their origins to the red cap legends of Germanic mythology. It is said they dwell within the ruins of castles along the border of England and Scotland, sporting red eyes, sharp claws, and fangs, while donning red hats and brandishing long spears. They are known to slay any wayward traveler who stumbles into their lair, using the blood of their victims to dye their hats crimson. Caution, beware. They often appear in swarms and are notoriously vicious. Catchphrase. Those beautiful ladies and treasures are all ours. Wuxianovel was taken aback. What the hell? Are there truly unscrupulous monsters? A morality rating of 5? A charm rating of 2? Just how many nefarious deeds have they committed to warrant such a low score? He cursed inwardly, pondering how many innocent women they had victimized. After venting his frustrations, he observed that the most glaring distinction this round was the sheer volume. The goblin count was no less than 100. Moreover, their speed, with a stamina of 12, was alarming. Wuxianovel mused, had I not been here, you all would surely be done for. Chapter 10. So many innocent victims, truly unbelievable. Wuxianovel meticulously analyzed his toxic blessing. Now at level 2, he could poison up to 20 targets within a 20-meter radius, capable of dispatching the goblins in just a few rounds. Tan Huan was astonished. Why are there level 2 monsters, and in such numbers? Who leveled up? She cautiously dodged the goblins while asking. Wuxianovel, perched atop the lighthouse pole, replied nonchalantly, I leveled up to 2. What's it to you? Tan Huan was clearly taken aback that the first to level up was this healer. The others were equally surprised that the priest had achieved the first upgrade. It seemed rather unjust. At that moment, Wuxianovel shouted, hurry and lure the monsters over. I need to strike. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao, Qin Yuan, Li Xiang, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan exchanged bewildered glances before they all began drawing monsters toward Wuxianvel's position, abandoning their prior battle formation. The dense swarm of creatures left no room for organized ranks. Each of them silently acknowledged that had it not been for the unexpected presence of a powerhouse, this level would have been excruciatingly difficult to endure. Over 100 level 2 goblins could easily tear them apart. Every second, Wuxianovel unleashed toxic blessing upon the heads of the monsters below. Regardless of whether the monsters were afflicted with poison or not, he ensured they bore the toxic mark. Those that were poisoned perished more swiftly, while the unpoisoned would soon follow suit. As a result, some goblins sported 4 or 5 deathly auras, while others bore 1 or 2. Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue, quite clever, led the monsters in a frantic dance around Wuxianovel below. They observed in disbelief that the cooldown for his green aura was astonishingly short. He cast it almost instantaneously after the previous one. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the green aura inflicted significant damage on the monsters. Their conclusion left them utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly a highly advanced skill, capable of stacking poison with a remarkably brief cooldown, seemingly dealing substantial damage. Instantly, feelings of envy and admiration welled up within them. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, while luring monsters, cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Tian, expressing his dissatisfaction. Zhang Tian, how can you sit idly by? The school beauty is out there luring monsters while you remain perched atop the lighthouse. Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he indeed felt somewhat guilty. He promptly slid down from the lighthouse pole to join the fray. Wang Hao then glanced at Zhao Hao and Wuxianovel. Remembering that Zhao Hao lacked equipment and that Wuxianovel was merely a priest, he refrained from voicing any further complaints. At that moment, a goblin caught sight of Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue, its eyes lighting up with excitement. The beauties are all ours. It charged towards Xia Bingxue, who, upon noticing, hastened her escape slightly. At that instant, Wang Hao, ever vigilant of the school beauty, shouted, don't panic, let me handle it. He rushed forward to intercept the goblin from reaching Xia Bingxue. From his perch on the lighthouse, Zhao Hao looked down at Wang Hao with disdain, silently thinking, Tiske. He's actually trying to curry favor. A classic case of sour grapes. Had he been better equipped, he would certainly have joined in to show off, especially since Xia Bingxue is his goddess. However, the circumstances simply did not permit him to act boastfully. On the ground, the 6 figures were all engaged in the same task, luring monsters. For an average level 1 challenger, escaping from goblins would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, these 6 individuals were no ordinary participants. With their well-fitted equipment and impressive attribute bonuses, they matched the goblins' speed. However, this advantage was limited to evasion. Any attempt to attack the goblins would inevitably slow them down, leaving them vulnerable to being overwhelmed by the horde. They are currently surviving in a precarious situation. A single miscalculation could result in being intercepted by these goblins. In such a case, all that awaits them is a bitter demise. At this moment, Zhao Hao gazed fervently at the equipment scattered on the ground, consumed by a strong desire. He yearned to descend and collect the loot. Yet the multitude of goblins posed a formidable threat, making it likely that he would face dire consequences if he did. Damn it. To see it yet not be able to touch it, it was maddening. Although he was eager to act, he was still striving to restrain himself. Seconds turned into minutes. And approximately 5 minutes later, over 100 goblins lay defeated. Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and others were panting heavily, yet fortunately, none had sustained severe injuries. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Only Li Xuanle remained unfazed, for he knew that eventually, the goblins would be eradicated. Everyone leveled up, with Li Xuanle reaching level 3, while the others ascended to level 2. Undoubtedly, Li Xuanle allocated his attribute points once again to strength. His strength had now reached 16 points. Logically, his speed surpassed that of the goblins. His toxic healer skill had also improved, expanding from 20 meters to 30 meters, allowing him to target 30 foes. Along the way, a goblin hurled a spear at him, but he narrowly evaded it. Zhao Hao similarly invested all his attribute points into strength, having been thoroughly impressed by Li Xuanle's remarkable abilities. Thus, he resolved to prioritize strength in the early stages. After all, they had just vanquished 100 goblins. It was akin to a level 5 advancement being effortlessly handled by Li Xuanle, killing monsters without shedding blood. A true asset. Quickly, go collect the loot, Li Xuanle exclaimed, glancing at Zhao Hao, only to find him already busily gathering the equipment. His movements were remarkably swift, raising an eyebrow in surprise. This guy may be inept at everything else, but he certainly excelled at scavenging. A quick glance revealed around 8 or 9 pieces of equipment on the ground, likely worth a decent sum. Meanwhile, Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and the others, while astonished by Li Xuanle's extraordinary skills, were also assessing the gear. Xia Bingxue directly inquired, is there any equipment suitable for mages? Yes. If there are level 2 items, we can purchase them at double the market price. Tan Huan nodded in agreement. If there's anything that boosts strength, I'd like to buy it first, Wang Hao chimed in. He had come to realize that in the upcoming challenges, speed would determine who survived to the end. However, it was evident that everyone had recognized this fact. Haha, Wang Hao, your calculations are ringing loud and clear. If there's equipment that enhances strength, I want it too. The knight Qin Yuan laughed heartily. I want to buy as well. As the group discussed the equipment, Li Xuanle suddenly remembered that he had a magical cloak in his bag. A level 2, 1-star magical cloak. Intelligence, 8. Charm, 2, though it appeared somewhat feminine, which did not particularly please him. He announced, I have a level 2, 1-star magical cloak, intelligence 8, charm 2. Is anyone interested? At that moment, Wang Hao interjected. How much? I'll buy it. I want to give it to Xia Bingxue. Li Xuanle was momentarily taken aback. What a foolish decision. Just as he thought that, another voice chimed in. No, I want to buy it. I want to give it to Xia Bingxue. The swordsman Li Xiang also spoke up. Wait. Let me have it. Don't fight me for it. Qin Yuan joined in. Xia Bingxue seemed a bit surprised, pausing for a moment. Li Xuanle had not anticipated that so many would be willing to offer such foolishness, and he calmly replied, a 1-star item is slightly more expensive than a non-star item. Just offer around 1,000 to 1,800. 1,800? Would 600 work? Wang Hao asked. Chapter 11, Lin Yu? Planning to solo the Super Demon Dungeon? Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Wang Hao, you should reconsider your approach. I believe it could easily fetch 800. Li Xiang disagreed. 800 for something? Buying it to give to the school bell? Where's the sincerity in that? Ignoring Li Xiang, Qin Yuan waved his hand. Li Xuanle, bring out that magical cloak. Let me see its appearance. Li Xuanle was perplexed. What is the matter? Can a magical cloak be judged on its aesthetics? It's just a magical cloak. He looked at everyone with a hint of exasperation and shook his head. Then, he revealed the feminine magical cloak, and everyone's eyes were upon it. The cloak was a brilliant azure, shimmering with light, beautiful, dazzling, mysterious, and elegant. Qin Yuan immediately began to boast, setting aside everything else. The appearance of this magical cloak is commendable. The school bell would look stunning in it. I'll offer 800. Let us keep it straightforward. 900. Li Xiang stated nonchalantly. No dilly-dallying. 1,000. Wang Hao refused to be outdone. Li Xuanle watched this unfold, filled with joy. Could this truly feel like an auction? He eagerly declared, 1,000 once. 1,000 twice. 1,003. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Qin Yuan spoke again. I offer 1,001. Add a bit more, 1,002. Li Xiang persisted. 1,003. Wang Hao remained undeterred. Zhao Hao, Zhang Tian, and Tan Huan watched in astonishment. These individuals were truly naive and wealthy. The actual value of this magical cloak was only around 8 or 900. Li Xuanle quickly gestured. Is there anyone willing to offer higher? 2,000. I'll buy it for myself, Xia Bingxue stated coolly. The others were taken aback. Although they knew Xia Bingxue had money, how could they allow her to be the unwitting benefactor? Wait, give us a chance. This was becoming quite awkward. However, they couldn't possibly compete with her, could they? Several voices chimed in. Li Xuanle, I suggest you offer our school bell a fair price. Indeed, Li Xuanle, you mustn't act against your conscience. What is the point of money? If I had a magical cloak, I'd just give it away. Why sell it? Li Xuanle felt something was amiss. The situation had turned too swiftly for him to comprehend. Did these individuals intend to use his generosity to their advantage? They wished to elevate themselves on a moral pedestal by asking him to give it away? Did they think he was as financially unencumbered as they were? Give it away? Absolutely not. He pouted and promptly declared, all right, 2,000. It's for Xiaobingxue. Not only would he not give it away, but he also decided to accept the high price. Who would ever complain about receiving more money? Wang Hao and the others were bewildered. While others were lining up to gift the school bell, here he was, seizing the opportunity to extort her. They truly found this hard to believe. They guessed that Li Xuanle would likely remain a perpetual bachelor, a man destined to be single for life. Wang Hao and the others shook their heads repeatedly. Although he was a formidable figure, he lacked the charm to win a girl's heart, rendering him uncompetitive in their eyes. They felt a sense of relief, knowing that beautiful women typically favored the strong. They had been worried that this somewhat handsome Li Xuanle might pose a threat. However, witnessing that foolish scene, they concluded that Li Xuanle clearly had no chance. Such a straightforward man, which girl would be fond of him? Isn't he just the epitome of a blunt masculine type? Zhao Hao spoke up in a low voice. Well, brother, I believe 2,000 is rather excessive. After saying this, he turned to Li Xuanle, advising him. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, glaring at Zhao Hao. What does it have to do with you? Just stay put. With that, Li Xuanle swiftly slid down the lighthouse pole and handed the magical cloak to Xiaobingxue, asking, cash or WeChat? As Xiaobingxue donned the magical cloak and prepared to make the payment, her face flushed. Can I offer you a dungeon run instead? Upon seeing her reaction, Li Xuanle inferred that she probably hadn't brought much money. Sure, no problem. Li Xuanle thought it unlikely that the school beauty would leave a debt, so he nimbly climbed back up the lighthouse pole. Wang Hao and his companions looked at Li Xuanle as if he were a curiosity. Impressive, quite skillful. Well, that's one less competitor. Wang Hao and the others purchased some equipment from Zhao Hao and then quietly awaited the arrival of the third level. At that moment, 3 large characters appeared in the sky, third level. Meanwhile, at the dungeon building, a refined student suddenly appeared. Calmly standing at the entrance of the Super Ghost dungeon managed by Tang Wu, he confidently gazed at Tang Wu and declared, Director Tang, I wish to solo the Super Ghost dungeon. Tang Wu looked at the solitary young student, astonished, his brows furrowing in confusion. He even rubbed his ears. What? Did I hear that incorrectly? You wish to solo the Super Ghost dungeon? You heard correctly, solo. Tang Wu was taken aback. What is your name? Which class are you from? Lin Yu, class 3-1, also known as the Kunpeng class. I know the Kunpeng class. Lin Yu, what is your profession? Summoner. Summoner? Have you summoned a formidable beast? Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. Indeed. Tang Wu's excitement was palpable. What kind of summoned beast? Lin Yu gently shook his head. Sorry, it's not convenient to disclose that right now. Tang Wu felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood. Are you certain about soloing the Super Ghost dungeon? Absolutely certain. Lin Yu replied with unwavering confidence. Do you realize what the Super Ghost dungeon entails? Tang Wu questioned, suspecting that Lin Yu might be slightly delusional. The Super Ghost dungeon is a graveyard for 10 out of 10 challengers, with no student ever succeeding thus far. Since you are aware, why do you still dare to attempt it solo? Tang Wu was utterly perplexed. Because I possess sufficient confidence. Lin Yu flashed a bright smile. Tang Wu observed this seemingly self-assured young man and suddenly felt a sense of belief in him. In that case, I shall open another dungeon. Tang Wu nodded, still skeptical. Another dungeon? Has one already been opened? Lin Yu detected nuances in Tang Wu's words. Yes, a 6-man team. Oh no, an 8-man team has opened one. Comprised of the top 10 students in the grade. Lin Yu's eyes twinkled. Is Xiaobingxue among them? Tang Wu, taken aback, looked at Lin Yu in surprise. You know them? That group is so loud and boisterous, it's impossible not to notice. Lin Yu calmly remarked, but their actual combat strength is just SOSO. They are not as formidable as Li Chun, the Sword Saint. At this point, Tang Wu squinted, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Are you implying that you do not regard Li Chun, the Sword Saint, highly? He may be the apparent top, but I do not hold him in high esteem. Lin Yu's words were light, yet carried immense weight. This caused Tang Wu to ponder. Could it be that Fengshu Academy has so many exceptional talents this time? It is well known that the Sword Saint is a hidden profession, an upgraded version of the swordsman, immensely powerful. He possesses unparalleled solo combat abilities. Li Chun is recognized as the strongest in this cohort, having triggered the hidden Sword Saint profession. Yet Lin Yu seems to dismiss him? Tang Wu stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully, incessantly mulling over. What kind of beast has this Lin Yu summoned? Chapter 12. How is this possible? Have they entered the 5th level? It is known that even Li Chun, the Sword Saint, has not stated his intention to solo the Super Ghost dungeon. Tang Wu was filled with doubt. Very well. Although I do not comprehend the source of your courage, I still hope to witness a miracle. With that, he slowly rose and pressed a mysterious button. A cerulean vortex appeared. Lin Yu, step inside. I wish you good fortune. Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. Lin Yu confidently entered the Super Ghost dungeon. Once Lin Yu had stepped inside, Tang Wu immediately released his grip. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number, Guanshanhua. Guan Shangyue is the principal of Fengshu Academy, a level 72 swordsman. Principal Guan, we have a situation. At that moment, Tang Wu's demeanor was sharp and astute, far from his previous lecherous appearance. Director Tang, what situation? Guan Shanyue's voice came through the phone, filled with curiosity. A student claims he wishes to solo the Super Ghost Dungeon and is brimming with confidence. What? Solo? Is it Li Chun, the Sword Saint? Guan Shanyue inquired, intrigued. No. Tang Wu promptly denied Guan Shanyue's assumption. Not him. Then who? Guan Shanyue was clearly intrigued by Tang Wu's revelation. Lin Yu, a summoner. Tang Wu stated calmly. A summoner? Lin Yu? Guan Shanyue expressed surprise, then continued. The summoner profession has a vast disparity between its lower and upper limits. If the summoned beast is a formidable growth-type beast, it can indeed be quite powerful. Yes, Principal Guan, I suspect that Lin Yu's summoned beast is exceedingly formidable. Tang Wu recalled Lin Yu's confident gaze. Please observe closely. Should he conquer the first 4 levels of the Super Ghost Dungeon, inform me. I wish to witness the situation. Guan Shanyue's tone carried a hint of excitement. It had been a long time since a remarkable transmutation talent had emerged in Wulong City. As one of the 3 major academies in Wulong City, Guan Shanyue felt considerable pressure. Naturally, the other institutions, Tunglong Academy and Heibai Academy, also faced similar pressures, all vying for exceptional students. Ultimately, the pinnacle goal for students remains the Super Divine Academy. The academy exists at a higher echelon than the ordinary institutions. Graduates from the Super Divine Academy are typically capable of standing independently. Thus, gaining admission to the Super Divine Academy is the dream of every student. In the entirety of Xia country, there are only 3 such academies: Super Divine Academy, Super Spiritual Academy, and Super Extraordinary Academy, ranked in that order. All right, Principal Guan. I will remind you at the appropriate time. Understood. Thank you for your effort. Not at all. Very well, I have other matters to attend to. I shall end the call. With that, Guan Shanyue hung up. At that moment, Tang Wu turned around and was astonished to find that Xia Bingshue's team had actually advanced to the 4th level. This was the team with 2 deadweights. He had never anticipated that they would reach 4 levels, believing they could only clear 3 at most. After all, the 3rd level is haunted by ghosts, who excel at stealth and ambushes. Unbelievable. Is their strength truly this formidable? The newly launched single-player dungeon of Lin Yu surprisingly breezed through the 1st level. This fellow is soloing it. Tang Wu's expression instantly transformed into one of intrigue. How fascinating. How captivating. He observed this unexpected turn of events and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Since he could only see the progress of the level without detailed visuals, he chose not to delve deeper. Moments later, he picked up his phone and resumed scrolling through Douyin videos. As anticipated, the screen was filled with charming girls. Inside the dungeon, Li Xuanle remained nonchalantly perched atop the lighthouse pole. He had ascended to level 4. With the skill, Toxic Milk, now targeting 40 foes at a distance of 40 meters. As the number of targets increased and the distance extended, his monster-clearing speed accelerated dramatically. There was no creature that he couldn't dispatch within 2 minutes. He had equipped a pair of level 3 boots, Swift Wind Boots, which added 8 points to his constitution. His current constitution attribute had reached 29 points, theoretically enabling him to run at remarkable speeds. Below, 6 individuals were still busy aggroing monsters and fleeing for their lives. Panting heavily. Why do I feel like in this gameplay, all I need to do is run fast enough? Yes, I think so too. I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Shouldn't we all invest in constitution? Not a chance. This tactic can only be executed by Li Xuanle. When we face monsters ourselves, what good will running do? Moreover, once attribute points are allocated, there's no turning back. It's a lifelong commitment. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao, apart from leeching experience and equipment, was merely acting as a cheerleader. Go, you're the best. After cheering, he resumed inspecting the gear in his inventory. A full 20 items. He was ecstatic. They could fetch quite a sum, and he was already fantasizing about the splendid life post-dungeon. Furthermore, his current equipment had been completely revamped, with all essentials accounted for. He was even contemplating taking the initiative to aggro monsters. Yet, he hesitated, primarily believing it unnecessary. He genuinely felt that it wasn't out of fear, whether there was one more person or one less made no difference. Staying atop this lighthouse pole was quite satisfactory. The 4th level's monsters were the ice serpent demons. There were only 6 of them, but their bodies were thick and long, boasting high defense and speed. They could unleash icy fangs and frost breath, inflicting freezing effects and magical damage. Li Xuanle relished such formidable foes, even if they were few in number. After all, health loss was calculated as a percentage. He even applied 6 layers of toxic milk to the 6 ice serpent demons. In under a minute, they were all dispatched. Thus, he completed the 4th level. Zhao Hao, as always, reveled in the loot dropped, his grin unabashedly broad. Suddenly, he felt that being a lackey was quite delightful. Clinging to a strong ally was exhilarating. At this moment, Tang Wu in the dungeon hall was happily watching Douyin girls dance. Glancing at the dungeon progress out of the corner of his eye, suddenly, his pupils widened in shock. They had actually cleared the 4th level? He rubbed his eyes and looked again at the dungeon progress. They had indeed completed the 4th level. This was the team led by the campus beauty, Xia Bingxue, accompanied by 2 deadweights. How could this be? The 4th level featured the ice serpent demons, which were formidable monsters with magical attacks, 6 in total. The ice serpent demons were notoriously difficult to handle in reality, with area damage that could easily slow or freeze an unprepared opponent. How could they have cleared it so swiftly? He even stood up to check the equipment, finding everything to be normal. Regaining his composure, he closed the Douyin video. Dialed Guan Shanyue's number. What is up, Tangwu? Lin Yu has cleared the 4th level? No, what is going on? Indeed, someone has cleared the 4th level. But it wasn't he, Lin Yu. Tangwu, quit the suspense and get to the point. Guan Shanyue was evidently intrigued. Xia Bingshue's team has cleared the 4th level and entered the 5th. What? Entered the 5th level? Chapter 13. The healer invests in constitution? You truly are toxic. Indeed. Tang Wu's tone was exceedingly earnest. Though he found it hard to believe, the dungeon's progress confirmed it. Previously, the strongest had only reached the 5th level. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? How could I possibly deceive you? They have indeed entered the 5th level. Guan Shanyue pondered for a moment. Then I must see this for myself. With that, he hastily hung up the phone. To reach the 5th level indicated that there was a remarkably strong student making strides. This also suggested that Fengshu Academy might have some promising talent. If nurtured correctly, they could stand a chance in the Inter-Academy Friendship Tournament. The Inter-Academy Friendship Tournament in Wulong City occurs within a month following the completion of class transitions, showcasing the top performers. Although it is officially termed a friendly competition, it essentially reflects the strength of the academies. Winning the competition would yield substantial resources from the Wulong City government for the victorious academy, including money, materials, equipment, gems, and dungeon opportunities. Thus, every academy places significant emphasis on this event. As Guan Shanyue recalled the special permission granted to Li Chun for life and death training in the wild, and Lin Yu's solo clearing of a particularly challenging dungeon, he felt a surge of confidence. If it were just Li Chun with a hidden profession, it would seem rather flimsy. Guan Shanyue knew that both Longting Academy and Heibai Academy had students with hidden professions as well. The emergence of Lin Yu and the remarkable performance of Xia Bingshue's team surprised him. In the end, Li Chun wouldn't be fighting alone. Victory could very well fall to Fengshu Academy, which had not secured first place in years. Within the dungeon, Li Xuanle had slid down from the lighthouse pole. This level featured unusual monsters, the flying creatures, thunder eagles, which primarily attacked with claw strikes and pecks, while also unleashing lightning for ranged attacks. There were a total of 20. They prioritized aerial targets, prompting Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao to immediately retreat to the ground. Due to his full investment in constitution, Li Xuanle was the fastest runner in the area, followed closely by Zhao Hao. The remaining members, witnessing the two's remarkable speed, were left astonished. What were these two up to? One was a priest, the other a swordsman. How could they run so swiftly? Among them, the most perplexed was Tan Huan, a speed-oriented assassin, who found herself outpaced and thus stared incredulously at Li Xuanle. Hey, how can you, a priest, run faster than me? I'm not Hey. I'm Li Xuanle. Alright, Li Xuanle, how are you running so fast? While running, Li Xuanle cast Toxic Milk on the Thunder Eagles, within range, responding. Because I've fully allocated to Constitution. Tan Huan was thoroughly baffled. If you fully invested in Constitution, wouldn't your priest skills be rendered useless? Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly. Priest skills? How could they be useless? You cannot offer others a robust healing, can you? Why should one provide a formidable restoration to others? I am a toxic healer, not a nurturing priestess. Tan Huan was bewildered, as Li Xuanle's response completely shattered her worldview. You truly are toxic. Her gaze shifted towards Zhao Hao, and she discovered that his speed surprisingly surpassed her own, prompting her to ask, as a swordsman, you aren't allocating all your points to body, are you? Zhao Hao nonchalantly nodded. Indeed, I have fully invested in body. What of it? Tan Huan was at a loss for words, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Then in the future, your strength will surely be lacking. How will you slay monsters? Slaying monsters? Which is more important, slaying monsters or preserving one's life? Surely, it must be the latter? Tan Huan replied uncertainly. Zhao Hao nodded. Exactly. What could possibly be better for preserving life than enhancing body? However, Tan Huan attempted to counter him, but found herself at a loss for words. In this world, indeed, survival takes precedence, while monster slaying is secondary. At this moment, Tan Huan's belief in prioritizing offense began to waver. She was contemplating whether she should also focus on enhancing body. Yet, when faced with monsters and foes, what would it mean to merely run away? Nearby, Wang Hao couldn't help but interject. Just now, Li Xuanle healed me a couple of times, and I felt absolutely nothing. Truly a toxic healer, caring only for himself. Laughter erupted from Chun Yuan and Li Xiang. When the heavens open a door for him, they'll surely close a window, so it's quite normal. I believe we should regard Li Xuanle not as a priest, but rather as a venomous mage. What a character, a venomous mage with astonishing speed. The archer, Zhang Tian, suddenly had an epiphany. I perceive an intriguing kite tactic in Li Xuanla. Perhaps I can learn from it. Wang Hao and the others quickly cautioned. Your bow's damage is entirely insufficient. What are you daydreaming about? Even if you kite all day, could you slay a formidable beast? Stop your fanciful thoughts. Zhang Tian chuckled awkwardly, opting for silence, for their reasoning was indeed sound. In less than 2 minutes, the 5th level concluded, with 20 Thunder Eagles succumbing to their demise. Zhao Hao gleefully gathered the loot scattered across the ground, totaling 6 pieces of equipment. Among them, one item stood out remarkably, a level 5, 2-star swift cloak, boasting an attribute of body 12. Zhao Hao promptly offered this body enhancing gear to Li Xuanla, knowing how much he valued such enhancements, thus presenting a flower to the Buddha. Brother, this equipment provides a body increase of 12. Would you care for it? Li Xuanla took it, examined it, and without hesitation donned it. He accepted all equipment that enhanced body. He even contemplated using his funds to seek out body attribute gems to embed in his gear, elevating his speed to new heights. His strategy was inspired by the alchemist in the Rift game, incredibly swift and nearly impossible to defeat. Yet, he executed it with a sophistication surpassing that of the alchemist. He could unleash poison from a distance while remaining impervious to death, focusing solely on augmenting his speed to minimize injury and pain. Now at level 5, he could simultaneously unleash toxic healing on 50 targets within a 50-meter radius, with his body attribute reaching an astonishing 45, remarkable for merely being level 5. Current monsters posed no threat to Li Xuanla. The others had also reached level 4, but unlike Zhao Hao's full allocation to body, the rest had distributed their attribute points more evenly, resulting in speeds barely exceeding 20. At that moment, bold letters appeared in the sky, level 6. Entrance to the Super Demon Dungeon. Tang Wu had just concluded a phone call and was about to watch a video when a glance caught his attention, prompting an exclamation. What the hell? The Xia Bingxue team has already entered the 6th level. The 5th level had been cleared in mere minutes. He could hardly believe it. The 5th level comprised 20 flying Thunder Eagles. How could they have been defeated so swiftly? There must be an issue with the dungeon system. He glanced once more at Lin Yu's solo dungeon progress, and his pupils widened in shock. He had advanced to the 3rd level all by himself. Chapter 14. The Super Demon Dungeon has truly been cleared. This is utterly bizarre. Tang Wu's gaze darted between Lin Yu's dungeon and the Xia Bingxue team's progress. Strange occurrences abound, but today seemed particularly rife with them. As Lin Yu tackled the dungeon solo, Tang Wu speculated that he must possess an extraordinary summoned beast, enabling his impressive advancement. But what could account for the Xia Bingxue team's ferocity? Did they harbor some formidable hidden class? He decided to set aside his phone and closely monitor the Xia Bingxue team's progress. He recalled that the 6th level featured a troll gorilla. Although it was singular, it was notoriously formidable, boasting high defenses, substantial health, and formidable attacks, a quintessential triple threat monster. Moreover, being a 3-star beast, it could effortlessly annihilate a team of 10. Such creatures were akin to mini-bosses in reality, having claimed the lives of many adventurers. Yet, as he reclined with his legs crossed, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events, he noticed that the dungeon had progressed to the 7th level. He slapped his thigh in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This monster would require at least half an hour to defeat, yet they seem to have completed it in a mere minute or two. Have they exploited a bug? He furiously sipped from his nearby glass teacup, only to spit out 2 goji berries. Shaking his head, he attempted to regain his composure. Focusing intently on the progress of the Xia Bingxue dungeon, 7th level. He was not mistaken, his eyes had not deceived him. It was indeed the 7th level. His mouth gaped open as if he could swallow the world, repeatedly murmuring, "What the hell? What the hell?" He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Guan Shanhua. "Old Tang here. I'm on my way. Has anyone cleared the 5th level?" Guan Shanhua's deep, resonant voice responded, "Old Guan. Is there something wrong with this dungeon? It seems rather abnormal." Tang Wu inquired, his tone growing increasingly casual. "A problem with the dungeon? How could that be? It's a well-established dungeon, scarcely a decade old, still in pristine condition." Tang Wu pressed on. "Then how could the troll gorilla be dispatched in mere moments?" Guan Shanhua's voice was laced with astonishment. "What? The troll gorilla was defeated in moments? If memory serves, that's the 6th level, right?" "Yes, the 6th level." And they swiftly progressed to the 7th. Was it Lin Yu or the Xia Bingxue team? The Xia Bingxue team. Guan Shanhua fell silent. Could it be that the Xia Bingxue team indeed harbored a formidable player? Perhaps a hidden class like the Sword Immortal? The Sword Immortal class is said to be even more powerful and domineering than the Sword Saint class. The art of swordsmanship, with myriad swords returning to their origin, is nothing short of devastating in its damage output. He abruptly terminated the call, quickening his pace as he raced toward the Super Demon Dungeon. He was utterly eager to witness the situation firsthand. Tang Wu, realizing the call had ended, shifted his gaze back to the 2 activated dungeon notifications. He was flabbergasted, completely astounded. Lin Yu, as expected, was sailing through with a series of green lights, forging ahead with fervor. Meanwhile, Xia Bingshue's team was clearing stages in a mere 2 minutes each. The subsequent levels were all single boss-type monsters, remarkably formidable and grotesque. Yet, for Xia Bingshue and her team, they seemed to pose no threat whatsoever. Tang Wu rummaged through his pocket, extracting a vial of potion. After consuming the potion, he pondered the implications. Finally, Guan Shangyue arrived at the vicinity of Tang Wu's super demon dungeon. Even before his arrival, his voice heralded his presence. Old Tang, what is the situation? After a brief pause upon hearing the voice, a lean, sprightly elder with silver hair appeared before Tang Wu. He was Guan Shangyue, the headmaster of Fengchu Academy, a level 72 swordsman. Take a look for yourself. If you had arrived 2 minutes later, they would have completed the dungeon, Tang Wu remarked. Spreading his hands and gesturing toward the dungeon information, Guan Shanyue's gaze followed Tang Wu's finger, landing on the 10th level. To his astonishment, it was indeed the 10th level. The 10th level featured a 4-star boss, the Thunderous Python, capable of unleashing lethal lightning attacks and thunderstorm spells, endowed with formidable range striking capabilities. In reality, this Thunderous Python was immensely powerful. A 4-star rating indicated its extraordinary prowess. The disparity among monster star ratings within this enigmatic game was no trifling matter. Typically, monsters without stars are common, while primary monsters range from 1 to 3 stars, intermediate monsters from 4 to 6 stars, and advanced monsters from 7 to 9 stars. As for 10-star monsters, none had yet made an appearance. Guan Shanyue's expression flickered with contemplation. Could it be that the legendary tale of the super demon dungeon remaining unconquered was about to be shattered? His complexion flushed with excitement. Tang Wu then pointed to another dungeon notification. Old Guan, look here. This one is Lin Yu's solo run. He has already reached the 4th level on his own. Guan Shanyue's eyes widened in astonishment, fixating intently on the dungeon information. The 4th level, he exclaimed after a moment of reflection, excitement bubbling forth. This Lin Yu must possess a remarkably powerful summoned beast. Tang Wu nodded vigorously. Indeed, I share your sentiments. He undoubtedly has an immensely formidable summoned creature. I just wonder what exactly it is. Guan Shanyue stroked his sparse beard, his face clouded with uncertainty. At that moment, a brilliant azure vortex materialized in the room. In the next instant, Tan Huan, Xia Bingshue, Wang Hao, and others emerged from the portal, concluding with Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao. Upon their arrival, they spotted Tang Wu and Guan Shanyue, immediately greeting them. Hello, Headmaster. Hello, Headmaster. Tang Wu's gaze shifted to the dungeon status. Completed. They truly cleared it. At this juncture, Guan Shanyue beamed at the group. Excellent. Splendid. You are the first to conquer the super demon dungeon. He stroked his beard with excitement, adding, before you speak. Let me take a guess. He looked at Xia Bingshue and the others, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. One among you must have a hidden profession, correct? Tan Huan nodded first. Upon seeing her affirmation, Guan Shanyue's joy knew no bounds. All right, don't spill the beans. Let me guess who possesses the hidden profession. The group exchanged glances, bemused by the circumstance. School was nearly over, yet he wished to speculate. Guan Shanyue, brimming with enthusiasm, asked, is it a female? Tan Huan shook her head. Then it must be a male. The group exchanged puzzled looks. His statement was as good as saying nothing at all. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle suddenly heard a voice echo in his mind. Ding. You have triggered a system quest. Please claim it. He promptly checked the system task. 1. Directly inform Guan Shanyue that the hidden profession belongs to Wang Hao, the Dragon Knight. Completion reward. 2-star, body, attribute gem, 10 points. 2. Remain silent. Patiently waiting for Guan Shanyue to deduce it slowly until the end. Completion reward. Beauty, 1 point. A 2-star body attribute gem, 10 points. Goodness. How could there be any hesitation? He immediately exclaimed, Headmaster, the hidden profession is Wang Hao, the Dragon Knight. Guan Shanyue was momentarily taken aback. His expression clouded with disappointment as he looked at Li Xuanle. Who was this fellow to interrupt his moment of excitement? Chapter 15. If not the Dragon Knight, then who else could it be? Having weathered numerous storms, Guan Shanyue was not easily perturbed by such trivialities. He turned his gaze to the group. Wang Hao? The Dragon Knight? Which student is that? Wang Hao promptly replied, Headmaster, it's me. Guan Shanyue smiled warmly at him. I never expected the Dragon Knight to be so powerful, capable of clearing the super demon dungeon. You truly have broadened my horizons. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nervously interjected. Headmaster, the completion was not solely due to me. Tang Wu and Guan Shanyue were both taken aback. If not you, then who? Tang Wu queried. Guan Shanyue, equally intrigued, stared at Wang Hao. If it wasn't due to him, could there be another hidden profession? At that moment, Wang Hao pointed towards Li Xuanle. It was because of him that we were able to clear it. Tang Wu and Guan Shanyue's gazes shifted instantly to Li Xuanle. Guan Shanyue, astonished, questioned him. Tang Wu, perplexed, remarked, but isn't he a priest? How is that possible? Beside them, Xia Bingshue chimed in, indeed. It was because of him that we managed to clear it. Otherwise, we likely would have only reached 3 or 4 levels. Guan Shanyue inquired curiously, what is his name? Which class is he from? Tang Wu quickly clarified, Old Guan. It appears his name is Li Xuanle, from class 3 to 2. a priest who was invited by Yang Yu to experience the harshness of the monsters. Who would have thought he would clear it? It was because he healed you, allowing you to grow stronger in battle, thus leading to the completion? Guan Shangyue asked, intrigued. No, it was because he can poison. Tan Huan interjected earnestly, explaining. Poison? Guan Shangyue struggled to comprehend. Tang Wu, equally astonished, found it hard to believe that a healer could wield poison. Yes, and it's quite an insidious poison. The group nodded in agreement. So, you can both heal and poison? Guan Shanyue's eyes widened as he regarded Li Xuanla. Li Xuanla was busy examining the 2-star body attribute gem in his inventory. Abruptly called upon, he found himself slightly flustered, quickly responding, yes, yes indeed. Wang Hao, unable to contain his amusement, added, however, his healing effects are rather weak. One might say he is a toxic mage disguised in the garb of a healer. A toxic mage? Guan Shanyue approached Li Xuanla, gently grasping his arm, scrutinizing him intently. After several rounds of examination, he solemnly declared, I sense you harbor a secret. Accompany me. With that declaration, he prepared to seize Li Xuanla and depart. At that moment, Tang Wu abruptly called out to Guan Shanyue, hold on. Old Guan. Shouldn't this matter of passing the levels be announced to the entire academy? Guan Shanyue halted in his tracks, turning to face Tang Wu. Certainly, it must be publicized. The names of all who have passed should be recorded to inspire other students to bravely face challenges. Very well, I shall take care of it. Tang Wu nodded in agreement. Pleased, Guan Shanyue resumed his journey with Li Xuanla. After just a couple of steps, he paused again, glancing back at Tang Wu. If Lin Yu manages to solo the Ultra Ghost dungeon, that too should be announced throughout the academy. If he succeeds, have him come to my office. Understood, old Guan. Rest assured. Tang Wu rubbed his belly and nodded. Xiao Hao gazed longingly at Li Xuanla. Bro, don't wait for me. You go ahead. Oh. Li Xuanla followed Guan Shanyue without hesitation. Once Guan Shanyue had departed, Tang Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Xia Bingxue and the others. Pray tell, what transpired within? How significant was the poison Li Xuanla unleashed during the level completion? Tan Huan spoke earnestly. It accounted for 99.99, I would surmise. What? How could that be possible? Tang Wu's face mirrored disbelief. To put it plainly, he could easily solo the dungeon without issue. Wang Hao interjected. Indeed, we merely benefited from his momentum. Xia Bingxue affirmed with a nod. But how could he manage it alone? With poison? Tang Wu was thoroughly perplexed. No, there's also speed. Tan Huan meticulously analyzed. Speed? How does that factor in? Tang Wu's expression was one of confusion. Director Tang, have you ever encountered a priest who maximizes their strength attribute? Tan Huan asked with a knowing smile. A priest who maximizes strength? Never. Tang Wu shook his head fervently. Li Xuanla is entirely strength-oriented. He moves with remarkable swiftness. Is that even possible? Can it be played this way? Tang Wu's features contorted in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he concluded, so, he employs a kite strategy. Utilizing poison while evading? You, Director Tang, are astute, you guessed it. Tan Huan gently applauded. Tang Wu, flattered by the compliment, suppressed a smile and waved his hand dismissively. Ah, merely a fortunate guess. He paused momentarily. Regardless, congratulations to you all. You are indeed among the first from Fengshu Academy to conquer the Ultra Ghost Dungeon. However, do not let pride swell. Lin Yu has already entered the Ultra Ghost Dungeon solo. His words carried an implicit caution against hubris. Upon hearing this, Xia Bingxue promptly remarked. I just heard Dean Guan mention Lin Yu soloing the Ultra Ghost Dungeon. What is the current status? Tang Wu replied nonchalantly. He has reached the 5th level. While his pace is not as swift as yours, it is still commendable. What? The 5th level? Solo? Wang Hao's expression was one of incredulity. Indeed, he is a summoner and likely summoned a formidable creature. Tang Wu expressed his satisfaction and continued. I suspect that Fengshu Academy has a promising chance of securing first place in this year's Inter-Academy Friendship Competition. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned to Wang Hao. Since you are a dragon knight, your potential must be immense. Shouldn't you seek a dragon companion to fully harness your hidden class's advantages? Wang Hao nodded. That seems to be the case. However, that may prove quite challenging. Acquiring such a creature is no simple feat, regardless of wealth. Tang Wu's gaze turned contemplative. Dragon knights are rare, and even he had never encountered one. Furthermore, dragons are typically at least 8 stars, far beyond what an ordinary person could contend with. The most basic dragon would be at least level 80. It is worth noting that Dean Guan Shanyue himself is only at level 72. This level differs significantly from pure gaming levels. Prior to level 30, progression is rapid, but it slows considerably thereafter. Thus, level 30 is also the prerequisite for the Super Divine Academy's entrance examination. Li Xuanla and his companions, upon completion, were only around level 8. Tang Wu snapped back to reality and regarded Wang Hao. But it matters not. We shall take it one step at a time. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. In truth, he was not overly concerned about this issue, primarily because his family was wealthy. He believed that money could solve this problem. He had already instructed his family to seek out a dragon companion, regardless of the cost. Within the dungeon, Lin Yu observed the rapidly growing summoned serpent before him. exposing its pristine white teeth. Little serpent, you truly thrive through consumption. At this rate, we shall become invincible. Ha! What can Sword Saint Chen do against us? He shall never match my prowess. Chapter 16. The Cosmic Cube? The Sea of Stars? At this moment, outside Wulong City, atop a desolate mountain peak, a youth deftly maneuvered his twin swords, which danced through the air under his command, wreaking havoc upon his foes. He was none other than the singular student from Fengchu Academy, specially permitted by Guan Shangyue to venture beyond the city. Ranked first in his class, Li Chun, the hidden class Sword Saint. Achu. He suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking of me? Meanwhile, within Guan Shanyue's office, Li Xuanle lounged in a chair, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, as if the dean's office were his own personal quarters. Across from him, Guan Shanyue sat, intently fixated upon him, his silence punctuated by palpable curiosity. Even Li Xuanle, in his calmness, began to feel the weight of Guan Shanyue's gaze and finally broke the silence. Dean Guan, if you have questions, please ask. There's no need to stare at me so intently. Guan Shanyue remained silent, taking a sip from his glass teacup, which appeared to have aged, coated with a thick layer of tea residue. Spitting out the remnants of tea, he squinted at Li Xuanle as though observing a rare treasure. Finally, he spoke. Revealing slightly yellowed teeth, a priest can indeed wield poison? Yes, I fortuitously acquired a rather peculiar skill that allows me to inflict poison. Could you elaborate on the nature of this poison? Guan Shanyue inquired, maintaining his composed demeanor as he took another sip from his teacup, only to spit out more tea remnants. Is there any water available? Watching you drink has made me parched. Guan Shanyue, taken aback by the youth's audacity, gestured towards a bottle of mineral water nearby. There, help yourself. Li Xuanle expressed his gratitude, seized a bottle of water, and gulped down a mouthful, producing a loud belch. Guan Shanyue shot him a disapproving glance. You can't possibly be satisfied from merely drinking water, can you? Li Xuanle gradually set down the bottle, adopting a mysterious tone. Dean, this poison is extraordinary. It inflicts damage based on a percentage. Percentage? How so? 1% per second, lasting for 100 seconds. Li Xuanle revealed without reservation. Confident in his newfound invincibility. Does that not mean that being hit would equate to death? Guan Shanyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Pretty much. How utterly absurd. No wonder you were able to pass so effortlessly. As Guan Shanyue gazed at Li Xuanle, his eyes gradually ignited with fervor. And what of the skill cooldown? A mere second. Wow. The exclamation nearly escaped Guan Shanyue's lips, but sensing it might create a negative impression, he swiftly altered his words. This is truly my first encounter with such a skill. It's my first time too. Li Xuanle chimed in. Where did this skill originate? Is there a class requirement? Found it. Only usable by priests. Li Xuanle lied, his demeanor betraying no sign of deceit. The fabrication was rather amateurish. And Guan Shanyue shook his head, easily discerning Li Xuanle's lack of finesse in lying. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further, as it was entirely unnecessary. Once a skill book is utilized, it vanishes. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired again. How have you allocated your attribute points? All into Constitution. Li Xuanle replied candidly. All into Constitution? So speed is paramount? Indeed. Li Xuanle nodded. Guan Shanyue leaned back in his chair, observing Li Xuanle with earnest intensity. I wish to hear your assessment of yourself. Myself? Li Xuanle answered without hesitation. Invincible. Guan Shanyue looked at Li Xuanle in astonishment. You, young man, are quite unreserved. Be serious. Li Xuanle maintained an expression of pride and sincerity. Dean, I speak with utmost seriousness. Guan Shanyue scrutinized the carefree youth before him, as if attempting to discern some deeper truth. After a prolonged gaze, he solemnly asked, do you believe you can defeat Li Chen? Too simple, merely a matter of moments. Li Xuanle responded with apparent ease. Are you certain? Guan Shanyue's expression shifted. Absolutely. Very well. Given your confidence, there are matters I must discuss with you, Guan Shanyue said, fixing his gaze on Li Xuanle. Do you understand the ultimate purpose of our class transition? Li Xuanle stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. To survive. To combat the game monsters? Guan Shanyue's countenance turned grave. No, the game monsters are endless. That is not the primary reason. Then what is? Li Xuanle inquired. The emergence of this bizarre game is not without significance. It pertains to the matter of fortune. Fortune? Yes, fortune. The fortune of Blue Star is rather poor, which is why game monsters descend so frequently. This is because the combatants of Blue Star, within the Cosmic Cube, have failed to seize sufficient fortune amidst the competition with myriad races. Cosmic Cube? I've never heard of such a thing. This is knowledge not commonly known. We only share it with those of substantial potential. Li Xuanle appeared contemplative. And the reason you share this with me is? The reason I share it is due to your potential. I wish to convey that those with ability and talent should aspire to the stars and the sea, rather than remain like a frog at the bottom of a well. Stars and the sea? Li Xuanle was taken aback by Guan Shanyue's words. He had originally thought that with his indomitable talent and the formidable skill of toxic healing, he would be invincible on Blue Star, only to discover that a grander world awaited. It seemed the situation was far more intricate than he had envisioned. Guan Shangyue nodded and continued. However, do not think too far ahead. Focus on leveling up. Every perilous location has a level requirement. For instance, the Cosmic Cube mandates a minimum level of 100 to enter. The Super God Academy requires at least level 30 for qualification, and countless wilderness secret realms also impose corresponding level restrictions for entry. Your immediate priorities are threefold. 1. The outdoor training in 3 days. 2. The Inter-Academy friendship competition within a month. And 3. The admission assessment for the Super God Academy within 100 days. To uncover more secrets regarding the Cosmic Cube, one must gain admission to the Super God Academy to access more specific knowledge that even I am not privy to. Understood. Dean, I grasp the essence. Li Xuanla nodded thoughtfully. This is information I have only shared with Li Chun and you, and perhaps Lin Yu as well. Li Chun and Lin Yu? Guan Shangyue affirmed. Li Chun, a hidden class sword saint. The extent of his potential speaks for itself. Li Xuanla nodded. Aware that among hidden classes, the sword saint is one of the strongest for one-on-one combat, alongside others like the blade saint. Guan Shangyue continued. As for Lin Yu, he is a summoner. He should possess a formidable summoned beast, having soloed the Super Ghost Dungeon. Guan Shangyue clearly paid significant attention to Lin Yu's performance. Soloed? Indeed, soloed. What is so impressive about soloing? I could do that too, Li Xuanla scoffed, a hint of arrogance on his face. Guan Shangyue shot him a disapproving glance. I find your greatest trait to be your lack of humility. Chapter 17. You are mistaken. No one can contend with me. Li Xuanla discerned the underlying meaning in Guan Shanyue's words. You have quite the thick skin. At that moment, having once aspired to traverse the world with a sword and witness its splendor, Guan Shanyue's phone rang. He promptly checked the caller ID. It was Tang Wu. He quickly answered the call. What now, old Tang? Old Guan. Lin Yu has soloed the Super Ghost Dungeon and cleared it. He indeed possesses something noteworthy. Summon him to my office. Guan Shanyue's excitement was palpable. The successful completion of 2 consecutive Super Ghost Dungeons was of monumental significance, especially since no student had achieved such a feat prior to today. This was the first time the Super Ghost Dungeon had been cleared so effortlessly. He believed that this year, Fengshu Academy would unveil remarkable talent. Li Chun, Li Xuanla, and Lin Yu would undoubtedly stand out among their peers. Yet, who among them would emerge as the preeminent figure? He could not ascertain. However, he felt supremely confident regarding the impending Inter-Academy friendship competition, certain of clinching victory. After ending the call, he turned to Li Xuanla. Well, our discussion has concluded. You may return to rest. Remember, aspire to the stars and the sea. After Li Xuanla nodded, he rose to leave. Once outside the office, he checked the time on his phone. It was approximately 6 in the evening, time for dinner. As he inadvertently opened WeChat, he was startled to find the class group erupting with excitement. No way. Did Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao step in it? They've actually cleared the Super Ghost Dungeon with Xiaobingshue's team? Wow. I'm genuinely envious and filled with jealousy. This achievement is enough to boast about for years. Who would have thought they'd get to interact with Xiaobingshue? She is my goddess. Little did anyone realize that it was due to the priest Li Xuanla that they had conquered the Super Ghost Dungeon. As Li Xuanla walked down the corridor, a refined young man approached him, his gaze calm and steady, exuding a sense of composure. He fixed his eyes on Li Xuanla and suddenly spoke. Li Xuanla? Li Xuanla was somewhat taken aback. And you are? I. Lin Yu. You are Lin Yu? You know of me? Lin Yu nodded gently. His interest piqued as he scrutinized Li Xuanla. Teacher Tang Wu just informed me about you. A priest who can inflict poison and has cleared the Super Ghost Dungeon. You possess some remarkable skills, which I did not expect. Haha, basic skills, nothing more. What do you mean by basic skills? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. A trivial matter? Lin Yu met Li Xuanla's gaze, speaking with conviction. Previously, I believed that Li Chun could contend with me. But now I think you might be capable as well. However, I firmly believe that no one can truly challenge me. Li Xuanla spoke with an unflinching demeanor. You are so arrogant? Lin Yu observed him in astonishment, completely taken aback by Li Xuanla's audacity, which lacked even a hint of humility. I'm merely stating a fact. Li Xuanla replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Lin Yu squinted slightly, scrutinizing Li Xuanla as if attempting to discern the veracity of his words. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu's tone became charged with intensity. So when shall we have a match? Anytime you wish, Li Xuanla responded casually, stuffing his hands into his pockets and striding away with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by Lin Yu's words. Left in a state of astonishment, Lin Yu gazed at Li Xuanla's retreating figure, pondering, could this fellow truly be that formidable? He then shook his head and made his way to the principal's office, convinced that a confrontation with Li Xuanla was inevitable. As Li Xuanla observed the sparse figures in the corridor, he realized that most had left for lunch. Upon returning to the classroom, he found only a handful of students remaining. He promptly dialed Zhao Hao's number. Where are you, Daetian? I'm over the wall. Outside the academy, Zhao Hao replied weakly. During lunch, you climbed over the wall. What's the purpose? To sell some equipment. I have dozens of items that can fetch a handsome sum. Li Xuanla frowned in disbelief, wondering why Zhao Hao didn't wait until after school to sell them. Make sure to bring me something to eat. I don't want canteen food. Brother, what do you want? Roasted chicken, roasted duck, anything meaty will do. Alright. I'll bring you something after I finish selling the gear. Make it quick. I'm starving. Li Xuanla hung up after that. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call came through. He stared at the phone, suspecting it might be a telemarketing call. After hesitating for a second, he hung up, but the call rang again. Thinking it unlikely to be an advertisement, he answered. As soon as he picked up, a melodious voice chimed in. Hello, Li Xuanla. Why did you hang up on me? Who is this? It's Xia Bingxue. Xia Bingxue? How did you get my number? I asked Zhao Hao for it. Are you in the classroom right now? Yes, why? Stay put. I'll come find you. Wait, Li Xuanla began to inquire further, but the call abruptly ended. A few minutes later, Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue appeared at the classroom door. Tan Huan called out, Li Xuanla, come out for a moment. Upon hearing her voice, Li Xuanla immediately turned to the door, surprised to see Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue. Meanwhile, the few students in the classroom turned their attention to the doorway, murmuring among themselves. Wow, am I seeing things? Isn't that the campus belle, Xia Bingxue? Is she here to see Li Xuanla? Does he even deserve her? Though Li Xuanla is somewhat handsome, I still can't accept this. Li Xuanla, unfazed, approached the door and casually inquired, what is the matter? Xia Bingxue fixed her gaze on him, stating seriously, I owe you $2,000. Do you want it? Li Xuanla responded without hesitation, of course I want it. Who would refuse money? Xia Bingxue produced her phone to display her contact information, WeChat transfer, add me. Without a second thought, Li Xuanla took out his phone and scanned the code. This scene, however, was captured by a few nosy classmates and disseminated in their group chat like an explosive revelation. Li Xuanla remained oblivious. He glanced at the 2,000 Xia coins deposited in his account and smiled faintly. For 3 years, he had relied solely on his exceptional talent for deception to make ends meet. Zhao Hao had no idea how many meals he had mooched off him. Finally, it seemed he was on the verge of turning his fortunes around. Just as he envisioned a bright future, Tan Huan interrupted him. Hey, there's one more thing. In 3 days, there will be an outdoor trial. How about we team up? Absolutely not. Li Xuanla firmly rejected the idea. Why not? Tan Huan inquired, puzzled. Li Xuanla replied coolly, it's simple. Teaming up means sharing experience. Then pay me. Chapter 18. Is he really going to rise as a healer? Before Li Xuanla could respond, Tan Huan spoke again. We'll cover the expenses. You just lead us. Thanks. With that, she pulled Xia Bingxue away, leaving no room for Li Xuanla's response. Such a lack of sincerity. They just leave? Li Xuanla muttered as he returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, a group of curious classmates approached him. Hey, handsome, how did you manage to get close to the campus belle? You actually added her on WeChat? You're playing with fire, my friend. Li Xuanla waved his hand dismissively. I merely sold her an item and earned $2,000. That's all. The classmates were incredulous. What? You actually charged her? Most people would be thrilled to receive money. Exactly you. You're hopeless. Well, if you've offended the campus belle, that's one less rival for me. Dadong. Look at your pockmarked face. With so many boys in school, the odds of you being noticed are slim. Maybe you should invest all your attribute points in beauty. That one do. As a knight, I can't rely on looks to tank monsters. Can't looks tank monsters? Look at Li Xuanla. He thrives on his looks. Li Xuanla, overhearing this, retorted, get lost. Keep teasing me, and I'll make you regret it. The group quickly dispersed, not out of fear of Li Xuanla, but because handsome individuals seemed to possess a certain charm in their words. Li Xuanla resumed scrolling through the news on his phone. Meanwhile, the Academy's WeChat group erupted once more. What? Lin Yu from Class 3 actually solo cleared the Super Ghost Dungeon? Is this news more explosive than Xia Bingxue's team clearing the Super Ghost Dungeon? What's this shocking news? Just now, the campus belle Xia Bingxue actively sought out Li Xuanla from Class 2 and even added him on WeChat. How heartbreaking. What? Impossible. Is there proof? Of course. Look, my goddess, how could this happen? Li Xuanla, I need to have a word with that scoundrel. Wang Tong, give it up, you can't beat him. I'm telling you, cut it out. The Wang family would never have a coward like you. I'm going to find him right now. Whoa, is there a sensational scoop? I need to see. Li Xuanla, upon reading these messages, felt utterly exasperated. Sitting in class, and trouble comes through WeChat? He glanced at the few gossiping boys and girls remaining in the classroom. Who on earth is recklessly sharing photos? Everyone fell into a profound silence, stammering and hesitating. Li Xuanla was not afraid, but rather wary of the ensuing trouble. One person today, another tomorrow, an endless cycle. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. You have triggered a system task, please claim it. He promptly checked the system task. 1. Take the initiative. Challenge anyone in the group who wishes to trouble me to a competitive dungeon. I await your arrival. Completion reward. A pair of level 10. 3-star flying cloud shoes. 2. Remain unyielding in the face of change. Wait for them to come to you, then strike back. Completion reward. 2 to beauty attribute. The 3-star flying cloud shoes appeared to enhance speed significantly. It seemed the time had come to establish some authority. Since he was invincible, what was there to fear? He chose option 1 and immediately posted in the group. Anyone wishing to trouble me, come challenge me in the competitive dungeon. I await you. His words detonated like a bomb in the group chat. What? Is Li Xuanla really that headstrong? Wow, I never knew he could be so manly. Let me inquire. Who exactly is Li Xuanla? He's quite handsome, but a priest class, haha? What? A healer dares to speak like that? Has he lost his mind? I thought only Lin Yu or Li Chun would be so bold. So what if he is handsome? Can that fill one's stomach? Suddenly, Xia Bingxue spoke up in the group. I think it would be wise not to provoke him. Her words, instead of calming the situation, only seemed to stoke the flames. What? The campus belle herself is defending him? Does that mean she looks down on us, believing we cannot defeat a healer? No way. I must prove myself. I want the campus belle to see that strength is paramount in this world. Let us go. I'll show Li Xuanla what true cruelty is in the competitive dungeon. Li Xuanla, however, remained unfazed, casually observing the messages in the group as he made his way to the competitive dungeon. The competitive dungeon was located on the first floor of the dungeon building. Unlike monster dungeons, it was a long-term, freely accessible arena. Students resolved their grievances here, where they could battle without facing true death. Additionally, students honed their combat skills primarily within this arena. Therefore, the competitive dungeon served as a vital means for students to enhance their abilities, allowing them to unleash their skills without restraint. Soon, Li Xuanla swiftly entered the competitive dungeon. The space inside was vast, and many were engaged in training. He nonchalantly sat on the edge of the arena, legs crossed, patiently awaiting those who sought trouble. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. He had already reached level 8, capable of poisoning up to 80 targets simultaneously within an 80-meter radius. His attributes had soared, with his physique attribute now at 4146, equating to a level of 87. It may not seem excessively formidable, but without comparison, one cannot gauge true strength. Tan Huan, a level 7 assassin, had a physique attribute of only 32, even with equipment bonuses. She couldn't allocate all her points to physique without compromising her agility attribute, or her attack power would be insufficient. Similarly, mages like Xia Bingxue had to balance their intelligence attributes to ensure their skills dealt adequate damage. While it was possible to embed attribute gems into equipment to enhance certain attributes, the number of gems that could be embedded was limited. Typically, 1-star equipment allowed for 1 gem, 2-star equipment for 2, and 3-star equipment for 3. Theoretically, 10-star equipment could accommodate 10 gems. Attribute gems were exceedingly expensive, often surpassing the cost of equipment, meaning only a select few wealthy individuals would indulge in such extravagance. 1-star attribute gems typically added 5 points, 2-star gems added 10, and 10-star gems added 50, regardless of the attribute, with the exception of virtue, which had no corresponding gems. Similar to equipment, the higher the star rating, the more costly the gems. Only genuine wild monsters could drop attribute gems. Dungeon monsters would not yield them. Furthermore, the quality of the attribute gems was linked to the star level of the monsters. For instance, a 2-star monster could only drop gems of 2 stars or lower. After completing an entire super dungeon run, Li Xuanla had not obtained a single attribute gem. The most substantial reward was a 2-star physique attribute gem from the system task. At this moment, someone in the competitive arena suddenly shouted, "Damn you, Li Xuanla, where are you?" Chapter 19. Li Xuanla, if you have the guts, don't run. Li Xuanla, with his legs crossed, glanced at the imposing male student in the distance, choosing to ignore him. How coarse. He was a person of elegance. How could he stoop to converse with such a ruffian? It would be beneath his dignity. He calmly took out his phone, scrolling through the news. The male student bellowed again. "Students, please vacate the area. Something unpleasant is about to unfold here. Give me face, Wang Teng." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanla understood. This guy was Wang Teng from the group, flanked by a dozen well-equipped followers. Others began to murmur, "Wang Teng, the infamous rich second generation? Yes. He could be considered a campus bully. Better not provoke him. Let us keep our distance." Students in the arena gradually began to leave. Wang Teng continued to shout, "From now on, this arena shall only feature Li Xuanla and those who wish to beat him up. How dare he flirt with my goddess?" He is clearly asking for trouble. At this point, more students were entering the arena, evidently intending to confront Li Xuanla. Li Xuanla observed the throng, his expression slightly astonished. Surely, there must be at least 100 people, and they kept pouring in. The campus belle's allure was astounding. Had he stirred a hornet's nest? This was going to be a massacre. Nearby, a student was training, seemingly oblivious to Wang Teng's presence. Wang Teng scanned the arena and quickly spotted Li Xuanla and the male student. He called out first, "Are you Li Xuanla?" "No." "Then you want to beat up Li Xuanla?" "Not at all. What are you doing here?" "Training." "What do you mean? You're not giving me face?" "Not at all." "Wow. So brave, huh? All right, brothers, let us carry him out with sharp blades." Wang Teng glared at the student, instructing his followers. Unexpectedly, the male student snorted disdainfully. "You think your little band of weaklings can take me on?" His aura shifted dramatically, radiating confidence like a drawn sword. A brilliant star amidst the competitive arena, Li Xuanla was momentarily left in awe. This fellow seems to possess some remarkable qualities. At this moment, Wang Teng's interest was piqued. Oh, a master? What is your name? Tang Xiaosan. Oh, Tang Xiaosan, never heard of you. Brothers, take him away. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tong had no recollection of him and spoke without hesitation. 7 or 8 young men surged out from beside Wang Tong, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, charging towards Tang Xiaosan. Do you dare? Tang Xiaosan bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, as if an unparalleled master had emerged. The assailants momentarily halted, exchanging glances. Could he be an extraordinary master? Wang Tong dismissed the notion. What are you dawdling for? Attack. The group, no longer hesitating, charged forward once more. A clash of blades ensued, and in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. In a single encounter, Tang Xiaosan was swiftly carried away. Li Sunil was left dumbfounded. What the heck? This reversal is too extreme. I thought he was a formidable character, but instead, he turned out to be all show. He nearly fell for it. Good job, good job. At that moment, Wang Tang's gaze shifted to Li Xuanla, and he asked loudly, Are you Li Xuanla? Yes. Good, good. Finally found the right person. Don't compete with me later. I want to teach this healer a lesson. Wang Tong glared at Li Xuanla, as if harboring a grudge over a stolen wife. The large screen outside the competitive instance reflected everything. Numerous students were capturing the scene with their phones and sending it in real time to the Academy's WeChat group. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan had been closely monitoring the information in the group. Bingxue, this mess is all because of you, Tan Huan remarked, gleefully observing the photos in the group. Xia Bingxue replied innocently, I didn't mean for this to happen. Tan Huan nodded. However, I doubt anyone can kill him. Rather, others will likely fall to him, right? Xia Bingxue speculated. I'm not sure. There are so many people now, probably over 200. In the principal's office, Guan Shangyue had clearly seen these messages. Li Xuanla? Haha, good. A youth should be audacious. I'm curious to see how capable you are. The homeroom teacher, Yang Yu, also noticed the messages. What is going on with Li Xuanla? Did he team up with Xia Bingxue to clear the instance, and now he is acting all cocky? She immediately asked Guan Shangyue if she should intervene. To her surprise, she received the reply, let us observe the situation. She felt somewhat bewildered. What was going on with Principal Guan? This was clearly a group brawl. So many people are attacking a healer. It's utterly inappropriate. She wanted to step in, but out of respect for Guan Shanyue's words, she could only watch helplessly. In the competitive instance, Wang Tong glared fiercely at Li Xuanla, who was lounging with his legs crossed. Li Xuanla, aren't you coming over to meet your demise? Li Xuanla, without a word of nonsense, took out his staff, waved it a few times, and a faint green halo enveloped the heads of Wang Tong and his companions. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted, Big brother, you have green on your head. No, you have green on your head. You have grass on your head. Big brother, what he said is true. You really have green on your head. 3 green halos, no, 4, and they keep multiplying, almost like a hat. In mere moments, they found themselves inexplicably carried out of the competitive arena. Wang Tong was left utterly bewildered outside the instance, his expression seemingly questioning. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? At this time, batches of students were being carried out of the arena. Finally, someone reacted. Wow, that green halo is problematic. Li Xuanla is using trickery. Let us get him. I knew something was off. Quick, archers, take him down. Charge. Kill. Li Xuanla finally stood up and began to run. Someone, clearly disgruntled, shouted, If you're capable, don't run. Are you sick, or am I? If you want to kill me, I want to run. Then slow down. What nonsense are you spouting? If I catch you, you're done for. If you have the guts to catch me, I'll let you die slowly. Li Xuanla's figure moved like the wind, far ahead of the crowd. He darted through the throng, unmatched by anyone. Everyone bore 2 or more green halos above their heads. How could a mere priest run so swiftly? Exactly. How did he allocate his attribute points? Surely not all into stamina. The arrows missed him, and magic spells failed to reach him. Damn it, this guy is unbelievable. In under a minute, everyone had been carried out of the competitive instance. Chapter 20. Not a single fighter left. Time to wrap up. In the vast arena, only Li Xuanla remained. He sat quietly on the edge of the arena's steps, legs crossed, relaxed, and at ease. All those who had been carried out were left in a daze. What the hell? How did I end up outside the competitive instance? Right, I'm puzzled too. I don't believe it. This time, let us charge straight to the core. Indeed, that halo is problematic. It drains health rapidly. I noticed that too. It almost depleted in a minute. Wang Tong led the group back into the competitive instance. Li Xuanla, how dare you play dirty? Li Xuanla replied calmly, what dirty tricks? Being able to eliminate you is good enough. No time for chatter. Charge. Wang Ting suddenly became alert. Right, let us go all out. A massive crowd surged toward Li Xuanla. He activated his sprint mode once more, running while releasing poison. Another minute passed, and once again, everyone was carried out of the competitive instance, having not even touched a hair of Li Xuanla. His solitary figure stood out starkly in the arena. Observing this scene, Guan Shangyue finally comprehended the source of Li Xuanla's confidence in claiming invincibility. He had witnessed Li Xuanla's methods of attack and the health-draining mechanism of his poison, which could stack. This was something he had not fully understood before. This skill was extraordinarily overpowered. Li Xuanle now had the ability to eliminate anyone, including Guan Shangyue himself. His only weakness was being trapped. Guan Shangyue pondered. For most, there was only the notion of class change. But very few individuals blessed by the heavens would awaken their talents. He suspected that Li Xuanle's poison was not a skill, but rather his innate gift. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, who was attentively monitoring the information, was also stunned. Initially, she thought she was hallucinating, but the second occurrence completely dispelled that notion. What on earth was that faint green halo? How could it lead to death in such a short time? She could not comprehend it at all. It should be noted that within the competitive instance, aside from the fact that one would not truly die, everything else mirrored the real world. This meant that Li Xuanle could kill in the real world in such a manner. Was it possible that Principal Guan already knew Li Xuanle's secret? Hence, he advised to observe the situation? The truth regarding the Xia Bingxue team's conquest of the Super Ghost Dungeon is likely far from what they initially presumed. While many believed that Li Xuanle was merely riding on someone else's coattails, it now appears that they were, in fact, clinging to his prowess. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan observed the real-time updates in their group chat, without any surprise. Tan Huan, adopting a tone of expectation, remarked, "As expected, he is incredibly formidable. Not even 200 players can contend with him. His strength is almost monstrous. If his poison were to be unleashed on an exceptionally powerful boss, it would be nothing short of divine." Xia Bingxue engaged in a meticulous analysis. Tan Huan, seemingly lost in thought, interjected, "No wonder you were so keen on teaming up with Li Xuanle. It seems you were after this particular trait of his? I had assumed it was his looks that caught your attention." "Certainly not," Xia Bingxue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shook her head. The Academy's WeChat group had erupted in fervor. "My goodness, this healer is truly poisonous. Over 200 players eliminated in a minute? And he has done it twice now. Who would dare provoke him now? Remember, never cross Li Xuanle again. Yes, I would rather take my chances with Li Chun or Lin Yu than with this fellow. A mere green ring from him is tantamount to being marked for elimination." Meanwhile, within the arena, Li Xuanle called out nonchalantly, "Is there anyone else who dares to challenge? Those who have died twice need not enter." Outside the dungeon, no one stirred. The atmosphere was thick with silence, each heartbeat audible, even silencing the previously boisterous Wang Tong. He understood that provoking his adversaries was unwise. Although he was audacious, he was not reckless. He knew precisely who to challenge and who to avoid. His earlier bravado stemmed from ignorance of the extraordinary nature of his opponents. Noticing the absence of challengers, Li Xuanle commented, "If no one is capable of entering, then we shall conclude here." Just as everyone believed this matter was drawing to a close, a commotion erupted in the crowd as a figure darted through the throng, exclaiming, "Make way, clear the path." A youthful and composed boy swiftly entered the competitive dungeon. "Wait, allow me to give it a try." As he steadied himself, the crowd discerned his identity. It was Lin Yu, the one who had single-handedly cleared the Super Ghost Dungeon. My heavens, are we going to witness a battle between two titans today? Wow, I'm astounded. Thank goodness I didn't T-scale the walls to escape. Shoo, why are you speaking such blatant truths? Upon seeing Lin Yu enter the dungeon, Li Xuanle was evidently taken aback. "Oh, you two are here to confront me because of the school beauty? No, I simply wish to defeat you." Lin Yu's voice exuded unwavering confidence. "Then come forth." Li Xuanle replied with a smile. "You think me foolish enough to approach you? I've observed that your casting range is less than 100 meters. If I remain beyond that distance, your poison cannot reach me." Lin Yu spoke with utmost certainty. Li Xuanle was secretly astonished for a moment. It was true. This fellow was quite perceptive, his observations astute. He himself was only at level 8, with a casting range of a mere 80 meters. However, as his level increased, so too would his range. "So how do you plan to challenge me? Will you summon your beast?" "Indeed." Lin Yu nodded, then gestured with his hands while murmuring, "Devourer serpent, arise." As his words fell, a colossal void manifested at his fingertips, from which emerged a vividly colored giant serpent. The serpent was immense, spanning 20 to 30 meters in length, its body as resilient as steel, its scales glimmering like armor, and its multicolored form rendering it both striking and extraordinary. At that moment, outside the dungeon, everyone was rendered speechless, their discussions rife with astonishment. What in the world is this aberration? I have no idea. It looks utterly absurd. Surely, this giant serpent could decimate us all. Each one is more monstrous than the last. It's simply unbearable. But I wonder if Sword Saint Li Chun can hold his own? I suspect Sword Saint Li Chun is no ordinary opponent. After all, he has a hidden class with formidable attack power. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Guan Shangyue gazed at the serpent with awe, exclaiming, "The Devourer Serpent? It truly is a fierce beast, its ultimate form not falling below 8 stars. Judging by its level, it seems to be on par with Lin Yu. Likely around level 11 or 12. If it continues to level up, it could become utterly terrifying." He was inwardly alarmed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Should this beast reach a certain level of growth, it could easily annihilate the vast majority of monsters. Within the arena, Li Xuanle was equally astonished. "Wow, you've truly summoned this creature? No wonder you can clear dungeons with such ease." "Of course, After all, you are not an easy opponent, Lin Yu replied. His gaze steady upon Li Xuanla. Li Xuanla, unfazed, said, then let us commence. What are we waiting for? Chapter 21, Lin Yu's defeat. The first poison healer of Fengshu Academy. At this moment, the students outside the competitive dungeon began to stir. Who do you think is more formidable? I believe the Devourer Serpent is slightly stronger. Yes, I concur. After all, Lin Yu is the first student ever to solo the Super Ghost Dungeon. And that giant serpent is likely swift. I doubt Li Xuanla can outrun it. How about we place a wager? What do you say? On the other side, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan, observing the arena's developments on their phones, engaged in discussion. Huan, who do you think is stronger? I think it depends on who is faster, Li Xuanla or the serpent. The one who runs faster will win. True, we all witnessed Li Xuanla's kite strategy. Ice Snow, shall we place a bet? Let's wager on a month's worth of meals. If you win, I'll treat you for a month, and if I win, you treat me. What do you say? Sure. Xia Bingxue replied without hesitation. Tan Huan pondered for a moment. Then I bet on Li Xuanla to win? All right. I'll bet on Lin Yu to win. The odds seem pretty even. Xia Bingxue chuckled softly. Within the arena, both parties sprang into action. Li Xuanla waved his hand, casting a spell, Poisonous Healer, upon the Devourer Serpent. A faint green halo instantly appeared above the serpent's head. Lin Yu, meanwhile, directed the Devourer Serpent to charge at Li Xuanla with incredible speed. He believed that a mere touch from the serpent would spell certain doom for Li Xuanla. After all, he was merely a healer. Moreover, his audacity to challenge Li Xuanla stemmed from another significant advantage. The Devourer Serpent possessed a remarkable healing skill, restoring 1 point of health per second. This skill could last for 50 seconds, and although it could not be stacked, it had a mere 10-second cooldown. This was Lin Yu's ultimate trump card. As long as he controlled the serpent and continuously activated the healing skill, victory would be assured. This was also why he did not regard Li Chun with undue concern. Hence, he was eager to test Li Xuanla's capabilities. Li Xuanla moved with agility, swift as the wind. However, the Devourer Serpent was not far behind, its speed nearly surpassing his own, though it would require some time to catch up. The primary reason is that the devouring python has yet to mature. It can only be considered a juvenile at this stage. Otherwise, its speed would be incomparable to that of Li Xuanla. Lin Yu, observing the running Li Xuanla, called out loudly, Li Xuanla, you may not be aware, but my devouring python possesses an extraordinary healing ability. I fear your poison may not suffice. As Li Xuanla sprinted, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. An extraordinary healing ability? Then I suppose I shall simply unleash a couple more of my death-summoning spells. With that, he continued to run while brandishing his staff. The green halos atop the devouring python multiplied rapidly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The python's health plummeted at an alarming rate. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Devouring Python, use the healing technique. A mysterious force surged around the devouring python, as if it were attempting to recover. However, it proved futile. The python's health continued to dwindle, and within mere seconds, it reached its limit. Then, it transformed into a flash of white light and vanished into the void. The entire battle transpired in less than 30 seconds. Li Xuanla had managed to affix an astonishing 14 or 15 light green halos to the devouring python. This marked the highest number he had ever placed on a single target with his skill, Toxic Blessing. Lin Yu stared at Li Xuanla in bewilderment. How is this possible? Your poison, how could it be this potent? My poison does indeed pack a punch. Care for another round? Not a chance, you've won. Lin Yu, in a daze, gazed at Li Xuanla for a full 10 seconds. Don't celebrate too soon. I will surely defeat you. With that, he vacantly exited the arena. As countless onlookers parted to clear his path, though he had suffered defeat, no one dared to belittle him. Everyone recognized that the devouring python was still in its juvenile stage and acknowledged that once it matured, no one would underestimate it. Outside the arena, reactions varied. Some wept while others rejoiced. Damn it, I wagered my food expenses for half a month, and now it's all gone. Fortunately, I only bet a week's worth. I can still make do. I only wagered a day's worth, and I ended up winning a month's supply. Ha ha ha. I too used a week's worth of food expenses to bet on the low odds of Li Xuanla, and I struck it rich. Ha ha ha. In the dean's office, Guan Shangyue appeared unfazed. Holding his teacup, he gently blew on it before taking a sip. I knew without a doubt that Li Xuanla would emerge victorious. The poison can stack, and there is simply no countermeasure. Even when the devouring python matures, it will be unable to contend with Li Xuanla unless some other means are employed. Meanwhile, Xia Bingxue remarked indifferently, a month is just a month. I am not concerned. Tan Huan chuckled beside her. Bingxue, my apologies, I concede. You'll have to bear the cost from here on. Hee hee, you only got lucky. Xia Bingxue thought to herself, I should have bet on Li Xuanla's victory. Instead, Tan Huan beat me to it. Li Xuanla exited the arena with swagger, adjusting his black bangs and blowing gently, which made his hairstyle appear much neater. The spectators also parted to allow him a clear path, acknowledging him as the foremost toxic healer of Fengshu Academy, a title that had already been widely discussed and recognized. Of course, Li Xuanle was unaware that he had been bestowed with this esteemed title. As he walked towards the classroom, he analyzed his skill, Toxic Blessing. If he could affix a single halo to a target, there remained a chance for recovery, as they could consume healing or blood restoration potions, or receive a couple of healing spells from a priest. This would allow for a slight recovery of health. However, if 2 halos were affixed, the likelihood of death increased significantly. Who could recover double their health within 50 seconds? Unless there were multiple priests continuously casting healing spells, but currently, priests were exceedingly rare. Hardly anyone chose to be a priest, and relying on potions was hardly feasible. Even though Lin used Devouring Python possessed an extraordinary healing skill. If multiple layers of poison were stacked, not even a deity could save it. Yet, a single layer of poison would likely not be lethal, and the time taken would be considerable. Caution was paramount. Li Xuanle repeatedly reminded himself to avoid being careless and attaching 2 poison halos to anyone. He clearly understood his future tactics. If the target was meant for elimination, the more halos, the better. If it was merely to teach a lesson, affixing a single halo and delivering a warning would suffice. As Li Xuanle pondered, he suddenly felt someone grasp his hand. Turning to see Zhao Hao, he exclaimed, "Hey, you're back." Zhao Hao nodded, brimming with joy. "Guess how much I sold for? 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Hee. I sold for 36,000. Zhao Hao was ecstatic, practically dancing with excitement. He held 2 lotus leaf-wrapped roasted chickens in his hands. "Brother, let us eat. One for you and one for me." Chapter 22, Talking Chickens. Cultivating civility among us all. Talking chickens, cultivating civility among us all. Brother, your words are quite rhythmic. Have you ever dabbled in rap? What do you mean? Dabbled in rap? You mean, have I ever rapped, right? Isn't that the same thing? A rapper is one who raps. Have you ever rapped with a rapper? What nonsense are you spouting? No, I haven't. Li Xuanle seized a roasted chicken. Let us go. Let us head to the classroom. As he walked, he opened the packaging, and an enticing aroma wafted out, causing him to swallow hard. Damn, it's been ages since I've had this. I've been living frugally for so long. Finally, I've turned my fortunes around. How much did it cost? Li Xuanle inhaled the fragrant aroma. 8 each. Damn. That's a bit pricey. Isn't it? Pricey? This is relatively cheap. Food is in short supply now, and the chickens have to be sourced from the neighboring district. Zhao Hao boisterously replied. Don't believe the boss's exaggerations. Even a sow can fly. Li Xuanle shot him a look. Afterward, he checked his inventory for the cloud soaring shoes. Cloud soaring shoes, 3 stars, level requirement, 10 stamina, 21 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 charm, 3 remarks. These rare shoes grant you wind-like speed, are quite valuable, and will shimmer brilliantly. He couldn't help but muse. The stamina boost is quite substantial. Too bad I can't wear them yet since I need to reach level 10. He planned to grind through the Super Ghost dungeon a few more times the following day to level up. After that, he could don these shoes. Before the outdoor trials, they could only grind dungeons, and among the School-S dungeons, the Super Ghost dungeon offered the most value. The monsters in the lower-level dungeons were insufficiently powerful and provided minimal experience. As Zhao Hao trailed behind Li Xuanle, he freed one hand to pull out his phone. Mere seconds later, he exclaimed, "Brother, did you challenge hundreds of people? Did you even challenge Lin Yu?" Li Xuanle remained calm and nonchalantly replied, "It is not I who issue the challenge, but rather they who dare to face me. You have utterly subdued them? It is only natural. Brother, you are truly magnificent." As Zhao Hao walked, he gave Li Xuanle a thumbs up. "Whoever provokes my wrath will surely suffer the consequences." Li Xuanle spoke with undeniable conviction. Zhao Hao hesitated for a moment before tentatively saying, "In truth, the equipment sold for not just 36,000, but rather 38,000. Li Xuanle stared at him in disbelief. "What kind of game are you playing? Speak, enlighten me on your thoughts." Although Li Xuanle did not take it too seriously, he was curious about Zhao Hao's reasoning. "I warned you not to blame me. Speak. Just now, after I sold the equipment, I saw an orphan who looked so pitiful that I gave him 2,000. Li Xuanle was taken aback. "Is that how you play? You are struggling yourself yet extending a hand to others? However, matters such as these should be discussed with oneself first, should they not? Otherwise, would he not take liberties in many future matters? Such things should not be decided unilaterally. You must consult me first." Li Xuanle's tone was somber. "All right, brother. I assure you I shall never act so impulsively again." Zhao Hao, noticing that Li Xuanle seemed not too angered, vowed earnestly. Li Xuanle regarded Zhao Hao with a mix of skepticism and silence. "Truly, brother," Zhao Hao reiterated. "I shall grant you my trust this once." Soon, the two arrived at the classroom, and after devouring some roasted chicken, Li Xuanle noticed a message from their homeroom teacher. "Yang Yu, in the class group chat. Considering the field trial 3 days hence, the academy will allow free entry and exit during these 3 days. Everyone should prepare equipment, skills, food, and recovery potions. Aim to stock up for half a month. After the field trial, some of us may be selected to participate in the Inter-Academy Friendship Competition." Li Xuanle's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Come, Ritian, let us venture out to procure some equipment." "Brother, do we not already have nearly sufficient gear?" Zhao Hao asked. Puzzled. "I told you to study diligently. Yet you chose to ignore me. What is the matter? Zhao Hao inquired, somewhat confused. Equipment can be upgraded and enhanced. One merely needs upgrade and star upgrade gems. Brother, you cannot be serious. Do you intend to upgrade your equipment and enhance its stars, then embed attribute gems? Of course. There is no rush. We merely intend to take a look. A look? That can certainly be arranged, Zhao Hao nodded. At that moment, in the dungeon building, Tang Wu rubbed his eyes and regarded the spirited Lin Yu. What? You intend to solo the Super Ghost dungeon? Indeed. As the challenger's level rises, the monsters within the dungeon grow increasingly formidable. You are aware of this, are you not? I am well aware. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Wu curiously asked, is it that you feel discontent for having been defeated by Li Xuanle in the competitive dungeon? He is but one of the reasons. However, he has indeed made me realize that there are always greater forces beyond our comprehension. A rare maturity surfaced on Lin Yu's youthful visage. Young man, it is commendable to learn from one's shame and rise anew. Tang Wu gazed at the tenacious Lin Yu with genuine admiration. Li Xuanle may have bested me, but he may not necessarily triumph over Li Chun. Lin Yu murmured softly. Moreover, there are still the field trials ahead, the Inter-Academy Grand Competition, and even the assessments of the Super Divine Academy, all of which present considerable challenges. For a moment, he was filled with fervor, and I shall undoubtedly overcome all difficulties and step into the Super Divine Academy. Tang Wu, inspired by Lin Yu's spirited demeanor, nodded emphatically and exclaimed, excellent. You are igniting my own ambitions, young man. I have high hopes for you, so press on. With that, he rose and pressed the button for the Super Ghost dungeon. In the next moment, a brilliant blue vortex appeared once more. Lin Yu strode confidently into the swirl, embodying an air of invincibility. His confidence stemmed from possessing an S-rank talent, Ancient Contract Technique. The Ancient Contract Technique allows one to form contracts with ancient ferocious beasts, summoning them upon successful agreement. In contrast, ordinary summoners possess only a basic monster contract skill, limited to common creatures. However, the Ancient Contract Technique offers but one opportunity per month, with the potential for either success or failure. Yet, as time progresses, his chances of contracting multi-headed beasts will increase. Once he manages to contract a greater number of ferocious beasts, he believes few will be his match. This is his greatest reliance and secret, filling him with hope for the future. Surely, there will be a place for me, Lin Yu, in the world to come. Chapter 23. I will support you. But do you deserve it? Outside Fengshu Academy, Li Xuanle wrapped his arm around Zhao Hao's shoulder. Ritian, it seems I have yet to witness you employ your skills. Skills? Currently, I possess but one. What is it? Knight's Charge. It allows one to dash 3 meters and inflict a certain amount of damage on the target. Li Xuanle stroked his chin. A 3-meter dash? That seems rather unimpressive. It is indeed lacking, yet other skills require purchasing skill books to learn. Do not squander your money. Invest in some good equipment to enhance your strength. Li Xuanle advised as they walked. Why? I am preparing to dominate the battlefield in the future. Do you not have any self-awareness? A coward like you cannot possibly dominate. Li Xuanle retorted irritably. Where's the cowardice? Goodness, after acquiring equipment. You hesitate to confront wild monsters, displaying more timidity than I. That cannot be true. I simply have no need to. Do not utter such nonsense, with your temperament. You are only suited for retreating. Do not harbor dreams of slaughter. That is but a fantasy for you. Li Xuanle spoke nonchalantly, yet flashy skills do appear quite impressive. Zhao Hao replied, somewhat disheartened. As one who harbors aspirations of becoming a knight, he often envisions executing those awe-inspiring skills and dominating the battlefield. Yet now, Li Xuanle's dismissive remarks left him feeling inadequate. Who could be pleased with that? Suddenly, Li Xuanle seemed to recall something. A knight. I believe there is a technique known as sword control. Zhao Hao, upon hearing this, became exceedingly excited. Yes, sword control. It is incredibly cool. However, the skill book for sword control is exceedingly difficult to obtain. It appears to be 6 stars, highly sought after. Fear not, in the future, I shall procure a copy for you, and you will be able to escape with greater ease. A dark line appeared on Zhao Hao's forehead. Others learn sword control to achieve great feats of combat. Am I to learn it merely to save my skin? Yet he did not dwell on it. Currently, in the entire Wulong city, there are scarcely a handful of individuals who have mastered sword control. Money cannot procure it. Once it becomes available, it will surely be snatched up immediately. Skill books of 5 stars and above must be obtained by venturing into the wild and defeating monsters, relying on luck. This is the reality of the world. The skills of a class changer are acquired through the utilization of skill books. Once employed, the skill book vanishes, and the class changer gains a new skill. There is no need for arduous study. Possessing a skill book suffices to learn a skill. Hence, skill books are exceedingly precious. Their demand far exceeding supply, thereby elevating their value significantly. However, there exists a peculiar circumstance concerning hidden professions. Class changers of hidden professions experience substantial enhancement of their skills, and those fortunate enough may even automatically learn some exceptionally advanced skills, entirely reliant on fate and luck, an unpredictable matter. At long last, the two arrived at an equipment shop not far from Fengshu Academy. The proprietor was a captivating beauty, her allure accentuated by heavy makeup and an inviting demeanor. Upon seeing Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao enter, her eyes sparkled with interest. "Gentlemen, what do you seek?" Li Xuanle, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intense gaze of the alluring shopkeeper, mused to himself, "Why does she look as if she wishes to devour me? Is my handsomeness truly that compelling?" Flustered, he scanned the shop for quality equipment, but found nothing of worth, particularly lacking items that enhanced constitution. As the two were about to depart, the enchanting shopkeeper could not restrain herself. "Are you leaving so soon? Might you reconsider?" "Reconsider? Are you proposing to support me?" Li Xuanle jested. "I would support you, but would you be comfortable with that?" The implication behind her words made Li Xuanle hasten his steps, leaving the shop under her wistful gaze, which seemed to reflect the sorrow of a spurned lover. The beauty's eyes were filled with a longing that was almost palpable. Should he have a softer heart, he might have left something behind. "Brother, that shopkeeper seemed to have a bit of interest in you," Zhao Hao remarked. "Please, with my looks, there are plenty who find me appealing," Li Xuanle retorted nonchalantly. "Then why do you appear indifferent towards women? Are you perhaps incapable?" Zhao Hao teased. "Watch your tongue," Li Xuanle exclaimed, unaware that his very crossing into this realm stemmed from a bowl of longevity noodles his girlfriend had prepared, leaving him wary of women. Zhao Hao quickly silenced himself, observing Li Xuanle's demeanor, and chuckled awkwardly. "Just a joke." Li Xuanle replied coolly, "I have a friend who was poisoned by the longevity noodles cooked by his girlfriend. Hence my decision to maintain distance from women." The two continued to peruse several nearby equipment shops, finding no worthwhile items, either exorbitantly priced or subpar. Naturally, Li Xuanle dismissed them. As for the skill books, they were merely common fare. Thus, they purchased only some food and potions before hastily returning to school. As Li Xuanle walked, he pondered the situation. It appeared that quality equipment and skill books could only be obtained through defeating wild monsters. The items in the shops were largely remnants, already picked over, inferior even to the one-star gear he currently possessed. A bold notion took root in his mind. He resolved to slay formidable beasts during the upcoming outdoor trials to acquire superior equipment and skill books. He believed no monster could withstand his relentless onslaught. Why not aim directly for the formidable boss? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao completed the Super Ghost dungeon 9 times. Indeed, they had achieved a remarkable feat, 9 clearances. Zhao Hao, riding on Li Xuanle's coattails, soared through the levels, reaching 27, while Li Xuanle attained 28, just shy of Lin Yu, who had reached the astonishing level of 30 after 11 runs of the Super Ghost dungeon. Though Lin Yu had initially intended to continue, Director Tang Wu advised against it, stating that further runs would yield diminishing returns. The experience gained from defeating monsters in the dungeon was limited, and past level 30, the experience requirements for leveling up doubled. Only by vanquishing genuine wild monsters could they reap substantial rewards, richer experience points, along with the potential for excellent equipment and gems. Since the Super Ghost dungeon had been first conquered, it spiraled out of control, becoming akin to a low-level dungeon, endlessly farmed. However, this phenomenon was largely confined to Li Xuanle and Lin Yu. Of course, some speculated that if the esteemed sword Saint Li Chun chose to challenge the Super Ghost dungeon, he would undoubtedly succeed. For others, the challenge remained fraught with difficulties, insurmountable obstacles. Many students who had attempted it gained a clear understanding. The disparity between individuals was indeed significant. On a bright morning, the grounds of Fengshu Academy were filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of students. Guan Shangyue stood on the podium, microphone in hand. "Allow me to say a few words. The outdoor leveling session is commencing, lasting for half a month. It is imperative that everyone exercises utmost caution. The wilderness is far more complex than the dungeon environment. Students, please prioritize your safety. In the wild, you may encounter monsters, as well as students from other academies, and even adventurers. Trust is a rare commodity. Do not turn your back on those you do not trust." Li Xuanle, standing amid the throng, felt a wave of boredom wash over him, even stifling a yawn, until he heard the words he had longed for. "Students, let us depart." Chapter 24. The outdoor trials commence, and the campus bell approaches. Half an hour later, the group passed through the teleportation hall, arriving in a fog-enshrouded forest. The sky was a somber gray, as if it had wept. Ever since the eerie forest had descended, the sky over Blue Star had remained shrouded in gloom, particularly in the wilderness, where visibility was extremely low. This fog-laden forest, due to its strong concealment, was not easily discovered, thus designated as the entrance to the outdoor trials. Not only Fengshu Academy, but also Tunglong Academy and Heibai Academy had established teleportation arrays within this forest, albeit positioned differently. Beyond this forest lurked numerous powerful and unknown monsters. Fortunately, the formidable creatures within the forest had already been eradicated by the Academy's esteemed instructors, rendering it relatively safe. Surrounding the teleportation array was a 1-kilometer radius, guarded by 20 instructors, creating a secure encampment. Li Xuanle was well aware of the rules. Once inside the foggy forest, They were free to form teams and engage in trials. They must return to this location within half a month. Without hesitation, he seized Zhao Hao and declared, "It's time to take flight. Let us hunt formidable beasts." His voice brimmed with excitement, akin to a wild stallion unleashed, radiating an aura of untamed spirit. His face glowing with fervor. In this wilderness, he could truly unleash his full potential and engage in earnest combat. He had no doubt that no monster could withstand his infinitely stacking Yama's death summoning technique. At present, he stood at level 28, with all attributes invested in Constitution, reaching a total of 141, plus an additional 66 from his equipment, culminating in a grand total of 207. Zhao Hao is not far behind him, boasting a physique score of 198. The physical prowess and velocity of both individuals are unparalleled. Furthermore, his spellcasting range for Toxic Blessing now extends to an impressive 280 meters, allowing him to simultaneously cast on 280 targets. This is truly a masterful art of life and death. It seems as though levels, equipment, gems, and wealth are all waiting for him. All right then, my brother. Without further ado, Zhao Hao followed Li Xuanle as they made their swift escape. His only task was to cling to this powerful ally, leaving everything else aside. Their 9th run through the Super Demon Dungeon had netted them a considerable sum. Albeit not as much as the first time, yet it had afforded Zhao Hao a taste of success. Presently, each of them had around 60 to 70,000 summer coins in their pockets. However, this amount fell woefully short. A piece of high tier 3-star gear could cost between 10 to 30,000 or even 50,000. Li Xuanle had 3 primary objectives. First, to level up. Second, to amass wealth. And third, to gather equipment that enhanced his physique. Competitions among academies, gaining admission to a prestigious institution, such matters held little significance for him. With haste, Li Xuanle tugged at Zhao Hao, and as they ran, they communicated. "Listen, I will clear the area ahead. Wherever I go, I will cleanse it." "What? Clear the area?" "Yes, clear the area. Be sure to collect the equipment, but don't pick up any junk." "Understood, brother." While they hastened along, 2 figures suddenly appeared ahead, startling Li Xuanle to the point where he nearly unleashed 2 death curses. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. "What on earth are you doing? You nearly met your demise," Li Xuanle exclaimed, slightly exasperated. Zhao Hao looked on in surprise. The campus beauties? Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue disregarded Zhao Hao, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they focused intently on Li Xuanle. Xia Bingxue spoke politely. "We've been waiting for you. Would you be so kind as to form a team with us?" Li Xuanle, feigning nonchalance, replied, "Not a chance." With a playful smile, Tan Huan stepped forward. "You just run off without a word? What greetings? We are not close acquaintances," Li Xuanle retorted, pulling Zhao Hao along to depart. "Li Xuanle, we did greet you earlier. Can we join you for this outdoor trial?" Xia Bingxue implored earnestly. Zhao Hao, overhearing, became flustered, for the campus beauty was his goddess. Seeing her expression, he timidly asked Li Xuanle, "Brother, are you going to agree to her request?" "I have not made any promises," Li Xuanle replied. Zhao Hao tentatively inquired, "So? Will we take them or not?" "Not taking them. Why not?" "Women can be rather troublesome at times," Li Xuanle stated solemnly. You're the big brother. So it's your call," Zhao Hao stuttered. Tan Huan murmured, "Li Xuanle, we have equipped ourselves entirely with physique-enhancing gear. We merely wish to leave some experience from you. All the equipment will be yours. We ask for nothing in return." Entirely physique-enhancing gear? Li Xuanle was taken aback, realizing this meant they were fast, but otherwise unremarkable, aside from their looks, of course. However, that was of no concern to him. He turned his gaze towards the gray mist in the forest. At that moment, Zhao Hao pulled Li Xuanle aside. "Brother, I think we might consider taking them." "What now?" "Brother, hear me out. Since they can run fast, they won't slow us down. Over the next half-month, who knows how many monsters we will slay and how much equipment we will collect. I estimate we won't have enough room in our bags. Having 2 extra people to help us gather equipment would be quite beneficial." Upon reflection, Li Xuanle found this reasoning quite sound. He looked at Zhao Hao in astonishment. In that instant, he realized Zhao Hao was thinking critically. With 2 additional people, they could gather several hundred more pieces of equipment. Each character's inventory could hold 250 items, allowing them to collect an extra 500 items. Even if some were theirs, they could still amass at least 400 additional pieces. If each piece of equipment were to be valued at a minimum of 5,000, then 10 pieces would yield 50,000, and 400 pieces could amount to 2 million. In reality, high-tier equipment was often worth much more, ranging from 10,000 to several tens of thousands. That was indeed a fortune, right? Zhao Hao chuckled. Li Xuanle pondered for a moment before turning to Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue. "You are unaware, but experience from equipment is as vital to me as food and shelter. And there are conditions," he added. "What are they?" Tan Huan asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Xia Bingxue looked at Li Xuanle curiously, urging him to continue. "Allow me to borrow your bags to help collect equipment and gems. The payment should not be less than 200,000, Li Xuanle stated calmly. "Collecting equipment and gems? 200,000? That's manageable. Can we buy equipment from you?" Chapter 25. "Brother, I'm merely being polite. Let us assess the situation later, Li Xuanle considered. If, over the next half-month, he could secure several hundred decent pieces of equipment, a few items would indeed be of little consequence. Tanhuan interjected softly. That request is quite reasonable. Xia Bingxue nodded in agreement. Yes, that request is fair, I accept. Expecting something outrageous. Xia Bingxue was pleasantly surprised to find it was only about collecting equipment. Such an arrangement was entirely reasonable, especially since their character inventories were already empty. Moreover, Xia Bingshue's family was engaged in the business of trading equipment. Obtaining a substantial supply of quality goods would certainly elevate her status within her family. Tanhuan, curious, asked Li Xuanle, is your inventory still insufficient? She struggled to comprehend, as their bags could already hold 400 to 500 items. Did they truly expect to gather that much equipment in a mere half-month? After all, even formidable bosses typically took considerable time to defeat, and it was uncertain whether they could emerge victorious. Yet for Li Xuanle, it seemed that perhaps, just perhaps, he could finish the task in 2 minutes. That perspective appeared highly plausible. Zhao Hao immediately chimed in. You are unaware, but my brother intends to clear the area, which means we will be gathering equipment along the way. Remember, do not pick up any trash. Li Xuanle remained silent, suddenly feeling as if someone was speaking on his behalf, lending him a modicum of prestige. No wonder the protagonists in films often had lackeys to relay their messages. Upon hearing this, Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan raised their eyebrows in astonishment. Truly, this fellow had a bit of greed in him. Seeing that Tanhuan and Xia Bingxue had acquiesced to his request, Li Xuanle casually remarked, let us head south first. Clear the wild monsters in the southern region of the Grey Mist Forest, and then proceed east, west, and north. You intend to clear all the monsters around the Grey Mist Forest? Tanhuan exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. It is only natural that during the process of clearing the area, one would hope to encounter formidable boss monsters, yielding exceptional equipment and gemstones. Li Xuanle nonchalantly extracted a piece of gum from his pocket and began to chew, seemingly unperturbed by the task at hand. What was there for him to be concerned about? In truth, he had no worries, for his innate talent of immortality ensured his invincibility. The poison he wielded could accumulate infinitely, rendering him unmatched by any adversary. Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan exchanged glances, clearly realizing that Li Xuanle's ambitions surpassed their expectations. Let us go, set off, and be careful, Li Xuanle declared succinctly before hastening towards the southern expanse of the misty forest. I'll follow behind and cover your backs. Zhao Hao willingly volunteered to be the protector of the group. The four moved with remarkable speed. However, Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan lagged noticeably behind Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao, as they were only at levels 17 or 18. Nevertheless, they were still swifter than many others. The equipment they donned, all enhancing their physique, had been specially sourced through the family influence behind Xia Bingxue. Their physical attributes had reached around 150, with some pieces boasting attribute-enhancing gemstones, which was quite a lavish expenditure. However, as affluent second-generation heirs, they could indeed afford such extravagance. Even so, they still could not match the pace of Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao, whose physique was 207 and 198, respectively, marking a significant disparity. After traversing 5 or 6 kilometers, they had yet to exit the misty forest when they began encountering monsters with increasing frequency, goblins of over level 10, skeletal foes, and some twisted treants. Yet, none could withstand the duration of a single song. Upon finally emerging from the forest, Zhao Hao's backpack brimmed with 2 to 3 dozen pieces of equipment and 3 one-star attribute gemstones. All the equipment was of 1 star. They had discarded anything without stars. Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan remarked on the wastefulness of this accumulation. Li Xuanle responded, these items shall be left for those destined to possess them. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan had both leveled up by 1. They were pleasantly surprised to discover an upgrade immediately after exiting the forest. They resolved to allocate their attribute points first to physique, subsequently focusing on intelligence and labor, as they sensed that, despite their speed, they were still somewhat encumbering the group. Thus, boosting their physique would enable them to keep pace and level up more swiftly. The four stood at the edge of the misty forest, gazing contemplatively into the realm beyond. Li Xuanle turned to Zhao Hao, then glanced at Tanhuan and Xia Bingxue, cautioning them. From here on, we may encounter tougher foes. Your priority is to ensure your own survival. Do not concern yourselves with saving anyone else. If you fall, it is truly the end. Understood, big brother. Zhao Hao promptly nodded, and Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan likewise responded earnestly. Li Xuanle stepped out of the misty forest first, venturing further southward. Clad in a white priest's robe and wielding a wooden staff, he appeared as a harmless youth. His feet were adorned with level 10 3-star cloud-treading shoes, shimmering with a radiant glow. Zhao Hao, a rather naive character, embodied the archetype of an underdog. Once outside the forest, the light improved slightly. Li Xuanle led the trio southward at a measured pace, leisurely chewing his gum. At that moment, Zhao Hao, with a hint of suspicion, spoke up. Brother, it seems there are monsters ahead. He pointed towards the indistinct haze, where shadowy figures loomed, resembling dark clumps. Li Xuanle immediately halted the group. You all stay here. I will investigate. After all, you are a priest. Perhaps I should take a look? Tan Huan felt a bit hesitant, but the thought of a priest scouting while she, as an assassin, merely watched seemed somewhat inappropriate. Never mind, just be vigilant of your surroundings. Visibility is low in this mist, and we cannot predict what monsters may lurk. Remember, if you encounter any beasts, your best course of action is to flee. Li Xuanle reiterated emphatically. All right, you stay safe, Xia Bingxue replied. Li Xuanle looked at her in surprise. Well, it's quite unexpected to receive such concern from the school beauty. It's nothing significant, Xia Bingxue dismissed. Zhao Hao, envious, swallowed hard and interjected. Brother, why don't I go take a look instead? Very well, go ahead. Hey, brother, I was just being polite, Zhao Hao replied timidly. Li Xuanle cast him an incredulous glance before cautiously approaching the looming black figure. Finally, he discerned the nature of the creature, a level 32-star hedgehog. Wow, it's larger than a pig. Chapter 26. If one offends me, though distant, I shall exact vengeance. He promptly examined the hedgehog's detailed information. Gigantic hedgehog, 2-star monster, level, 30 health, 100, 150. 000, morality, 1 intelligence, 30 physique, 60 charm, 10 strength, 70 attack, 140 defense, 120 skill 1. Long spike shot. The gigantic hedgehog can shoot the spikes from its body to attack enemies, inflicting considerable damage. Skill 2. Invincible fire wheel. The gigantic hedgehog curls its entire body into a ball and rolls rapidly towards you, using its spikes to pierce you. Skill 3. Little shuffles. The little shuffles of the gigantic hedgehog increase its speed. Description. Legend has it that the gigantic hedgehog is a remnant of ancient creatures, once revered as guardians of ancient civilizations, possessing formidable magical and offensive capabilities. They are powerful yet elusive, moving cautiously as if treading on thin ice. They are known to be quite the flirt, firmly believing that with a good swing of the hoe, no wall remains unbreached. Note, beware. Its spikes inflict high damage. Catchphrase. Isn't a little baby that can roll around. Having comprehended the information about the gigantic hedgehog, Li Xuanle contemplated. This creature not only possesses the invincible fire wheel, but can also shoot spikes from its body. What a peculiar beast indeed. He wondered how its spikes compared in pain to those of a certain infamous character. Observing the number of hedgehogs, he estimated there were about 30 to 40. After a moment's reflection, he retreated and called out to his companions. Fall back. I'm about to unleash poison. With that, he waved his staff and cast the skill, Toxic Milk is Poison, upon the multitude of hedgehogs. Layer after layer, as the hedgehogs began to lose health, they grew frantic. Sensing the imminent danger, they swiftly began to move, searching for the unseen assailant. It was quite easy for them to spot Li Xuanle in the distance. Some of the gigantic hedgehogs, with their slender legs, dashed forward, presenting a rather comical sight, as their limbs seemed excessively thin. Li Xuanle speculated that some girls might find this leggy appearance appealing. In his perspective, those slender, straight legs appeared to be barely capable of supporting a weight as substantial as that of a pig. It evoked a sensation that they could snap at any moment. Meanwhile, several immobile hedgehogs seemed to be gathering momentum, as if preparing to unleash a formidable attack. The next instant, whoosh, 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 countless long quills shot forth from the hedgehogs, akin to arrows released by skilled archers, hurtling towards Li Xuanle with a piercing sound. The sheer volume was overwhelming, reminiscent of a barrage of arrows. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xuanle felt a shiver run down his spine. How much pain would it inflict if he were to be struck? My hair. I must retreat swiftly. With this thought, he immediately began to backpedal at full speed. Simultaneously, another thought crossed his mind. As those quills were launched, wouldn't they hurt the hedgehogs themselves? After all, even plucking a single hair is painful. Did those quills not cause them any discomfort? Although he was eager to await an answer, the urgency of evading the gigantic hedgehog left him little room for contemplation. He had to flee, like a kite on the wind. At the same time, he needed to continuously poison the hedgehogs, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly. Not far behind him, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan were swiftly retreating upon realizing the imminent danger, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Good heavens! Li Xuanle couldn't help but marvel at this display. They truly embodied the essence of his earlier exhortation to flee at the first sign of peril. His emotions were complex. Although he had urged them to escape, their speed rivaled his own. It seemed that a life-and-death crisis indeed unleashed tremendous potential. How intriguing! However, amidst his musings, he knew he must continue to run. After more than 20 seconds of evasion, dozens of giant hedgehogs lay defeated. Zhao Hao, hurry and collect the loot for me, he shouted. Big brother, we're coming. Mere seconds later, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan reappeared within Li Xuanle's line of sight. Zhao Hao, observing the scattered equipment and gems on the ground nearby, immediately gave a thumbs up. Big brother, you are magnificent. You dispatched them all in under a minute. Zhao Hao darted forward to gather the spoils, exclaiming, there's a 1-star labor gem, a 1-star body gem, and a level 5 equipment upgrade gem, as well as a star upgrading gem. There are 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, including 1 2-star item. Xia Bingxue, upon hearing about the upgrade and star upgrading gems, looked astonished. She turned to Li Xuanle and asked, "Hey, can you sell me those upgrade and star upgrading gems later? I don't go by hey, I'm Li Xuanle." "All right, Li Xuanle. I want as many gems as you have. Will you sell them to me later?" Xia Bingshue's expression was earnest. "Sell them to you? Can you even use them all?" Li Xuanle pondered, resting his chin in thought as he scrutinized Xia Bingxue. Tanhuan quickly interjected, "Li Xuanle, you don't understand. Bingshue's family is in the business of trading these." Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So this person comes from a family of merchants. No wonder she is so affluent and can use gems freely. It's a privilege of wealth. However, why should I sell to her? Surely, I would sell to the highest bidder, or negotiate terms to raise the price. With this in mind, he shook his head. "I'm afraid that I'll sell these based on who offers the highest price." Tanhuan looked at Li Xuanle with surprise. "Li Xuanle, you should consider this carefully. Xia Bingshue's family has a deep background." "A deep background?" Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. Tanhuan continued, "What is this land called?" "The Summer Kingdom." Zhao Hao blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Tanhuan, with an air of mystery, continued, "So, what is Xia Bingshue's surname?" "It's Xia. Unless her full name is Xia Bing." Li Xuanle dismissed the thought. After speaking, he suddenly realized. "Are you implying that Xia Bingshue's family has some connection to the rulers of the Summer Kingdom? Well, that is for you to ponder." Tanhuan teased, leaving the matter ambiguous. Li Xuanle's eyes sparkled, and he declared loudly, "As an orphan, I care not for such affiliations. I do not initiate conflict. But should one provoke me, they shall face my wrath, regardless of distance." His voice was resonant and clear, powerful for one so young, leaving Zhao Hao stunned in admiration. He gazed at Li Xuanle with wide-eyed reverence, giving him a thumbs up. "Big brother, you truly are something." Li Xuanle waved his hand modestly, feigning humility. "Who isn't just a baby trying to roll with the punches?" Xia Bingxue, noticing that her words had failed to intimidate Li Xuanle, spoke softly. "How about this? In the future, I'll buy all your equipment at market price. We can establish a long-term partnership, and I'll provide you with a Summer Commerce VIP card when we return." "A Summer Commerce VIP card? What is its purpose?" Li Xuanle inquired, puzzled. "With this card, you can enjoy half price at all merchants under Summer Commerce." Zhao Hao couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, that is an incredible item. Half price?" Li Xuanle pondered deeply. He was somewhat familiar with Summer Commerce, which operated as a state-owned enterprise in the Summer Kingdom, encompassing numerous commercial giants spanning various industries, including food, real estate, equipment, clothing, gems, jewelry, and luxury goods. A card like that would be immensely practical for everyday needs. At that moment, Tanhuan expressed her envy, lamenting, "Bingxue, you haven't given me a Summer Commerce VIP card. I'm quite unhappy." She seemed to covet the VIP card intensely. Xia Bingxue appeared somewhat troubled. "Huan, I'll apply for one again next time. It's quite difficult to obtain. Each card must have proper justification." "All right, try again next time." Tanhuan nodded eagerly. Xia Bingxue softly replied yes. She turned her gaze toward Li Xuanle. "So what do you think? If we establish a long-term cooperation, I will definitely be able to secure that Summer Commerce VIP card for you." Hope sparkled in Xia Bingshue's eyes. If she could secure a steady source of supplies, her standing within her family would undoubtedly rise. Despite being part of a wealthy family, she faced her own set of comparisons and pressures. Her cousins and siblings were all exceptionally adept in navigating family dynamics, while she, Xia Bingxue, was not as skilled in such matters and preferred to avoid them. Consequently, aside from her beauty, she felt her presence in the family was rather insignificant. Nonetheless, she was willing to strive for her own opportunities. "Can I get one too?" Zhao Hao asked, unabashedly. "You may find it challenging, but if Li Xuanle possesses a card, why not utilize his?" Xia Bingxue pondered thoughtfully. Zhao Hao considered this and realized the merit in her words. "Your reasoning is sound. What belongs to my elder brother is inherently mine, and vice versa." He turned to Li Xuanle. "Brother, can we agree to this? What if, in the future, we purchase a house at half price, with property prices soaring to astronomical heights?" It certainly sounds appealing. Li Xuanle was taken aback that Zhao Hao had even contemplated this angle. He too had been reflecting on the dilemma of acquiring numerous items without a reliable avenue for disposal. Would he need to go door to door? Such a prospect seemed tedious. Thus, he nodded. "I can acquiesce, but the price at which you receive the goods must be fair. Otherwise, it is out of the question." "Naturally, rest assured, I would never shortchange you," Zhao Hao replied. Xia Bingxue chuckled, a glimmer of cleverness sparkling in her eyes. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Li Xuanle felt an unsettling sense of unease, as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Could it be that he would be sold out by her, only to count the coins for her benefit? Given her seemingly innocent appearance, he hoped not. He turned to Zhao Hao. "Have we finished scavenging the equipment?" "Brother, we are done here. Let us continue," Zhao Hao exclaimed, scanning the area for any remaining treasures, but finding none of value. Li Xuanle nodded and proceeded southward, with the three following closely behind, feeling no pressure at all. The wind blew, cold and biting. The group pressed onward through the chill. Within the misty forest, numerous trial students heading south were perplexed. Why had they encountered no monsters along the way? Only some seemingly adequate gear lay abandoned on the ground. They gleefully picked up the discarded items, adorning themselves with the spoils. What was happening? Had some formidable expert cleared the path? Some of this equipment seemed worthwhile. Why was it left behind? Surely, gathering a dozen pieces could cover a month's expenses. What a waste. At least it benefited us. As time meandered by, the Black and White Academy and the Tunglong Academy simultaneously commenced their outdoor trials, seemingly by mutual agreement. Consequently, the misty forest was teeming with students engaged in their trials. Outside the forest, only the most formidable experts and powerful teams ventured forth into the wilderness. The students of the Black and White Academy donned black and white uniforms, while those of the Tunglong Academy sported garments adorned with images of soaring golden dragons, and the Fengchu Academy showcased uniforms featuring a fledgling phoenix. 20 miles south of the misty forest, Zhao Hao's voice echoed near a river valley. Brother, how far south must we go? Let fate decide, Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly. It is said that the deeper one goes, the more fearsome the monsters become. Zhao Hao expressed his concern. Fear not. There is no creature I cannot vanquish. Li Xuanle assured him, unfazed. But what if we encounter flying monsters? We might be at a disadvantage in terms of speed, Zhao Hao cautioned. Fortune favors the bold. What is there to fear? Li Xuanle declared, seated by the riverbank, gazing contemplatively at the water's surface. Every few miles, they dispatched waves of wild creatures, ranging from a mere 10 to over 100. Among them were even 3-star and 4-star bosses. Altogether, they had eliminated 7 waves of monsters. All without incident, though it was Li Xuanle who bore the brunt of the thrill, while the other 3 merely collected the loot. They had amassed an impressive array of gear, 98 1-star items, 28 2-star items, 6 3-star items, and 2 4-star items, all exceeding level 30. Additionally, they had procured 6 upgrade gems for 5-star equipment, for star-up gems, and 18 attribute gems. The assortment included 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star items. Half a day had passed, and for Li Xuanle, such bounty was anticipated. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan were astonished, especially Zhao Hao, who had never encountered so many 2-star and 3-star items before. Each of these superior pieces of equipment could fetch thousands, if not tens of thousands, of coins. At this rate, a life of luxury was just around the corner. This partnership felt solid. He even mused that had he known this would be the outcome, he should have let Li Xuanle take advantage of him more in the past, thereby fortifying their relationship further. As a wealthy heiress, Xia Bingxue held a different perspective. Coming from a family of merchants, she was accustomed to seeing such equipment, and although she was impressed by the sheer quantity, her excitement was more subdued. 1-star and 2-star items were commonplace for her, yet she closely scrutinized the 3-star and 4-star pieces. In the ordinary market, 4-star items were elite, 3-star items were advanced. 2-star items were intermediate, 1-star items were basic, and items without stars were entry-level. Equipment rated 5 stars or higher was not available in the regular market, but could only be found at auctions or elite specialty stores, making them exceedingly rare. To put it into perspective, even the divine skill of sword control was merely rated 6 stars. Items rated 5 stars, along with their gems and skill books, were incredibly scarce and precious. Thus far, Li Xuanle had yet to encounter a 5-star monster and had not obtained any 5-star equipment. However, their levels had all increased. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan had reached level 21, Zhao Hao had attained level 29, and Li Xuanle had reached level 30. While the group rested, an urgent cry for help suddenly echoed from further south. Help! Save us! The voice was frantic and appeared to belong to a man. The sound reverberated through the tranquil valley, instilling a sense of unease. Li Xuanle instantly grew vigilant, his expression serious, as he urged the others, quick, find somewhere to hide. Brother, aren't you going to hide? Zhao Hao asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Li Xuanle. Though they knew he was powerful, who could predict what bizarre creatures might appear? What if an insurmountable monster emerged? Li Xuanle, perhaps you should find a place to conceal yourself as well, Xia Bingxue suggested with concern, and Tan Huan nodded in agreement. After all, the unknown posed the greatest threat. To their surprise, Li Xuanle casually pulled out a piece of gum and began chewing, unperturbed. Me? I fear nothing. You need not worry about me. As one who possessed an immortal body, he genuinely felt no fear. His only concern was the discomfort of injury, which would be inconvenient at worst. This was the sole aspect he contemplated when considering how to allocate points to his constitution. Zhao Hao and Xia Bingxue exchanged hesitant glances, while Tan Huan was decidedly resolute. She scanned the surroundings, her eyes lighting up as she spotted a nearby boulder. There is a large rock over there. It has a hollow behind it. Let us hurry and take refuge for a moment. Li Xuanle nodded. You go on ahead. Do not worry about me. My life is resilient. Brother, then we shall conceal ourselves. Zhao Hao spoke in a hurried tone. Li Xuanle nodded, arms crossed before his chest, his expression as calm as still water, exuding an air of complete control over the situation. Observing this, Zhao Hao and his companions bent low, stealthily approaching. Xia Bingxue muttered as she walked. Zhao Hao, your elder brother possesses quite a remarkable prowess. Zhao Hao was taken aback by Xia Bingxue's sudden remark. Strong, opinionated, and courageous. I must admit, he stands out as one of the best in our cohort, Xia Bingxue quietly commended. Indeed, my brother is like a phoenix among men. A true gem who surprises with his extraordinary talents, Zhao Hao boasted with an air of pride, as if he were speaking of his own remarkable abilities. Yet, he possessed a flaw that left others speechless. Xia Bingxue gently shook her head. How can that be? My brother is simply perfect, he has no flaws. Zhao Hao defended. Perhaps he seems a bit aloof, Xia Bingxue murmured. Upon hearing this, Tan Huan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Zhao Hao froze momentarily. Her words seemed to resonate with truth. Suddenly, he pondered. I recall my brother once told me something that might relate to this. What was it? Xia Bingxue inquired, intrigued. With a heart devoid of women, one wields the sword with divine prowess. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by this peculiar theory. Moreover, as a priest, what use does he have for a sword? Li Xuanle turned his gaze towards the direction of the cries for help. A shadowy figure raced towards them at an impressive speed. Li Xuanle could discern that, although swift, the figure's speed paled in comparison to his own. He focused intently on the increasingly clear silhouette, which appeared to be a middle-aged man dressed in black attire, his hair disheveled and his face gaunt and rugged, bearing the marks of hardship. The man had already spotted Li Xuanle in his stark white clothing, which stood out conspicuously. He hurried towards Li Xuanle, stopping a short distance away. Help, please. However, when he clearly saw Li Xuanle's face, his words faltered, as if caught in his throat. With a look of disappointment, he shook his head in resignation. Given your age, you must be a student? Li Xuanle looked at him with keen interest. And what of being a student? I thought you were a seasoned adventurer. The middle-aged man exclaimed in frustration. Li Xuanle, feeling indignant, replied, I assure you, do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable. The man's eyes brightened. What is your profession? Priest. Priest. His bright gaze dimmed instantly. As a priest, do you have any companions? Just tell me what happened. Perhaps there are. Li Xuanle spoke nonchalantly. Perhaps there are? What the hell? The middle-aged man hesitated, scrutinizing Li Xuanle before finally saying, I am Qin Xuan, a member of the Life and Death Adventure team. We are on a mission to eliminate monsters plaguing the farmland, which is crucial for crops and food supply. However, we encountered a particularly powerful monster, and my teammates are all ensnared by it, in grave danger. I thought you were a high-level adventurer. He expressed his frustration. Shifting his tone, here I am, speaking with a student, a priest at that. But Li Xuanle's eyes gleamed with excitement. A formidable game monster? This is precisely what I have been seeking. The stronger the monster, the better the loot. He spoke eagerly. So, you require assistance? Qin Xuan nodded, preparing to turn away. He hardly believed that a group of students could aid them, as students typically were below level 30 and incapable of vanquishing the powerful monsters they faced. What a waste of time. At that moment, Li Xuanle called out as Qin Xuan prepared to leave. Wait, what level is that monster? How many stars? Qin Xuan turned back, level 65, 5-star, Millennium Treant. His tone was filled with exasperation. Li Xuanle felt a surge of joy. A 5-star monster is a rare find. I absolutely must engage. He confidently fixed his gaze on Qin Xuan. Hold on, I can rescue you, but all loot from the monster will belong to me. Qin Xuan was taken aback. What is this guy talking about? Kill. Loot? Did he mishear? He repeated incredulously, level 65, 5-star, Millennium Treant. I know. Upon defeating it, the loot is mine. Do you have any objections? Li Xuanle reiterated. What level are you? Level 60. Li Xuanle told a slight fib. What? Qin Xuan was astonished. In his understanding, students typically did not surpass level 30. Level 60. Li Xuanle remained unfazed. You. Qin Xuan was about to voice his doubts, but was interrupted by Li Xuanle. Do you want to save your teammates or not? I've said I can help. Qin Xuan was momentarily rendered speechless, as if struck by silence. Finally, he relented. Then please, follow me. Although he was skeptical of Li Xuanle's ability to assist, the confidence in his eyes compelled him to give it a try. He quickly led the way, and Li Xuanle gestured for Zhao Hao and the others to follow suit. Seeing this, the trio stepped forward to join. Qin Xuan noticed the three trailing behind. Are those your teammates? Yes, my teammates. You need not worry about them. Just lead the way. Qin Xuan, puzzled, continued to guide them. To him, these individuals appeared to be mere students, and he doubted their usefulness. After all, the Millennium Treant possessed numerous formidable vines that could inflict severe damage. He shook his head, resigned to the situation. There were no other adventurers in sight. They would have to make do. Soon, they arrived at a flat expanse of farmland, where various crops flourished. At the edge of the field stood a massive towering tree, its branches lush and twisting ominously. Li Xuanle immediately sensed something was amiss. Qin Xuan's voice grew serious. Be cautious. That is the Millennium Treant, which has only recently manifested here. Its attack range is approximately 200 meters, so be extremely careful. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle smirked, revealing a bright smile. 200 meters? A trivial matter. Chapter 29, Level 65, 5-star, Millennium Treant. Li Xuanle brimmed with confidence, displaying no worry as he observed the Millennium Treant and its surroundings. The ancient and enigmatic creature bore rough, deep brown or gray bark, with deep green leaves. Upon its trunk, a pair of dark green, haunting eyes filled with resentment fixed intently upon Li Xuanle and his companions. The gaze sent shivers down their spines and around them. 5 or 6 individuals were ensnared by the trent's thick vines, gasping for air, their faces flushed. Qin Chuan, with a look of alarm, urgently warned them. The vine is exceedingly robust. As a level 58 swordsman, I am utterly unable to sever it. You must be vigilant and avoid being ensnared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao instinctively took 2 steps back, followed suit by Xiao Bingxue and Tan Huan, who also retreated in haste. They had indeed never encountered such a grotesque creature before. This was, astonishingly, a 5-star monster, and proximity would result in a perilous entanglement. It was terrifying. Once ensnared, escape would be impossible. Such a death would be irrevocable. Thus, they unconsciously stepped backwards. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle remained unfazed, scrutinizing the information about the ancient tree spirit. Ancient tree spirit, 5-star. Level, 65 health, 106, 500. 000, morality, 0 intelligence, 180 stamina, 120 charisma, 0 strength, 120 attack, 398 defense, 298 skill 1. Tree spirit quake. The ancient tree spirit triggers a tremor in the vicinity, inflicting damage and a knockback effect on surrounding foes. Skill 2. Frantic entwine. This skill enables the ancient tree spirit to rapidly grow and ensnare enemies. Once caught, escape is impossible. Skill 3. Endless vitality. The ancient tree spirit utilizes endless vitality to swiftly absorb the life force of nearby flora, restoring its own health. Description. Legend has it that in a remote village, an ancient tree, after millennia of cultivation, transformed into a tree spirit. However, due to its relentless thirst for human blood and flesh, and its observations of the wicked, it corrupted its nature and became a malevolent tree demon. Anyone who approaches it will be ensnared and drained of life. Note: do not venture into its territory lightly, or a gruesome demise awaits. Catchphrase: in my domain. You must heed my command. Endless vitality. Restoration? Is this akin to wielding a broadsword before Guan Yu? Li Xuanle chuckled softly. He then gently waved his seemingly unremarkable staff, and a green light shot forth, striking the distant ancient tree spirit. Its health began to diminish at a rate of 1% per second. It appeared to sense danger, abruptly extending dozens, if not hundreds, of vines that writhed violently in the air. What was happening? Qin Chuan, witnessing this bizarre scene, felt somewhat at a loss. Li Xuanle offered no response. In the next moment, he waved his hand again, and another beam of green light struck the ancient tree spirit. The spirit grew increasingly frenzied. Surrounding it, the vegetation began to wither, as if all life force was being siphoned away by the ancient tree spirit. Li Xuanle kept a close watch on the spirit's health. In that fleeting moment, its health inexplicably surged from 92 to 100. However, this had no bearing on him. The next second, he waved his hand once more, unleashing another pale green beam that struck the ancient tree spirit. One after another, the strikes continued. Within mere moments, the ancient tree spirit was afflicted with 8 fatal curses. It became utterly deranged. The number of vines on its branches plummeted, yet their lengths grew wildly, exceeding 300 meters in mere seconds. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Xuanle felt compelled to retreat immediately. But it was too late. The vines surged forth in the blink of an eye, ensnaring Li Xuanle, Qin Chuan, and the others, including Zhao Hao and Xiao Bingxue. This is absurd. Why are these vines so long? Qin Chuan panicked. The ancient tree spirit's prowess was truly terrifying. Despair gripped him as he looked at Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao. Realizing he had unwittingly endangered these students, guilt weighed heavily on him. Good heavens, this is horrifying. Brother, save me. At this moment, Zhao Hao was equally alarmed. He had never witnessed such a scene. It was a calamity beyond comprehension. He was tightly bound, struggling to break free, yet found it utterly futile. What to do now? Xiao Bingxue and Tan Huan, the 2 young women, were even more frantic. As females, they were already apprehensive of such things. Upon seeing Li Xuanle ensnared, their faces drained of color. Yet, amidst the chaos, only Li Xuanle remained composed. Although entangled by the massive tree, he felt no concern. He calmly reassured them. Do not panic, stay calm. It shall perish shortly. 3, 2, 1, die. No sooner had Li Xuanle's words left his lips than a thunderous crash echoed. The ancient tree spirit's frenzied actions abruptly ceased, its form gradually withering, collapsing like a towering edifice. The vines shriveled as if drained of moisture, quickly desiccating and collapsing. All those ensnared found their bindings loosening, as if the vines had become brittle plastic, breaking away with a gentle tug. They emerged as if reborn, expressions dazed. Only Li Xuanle swiftly rose and approached the trunk of the ancient tree spirit. He noticed several items scattered about and promptly collected them: gems, skill books, and equipment. As he finished gathering the items, the others slowly regained their senses. Qin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Xuanle. Did you truly slay this ancient tree spirit? What's so astonishing about that? Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly. If you encounter any formidable creatures, I can handle them, provided that the spoils belong to me. For now, I have yet to encounter such a creature. Qin Xuan shook his head. Those kinds of beings are exceedingly difficult to survive against. Upon saying this, he gathered his ailing teammates together and retrieved some potions from his inventory, administering them one by one. Suddenly recalling that Li Xuanle appeared to be a priest, he inquired, have you learned any healing spells? Indeed. Could you assist in healing them? Qin Xuan gestured towards his beleaguered companions. Of course, Li Xuanle replied readily. Adhering to the principle that saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda, he cast a healing spell on each of them. However, the effects were minimal. Brother, your healing spell seems to lack efficacy, Qin Xuan remarked, his face shifting through shades of pale and green. Ah, it's a long story, best left unsaid. Li Xuanle replied awkwardly with a smile. Nonetheless, despite the limited results, Li Xuanle had ultimately saved their entire party, prompting Qin Xuan to express his gratitude. Thank you immensely for rescuing us. Li Xuanle gently shook his head. It was a trifling matter. Let us depart. With that, he beckoned Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and the others to leave. Seeing them about to depart, Qin Xuan immediately asked, Priest, may I know your name? Zhao Ritian. Qin Xuan murmured in response, Zhao Rishan? What an imposing name. No wonder you are formidable. As they walked away, Xia Bingxue clutched her chest, still reeling from the encounter, and remarked to Li Xuanle, your poison is truly formidable. She recalled the harrowing moment when ensnared by the ancient tree spirit's vines, her heart still racing in the aftermath. It was indeed a moment of life and death. How perilous. Extremely perilous. The bloom of youth had only just begun. At that instant, she realized that, aside from life and death, everything else was trivial. Beside her, Tan Huan was still shaken, nodding repeatedly. This millennium tree spirit is utterly outrageous. Its vines can stretch such a distance. If it weren't for Li Xuanle's potent poison, we would likely be doomed. Li Xuanle cast a nonchalant glance into the distance. It's nothing extraordinary. Uft, can you not be so boastful? Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan immediately chimed in with playful banter. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Humble? Apologies, but humility is not a term in my lexicon. The two lovely ladies fell silent, having encountered thick-skinned individuals before, but none quite so brazen. At that moment, Zhao Hao, seemingly having held back for quite some time, finally spoke up, perplexed. Big brother, why did that person inquire about your name, yet you only mentioned my nickname? Li Xuanle, chewing his gum, smirked. Take a guess. Zhao Hao shook his head repeatedly. I just thought your nickname had a certain commanding presence. Li Xuanle smiled enigmatically. Zhao Hao pouted, feeling a bit dejected, clearly aware that he was being teased. He then immediately posed a question of great concern. Big brother, did that millennium tree spirit drop anything worthwhile? Wait, let me check. Li Sunil responded promptly. After a brief moment, he burst into laughter. 2 5-star pieces of equipment, a 5-star labor attribute gem, and a 5-star skill book. What kind of equipment? What is the skill book? Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan eagerly inquired. The 5-star labor attribute gem goes without saying. It surely adds 25 to the labor attribute. It's worth at least 30 to 40,000, scarce in the market, yet compared to the equipment and skill book, it is evidently less intriguing. Li Xuanle immediately shared the details of the 2 pieces of equipment and the skill book. Millennium Willow Staff, 5-star, level requirement, 60 intelligence, 180 stamina, 60 charm, 10 strength, 10 note. This staff is a manifestation of the tree spirit's essence. Possessing tremendous magical power, it will enhance your magic significantly. Millennium Willow Necklace, 5-star, level requirement, 60 intelligence, 120 stamina, 30 charm, 5 strength, 5 note. This necklace is a manifestation of the tree spirit's essence. Possessing tremendous magical power, it will enhance your magic significantly. Skill name, Wind of Revival, class requirement, Priest, level requirement, no limit, skill effect. Cast this skill on level 1, targets to restore a portion of their health. The higher the user's intelligence, the better the effect. Skill cooldown is 10 seconds, casting range, level 1 meters. Skill level, 5-star. Li Xuanle gazed at the skill book with fervor. In the next moment, without hesitation, he activated it. This was indeed a splendid acquisition. After all, as a healer, it was essential to possess some remarkable abilities. A toxic heal, even if tainted, must still offer healing. Previously, his only healing spell was a rudimentary skill, capable of minimal recovery for a single target, rather feeble. Moreover, lacking in intelligence, he often hesitated to employ it. However, this Wind of Revival skill was different. 5-star. And it was a group heal, so he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Satisfied, he waved his staff, and a gentle breeze enveloped them, instantly revitalizing everyone present. Zhao Hao appeared rejuvenated. Big brother, just now I felt as though a breeze washed over me, refreshing like a spring day. No kidding. That was the 5-star skill, Wind of Revival. I just cast to blow you a breeze, Li Sunil replied with a serene expression. Zhao Hao's eyes widened in realization. He understood now that the recent wind felt somewhat unique. Meanwhile, Xia Bingxiu eyed the staff and necklace, visibly salivating. Clearly, she coveted those 2 pieces of equipment. After all, as a mage, she was most in need of top-tier staff equipment. 5-star items were considered priceless in the market. Each of these 2 5-star pieces could be embedded with 5 attribute gems. If ideally adorned with 5-star attribute gems, the pair could augment intelligence by 250 points. This was an irresistible temptation for a mage. However, Xia Bingxue considered that these 2 pieces of equipment were, after all, acquired by Li Xuanla, who could also make good use of them. Tanhuan quickly discerned Xia Bingxue's thoughts and spoke up on her behalf. Li Xuanla, could you sell those 2 pieces of equipment to Bingxue? Li Sunil, elated by the skill, Wind of Revival, paused momentarily upon hearing this. He scrutinized the equipment once more. 5-star, quite splendid. For an ordinary person, these would undoubtedly be exceptional items. However, the level 60 requirement made him feel they were beneath him, let alone level 60. He felt he would soon acquire 6-star or even higher rated equipment. Plus, he currently had no use for these items, being 30 levels short. He was inclined to part with them, but not without consideration. Thus, he replied coolly, such top-tier equipment does pique my interest. Tanhuan smiled at Li Xuanla. With your skills, you might procure 5-star or 6-star equipment in a matter of days. Why bother quibbling over equipment with a weaker girl? That's hard to say. What if I can't? Li Sunil gently shook his head. Tanhuan seemed to perceive Li Xuanla's hesitations. Is there room for negotiation? Well, it's not entirely off the table. Such high-level equipment is rare. If you want it, I think a market price would be fair. Tanhuan turned to Xia Bingxue. Bingxue, what is the market price for these 2 pieces of equipment? It's hard to say. The 2 pieces might be worth around 10 to 20 million, mainly because 5-star equipment is rare and prices fluctuate greatly. Xia Bingxue pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding. How about a friendly price of 150,000? Tanhuan suggested tentatively. Li Xuanla contemplated for a while. He could certainly sell them for a higher price. But that would require extensive price comparisons, which was rather cumbersome. Moreover, considering that Xia Bingxue would be his long-term partner, a price of 150,000 was acceptable. All right, 150,000 it is, Li Xuanla agreed, handing the 2 pieces of equipment to Xia Bingxue. Xia Bingxue accepted the equipment, her face alight with joy as she looked gratefully at Li Sunil. Thank you so much. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Li Sunil averted his gaze, glancing into the distant gray mist. No problem. Cash or WeChat. Chapter 31 Mysterious Light? What on earth is that? Upon hearing this, Xia Bingxue suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't brought that much money with her. After hesitating for a moment, she candidly replied, I don't have that much cash on me. Can I pay you when I get back? She furrowed her delicate brows, tugging at the corners of her mouth. Rest assured, I shall return it to you without any outstanding debts. My credibility is impeccable. She smiled and cast a lingering glance at Li Sunil, gently placing her equipment into her character's backpack. All right, no rush, Li Xuanla replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent. He gazed towards the south, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Let us proceed southward. Wealth awaits us. With that, he strode forward with flair, heading south. Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan promptly followed suit, while Zhao Hao cheerfully trailed behind them. They occasionally checked the messages in their academy's WeChat group. Within the group, trial students occasionally shared images of bizarre monsters they encountered, such as skeletons, zombies, bone spirits, and ferocious beasts. Some pictures were captured in a hauntingly terrifying manner, startling a few timid girls in the group. Suddenly, a message sparked everyone's interest. Breaking news. I just witnessed Lin Yu and Li Chun engaged in a PK. What? Impossible. Show us the evidence. Indeed. Look at this photo I took. Wow, is it really them? Lin Yu's competitive spirit is quite fierce. Li Chun must have been compelled to duel him. Bro. What was the outcome? Waiting for your update. I don't know how long they fought, but I saw Li Chun flying on a sword. What? Flying on a sword? Swordsmanship? If I recall correctly, Li Chun's family isn't affluent. How could he afford the 6-star swordsmanship? Don't forget, he is a hidden class sword saint, with a chance to automatically learn advanced skills. That makes sense. I almost overlooked that detail. Bro, where are you? I want to see this. Currently, in the southeast. Beyond that, I cannot say. In the wild trials, the academy does not prohibit fighting, making outdoor PKs a common occurrence. After all, this is a real world, and experiencing genuine battles helps students cultivate their resilience. The academy merely emphasizes that one cannot kill without reason. If someone attempts to kill you, you may certainly fight back, even to the point of killing them, provided you have evidence. Otherwise, the academy cannot advocate for you, and the enforcement team of Xia Country may apprehend you. The subsequent consequences could be dire. Unless you possess strength that renders the enforcement team powerless, or you reside perpetually in the wild, your chances of capture significantly diminish. However, the wilderness presents a harsh environment. A single misstep could lead to a fatal encounter with monsters. Hence, even those who transgress prefer not to linger in the wild unless utterly desperate. As they walked, Xiao Hao kept an eye on the group's messages. Bro. The group says Lin Yu and Li Chun have clashed. We don't know who is stronger or weaker. Also, I heard Li Chun can use swordsmanship. Li Xuanle slowed his pace, raising an eyebrow. Lin Yu and Li Chun? Swordsmanship? He knew a bit about both, though not extensively. Lin Yu was somewhat familiar. Having crossed paths with him previously, he was a person with a strong desire to win. In contrast, Li Chun was rather low profile and ascetic, resembling a hermit. Before he transitioned to a hidden class, he was relatively unknown. Thus, Li Xuanle did not have a deep understanding of him. However, he was aware that Guan Shanhua held him in high regard, which indicated that Li Chun possessed genuine merit. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned about their competition. After all, neither could surpass him. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were equally astonished, completely unprepared for the clash between Lin Yu and Li Chun. Their gazes turned toward Li Xuanle, speculating on the prowess of Li Chun and Li Xuanle, pondering who might prevail. Given that Li Chun could wield swordsmanship, his speed must be formidable. Comparatively, Li Xuanle's speed seemed rather lacking. If that were the case, their confrontation might result in mutual destruction. According to their conjecture, before Li Chun could eliminate Li Xuanle would undoubtedly manage to afflict Li Chun with 2 or 3 poison rings, ensuring his inevitable demise. Of course, another critical factor was the range of Li Chun's swordsmanship versus Li Xuanle's poison application distance. The greater distance would confer an advantage. Perhaps only Li Xuanle himself recognized his invincibility. He bore the secret of his immortal body, a truth known solely to him. He was unafraid of death. He merely sought to enhance his speed to mitigate injuries. Li Xuanle, do you believe you can defeat Li Chun? Xia Bingxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Chun. Not to mention Li Chun, even if you combined him with Lin Yu, they would still be no match for me. Li Xuanle laughed heartily, displaying no regard for them. Tan Huan interjected with a hint of admiration. Look at your brother, Xiao Hao. He exudes such confidence. You should learn from him. Although Xiao Hao thought Li Xuanle's claims were somewhat exaggerated, as a brother, he felt compelled to support him. Of course, even together they couldn't defeat my brother. I must gradually learn from him. Xiao Hao was astute, recognizing the necessity of aligning himself with such a stalwart. At this moment, even a fool would understand the appropriate words to say. Despite the hyperbole in Li Xuanle's statements, he would never undermine his brother in front of others. After Xiao Hao spoke, he turned to Li Xuanle. Right, brother? Indeed, your words carry great wisdom. Li Xuanle praised with a grin. Setting up a flag like this is bound to invite misfortune, isn't it? Tan Huan murmured softly. Not at all, Li Xuanle replied with unwavering confidence. Time flowed slowly. Li Xuanle led the trio in clearing monsters and encountered a 5-star beast along the way, yet the creature succumbed within 2 minutes. They obtained 3 pieces of 5-star equipment and a star upgrading gem, all of considerable value. Their characters' backpacks brimmed with riches. 198 1-star pieces, 68 2-star pieces, 26 3-star pieces, 9 4-star pieces, and 5 5-star pieces. Additionally, they amassed numerous upgrading gems, star upgrading gems, and attribute gems. This bounty brought great joy to Xia Bingxue. This was merely the first day, with over 10 days remaining. At this pace, they would likely run out of space in their packs. She already envisioned the astonishment on her father's face when she presented these treasures to him. Simultaneously, everyone's levels had risen. However, as teacher Tang Wu had stated, levels are easy to gain before reaching level 30, but progress slows significantly thereafter. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan reached level 27, while Xiao Hao and Li Xuanle achieved levels 31 and 32, respectively. Li Xuanle estimated that, at this rate, they might reach level 40 in about half a month. Though it might still be elusive, as the experience required for leveling increases with progression. As dusk approached, the day was drawing to a close. Tan Huan expressed her concerns. Li Xuanle, we've traveled 50 miles south. Should we consider finding a safe place to spend the night? Before Li Xuanle could respond, Xiao Hao interjected. That's a certainty. Let us keep an eye out for any shelter. After half an hour, they discovered a sizable stone cave, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. Li Xuanle contemplated briefly before concluding, let us settle here. Several individuals readily consented. Within this natural sanctuary, apart from a small opening accommodating 2 or 3 people, the interior was entirely composed of stone walls. They merely needed to keep an eye on the entrance, free from concern. Just as they were about to take a brief respite, suddenly, a brilliant light appeared outside the cave. Chapter 32, The Descent of the 6-Star Secret Realm. The 100-level Demon Tower. The light was exceedingly blinding, prompting Li Xuanle and his companions to retreat deeper into the cave, unable to gaze directly at it. After a few minutes of silence outside, anxiety crept upon them, worry etched on their faces. Li Xuanle remained the calmest among them. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that the light outside persisted, though it had lost its intensity. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Xiao Hao and the others. Stay here for a moment. I'll go take a look. Brother, are you really going to check it out? Xiao Hao inquired hesitantly. Yes, I'm tough. Just stay put. Li Xuanle replied, and with the worried gazes of Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan following him, he stepped outside. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan observed this brave young man, their hearts swelling with complex emotions. It seemed he had always stood at the forefront in the face of unknown dangers. Though he often exhibited a thick skin and a blunt demeanor, he had never shied away from peril. Upon exiting the cave, Li Xuanle beheld a wall of luminescent jade-like light, spherical in shape, enveloping a radius of 1 mile. The area where Li Xuanle and his companion stood was shrouded in this brilliant glow. He swiftly approached the edge of the light wall, picked up a stone, and hurled it at the radiant barrier. Clang! The stone struck as if against steel, producing a crisp sound. It could not be thrown beyond the wall. A slight frown marred his brow. This seems like we are trapped within this light wall. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered a cerulean vortex at the center of the glowing sphere. He stepped closer, unable to suppress his murmurs. This appears to be a secret realm? It bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of secret realm entrances in textbooks. The light wall of the secret realm allows entry, but not exit. Could it be that he had encountered a freshly manifested secret realm? Secret realms are peculiar existences that descend upon the world of bizarre games. While they may harbor immense dangers, they also potentially offer monumental opportunities. Once ensnared by a secret realm, one must either complete the challenge or shatter the light wall, otherwise, escape is futile. Yet, few have ever managed to break through the light wall of a secret realm. Therefore, the more common approach is to brave the secret realm and complete its challenges. Li Xuanle slowly approached the vortex of the secret realm. Suddenly, a message sprang forth from the vortex. 100-level Demon Tower, 6-star secret realm. Level requirement. Challengers must be at least level 20. Secret realm notes. The secret realm is exceedingly perilous, comprising a total of 100 levels, with a 9 out of 10 chance of death, presenting significant dangers alongside immense opportunities. Duration of secret realm, 1 month. 100-level Demon Tower secret realm? 6-star? How splendid. Li Xuanle's heart soared at this revelation. Finally, there would be no need to scour for monsters. This 100-level challenge would likely occupy him for half a month. He harbored no fears of encountering danger within the secret realm. After all, he would not perish. What was there to fear? With great enthusiasm, he returned to the cave, his smile unrestrained. Upon entering, Zhao Hao craned his neck. Brother, what is it like outside? Is there danger? Li Xuanle, hands in pockets, replied nonchalantly. Danger? What danger? Wealth and opportunity have arrived. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan exchanged bewildered glances. Tan Huan could not contain herself and asked, what wealth and opportunity? Elaborate, please. Li Xuanle chuckled mysteriously. A secret realm. Have you ever seen one? Upon hearing this, Tan Huan raised her eyebrows. A secret realm? I've never seen one. Only read about it in books. Xia Bingxue also expressed surprise. But secret realms carry risks. What level is this one? Li Xuanle unwrapped a piece of gum and popped it into his mouth. 6-star. What? 6-star? No way. Zhao Hao exclaimed animatedly. Although he was not academically inclined, he understood the notion that the higher the star rating of a secret realm, the greater the danger. Indeed, 6-star. Li Xuanle affirmed with glee. Xia Bingxue regarded Li Xuanle with skepticism. A 6-star secret realm would surely contain monsters of 6-star or even 7-star caliber. Though she had never ventured into a true secret realm, she was well aware that many adventurers sought out secret realms in pursuit of wealth and equipment. Yet, many had lost their lives in the process. She had a cousin who perished within a secret realm, leading her to believe that the dangers outweighed the rewards. At this moment, she observed that Li Xuanle seemed entirely unfazed. How could he be so fearless? Her expression wavering. She addressed Li Xuanle. The dangers of a secret realm are considerable, and 6-star realms are even more so. Are you truly planning to venture in? Li Xuanle smiled softly. This light wall has trapped us. The secret realm exists for 1 month. If we don't enter, can our food and water last that long? What? Trapped for a month? Tan Huan gasped in astonishment. Their supplies were only enough for half a month, and even with careful rationing, they could not possibly last more than 20 days. A month was out of the question. Furthermore, in 20 days, the friendship competition among the 3 academies would commence. If they could not return in time, they would miss out on that opportunity for substantial rewards. Li Xuanle crossed his arms, gazing outside the cave with an unperturbed expression. Entirely unfazed by the 6-star secret realm, Zhao Hao chose to trust Li Xuanle. Brother, whatever you decide, I will follow you. After saying this, he stepped beside Li Xuanle, resting a hand on his shoulder to signify his determination. At that moment, Li Xuanle turned to Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan. I have decided to enter the secret realm in 5 minutes. You two have 5 minutes to ponder. You may choose not to enter, and once we complete the challenges, the light wall will dissipate, allowing you to exit. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan exchanged glances, filled with hesitation. Time ticked away. The cave was enveloped in silence, with the sounds of chirping insects and birds resonating from outside. Finally, Xia Bingxue fixed her determined gaze on Li Xuanle and spoke resolutely. I believe in you. I will enter with you. Bingxue, are you really going in? Tan Huan questioned, still wavering. Yes. Firstly, I believe Li Xuanle is indeed skilled at defeating monsters, and secondly, if I don't gain experience in the next half-month, I will fall behind. If I miss the competition in 20 days, I could lose out on substantial rewards, Xia Bingxue explained thoughtfully. In that case, I will join you. Tanhuan resolved. She recognized that although Li Xuanle might be arrogant, he had yet to falter in his endeavors, making him worthy of trust. Li Xuanle, holding a piece of gum, nodded lightly. All right, then there's nothing more to discuss. Let us go. He looked at Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan, his demeanor indifferent. You must learn to protect yourselves. Do not expect me to expend effort safeguarding you. Zhao Hao glanced at Li Xuanle and said, Elder brother, I too desire a piece of gum. Li Xuanle regarded Zhao Hao with disdain, replying, Would you like me to feed it to you? Chapter 33, Hidden Profession. Blade Saint Xiaolibai. That won't be necessary. A peculiar smile flickered across Zhao Hao's face, as though he had recalled something amusing. Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan, standing nearby, pouted and looked scornfully at the two young men. What could possibly be going through their minds? With his hands in his pockets, Li Xuanle sauntered out of the cave entrance, uttering a few words. Everyone follow me. We are entering the secret realm. Zhao Hao chewed on his gum, mimicking Li Xuanle's stance with his hands in his pockets as he stepped forward. Tanhuan and Xia Bingxue followed closely behind, their gazes still filled with contempt for Zhao Hao. You are quite the imitator. While Li Xuanle walks with a certain flair, you, Zhao Hao, appear rather foolish. Upon reaching the azure vortex, Li Xuanle came to a halt. He turned to Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan, stating earnestly, I reiterate, my life is resilient. Should any issues arise, you only need to look after yourselves. Do not concern yourselves with me, understood? Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan nodded solemnly. Zhao Hao, probing from the side, inquired, Elder brother, what about me? Am I to disregard your safety? You will undoubtedly be the first to flee. Li Xuanle remarked with piercing clarity, as though he had already discerned Zhao Hao's true nature. A black line appeared on Zhao Hao's forehead as he protested, Elder brother. Surely it is not that extreme. Without further reply, Li Xuanle turned and stepped into the secret realm, followed closely by Xia Bingxue and Tanhuan, with Zhao Hao being the last to enter. Once they had crossed into the secret realm, the luminous walls and vortex vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. At this moment, 30 miles southeast of the misty forest, twilight was descending, yet two indistinct figures stood off against each other. Li Chun, do you have the courage to battle me? Lin Yu, I have no interest in a duel. The two speakers were none other than the distinguished prodigies from Fengchu Academy, the sword Saint Li Chun and the summoner Lin Yu. Li Chun stood atop a colossal sword, suspended in midair, exuding an air of striking handsomeness, yet his expression betrayed a lack of enthusiasm for combat. In contrast, Lin Yu stood firmly atop the head of a vibrant giant python, radiating confidence and an eagerness for the fight. Are you afraid you cannot best me? Lin Yu taunted, his eagerness for victory palpable. Let us be clear, you are not my equal, Li Chun stated bluntly. To him, combat was a matter of life and death, not a trivial game. This implied that once he chose to engage, it would be to determine superiority, or perhaps even fate. Upon hearing Li Chun's assertion, Lin Yu scoffed. You are rather arrogant. I dare wager that in the future, you will never best me. Li Chun remained as calm as a placid lake. At least in your current state, you are certainly not my opponent. Do not pursue me further. After a pause, he added, when you are strong enough, I will naturally engage. With that, he prepared to soar away on his sword. Suddenly, a voice pierced the atmosphere. Well, I, Xiao Mao, initially came here hoping for a stroke of luck, yet unexpectedly encountered the two top experts of Fengchu Academy, Li Chun and Lin Yu. The voice was jarringly out of place. Both Li Chun and Lin Yu turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. It was a student adorned with a dragon motif on his attire, his complexion dark and his eyes gleaming with intensity. In an instant, both recognized the identity of the newcomer. Tenglong Academy. Lin Yu looked at him with curiosity, speculating, Xiao Mao? Could it be the renowned Xia Li Bai from Tenglong Academy? The blade saint of the hidden profession? Indeed, that is I. I did not expect my name to have traveled so far, Xia Li Bai replied, a hint of surprise gracing his features. As the top figure of Tenglong Academy, he had assumed that the students of Fengchu Academy would be unaware of him. Yet, to his astonishment, these two prominent experts were indeed familiar with his reputation. With arms crossed over his chest, he regarded Li Chun, who was poised atop his sword, with keen interest. Li Chun, is that your sword mastery? Indeed, Li Chun replied succinctly, revealing nothing to conceal. At this moment, a flicker of seriousness emerged in his otherwise tranquil gaze. Although he was not one to meddle in worldly affairs, he was aware of the hidden profession Blade Saint. The Blade Saint was akin to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Aside from the legendary hidden professions of Blade Immortal and Blade God, few could rival the Blade Saint. The Sword Saint and Blade Saint were nearly equal in their formidable prowess. The sword was ethereal, while the blade was domineering. Xia Li Bai's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded Li Chun. Li Chun, I am eager to test my mettle against you. Will you accept my challenge? A surge of intense battle spirit welled up within Li Chun. However, upon observing the large blade in Xia Li Bai's grasp, which shimmered with 5-star radiance. His pupils constricted as he shook his head. Now is not the time. With that, he elegantly departed on his sword. His decision to withdraw stemmed from the realization that Xia Li Bai wielded a 5-star weapon, while he possessed only a 4-star weapon. Moreover, the blade was embedded with attribute gems, undoubtedly providing significant enhancements. Thus, he wisely chose to retreat, for even in victory, it would likely be a narrow one. Seeing Li Chun depart, Xia Li Bai, filled with battle fervor, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had not anticipated that Li Chun would flee. He had come prepared with the 6-star skill Shadow of the Thousand Blades. While it may not appear as glamorous as sword mastery, its power surpassed it and exuded an even greater aura of dominance. Shadow of the Thousand Blades, capable of unleashing 1,000 blade shadows to attack the target, creating a dense barrage of blade energy that leaves no room for evasion. It could also consolidate the blade shadows into a single, formidable blade attack known as the Heavenly Blade Slash. At that moment, Lin Yu turned to Xia Li Bai, his battle spirit surging. Why not we give it a try? Xia Li Bai's eyes brightened, narrowing with excitement. Let us do it. In the shadows nearby, an indistinct figure silently observed the unfolding scene, a smile playing on their lips. With a youthful visage clad in black and white attire, he shook his head gently, muttering to himself, impressive power, yet still lacking. With that, his figure vanished as if he had never been there. Students from Fengshu Academy, hearing the commotion of battle, rushed over. When they beheld Lin Yu engaged in combat with an unfamiliar individual, they were taken aback. The person locked in battle with Lin Yu appeared to be of a similar age, yet Lin Yu was one of the top figures of Fengshu Academy. Who was this individual that could stand toe-to-toe with Lin Yu's celestial python and maintain the upper hand? Finally, someone exclaimed, that fellow is from Tenglong Academy. A swordsman. To be able to contend with Lin Yu's celestial python, he must be the Blade Saint Xia Li Bai. Goodness, how dare he challenge someone from our academy? Indeed, I can hardly bear to witness it any longer. My brothers, onward. Mages, archers, engage him. The members of Fengshu Academy sprang into action, preparing to launch an assault on Xia Li Bai. Sensing the impending danger, Xia Li Bai promptly retreated. You Fengshu Academy truly are united. I shall withdraw for now. During the next grand competition of the 3 academies, I will teach you a proper lesson. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Xia Li Bai depart. He could distinctly sense that Xia Li Bai's combat prowess surpassed his own. Even with the presence of the devouring serpent, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Unless he contracted another fierce beast or waited for the devouring serpent to grow further, Xia Li Bai was indeed a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Chapter 34, Shadow Saint Assassin Qin Wanchuan. At this moment, Lin Yu's expression was grave, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. He was troubled by the impending grand competition of the 3 academies, which promised to be quite the challenge. He was aware that the Black and White Academy harbored a hidden profession, the Shadow Saint Assassin, whose name appeared to be Qin Wanchuan. He had heard that this Shadow Saint Assassin was significantly more powerful than the average assassin. The Shadow Saint Assassin is among the most formidable hidden professions within the assassin class. Legends spoke of even greater tiers above it, such as the Shadow Celestial Assassin and the Shadow Divine Assassin, though none had ever laid eyes upon them. During the grand competition of the 3 academies, this hidden assassin lurking in the shadows was likely to pose a substantial threat, especially since he was merely a summoner, accompanied by the frail healer Li Xuanla. Both were vulnerable range professions, and the most critical flaw of range classes is their susceptibility to assassination. Thus, it was anticipated that they would easily fall victim. Unbeknownst to them, the scene of their confrontation with Xia Li Bai had already been witnessed by Qin Wanchuan, who had stealthily slipped away without leaving a trace. In short, the pinnacle of combat prowess from the 3 academies had crossed paths in this mountainous wilderness. Aside from the first healer of Fengshu Academy, Li Xuanla. Though his abilities were indeed peculiar and formidable, there was an inexplicable tendency for others to overlook him. Perhaps it was due to his role as a healer that drew attention away from him. People often gravitate towards the powerful and flamboyant figures, such as sword saints, blade saints, saint assassins, and dragon riders. The exhilarating battles and clashes incite fervor and admiration. Meanwhile, the healer appears rather comical. 50 miles south of the misty forest, Li Xuanla and his companions stepped into a vortex. After a dizzying whirlwind, they entered a peculiar space. From the outside, it resembled a towering, ancient structure, shrouded in mystery. The tower soared high, comprising 100 layers upon counting. Li Xuanla and the others found themselves at the base of this tower. The space was confined and dimly lit, but quite expansive, with a height of 5 to 6 meters and a diameter of 1 kilometer. The feeble light emanated from luminescent stones embedded high on the stone walls. Li Xuanla speculated that they might be some form of night-glowing stones. On the stone wall, 3 bold characters were inscribed. First challenge. Beneath the inscription, there was a tightly sealed door. Li Xuanla surmised that this door was the entrance to the next challenge, which would only open upon overcoming the current one. At the center of the space lay a colossal crimson hexagram, exuding an unsettling aura. Li Xuanle conjectured that monsters would likely emerge from this hexagram. At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly spoke, "Elder brother, look at the ceiling." Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle immediately glanced upward, only to find a countdown timer, 5 minutes remaining. After a moment's contemplation, he advised the group, "Monsters will appear in 5 minutes. This space is vast, which will aid us in evading them, so let us be mentally prepared and ready to flee." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan nodded lightly. They had no significant concerns regarding their speed. Recently, they had leveled up, allocating all their attributes to physique, only worried about becoming a hindrance. With the physique attribute gems on their equipment, their stats had become comparable to Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao. They were confident in their decision to invest in intelligence, or labor, later to achieve balance. Beside them, Zhao Hao chuckled, "Elder brother, I excel at fleeing. You needn't remind me." Li Xuanle shot him a glance. "I was addressing the two of them, not you." He knew Zhao Hao's cowardly nature all too well. In the face of danger, he would flee faster than anyone else, rendering any concern unnecessary. Li Xuanle casually placed his hands in his pockets, awaiting the arrival of the monsters. The space was eerily quiet, with only the sound of their breathing breaking the silence. Seconds ticked by. Standing beside Li Xuanle, Xia Bingxue observed his slender yet upright figure, feeling a wave of contemplation. Her acquaintance with Li Xuanle had begun during the Super Ghost instance. Prior to that, she had scarcely encountered him. His previous theoretical scores had not been particularly remarkable. Although he was undeniably handsome, he seemed to maintain a low profile, avoiding ostentation. This perplexed her greatly. Typically, attractive individuals were either courting or engaged in romantic pursuits. Yet he was different. She even sensed a subtle aversion to women emanating from him, which left her bewildered. However, the more enigmatic he appeared, the more her curiosity deepened. Her gaze towards Li Xuanle grew increasingly complex and inquisitive. Meanwhile, Tan Huan noticed Xia Bingxue fixated on Li Xuanle's back and couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Bingxue harbored feelings for Li Xuanle? The intensity of her gaze seemed beyond that of mere friendship. It appeared she needed to find an opportune moment to communicate with Xia Bingxue and gauge her feelings. Tan Huan's mind was abuzz with thoughts as she subtly nodded. "Attention! The monsters are approaching," Li Xuanle announced, glancing at the countdown. 3, 2, 1, boom. As anticipated, the crimson hexagram at the center began to manifest skeletal monsters. Li Xuanle immediately checked the monster's information. Undead skeleton, 1-star monster, level, 20 health, 120,000, morality, 6 intelligence, 18 physique, 88 charm, 3 strength, 108 attack, 128 defense, 105 skill 1. Bone spear throw. The undead skeleton can hurl bone spears to attack enemies, inflicting a certain amount of damage. Skill 2. Skeleton charge. The undead skeleton may become enraged, harnessing its undead power to enhance its speed and charge towards the target, dealing significant damage. Skill 3. Undead weakness. The undead skeleton can inflict undead weakness on the target, reducing their attributes to some extent. Skill 4. Undead regeneration. The undead skeleton can use the undead regeneration skill before its demise, granting it a chance to resurrect and continue fighting. Description. Legends say that undead skeletons are the guardians of ancient graves, protecting the corpses and treasures of the deceased. The skeletal undead are regarded as formidable entities, endowed with potent magic and weaponry. They fiercely guard their territories and treasures, launching attacks on any intruders. Furthermore, these skeletal remains are perceived as conduits for summoning demons. Through specific magical rites, summoners can utilize these skeletal figures as mediums for invoking demons, thereby acquiring their powers and assistance. Note, beware. The skeletal undead are relentless foes. Their motto echoes, "What joy is there in life? What suffering in death? If I do not descend into hell, who will?" Li Xuanle was not surprised to encounter the information regarding these skeletal undead, particularly given their level of 20. He recalled that the challengers in the secret realm were required to be at least level 20, making the initial monster level quite reasonable. Moreover, this 100-level magical tower indeed possesses 100 floors. It is evident that the monsters on subsequent floors will undoubtedly be of a higher caliber. Fortunately, the speed of these creatures is rather lacking. Li Xuanle produced an ancient wooden staff, declaring, "Attention, I am about to unleash poison." Chapter 35, Zhao Ritian. Can you refrain from spouting nonsense? As soon as he spoke, he strode forward, gently waving his staff. Countless green beams erupted from around the staff, dazzling in their brilliance. To an unknowing observer, it would appear to be a magnificent light show. In truth, it was the Grim Reaper's lethal technique. The green light seemed to possess its own awareness, directly targeting the incessantly emerging skeletal undead. Every second, he unleashed a multitude of green rays. Once the skeletal undead formed a hexagram formation, they would be ensnared by a faint green halo of death. Now at level 32, he could simultaneously cast the Toxic Blessing on 320 targets within a radius of 320 meters. Consequently, whether the skeletal undead were warriors, archers, or mages, all were marked with the deathly halo. Some bore 3 or 4, while others carried one or two. Yet, those afflicted by the toxic blessing skill began to experience a decline in their health. Of course, they quickly sensed the impending danger and launched an assault on the intruders within this space. Bone spears, magic, and arrows rained down upon Li Xuanle and his companions, overwhelming in their multitude. In response, Li Xuanle and his group adhered to their usual tactics, fleeing. His strategy revolved around never engaging in direct confrontation. The essence of the kite-flying technique lies in the principle: the enemy chases while he runs, and he chases when the enemy flees. At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Big brother, save me. I've been struck by an arrow." While running, Li Xuanle turned his gaze towards Zhao Hao upon hearing his cry. Indeed, it appeared that an arrow had pierced his pant leg, yet there was no blood. Li Xuanle adjusted his course and approached Zhao Hao to examine the situation closely. After a moment, he could not help but shout, "Zhao Ritian, it's your pant leg that has been struck, not your actual leg. Such a ruckus for nothing." "Huh? Is that so?" Zhao Hao felt around and realized that it was indeed only his pant leg that had been hit. He smiled sheepishly. "Well, I thought I had been shot in the leg." Li Xuanle scoffed at Zhao Hao. "Come on, if you had truly been shot in the leg, it would hurt. Did you feel any pain?" "I haven't had the chance to feel it closely yet," Zhao Hao retorted. "Let me tell you, let's get moving." Li Xuanle yanked the arrow from Zhao Hao's pant leg and discarded it aside, continuing his own pace. Zhao Hao promptly matched Li Xuanle's stride. At this point, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan had become quite adept at running. Particularly Tan Huan, as an assassin by profession, was more agile than the spellcaster Xia Bingxue. As time passed, they had been running for about 10 minutes, yet the monsters continued to emerge. Zhao Hao could not help but voice his frustration. What the hell? How many monsters are there? His eyes were fixated on the piles of equipment and gems scattered on the ground, seething with envy. They had surely slain no fewer than 600 monsters, with nearly one appearing every second from the hexagram formation. Li Xuanle had already discerned the distribution mechanism of the monsters. Approximately 60 would materialize each minute. If it weren't for his toxic blessing being extraordinarily powerful and a group damage skill, it would likely take an eternity to eliminate these 600 to 700 monsters. "Big brother, it's all thanks to you. If someone else were here, we would have perished at the first level," Zhao Hao praised while running. He had not anticipated facing hundreds of monsters at the first level, and the subsequent challenges were likely to be even more ferocious. If he had to rely on a swordsman to slash them one by one, it would take ages. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan pondered the sheer number of monsters they faced. They were both panting heavily. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, all the monsters were defeated, and no new ones appeared. The door beneath the large characters indicating the first level automatically opened, signifying the completion of the first challenge and allowing them to enter the next. The group ceased their running and began to gather the equipment. Li Xuanle gazed at the multitude of items strewn about and contemplated. There must be at least 70 to 80 pieces of equipment here, and that is merely on this level. The monsters on the subsequent 99 levels would undoubtedly yield even more. He promptly stated, while collecting equipment, "Be mindful to discard lower-tier items and prioritize higher-tier ones." Zhao Hao immediately responded, "Big brother, I know this, don't worry." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan nodded in agreement. They had also been considering that if their inventory became full, they would have to discard lower-tier equipment for any new valuable items, as the higher-tier ones are worth significantly more. Soon, the group meticulously selected valuable gear and gems, leaving behind some lesser items. "Shall we proceed to the next level?" Li Xuanle inquired, seeking the opinions of his companions. Xia Bingxue spoke up, "I believe we should take a moment to rest. I'm feeling quite fatigued." Her complexion indeed showed signs of weariness, and Tan Huan appeared somewhat fatigued as well. "Yes, big brother, we've already been active all day. It's time to rest." Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Li Xuanle promptly acquiesced. "All right, let us rest first." He then approached the entrance to the next level to inspect the situation. Inside was a spiraling staircase leading upwards. "I'll check it out. You all rest here." He began to ascend the spiral staircase slowly. At the top of the stairs, he found a securely locked iron door. Beside it was a red button. He speculated that pressing the button would unlock the door, allowing entry into the next level. The design was remarkably user-friendly. Raising an eyebrow, he turned and descended the staircase. Popping a piece of gum into his mouth, he leaned against the wall near the entrance. Closing his eyes to rest, Zhao Hao quickly approached and leaned beside Li Xuanle. "Big brother, what is the situation up there?" Without opening his eyes, Li Xuanle softly replied, "There's an iron door with a red button beside it. Pressing the button should allow us to enter the second level." This indicated that resting here should be quite safe. Indeed, once an individual enters the secret realm, the outside world remains blissfully unaware, ensuring that there is no cause for concern regarding intrusions or safety. Meanwhile, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan comfortably recline against the opposite side of the door, nestled together with their eyes closed in repose. Tan Huan gradually opens her eyes and reminds them, "Oh, by the way, you two boys, don't even think about taking advantage of us while we're asleep." Li Xuanle slowly opens his eyes and casts a sidelong glance at Tan Huan and Xia Bingxue. "Could you possibly refrain from being so self-absorbed?" Tanhwan, somewhat exasperated, shoots Li Xuanle an incredulous look. After all, we are girls, two beauties at that. Isn't it reasonable to warn you against harboring any untoward thoughts? Li Xuanle remains silent, closing his eyes once more to rest. Zhao Hao, nodding in agreement, chimes in. Rest assured, we certainly won tea. He pauses before adding, last time. When a beautiful boss offered to support the big guy, he didn't take her up on it. Li Xuanle's forehead creases with annoyance. For heaven's sake. Can you please stop with the nonsense? Zhao Hao, chastened, promptly shuts his mouth. Tanhwan observes Zhao Hao's demeanor, deeming him a person with thieving aspirations but lacking the courage to act. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle appears decidedly disinterested, prompting Xia Bingxue and Tanhwan to occasionally question their own allure. Could it be that they are not captivating enough? Chapter 36, Enlightenment. The true essence of infinite stacking. Li Xuanle once more closes his eyes to rejuvenate. Having traversed this initial challenge, his level has increased by 1, reaching level 33. Zhao Hao's level has similarly risen to 32, while Xia Bingxue and Tanhwan have both achieved level 29. Li Xuanle estimates that he has vanquished approximately 900 monsters. The sheer number is undeniably staggering, yet the level advancement is less than satisfactory. He speculates that shared experience might be the issue. He conjectures that had he been alone, his level would have risen more swiftly. In contrast, individuals like Li Chun and Lin Yu, who often operate solo, advance at a more rapid pace. Li Chun has reached level 36, while Lin Yu stands at level 35. However, Li Xuanle remains unperturbed by the level disparity. A higher level merely signifies an increased casting range and a greater number of targets, but his toxic blessing damage remains consistently potent. After all, poison is infinitely stackable. Furthermore, in this 100-floor magical tower, with 99 more challenges ahead, he has no qualms about the availability of monsters to slay. Suddenly, a thought flits through his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Infinite stacking, infinite stacking. Has he been ensnared in a misconception? Previously, he had always waited a second before layering a second dose of poison on the same target. Given that he can cast spells on numerous targets simultaneously, could he not unleash multiple beams of green light on a singular target at once, thereby achieving successful stacking? With this revelation, he abruptly opens his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. His breathing quickens as he realizes he has been adhering to the default gaming conventions regarding this skill. He had never considered the possibility of multiple beams of green light striking the same target simultaneously. If this is indeed feasible, it would render the skill extraordinarily formidable. Currently, he can emit 330 beams of green light, each capable of hitting 330 distinct targets. If all 330 beams were to converge on a single target, the resulting explosion would be instantaneous, guaranteed to annihilate. In his exuberance, he slaps his thigh, the sound startling Zhao Hao, who had just managed to close his eyes. He immediately opens them, curious. Big brother, what was that sound? Nothing, just go back to sleep. Li Xuanle's face flushes with embarrassment as he contemplates his recent hypothesis, eager to find a target for practical application. Upon witnessing the astonished gazes of Xia Bingxue and Tanhwan, he suppresses his excitement and once again closes his eyes to rest. Yet, his breathing remains somewhat hurried, clearly shaken by his recent epiphany. He is now nearly convinced that his earlier conjecture is indeed correct. No, he cannot sleep. It is utterly impossible. He promptly rises and heads toward the spiral staircase. Zhao Hao suddenly senses the space beside him emptying and opens his eyes immediately. Big brother, where are you going? I need to tackle another challenge before I can sleep. You all rest for now, Li Xuanle replies softly. Xia Bingxue and Tanhwan express their astonishment. What? You still want to face another challenge? As Li Xuanle ascends the staircase, he affirms, yes, I must conquer another challenge before I can rest. Zhao Hao quickly interjects, that one do. I'm coming too. I can help you draw the monsters, okay? Fine, Li Xuanle nods in agreement. Xia Bingxue and Tanhwan quickly rise as well. Then we'll join you for another challenge before resting. With that, the three follow Li Xuanle up the staircase. Li Xuanle hadn't anticipated that Xia Bingxue and Tanhwan would also wish to accompany him for another challenge. Nevertheless, it matters not. If his hypothesis is validated, his prowess in one-on-one encounters will be astonishing, and his monster-clearing speed will significantly increase. Li Xuanle eagerly presses the red button beside the iron door. Click. The lock of the iron door seems to disengage. With a gentle push, the door swings open, and the four quickly enter the arena of the second challenge. In the center lies a blood-red hexagram formation, with the words second challenge emblazoned on the stone wall, accompanied by an iron door below and a 5-minute countdown ticking away on the ceiling. Click. The iron door behind them suddenly locks shut. What the hell? The door locked as soon as we entered? Zhao Hao grumbles. This means they have left no avenue for retreat. However, they are undaunted, for they have Li Xuanle as their pillar of strength. They merely need to follow along and reap the rewards. Time ticks away, and at last, from within the crimson hexagram formation, massive creatures begin to emerge. Li Xuanle promptly checks the information on these monsters. Colossal rock beast, 2-star monster, level 24 health, 100, 120. 000, morality, 0 intelligence, 120 stamina, 100 charm, 0 strength, 120 attack, 138 defense, 150 skill 1. Rock throw. The colossal rock beast frequently hurls boulders to attack foes, inflicting damage. Skill 2. Rockquake. The colossal rock beast channels energy and stomps the ground, causing an earthquake within a 55 radius, knocking back and stunning targets. Skill 3. Rock defense. The colossal rock beast can summon boulders to shield itself, significantly enhancing its defense and making it difficult to defeat. Description, according to legend. The colossal rock beast is an ancient creature, a guardian of nature that protects mountains, valleys, and other natural environments from any form of destruction. It also safeguards treasures, guarding precious ores and gems hidden beneath the earth. Only by passing the test of the colossal rock beast can one obtain these treasures. Only the bravest and wisest heroes can conquer the colossal rock beast, earning honor and respect. Note, if you grow impatient with living, you can try seeking it out. Catchphrase, I am unyielding. Come and try to cut me. With a resounding roar, the colossal rock beast charged towards wuxianovel and his companions. Thud, thud, thud. Each step seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, causing the ground to tremble incessantly, even raising clouds of dust that danced in the air. The heavy footfalls reverberated in the hearts of the onlookers. Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and the others felt a surge of anxiety. The imposing figure of the rock beast exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Moreover, one after another, more rock beasts emerged from the scarlet array. Yet, amidst the chaos, wuxianovel remained unperturbed. Although he noted that the rock beast's defense appeared to reach an impressive 150 points, he dismissed the concern. His poison was indifferent to defense, directly inflicting damage based on percentage of health. Without further ado, he waved his staff, unleashing over 300 beams of green light that struck 4 of the rock beasts. 3 of them suffered at least 100 hits each, while the 4th received only 30. In an instant, the 3 rock beasts succumbed to death, instantaneous annihilation. This realization filled wuxianovel with unparalleled joy. He had previously believed that stacking poison, while invincible, was somewhat sluggish. But in this moment, he recognized his true strength, unmatched, particularly against a small number of formidable foes. He could unleash over 100 beams of green light, obliterating them in the blink of an eye. As for the remaining rock beast, adorned with 30 green halos, it perished within approximately 3 seconds. Standing nearby, Zhao Hao and Xia Bingxue were left in stunned disbelief. How could such a ferocious creature be dispatched so swiftly? Wasn't wuxianovel's poison supposed to take time to work? Previously, they had witnessed him achieve his fastest kills in about 10 seconds. How was it possible for him to execute a kill in mere moments? This was utterly outrageous. wuxianovel was beside himself with delight. So this was the true essence of infinite stacking. Chapter 37. What green hat? Can you even speak? Zhao Hao could not contain his astonishment. Bro, what is going on? You just put a green hat on someone? wuxianovel shot him a glare. Exasperated. What do you mean by green hat? Can you even articulate properly? Zhao Hao quickly clarified. That rock beast that died in about 3 seconds had dozens of green halos above its head. Doesn't he that look like a green hat? wuxianovel fell silent, rendered speechless by his friend's imagination. This guy's capacity for absurd associations was truly remarkable. Instead of engaging further, he resumed waving his wooden staff, casting wave after wave of green light. If the previous beams of green light resembled daggers, under wuxianovel's command, those dagger-sized beams coalesced into a spherical mass of green light. He suddenly conceived an idea to divide the green light into 7 clusters, 6 clusters comprised of 50 beams each, and 1 cluster containing 30 beams, perfectly totaling 330 beams. In doing so, he could precisely target 7 rock beasts, of which there were exactly 7 present. Each rock beast would succumb to death within 2 to 4 seconds, unable to approach wuxianovel and his companions. It is worth noting that each dagger-like beam of green light equated to a 1 health point reduction per second. 50 beams compounded to a deduction of 50 health points per second. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Should the casting distance be extended or the number of targets increased, this skill would become even more formidable. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan, witnessing this spectacle, found their astonishment beyond words, muttering to themselves, this is truly monstrous. Within the crimson hexagram array, every few moments, 5 or 6 rock beasts emerged. As they materialized, they were immediately struck by several clusters of green light, struggling for 2 or 3 seconds before collapsing heavily and kicking up clouds of dust, which subsequently yielded equipment and gemstones. They posed no threat whatsoever to wuxianovel and his comrades. Zhao Hao, observing the relentless stream of monsters, chuckled, bro, it seems we need not flee? wuxianovel, maintaining his composure, nodded, indeed, you may rest. Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan, seeing wuxianovel so unfazed, could only linger at a distance, wide-eyed. Time trickled by. The monsters were in a state of abundant supply. Every now and then, a few would emerge, only to be followed by another wave shortly thereafter. However, Li Xuanla's brow began to furrow. The rate of emergence was too sluggish. The entire process lasted for half an hour. It was not that his speed was lacking, but rather that the spawning rate of the monsters was rather slow. If the subsequent monster spawning mechanisms were to lag further, considering there were still 98 levels remaining, would they even manage to clear 10 levels in a day? If not, would he be able to participate in the grand competition of the 3 major academies? Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days had elapsed. Yet Li Xuanla and his companions remained stuck at the 78th level. They had underestimated the complexity of the Mystic Tower's secrets. Some sections contained mechanisms that were akin to mazes. Even more vexing, these mazes were inhabited by monsters. This predicament greatly troubled them, as they found themselves needing to battle monsters while navigating through the labyrinth. This consumed significantly more time than simple monster extermination. Encounters with maze-dwelling monsters often required them to spend over half a day. Li Xuanla discerned a pattern. Every 10th level, the 10th, 20th, and 30th, featured a combination of mazes and monsters. Both Li Xuanla and his companions, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan, found this mode particularly irksome, as it posed the risk of encountering monsters around every corner. Had it not been for Li Xuanla's wind of revival, it was likely that the 3 of them would have perished within. Even Li Xuanla himself was startled by the sudden appearances of monsters. Though he knew he would not meet his demise, he had been frightened on more than one occasion. Nevertheless, reaching the 78th level had been fruitful. Each of their inventory bags was now brimming with equipment and gemstones, almost entirely comprised of high-quality items. The least valuable were of 1-star quality, with the inferior ones discarded. Li Xuanla regretted not bringing along 2 more companions to gather equipment. Otherwise, they could have amassed even greater wealth. Their inventory now held 365 1-star items, 256 2-star items, 128 3-star items, 68 4-star items, and 21 5-star items. Additionally, there were over 100 gemstones, including attribute gems, star-up gems, and equipment upgrade gems. Furthermore, every piece of equipment they wore was of at least 3-star quality, with 4-star items being their mainstay. The 5-star items were limited to a scant few. Although they had bows, spears, shields, and long swords that they could not utilize, even 4-star equipment was regarded as top tier in the market, while 3-star items were considered premium. For many, this was already a luxury. Alas, they had yet to acquire a single 6-star item, as they had not encountered any 6-star monsters. Moreover, their level progression was painfully slow, with Li Xuanla being the highest at a mere level 42. Zhao Hao is at level 40, while Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan are merely at level 38. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Hao remarked, "Brother, I feel that after reaching level 30, the speed of leveling up seems to have diminished." Tan Huan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." However, Li Xuanla appeared to understand the situation well, saying, "Let us not forget, it has only been 15 days since we began. Director Guan, after all these years, has only attained level 72. Xia Bingxue nodded. "You might have a point there." Throughout this exchange, Xia Bingxue felt the greatest joy, as the equipment in their bags would ultimately be acquired by her family. She was well acquainted with these items and knew they would astonish her father, yielding substantial profits and boosting her presence within the family. Li Xuanla calmly suggested, "Let us hasten to the next challenge." Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan eagerly agreed, with Tan Huan promptly reminding, "Yes. Let us see if we can swiftly complete the level and return to participate in the grand competition of the 3 academies. I've heard the rewards for the champions are quite generous, and the winning academy will also receive considerable rewards and sponsorship." Oh, Li Xuanla's interest was piqued. What kind of generous rewards? Tan Huan replied enthusiastically, "High-level equipment and skill books, at least 5-star, perhaps even 6-star. Li Xuanla's enthusiasm waned. "Is there no monetary reward?" Tan Huan immediately shook her head. "Of course there is. But what is the value of money? Some equipment and skill books cannot be purchased with money." Li Xuanla cast a disdainful glance at Tan Huan. It appears the wealthy speak with such disdain. Tan Huan remained silent, pondering, is money truly that important? She had never lacked for it and held little interest in it. Li Xuanla stated casually, "Do not overthink it. There are only 5 days left until the grand competition begins, and it is uncertain if we can even make it out." Zhao Hao, reveling in their plight, commented, "Regardless, I would merely be a bystander." Xia Bingxue expressed her concern, "We may not be able to return today. I wonder if the academy will be worried about us." Li Xuanla replied nonchalantly, "Such situations have occurred before. The academy's instructors should be able to assess the situation." Xia Bingxue nodded, "Let us hope so." Chapter 38. Defeat Wang Tung and win 10,000. Li Xuanla led the 3 onward, determined to press on without further ado. They needed to escape from this location before discussing anything else. Otherwise, it would be utterly meaningless. He was supremely confident in his ability to clear the levels. It was merely a matter of time. At level 42, he could poison up to 420 targets simultaneously within a 420-meter radius. This meant that if he controlled 4 orbs of light, each emitting 100 beams of green light, he could instantly eliminate 4 targets. The skill, Toxic Milk, has poison, generated green light at an incredible speed, nearly that of light itself, making it impossible to evade. Very few things surpass the speed of light, akin to the beam of a flashlight illuminating a person. In the office of Guan Shangyue at Fengshu Academy, the atmosphere was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Guan Shangyue sat calmly in his chair, holding an announcement and a list. The title boldly stated, Participant List for the Friendship Match between Tunglong Academy, Fengshu Academy, and Heibai Academy. The date of the competition was set for April 20th, 2030. At the Wulong City Arena, within the 7 Dragon Balls dungeon. He glanced at his phone, which displayed the date as April 15th, 2030. This meant there were less than 5 days remaining. The competition among the 3 academies was a long-standing tradition. During the event, each academy would select the top 50 students based on their combat prowess to enter the 7 Dragon Balls dungeon arranged in Wulong City. The theme of this dungeon, to seize the 7 Dragon Balls and safeguard them. The dungeon was filled with formidable game monsters and fierce beasts, requiring challengers to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and protect them for over 5 hours. The academy that successfully safeguarded the Dragon Balls would emerge victorious. Naturally, as this was an artificial dungeon, death was not permanent. Guan Shangyue felt confident about this upcoming competition, especially since Fengshu Academy boasted several talented individuals, Li Chun, Lin Yu, Li Xuanla, and potentially a formidable Wang Hao. Wang Hao, after all, was a hidden class dragon knight. Although currently without a dragon companion and relatively weak, once he acquired one, he would soar to new heights. However, it must be said that obtaining a dragon companion is no easy feat. It heavily relies on chance. As Guan Shangyue contemplated this, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks on his door. Raising an eyebrow, he called out, "Come in." Yang Yu entered, her tone somewhat urgent. "Director Guan. The situation is rather dire." Guan Shanyue's expression darkened. With the academy competition imminent, a troubling situation? He immediately inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" Yang Yu's face was etched with concern. "2 students from our class have not returned from the outdoor trials." Guan Shanyue's demeanor turned serious. 2 students missing? Which 2? Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao from our class, along with Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan from class 3, Yang Yu replied. Guan Shanyue was taken aback, his gaze shifting to the participant list. Li Xuanla, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and Zhao Hao, all 4 were slated to participate in the competition in 5 days, and their names had already been submitted. Moreover, Li Xuanla was a crucial asset in terms of combat strength. He contemplated deeply and said, "Teacher Yang Yu, please try calling Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao." "I have already tried. The call cannot be connected." "Cannot be connected?" Guan Shanyue began to ponder. The inability to connect suggests a lack of mobile signal. He had encountered this scenario before. Such occurrences often transpired when entering dungeons or secret realms. Based on his understanding of Li Xuanla, this individual, whose attributes were entirely focused on body, was exceptionally swift and quite clever. He should not easily fall victim to peril. He regarded Yang Yu thoughtfully. "What do you think is the situation with Li Xuanla and Zhao Hao?" Yang Yu hesitated. Li Xuanla tends to be rather carefree, never adhering to conventional methods, and Zhao Hao is his close companion. She trailed off, not finishing her thought. Guan Shanyue discerned the implication in her words and asked, "So you believe they may have encountered danger?" Yang Yu nodded, then shook her head. In truth, she was uncertain. However, based on her understanding of Li Xuanla's reckless and arrogant nature, she felt the probability of danger was somewhat higher. Guan Shanyue, however, shook his head. "I believe this fellow is unlikely to encounter danger. He is quite astute, perhaps currently in a dungeon or secret realm." Yang Yu stood by, feeling somewhat at a loss. "So, Director Guan, what should we do about this?" "Do not panic. Let the situation unfold for a while." "So, we are to disregard it for now?" "Precisely." Suddenly, Yang Yu inquired, "But the competition among the 3 academies is in 5 days. I have my arrangements. You may return for now." "Understood." With that, Yang Yu left the office, filled with confusion. The competitive dungeon of Fengshu Academy has once again erupted into chaos. Since returning from the outdoor trials, each participant has seen a remarkable enhancement in their levels, with many reaching around level 20. Both their equipment and combat experience have significantly improved, leading to an influx of challengers eager to test their skills within the arena. A resounding voice echoed through the Colosseum. "Whoever can defeat me, Wang Tong, shall win a bounty of 10,000. The proclamation reverberated throughout the venue, leaving the crowd in astonishment. A reward of 10,000 is undeniably enticing for many from modest means, yet the caveat lies in possessing sufficient strength. Otherwise, one risks humiliation. At that moment, Wang Tong stood proudly at the center of the arena, exuding an air of arrogance. He felt as though he were the very epicenter of the universe, the most radiant star amidst the cosmos. His level had soared to 31, while the majority of others lingered around 20, placing him in a commanding lead. Furthermore, all of his gear boasted a rating of 3 stars or higher. Surrounding him, stars spun in a mesmerizing dance, rendering him akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Equipment rated 3 stars and above would cause stars to rotate around the wearer. For instance, donning a 3-star piece would result in 3 pale golden stars swirling about. Naturally, a 6-star piece would evoke 6. This ethereal effect could be toggled via the character information panel. At present, Wang Teng was adorned with over 20 stars, a testament to his lavish equipment. Acquired at no small expense, as his family was far from financially strained. He had invested heavily to assemble such a complete set of gear. Preparing for the upcoming grand competition among the 3 academies. With a smug expression, he gripped a long sword, chest puffed out, as if surveying the world through his nostrils. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of Lin Yu, Li Chun, and Li Xuanla. It was precisely because he could not locate these formidable figures that he felt emboldened to speak so brazenly. He knew he could not afford to provoke those 3. Even with his opulent equipment, he dared not challenge them. As he idly surveyed the crowd, a sudden, booming voice rang out. Wang Teng. Grandpa is here to teach you a lesson. The utterance sent ripples through the arena, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers toward its source. Chatter erupted among the spectators. Isn't that the fool from last time, Tang Xiaosan? His gear seems impressive, but surely he isn't attempting to show off again? He's all thunder and no rain. Can he truly best Wang Teng? I'll eat my shoe live if he can. Wang Teng's gaze slowly shifted to the challenger. His expression a mix of fury and murderous intent. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. His eyes blazed like fire, and he drove his sword into the ground with a fierce thrust. Tang Xiaosan, he spat, incredulous that this pretender would dare provoke him. If memory served, this individual had been carried off the last time they met. How audacious of him to return for another confrontation. Grandpa is here. Tang Xiaosan matched Wang Teng's bravado. Standing resolutely in the arena's center, staring defiantly at his opponent. His equipment had undergone a remarkable transformation, adorned with several pale golden stars swirling around him. He wielded a magnificent staff, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Wang Teng, seething with anger, retorted, "You sharp-tongued fool, I hope your strength matches your bravado. Spare me the banter and come at me." Tang Xiaosan continued to taunt, seemingly unfazed by Wang Teng's ire. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but murmur. Does Tang Xiaosan have some sort of audacity? What is his background to be so brazen? His gear suggests he is not to be trifled with. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. Suddenly, Wang Teng lunged forward, brandishing his blade with a glimmering edge that sparked against the ground, creating a dazzling display. His movements were both graceful and swift, a gust of wind trailing behind him, stirring the dust below. Let us see what you're truly made of, he shouted, raising his sword high before bringing it down with ferocity, aimed directly at Tang Xiaosan. Yet, Tang Xiaosan remained undeterred, casually waving his staff. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded. A spherical space, 5 meters in diameter, materialized around him, filled with countless shimmering silver threads. As the fierce Wang Teng entered this realm, his momentum faltered, and confusion washed over him. His once targeted strike lost its mark. As if he were ensnared by some mental control. Seemingly prepared for this very moment, Tang Xiaosan confidently proclaimed, "Now, dance for Grandpa." To the utter astonishment of all present, Wang Teng indeed began to sway and twist in an awkward dance, exclaiming, "Everybody, let's get hyped." Despite the ridiculousness of his performance, Wang Teng appeared entirely oblivious to the humiliation he was enduring. A cacophony of whispers erupted. Is Tang Xiaosan utilizing some kind of psychic skill? Such skills are rare. Aren't they? Who knows? Li Xuanla, a healer, possesses a poison skill. It's plausible for a mage to have a psychic one as well. Meanwhile, Wang Teng's entourage was in a state of panic. Witnessing their leader's public disgrace sent chills down their spines. Should Wang Teng awaken to find himself in such a predicament, his wrath would be unimaginable. They hastily shouted, "Tang Xiaosan, do you realize you're playing with fire? Let go of my brother Wang Teng, or you shall face dire consequences." Yet, their bravado was mere bluster. None dared to approach, fearing a similar fate. Unfazed, Tang Xiaosan continued, "If we're to fight, let us fight. If we're to perform, then I shan't lose face." Pausing, he surveyed the crowd. "Would you like to hear Wang Teng sing?" The audience fell silent, reluctant to speak up, fully aware that someone might be recording the spectacle and fearing Wang Teng's retribution later. The notorious bully had considerable power and influence. Even the hidden-class dragon knight Wang Hao, a wealthy second generation, hesitated to confront him directly. Tang Xiaosan, however, paid no heed to the trepidation, demanding, "Sing for Grandpa." As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Teng ceased his dance and began to sing. After only a few lines, Tang Xiaosan hastily covered his ears. "This is truly unbearable," he lamented, regretting his earlier challenge. "For the love of all that is holy, shut up." He couldn't help but address Wang Teng, saying, "Last time you humiliated me, and now it's only fair that I return the favor, isn't it?" He remained remarkably composed, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Wang Teng seeking retribution later. Within the depths of the 100-layer demon tower, Li Xuanla leaned against the stone wall, quietly resting, entirely unaware of the events unfolding at Fengshu Academy. Of course, he had no desire to know. Beside him, Zhao Hao fondled his gear with unabashed delight, exclaiming, "Brother, look at the stars on my outfit. Aren't they incredibly stylish?" Li Xuanla glanced over with indifference. Stylish indeed, But tell me, who here possesses gear inferior to yours? Afterward, he reached into his pocket and exclaimed, darn, I'm out of chewing gum. He pouted in exasperation. 15 days had passed, and despite their efforts to ration their food, it would only last a few more days. Hence, they had to complete their objectives swiftly. Zhao Hao chuckled awkwardly beside him. I genuinely didn't expect to don 3 or 4-star gear. This piece alone must be worth tens of thousands, right? A few meters away, Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan turned to look at Zhao Hao. Tan Huan rubbed her temples and replied, 3 stars start at 20,000, 4 stars at 30,000. And 5 stars are priceless. She scrutinized Zhao Hao, adding, as for your ensemble, I estimate it to be worth at least 15,000. Zhao Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he clung to Li Xuanle's leg, saying, brother, I feel a bit embarrassed holding onto your leg like this. Li Xuanle looked at Zhao Hao in disdain. If you're embarrassed, then perhaps you should opt for cheaper attire. Zhao Hao paused briefly before bursting into laughter. Brother, are we still being polite with each other? After we get out, I'll treat you to my family's roasted chicken. Your family's roasted chicken? Although Li Xuanle was aware that Zhao Hao's mother was a professional cook, he hadn't anticipated her making roasted chicken. Zhao Hao nodded mysteriously. Brother, how did you find the taste of that roasted chicken we had last time? Quite delightful, wasn't it? Your mother made it? Indeed, Zhao Hao replied. But why did you say 88 per chicken? Why not just give me one for free? Brother, it's a small business, Zhao Hao defended, but rest assured, this time, you'll definitely enjoy complimentary roasted chicken. Is that so? Li Xuanle responded skeptically. Absolutely, Zhao Hao affirmed. At this moment, Xia Bingxue chimed in cheerfully. Your brother will have at least a few million when he goes out, and I will arrange a Xiaoshang VIP card for him. So dining at upscale restaurants won't be overly expensive. At the mention of the Xiaoshang VIP card, Zhao Hao's eyes sparkled. Brother, be sure to lend me that VIP card to buy a house. Li Xuanle was left speechless. This fellow had quite the audacity. Xia Bingxue gently remarked, by the way, Li Xuanle, you owe me a bit of an apology. What? Li Xuanle was utterly baffled. When had he wronged her? Surely, it wasn't due to some drunken indiscretion, considering he had never consumed alcohol. Zhao Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Xuanle. Brother, what is going on between you two? Chapter 40, 7-star skill, Nirvana Resurrection. Zhao Hao looked mournful, as if reminded of something sorrowful. He spoke dejectedly. Brother, you should give your buddy some time to prepare mentally. Li Xuanle observed Zhao Hao with an expression of bemusement, remaining silent as he watched the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Xia Bingxue was taken aback by Zhao Hao's words, unable to comprehend the situation. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? She interjected, halting Zhao Hao. Upon hearing the goddess's voice, Zhao Hao immediately ceased his ramblings and directed his gaze towards Xia Bingxue. What is up? What are you talking about? Xia Bingxue felt a headache coming on. I meant that brother should at least give me a heads up before getting involved with you. Zhao Hao, looking uncertain, attempted to explain. What do you mean by getting involved? I warn you, don't say anything reckless. Xia Bingxue's tone turned displeased. But you just said that brother wronged you. Zhao Hao was perplexed. I meant no offense, merely making a lighthearted comment. He made quite a bit of money selling magical cloaks, and later caused me to lose a month's worth of living expenses, Xia Bingxue quickly clarified. At this point, Li Xuanle was slightly puzzled. I admit I earned an extra 1,000 from you, but where did this notion of a month's living expenses come from? I wagered with Tan Huan on who would win between you and Lin Yu in the competitive dungeon, and you won, which caused me to lose a month's worth of living expenses, Xia Bingxue explained. Li Xuanle chuckled oddly. You had the audacity to bring up the fact that you bet against me. Xia Bingxue suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Li Xuanle casually remarked. So why didn't you bet on my victory then? We thought the odds were fairly even. Tan Huan bet on you winning, so. Xia Bingxue turned to look at Tan Huan, stammering slightly. Li Xuanle calmly declared, remember, I am invincible. Never bet against me. He paused and added gravely, otherwise, you shall face defeat. Zhao Hao immediately began to flatter him. Exactly, brother. If I hadn't been outside at the time, I would have certainly bet my entire fortune on your victory. Xia Bingxue pursed her lips, opting not to respond further. Li Xuanle slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. All right, we've rested long enough. Let us continue our quest. The three of them stood up, dusting themselves off, and followed Li Xuanle. Time passed gradually. Ever since Li Xuanle grasped the true essence of infinite stacking, his speed in defeating monsters had considerably accelerated. Had it not been for the labyrinthine creature mode, he felt he would have already made his exit. 5 days swiftly elapsed. On the playground of Fengshu Academy, Guan Shangyue stood with a somber expression, facing a group of approximately 40 to 50 students. Li Chun, Lin Yu, Wang Hao, Wang Teng, and Tang Xiaosan stood among them. These were the students set to participate in the Tri-Academy competition today, the top 50 of their grade. However, Li Xuanle, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan had yet to return. Guan Shangyue was increasingly troubled. Could it be that these individuals had encountered danger? He genuinely began to worry. Xia Bingxue's status was not ordinary. If she were to find herself in peril, it would indeed create a significant problem. Shaking off these concerns, he turned to Yang Yu and said, Yang Yu, make one last call. If we still can't reach them, we will set off. Yang Yu promptly dialed, but as expected, the call remained unanswered. Yang Yu shook her head at Guan Shangyue, indicating that the call was still unreachable. Guan Shangyue gritted his teeth and decisively declared, "Classmates, we are departing." Although they were short one Li Xuanla, with Li Chun and Lin Yu present, they still had a strong chance of clinching victory. Overall, their odds of winning the competition remained promising. Meanwhile, within the 100-layer demon tower, Li Xuanla was at the final level. Gazing at a phoenix engulfed in flames before him, he sensed the surrounding temperature rising several degrees. Thus far, this is the most formidable game monster he has encountered. Level 80, 7-star, Phoenix of Flames, with a staggering health of 80,000,000. Indeed, 7-star. Without allowing the phoenix to launch an attack, Li Xuanla raised his hand and unleashed 4 spheres of green light, which crashed violently into the Phoenix of Flames. It had no time to cry out in anguish before it met its demise on the spot. Instant kill. Level cleared. In the face of such a powerful foe, his toxic milk effect was particularly pronounced. Simultaneously, upon the phoenix's death, a multitude of radiant items erupted from the ground. Without hesitation, he discarded some equipment from his inventory and stepped forward to collect the spoils of the phoenix. Gazing at the exit, he couldn't help but murmur, "Finally, I have cleared the level." Half a month spent solely on this. With no time to examine the equipment in detail, he made his way toward the exit. Feeling as if he had been reborn, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and the others were utterly stunned upon witnessing Li Xuanla's swift defeat of the phoenix. They had become accustomed to such displays and quickly followed in his wake. After a dizzying spin, they emerged from the secret realm, arriving outside the stone cave. Immediately, they took out their phones, each discovering no fewer than 20 missed calls. "Damn it, you should return a call to Teacher Yang." "All right, big brother." With that, Zhao Hao dialed Yang Yu. Yang Yu, observing the departing team, felt a profound weight in her heart. After all, these were mere children, so young yet. Just as her thoughts swirled, her phone rang suddenly. She quickly answered, "Who is this?" "Teacher Yang, it's Zhao Hao. I'm with Li Xuanla, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan. We just exited the secret realm." Yang Yu paused in surprise before promptly responding, Good. Hurry back. The teleportation array in the Misty Forest is still manned, and the competition among the 3 academies starts in 2 hours. "Oh, okay, I understand. Well, hurry." Beep, beep, beep. Yang Yu felt a surge of annoyance as she heard the disconnection tone. Zhao Hao had hung up on her so swiftly. It seemed she needed to find some time to properly guide him. "Big brother, Teacher Yang wants us to rush back. The competition among the 3 academies begins in 2 hours. Zhao Hao conveyed Yang Yu's message. "Since we can make it, let's go." Li Xuanla replied nonchalantly. The 4 of them dashed towards the misty forest with extraordinary speed, like 4 streaks of light. Along the way, Li Xuanla took a moment to inspect the items dropped by the phoenix. 2 pieces of 7-star equipment, 2 pieces of 6-star equipment, and 2 7-star skill books. His thirst for equipment was not particularly intense, but skill books were a different matter. Acquiring more would enhance his gameplay considerably. He was the first to check the information of the first skill book. Skill name, Nirvana Resurrection. Class requirement, Priest. Level requirement, no limit. Skill effect, cast this skill on a target that has died within the last hour to resurrect them. The skill has a cooldown of 24 hours. And the casting range is level 1 meters. Skill level, 7-star. Chapter 41, 7-star skill, Southern Bright Fire. Resurrection? Li Xuanla was taken aback. He had unexpectedly obtained a resurrection skill book. Although it could only be used once within a 24-hour period, that was still extraordinarily powerful. After all, this was resurrection. Even the healer class had few capable candidates, let alone a healer endowed with resurrection abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuanla swiftly learned the skill. He was overjoyed. This meant he could wield power over life and death. As a healer possessing the skill of resurrection, it was likely that everyone would treat him with utmost respect. After all, who wouldn't he wish to be resurrected after an untimely demise? Unconsciously, a smile crept across his lips. He then turned his attention to the information of the second skill book. Skill name, Southern Bright Fire. Class requirement, Mage. Level requirement, no limit. Skill effect. This skill allows the summoning of a Southern Bright Fire with a diameter of 10 meters. The Southern Bright Fire is a supreme flame of the utmost yang, capable of inflicting immense damage on targets. The higher the intelligence, the greater the damage. The skill has a cooldown of 10 seconds. And the casting range is 100 meters by 100 meters. Skill level, 7-star. Southern Bright Fire, a mage skill of the 7-star caliber. Li Xuanla gazed at this skill book, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards Xia Bingxue. Perhaps he could inquire about its worth. Thus, he boldly asked, "What is the value of a 7-star mage skill book?" "What skill book?" "Southern Bright Fire. It should be fire elemental." "Are you certain it's 7-star?" Xia Bingxue suddenly halted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Li Xuanla. What did a 7-star skill book signify? It was beyond reach, having been involved in business for so long. She had only ever seen 6-star skill books. 7-star was an entirely different realm. Li Xuanla's statement left her utterly astounded. as Xia Bingxue stopped. Li Xuanle and Tan Huan had no choice but to halt as well. Yes, Southern Bright Fire, a mage skill, 7-star, Li Xuanle affirmed confidently. Beside them, Tan Huan and Zhao Hao were left speechless in astonishment. They had never encountered a 7-star skill book, nor even a 6-star one. Tan Huan exclaimed incredulously, Li Xuanle, is it truly a 7-star skill book? Li Xuanle nodded emphatically. Big brother, can you show it to me? Zhao Hao exclaimed excitedly. Of course, no problem. The group watched as Li Xuanle held the skill book radiating with the brilliance of 7 stars, their eyes wide with awe. Indeed, it was a 7-star skill book. Xia Bingxue, as if in a dream, lifted her gaze slightly. Li Xuanle, can you sell me this skill book? As long as the price is right. Who wouldn't he sell? I can't use a mage skill after all. What price do you have in mind? Xia Bingxue's eyes gleamed with intensity as she fixed her gaze on the skill book in Li Xuanle's hands. Let us go by market price. Xia Bingxue pondered for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat troubled. To be frank, there is no market price for a 7-star skill book. Are you saying we can just throw out any number? Pretty much. Xia Bingxue regarded Li Xuanle with a wary expression, feeling as though he might take advantage of her. How about 5 million? After a moment's contemplation, Li Xuanle proposed a price. He tentatively inquired, feeling that 5 million was already quite generous. I'll add another 5 million, making it 10 million. You should be at no loss. If it's insufficient, I can always make up the difference later. Xia Bingxue contemplated for a moment. As a wealthy heiress, money was no object for her. 10 million was not excessively dear. Without hesitation, she snatched the skill book from Li Xuanle's hands, and in the next instant, it vanished from her grasp. She had directly used the skill book. Had she underestimated its value? Observing the ecstatic expression on Xia Bingxue's face, Li Xuanle mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao was utterly bewildered. He had no idea of the value of such high-end goods. Tan Huan was similarly in the dark regarding the price. To both of them, such items were simply exorbitantly priced. Tan Huan believed herself to be worth 10 million, and she was willing to pay that amount. Unfortunately, it was not a skill book for the 7 stars assassins. Xia Bingxue brandished her staff with a gentle flourish. 50 meters away, a fireball with a 10-meter diameter slowly materialized, radiating intense heat akin to the blazing sun. The flora in proximity to the fireball withered and dehydrated instantaneously. Li Xuanle and the others felt the oppressive warmth emanating from the fireball, rendering them somewhat uncomfortable. This was utterly outrageous. Xia Bingxue, you wouldn't dare use this against me in the future, would you? Li Xuanle couldn't help but interject, although he knew he wouldn't perish. A direct encounter with this flame would surely be excruciating. However, considering his remarkable speed, he was confident he would evade the skill with ease. After all, while the fireball possessed tremendous power, its velocity was not particularly swift, leaving room for evasion. His own divine skill, toxic milk is poisonous, approached the speed of light, making evasion impossible. Of course not. Xia Bingxue replied earnestly. With that, she waved her staff once more, directing the sun-like fireball towards a specific point. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, the fireball plummeted into a nearby gorge. The water within the river instantly boiled, as though it were being cooked. Countless fish and shrimp erupted from the water, seemingly already cooked. The smile on Xia Bingxue's face was unmistakable, clearly reflecting her immense satisfaction with the destructive capability of this skill. Li Xuanle was astonished by the sheer terror of this southern Ming Li fire. Nonetheless, in comparison to his own, toxic milk is poisonous. It still paled in comparison. If such a skill was this formidable, one could only imagine the extent of the 2 7-star pieces of equipment. Seizing the opportunity, he checked the details of the 2 7-star items. Phoenix Wing Cloak, 7 stars. Level requirement, 70. Intelligence, 200. Stamina, 360. Charm, 30. Strength, 30. Skill, Soaring Through the Skies, active skill. Using this skill allows you to fly continuously for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Note, this cloak is transformed from the wings of a phoenix, possessing extraordinary speed that can significantly enhance your velocity, allowing for short-term flight. Phoenix Feather Staff, 7 stars. Level requirement, 70. Intelligence, 380. Stamina, 180. Charm, 30. Strength, 30. Skill, Phoenix's Power, passive skill, it enhances all your attributes by 10. Note, this staff is transformed from the feathers of a phoenix and possesses immense magical power, greatly amplifying your magical effects. Li Xuanle's heart soared with joy upon seeing these 2 pieces of equipment. Each item came with its own skill, one enabling flight, the other significantly boosting all attributes. How much would they fetch if sold? However, he was certain he would never part with them, particularly the cloak. An item that allowed flight was simply too precious. Hurry up. We've lingered too long. Xia Bingxue urged anxiously. Li Xuanle had no time to inspect the remaining 2 6-star items, and thus hurried to catch up with the trio. At Fengshu Academy, Yang Yu observed that Guan Shangyue had already set off with the participating students and could only helplessly dial his phone. Yang Yu, what's the matter? Guan Shanyue's deep voice resonated from the other end. Director Guan, Li Xuanle, and the others are on their way back. What? They're on their way back? Yes. Let us head over first. Arrange for the 4 of them to arrive as quickly as possible. If they can make it in time, they should enter the competition instance. Understood, Director Guan. Originally, Zhao Hao had no qualification to participate, but his level had been forcibly raised into the top 50, all thanks to Li Xuanla's efforts. As he put it, I cannot allow my brother to fall behind. Chapter 42. Apologies for the delay. The champion shall be me. Li Xuanla and his companions were still en route to the teleportation array at Misty Forest. Navigating through the 100-floor magic tower had yielded them bountiful rewards. Li Xuanla had reached level 45, Zhao Hao 43, Xia Bingxue 40, and Tan Huan 40. Their inventory was brimming with treasures: 305 1-star items, 256 2-star items, 148 3-star items, 88 4-star items, 25 5-star items, 5 6-star items, and 2 7-star items. Additionally, they possessed over 100 various gems, including attribute gems, star-up gems, and equipment upgrade gems. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan were astonished. They had not anticipated that teaming up with Li Xuanla would result in such a significant level increase. Soaring from level 18 to 40, an astonishing rise of 22 levels. It was well known that leveling beyond 30 was exceedingly challenging. Had they not fortuitously encountered the secret realm of the 100-floor magic tower, they would likely have only reached just above level 30 at best. Even more surprising was Xia Bingxue's unexpected acquisition of a 7-star skill, which bolstered her confidence for the Tri-Academy competition. However, she was acutely aware that she could not claim the championship, fully recognizing Li Xuanla's prowess. She possessed the clarity of self-awareness in this regard. The arena in Wulong City was bustling with activity, the atmosphere electric with excitement. The audience was fervent, their cheers and shouts creating a cacophony of enthusiasm. Among the throngs of ordinary citizens were members of various adventure guilds, the Summer Kingdom's law enforcement, and representatives from the Super Divine Academy, Super Spiritual Academy, and Super Extraordinary Academy. Though their numbers were few, their significance was considerable. The annual Tri-Academy competition was about to commence, lasting approximately a week. The 3 competing academies were Longting Academy, Fengshu Academy, and Heibai Academy. This competition was being simultaneously held in over 100 cities across the Summer Kingdom. Guan Shangyue was directing the 40 to 50 participating students from Fengshu Academy, ensuring they stood in formation. He glanced at the time, 9:55. The competition was set to begin at 10 o'clock, and they had only 5 minutes left to enter the battle instance. Yet, he had yet to spot Li Xuanla and Xia Bingxue. Anxiety gripped him as the seconds ticked away. He eagerly awaited their arrival, but they remained conspicuously absent. Finally, at the most prestigious position within the arena, a spirited middle-aged man held a microphone aloft. All right, time is up. According to last year's competition rankings, Longting Academy will enter first, followed by Heibai Academy, and then Fengshu Academy. The speaker was none other than Zhuge Tianming, the mayor of Wulong City, an esteemed level 88 swordsman. As his words echoed, Zhou Shanhai, the head of Longting Academy, proudly led 50 students to the entrance of the battle instance, directing them to enter in an orderly fashion. Shortly thereafter, Mei Xingqian, the head of Heibai Academy, guided 50 students to the entrance, ensuring their orderly entry. Finally, it was Fengshu Academy's turn. Guan Shangyue furrowed his brow. Where were the 4 students? Mayor Zhuge Tianming, microphone in hand, reminded Guan Shangyue. It is time for Fengshu Academy. Mayor Zhuge, we are still short 4 students. With merely 4 individuals remaining, everyone could not possibly wait for them. Although Guan Shangyue felt a sense of helplessness, he held a deep understanding of the situation. He led Li Chun and the others slowly towards the entrance of the competition dungeon. Lin Yu softly remarked, Director Guan, rest assured, the championship shall undoubtedly be ours. The absence or presence of Li Xuanla and his companions will not affect our victory. Indeed, we still have Li Chun and Lin Yu. Not to mention the formidable Tang Xiaozan. Wang Tung interjected, unable to contain himself. The last incident had left Wang Tung awestruck by Tang Xiaozan's prowess. Initially, he had planned to settle the score later, seeking trouble with Tang Xiaozan. However, Guan Shangyue had warned him. Tang Xiaozan is backed by the law enforcement team of Xia Country. Do not provoke him lightly. With just a few words, Wang Tung's fiery temper was quelled. The law enforcement team represented authority and strength, and no one dared to offend them, not even the wealthy. In this world, power reigns supreme, with wealth taking a back seat. Guan Shangyue forced himself to maintain a positive demeanor, watching as students entered the competition dungeon, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, they had Li Chun and Lin Yu, along with the unexpectedly formidable Tang Xiaozan. As all students entered, the dungeon entrance was about to close in 3 minutes. At that moment, Zhou Shanhai from Tunglong Academy smirked and approached Guan Shangyue. Old Guan, what are you worried about? You won't be claiming the championship anyway. Mei Xingqian chimed in. Exactly. You've been in last place for consecutive years. Haven't you gotten used to it? For more students, 1T change a thing. Guan Shangyue felt somewhat embarrassed by their remarks. This time it's different, he retorted, his face flushed. I think not, Mei Xingqian replied nonchalantly. Our Black and White Academy has produced a Shadow Saint assassin, formidable beyond measure. The championship is ours for the taking. Oh, old Mei, you are unaware. But our Tunglong Academy boasts a Blade Saint. The championship is certainly ours. Mei Xingqian was undeterred. You only have one Blade Saint, which hardly poses a significant threat. This is a survival dungeon, and the Shadow Saint Assassin has the strongest survival ability. You are mistaken. Our Tunglong Academy possesses not only the Blade Saint, but also a Saint Poison Mage. Saint Poison Mage? A hidden class? Mei Xingqian was taken aback. Indeed. Zhou Shanhai declared proudly. Upon hearing this, Mei Xingqian's expression shifted slightly. The Saint Poison Mage is the pinnacle of poison mages. A hidden class that has rarely appeared in history. Guan Shangyue was equally astonished, realizing Tunglong Academy had such a rare class. Mei Xingqian's surprised gaze lingered on Zhou Shanhai's face for a moment before turning to Guan Shangyue. Regardless, I fear Fengshu Academy may not even qualify for the championship. Right? Zhou Shanhai teased. I heard they have a Sword Saint class, an impressive summoner, and some so-called first poison healer. All quite extravagant. The poison healer? How does it compare to the Saint Poison Mage? Mei Xingqian inquired curiously. It certainly cannot compare. Zhou Shanhai chuckled. Humph. Guan Shangyue scoffed, returning to his team. Taking a seat and brooding in silence. He was not disinclined to argue, but he feared that such disputes could lead to even greater humiliation. At that moment, a female voice rang out, Director Guan. They have arrived. Upon hearing this, Guan Shangyue immediately stood, looking towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Yang Yu. Sure enough, beside her were Li Xuanla, Xia Bingxue, Tan Huan, and Zhao Hao, hurrying towards him. He glanced at the time. The stipulated period had just arrived. However, he wished to push for their entry. Hurry, 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 Guan Shangyue called as he strode forward, waving his hand. The four students rushed to his side with astonishing speed. Their gear shimmered with resplendent light, causing Guan Shanyue's eyes to widen in delight. The luxurious equipment indicated they must have amassed substantial rewards. This bolstered Guan Shanyue's confidence. He led the four towards the entrance of the competition dungeon with a brisk pace. Mayor Zhuge Tianming immediately inquired, Hey, Guan Shanyue, what are you up to? Mayor Zhuge, our four students have arrived just in time. I wish to take them in, Guan Shanyue replied. But tardiness requires the consent of the other directors. Zhuge Tianming's gaze shifted to Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingqian. The two replied nonchalantly, Let them in. Indeed, after several years in last place, one more student brings added hope. Guan Shanyue felt his face flush with embarrassment, as if he had aged a few years. Very well, let them in. Zhuge Tianming nodded. Go, go, go. Quickly enter. Guan Shanyue waved his hand, eager to proceed. Li Xuanla was the last to enter. Before stepping in, he turned to glance at the dejected Guan Shanyue, saying, Sorry for being late. The championship will surely be mine. Chapter 43, Stand back. I'm about to show off. With those words, he stepped confidently into the dungeon, exuding grace and poise. Upon hearing Li Xuanla's final statement, Guan Shanyue felt a swell of hope. Let us hope so. Each year, he harbored immense expectations. Yet each year brought unexpected surprises. He had just heard that Tunglong Academy had a Saint Poison Mage, complicating matters further. At that moment, Zhuge Tianming grasped the microphone, declaring, All right, the time has come. The dungeon entrance will close. Everyone, enjoy watching the match. With that, his gaze shifted to the enormous projection screen in the competition hall, showcasing the details of the dungeon match. This competition dungeon allowed for real-time observation of events within. Based on past records, the match could conclude swiftly, possibly within a day or extend over a week. As the world spun, Li Xuanla opened his eyes to find himself standing by a wide riverbank. There was no one in sight. The only sounds were the gentle flow of the river and the distant chirping of insects and birds. As he surveyed the landscape, he noted the presence of mountains, rivers, forests, monsters, and ferocious beasts. He also observed several semi-transparent numbers floating in the sky, 150150. Clearly, this indicated the number of challengers. Suddenly, a message appeared on his character panel. Welcome the 150th challenger to enter the survival dungeon. Congratulations, you have randomly received the last Dragon Ball. Please proceed to the farthest eastern Dragon Ball tower, gather all 7 Dragon Balls, and activate them while safeguarding the Dragon Balls until the end. Immediately, he noticed a golden Dragon Ball in his hand, radiating a dazzling golden light. He placed the Dragon Ball into his character's backpack. Yet the golden glow continued to shimmer around him. It was evident that anyone could see he possessed a Dragon Ball. However, it mattered little. Ever since achieving invincibility, he had been utterly fearless. A thought struck him. As long as he refrained from collecting the Dragon Balls, no one could gather all 7 or activate them. He chuckled softly, slipped his hands into his pockets, and strolled leisurely towards the east, taking in the scenery at a relaxed pace. It seemed that each individual entered the dungeon at random locations. Regardless of encountering enemies or monsters, a battle was generally inevitable. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a multitude of individuals eagerly gazed at the projection screen before them, where the lens frequently shifted focus, capturing both battles and close-up shots. Some had already encountered monsters. Others faced rival challengers, while a few dashed forward with haste. In stark contrast, Li Xuanle strolled leisurely, his pace appearing utterly incongruous with the surrounding scenes. Whispers erupted among the crowd. What is wrong with this fellow? Why is he so relaxed? Indeed, he radiated a golden aura, suggesting he possessed a Dragon Ball. And yet he dared to be so nonchalant. How audacious. It was beyond comprehension, truly resembling a vacationer. Mark my words, he will inevitably face downfall. Within the dungeon, Li Xuanle produced a 5-star staff, an item that had dropped from the 100th floor of the Demon Tower, boasting commendable attributes. He intended to wield it, albeit temporarily. According to Xia Bingxue, this staff could fetch a substantial sum, yet he found himself lacking nothing in terms of equipment, merely awaiting the opportunity to sell for profit. Once this dungeon concluded, he planned to visit Xia Bingxue's family to dispose of this batch of gear, seeking financial freedom. As he indulged in his daydreams, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Oh, is that not the pathetic scum from Fengshu Academy? Always at the bottom. If I were in your shoes, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face here again. To hell with you. Don't think that your Tunglong Academy is so impressive. You'll regret it this year. Huh. Useless fighters, just get lost. I'll take you on. With that, the sounds of combat ensued. The moment Li Xuanle heard insults directed at his alma mater, he could no longer contain himself. Only he had the right to insult his school. Others were not permitted. He rushed forward, parting the towering foxtail grass, and spotted a fellow student from his academy, standing alone against 2 challengers from Tunglong Academy. This was intolerable. 2 bullies picking on one, and they had the audacity to hurl insults. Such tyranny could not be overlooked. Though Li Xuanle harbored no grand ideals, he utterly despised such behavior. He charged in, bellowing, "Tunglong Academy's worthless scum, come forth and meet your demise." His voice thundered with confidence, momentarily stunning the 3 combatants. The most astonished was the student from Fengshu Academy. What the hell? The first poison healer? Li Xuanle? Clearly taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such a prominent figure from his academy. The 2 students from Tunglong Academy exchanged bemused glances. What? The first poison healer? What on earth is that? They erupted into laughter. What kind of absurd class is that? We have a holy poison mage. Without hesitation, Li Xuanle cast the wind of revival, enveloping his fellow student in a revitalizing breeze, causing his health points to soar. All 3 witnessed this spectacle. Oh, so he is a healer. Haha. Upon realizing Li Xuanle's healing abilities, the students from Tunglong Academy grasped the situation. In this day and age, someone still chose the healer class? How foolish. No wonder Fengshu Academy was so lackluster. Naturally, if he was a healer, they deprioritized eliminating him first. The 2 adversaries laughed heartily, seemingly pleased with their decision, for everyone knew that with a healer's support, it was exceedingly difficult to vanquish an opponent. They charged at Li Xuanle, brandishing their weapons as if to perform a grand display of swordsmanship, invincible in their minds. Li Xuanle, be careful, cautioned the Fengshu Academy student. No worries, Li Xuanle replied, unfazed. Stand back. I'm about to show off. With that, he waved his staff, sending forth 2 orbs of green light that struck the students from Tunglong Academy, each adorned with 10 green halos. The 2 immediately sensed something amiss. As if struck by an unseen force, yet felt no pain. Li Xuanle turned to his fellow student from Fengshu Academy and remarked, "Do they not resemble individuals wearing green hats?" Indeed, they look just like that. Li Xuanle could have easily dispatched them, but he relished the opportunity to toy with them. The 2 students from Tunglong Academy, upon hearing this, exchanged bewildered glances, noticing the halos atop their heads. "Brother, you have a green hat. So do you. What on earth is this?" "I have no idea." Li Xuanle crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "This is the king of hell's death technique. 3, 2, 1. Die. Whoosh. Whoosh." The 2 transformed into beams of white light and vanished. The numbers in the sky changed to 150148. Moments later, they shifted again to 150144. Clearly, battles were occurring elsewhere, and challengers were being carried out. Li Xuanle pondered, Zhao Ritian's extravagant gear surely wouldn't be removed so swiftly, would it? Li Xuanle. I am Zhang Peng. Thank you for saving my life. Li Xuanle's gaze returned to the ground, focusing on the other. Zhang Peng. No need for formalities. We're all family here. Zhang Peng noticed the golden aura surrounding Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle, do you possess a Dragon Ball? Chapter 44. A ruthless hand shatters flowers. 2 school beauties. Li Xuanle did not shy away. Indeed, with a Dragon Ball on you, I feel reassured. Among the top talents in our academy, I believe you are the strongest. Your words are quite astute, surpassing even Zhao Hao's eloquence. Not at all, esteemed one. I merely speak the truth. Do you say this to every skilled individual you encounter? Zhang Peng chuckled nervously. No, certainly not. Li Xuanle seemed to see through Zhang Peng's mind, but chose not to expose it. Nonchalantly, he waved his staff again, casting the wind of revival to restore some of Zhang Peng's health. What will your next move be? I'll head east. Shall we go together? I fear I might hold you back. Zhang Peng was quite perceptive. My legs are sturdy. You can't drag me down. Li Xuanle replied dismissively. While others might argue against such a statement, when the first poison healer said it, he chose to believe without hesitation. Zhang Peng eagerly followed suit. Having finally approached the figurative thigh, he could not let this chance slip away. As long as Li Xuanle did not mind, he was more than willing to be a subordinate. Zhao Hao served as his inspiration. Then let us proceed. Li Xuanle ambled eastward with a carefree demeanor. Zhang Peng excitedly trailed behind him. Li Xuanle's pace remained leisurely, so much so that Zhang Peng began to suspect he was merely on a leisurely stroll. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself. Esteemed one, is our speed not a bit too slow? This is something you do not understand, Li Xuanle replied. Sometimes, one must slow down and possess a discerning eye to appreciate the beauty around us. A discerning eye for beauty? Zhang Peng was utterly bewildered. The first poison healer's perspective seemed to be on an entirely different level, one he could not comprehend. After all, his immediate priority was to level up and earn a living. The first poison healer was indeed extraordinary, his wisdom far beyond that of a novice like himself. He pondered deeply, lost in thought. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, I see beauty. What? Now it was Li Xuanle's turn to be astonished. This fellow grasped the concept so swiftly? There stands a stunning beauty. Oh no, two breathtaking beauties. Zhang Peng stared blankly at a distance. Li Xuanle rolled his eyes in exasperation. Goodness, yet another pair of beauties. Following Zhang Peng's gaze, he indeed saw two enchanting women engaged in a fierce duel. One donned the uniform of the Black and White Academy, while the other wore that of the Tunglong Academy. They were truly exquisite. Their looks and figures were nearly on par with Xiaobingxue. Big shot. According to the rules, challengers from outside the academy must be dealt with. Zhang Peng muttered to himself. I am aware, Li Xuanle replied, continuing to observe. But how can one bring themselves to strike against such beauty? Zhang Peng found himself in a quandary. After all, beauty is justice. No rush, let us watch for a while. When the time comes, I shall take decisive action. Li Xuanle stated nonchalantly. Zhang Peng's gaze towards Li Xuanle became increasingly complicated. To think he would dare to take such action against two stunning beauties? He certainly couldn't bring himself to do it. Truly, the first poison milk indeed possesses a potent toxicity. At that moment, one of the battling beauties spoke up. Well, you, Ouyang Qing, as the flower of the Black and White Academy, resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? You, Lin Xiao, are no pushover either. I thought you were merely a pretty face, yet you possess some skill. Li Xuanle quickly grasped the situation. These were two school flowers. One from the Black and White Academy and the other from Tunglong Academy, alongside Xiaobingxue, whom he had encountered before. No regrets there. Outside the instance, the majority of eyes were fixated on the captivating duel between the two school flowers, for their combat was remarkably graceful. Both were swordswomen, striking poses of elegance. Their beautiful faces, alluring figures, and graceful movements were a feast for the eyes. Dean Mei Xingqian and Zhou Shanhai quietly observed the scene unfold. The combat between these two was indeed more visually pleasing compared to others. Consequently, many spectators were captivated. Some keen observers spotted Li Xuanle and Zhang Peng hidden in the distance. What are those two men sneaking around for? Indeed, those two old lechers are utterly shameless. If I recognize them, I shall give them a good thrashing. Countless onlookers were eager to take action. Among the crowd were students from the three major academies, who had come specifically to watch the competition. Naturally, some students from Fengshu Academy recognized Li Xuanle and Zhang Peng. Oh no, these two are tarnishing our reputation, right? What are they sneaking around for? They should just watch openly, preferably send those beauties away. To send off these two school flowers? They would surely be met with public outrage. Meanwhile, Wuxianovel watched the screen with a composed demeanor. He recognized one was Li Xuanle, strikingly handsome. However, the actions of Li Xuanle and Zhang Peng peeking at the girls would undoubtedly attract criticism. Just as the chatter among the crowd escalated, within the instance, Li Xuanle made his appearance. He and Zhang Peng leaped from the thicket, boldly confronting Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao. The sudden appearance of these two figures startled the school flowers, bringing their actions to a halt. Ouyang Qing scrutinized their uniforms and was the first to inquire. You are from Fengshu Academy, aren't you? Zhang Peng nodded vigorously. Indeed, not only are we from Fengshu Academy, but this is my companion, Li Xuanle, the first poison milk. First poison milk? Li Xuanle? Lin Xiao looked at him in surprise. Regardless, his looks were still impressive. What does poison milk mean? Ouyang Qing pressed further. A healer who can administer poison. Zhang Peng explained. Administer poison? Lin Xiao took a step back. Realizing her academy possessed a saintly poison mage known for cunning tactics, capable of poisoning individuals effortlessly. The arrival of another poisoner seemed excessive. So, have we been poisoned? Ouyang Qing's expression fluctuated. Li Xuanle waved his hand dismissively. You worry too much. I haven't poisoned anyone yet. Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing exchanged a glance, as if reaching a silent agreement. Suddenly, both sprang into action, swords aimed at Li Xuanle. Caught off guard by their swift assault, Li Xuanle turned to flee. His speed astounding. Outside the instance, Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingqian glanced at Guanshanhua, who had turned his head away, completely oblivious. At that moment, other spectators erupted in applause. Yes, take down that so-called first poison milk. What is so great about being handsome? Let us carry him away for the good of the people. Just then, Li Xuanle raised his hand, waving his staff, and two bursts of green light instantly struck Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao. The audience was bewildered. What was he doing? Poisoning the two school flowers? Was such a thing even permissible? 3 seconds later, Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao transformed into beams of white light and were expelled from the instance. What? After a brief moment, the crowd reacted. Wow, this fellow truly took decisive action against the flowers. And they were two school flowers. His future is surely fraught with challenges. Chapter 45. Qin Wanchuan, that old schemer. My goddess has vanished just like that. This cruel Li Xuanle ought to be taught a lesson. I bet he will undoubtedly become the public enemy of countless boys from Tunglong and Black and White academies. Indeed, his future looks grim. Hopefully, the school flower from Fengshu Academy will also be sent away. Meanwhile, Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingchen exchanged knowing glances at Guan Shanhua. The boys from Fengshu Academy displayed commendable courage, exhibiting remarkable audacity in their ruthless actions against the flowers. However, while this was merely a competitive match that allowed for such occurrences, it certainly carried some risks. He would have to face numerous challenges henceforth. Perhaps many gallant defenders would rise up to seek retribution against him. They all felt a sense of concern for Li Xuanle. They understood well that the defenders of these two girls were not to be trifled with, and their numbers were significant. Guan Shanhua seemed to sense the gazes of Zhou and Mei but did not meet their eyes. He feigned nonchalance, continuing to watch the screen, feeling no discomfort and not taking it to heart. After all, it ultimately depended on who could secure the 7 Dragon Balls. Among the audience, a young man watched with keen interest, his gaze reflecting a sense of anticipation. Beside him were 6 characters inscribed, Super Divine Academy Representative. These 6 characters signified unparalleled glory and strength, commanding respect from all. On the other side, in the elimination zone, Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao, having been expelled from the instance, exchanged incredulous glances. They had never encountered anyone bold enough to strike at them directly during their practice sessions in competitive instances. Yet today, they faced a formidable opponent. The audacity of his actions left them feeling utterly humiliated, being expelled so swiftly from the instance. Others would undoubtedly consider them mere decorative vases. Ouyang Qing pouted in indignation. You, Li Xuanle, the first poison milk, truly is toxic. Lin Xiao incessantly voiced her complaints. Indeed, that scoundrel Li Xuanle is utterly detestable. After a brief pause, she suddenly spoke again. However, one must admit, the potency of Li Xuanle's poison is truly perverse. I could scarcely endure even 3 seconds before succumbing. Ouyang Qing seemed to recall something. I've heard that your Tunglong Academy has a poison master, a holy poison mage? Yes, but their poison pales in comparison to Li Xuanle's. I could withstand at least 20 seconds against that holy poison mage, and I could even detoxify myself. Lin Zhao's expression turned contemplative. Clearly, in this regard, Li Xuanle's poison was indeed more formidable. What they did not realize was that Li Xuanle possessed the capability to eliminate them in an instant. He simply chose not to flaunt it. In the dungeon, Li Xuanle observed as the two beautiful women transformed into white light and nonchalantly continued eastward. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the target of countless envious gazes from the male students of the 2 academies. Zhang Peng looked at Li Xuanle with a face full of adoration, giving him a thumbs up. Boss, you are truly something else. It's nothing, merely a casual endeavor, Li Xuanle replied. But boss, every action we take in this dungeon is being viewed in real time. Aren't you afraid that many suitors will come after you for that scene just now? Suitors? I fear them not. Li Xuanle responded with indifference, hands in pockets, seemingly oblivious to the notion of adversaries. Zhang Peng's eyes widened with admiration. This boss was indeed fearless. If it were him, even if the campus bell called upon him, he would have to weigh the consequences of the suitors behind her, who might turn him into pulp. At that moment, Li Xuanle suddenly sensed a threat. He looked around in confusion, but saw no one. Strange. How peculiar. He shook his head, bewildered by the inexplicable sensation. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air beside him. In the blink of an eye, a glinting dagger lunged towards his back. Instinctively, Li Xuanle bent forward and took a small step, narrowly avoiding the dagger, though it still grazed him, inflicting a wound. He noticed his health plummeting from 100 to 66. An assassin, was his immediate reaction. He bolted forward, thinking, which old trickster is more cunning than I? Li Xuanle couldn't help but shout, astonished by the existence of such a treacherous attack from behind. I will relay the information about your poisoning of the 2 campus bells to others. Many will seek you out for trouble, came a deep voice from the shadows. Li Xuanle couldn't resist inquiring, who are you? Qin Wanchuan. Care for a duel? Now is not the time. I foresee a confrontation between us, but I must withdraw for now. Li Xuanle's expression was uncertain as he waved his staff, continually casting the revitalizing wind spell to restore his health. Eventually, his health returned to 100, the wounds healed, and the pain dissipated. He glanced about, still unable to see his opponent. Damn it, what a sneaky trickster. Like a ghost. This was the first person to wound him, and they indeed had some skill. He realized Zhang Peng had just been swiftly dealt with by the same opponent. Just as he was consumed by suspicion, another dagger, swift as lightning and glinting ominously, appeared, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. This time, he reacted much quicker, instinctively lowering his body. Simultaneously, he waved his staff, unleashing 2 orbs of green light that flew towards the direction behind him. So, Qin Wanchuan, you dastardly trickster, are you preparing to ambush me again? In warfare, deception is key. This time, I truly withdraw. The shadowy figure's voice echoed once more. Li Xuanle's eyes suddenly brightened as he swiftly waved his staff, sending forth 450 orbs of dagger-sized green light toward the source of the voice. They flew densely like a rain of arrows. Desperation leads to precise strikes. Abundance allows for overwhelming firepower. If I hit just 2, it will be the end for you. Li Xuanle scoffed nonchalantly. Good luck to you. In the shadows, Qin Wanchuan was indeed struck by 1 orb, watching his health steadily decline. Yet, he quickly consumed a potion and hastily retreated. This poison is quite alarming, he muttered in a panic. He hid in a distant corner, silently observing as his health dwindled to 3. Finally, it stopped dropping. He exhaled in relief. This poison is truly twisted. He surmised that it could have cost him his life, but fortunately, he had consumed potions to stave off total depletion. How frightening. He couldn't help but grumble. He had just used all his antidotes with little effect. Luckily, a clone had absorbed one of the green orbs for him. Otherwise, he would have been struck by 2. What did the green light represent? He pondered, could it be poison? Would being struck by 2 completely cleanse him? This overwhelming firepower was simply impossible to defend against. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, countless spectators lamented. What a pity that poison healer wasn't killed. It's simply too regrettable. Indeed, I truly wish that assassin had made a greater effort to eliminate that healer. Wasn't that assassin named Qin Wanchuan, the one with the hidden class, the Shadow Holy Assassin? Wait, are you referring to the top expert from the Black and White Academy? Did he just fail to eliminate that healer? Beside them, Guan Shanyue exhaled in relief. Li Xuanle nearly met his end, but thankfully he did not. Meanwhile, Mei Xingtian, the head of the Black and White Academy, was anxiously slapping his thigh, lamenting how close they were to killing that healer. What a shame. He was unaware that Qin Wanchuan had almost fallen victim to Li Xuanle's soul-snatching technique. In the dungeon, Qin Wanchuan decided to refrain from provoking Li Xuanle for the time being. He would wait for an opportunity when Li Xuanle was engaged in battle. What a pity I lost my dragon pearl. Chapter 46. Did all 3 campus beauties succumb to poison? Qin Wanchuan cursed under his breath as he sped eastward, continuously consuming potions. He dared not engage Li Xuanle further. The latter was far too enigmatic. Haunted by unease, he muttered, damn that Li Xuanle. A mere healer who can poison, and the poison is genuinely lethal. No one has ever posed such a threat to me. Even those hidden class sword saints and blade saints feel less threatening than this fellow. Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept onto his face. If I spread the word about Li Xuanle poisoning the 2 campus beauties, a multitude will seek revenge on him. No need for me to lift a finger. On the other side, Li Xuanle, staff in hand, slowly made his way eastward, vigilant and alert. Should there be the slightest disturbance, he would unleash hundreds of green orbs in an instant, shooting them in all directions. He doubted that the assassin could evade them while in a stealth state. This assassin is utterly shameless, employing such underhanded tactics. Li Xuanle muttered as he walked. His health had just dropped to 66, leaving him perplexed. His innate talent was immortality, yet he still lost health. Did it mean he would be forced to lock his health at 1? Is it akin to the ultimate ability of the barbarian king? Quite possibly. He pondered as he walked, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. However, the tall grass obstructed his view, limiting his line of sight. He lifted his eyes to the sky, noting that the number of challengers had now diminished to 150, 122. This indicated that 28 individuals had been eliminated. A few miles away from him, 2 figures were locked in a tense standoff, 1 male and 1 female. The young man's voice was filled with astonishment. I know you. You are the belle of Fengshu Academy. Xia Bingxue. Xia Bingxue was taken aback that he recognized her, yet she did not know him. It was not surprising, though, as the school beauty. Many were familiar with her, while she encountered countless strangers. Nonetheless, she could identify that he was from Tunglong Academy by his attire. She gazed at him with uncertainty. And you are? I am Xiaoli Bai. Upon hearing that name, familiar yet strange, Xia Bingxue recalled. You are the hidden profession. Sword Saint Xiaoli Bai? Indeed. Do you intend to confront me? Xia Bingxue looked at him with curiosity. Xiaoli Bai, wearing a serene expression, gently shook his head. We share the surname Xia. We are of the same clan. For now, I shall not engage you. Then what is your purpose? I seek the sword Saint Li Chun of your academy, Xiaoli Bai stated directly. Li Chun. I have no knowledge of his whereabouts, Xia Bingxue replied, shaking her head gently while maintaining eye contact with Xiaoli Bai. I shall spare you this time, but should we meet at the Dragon Pearl Tower, I will not hesitate to engage, he warned before gracefully departing, his silhouette exuding an air of a transcendent being. Xia Bingxue let out a sigh of relief. She had sensed a dangerous aura from Xiaoli Bai, who appeared to regard her with indifference. Although she possessed the South Ming leaving fire, she believed this sword saint could evade it. Just as she began to lower her guard, she suddenly noticed a faint green gas surrounding her, enveloping an area of 4 to 5 meters. Her health began to dwindle. She realized something was amiss. Poison. Immediately, she sprang a few steps away, attempting to escape the zone. At that moment, another male voice resonated. Xiaoli Bai may spare you, but I have no qualms about causing you harm. A dark-skinned youth emerged from the nearby grass. Observing Xia Bingxue with keen interest, Xia Bingxue hastily consumed a potion, asking, "Who are you? Are you the one poisoning me? I am Fang Wuqing, a Saint Poison Mage. It is only reasonable for me to employ a bit of poison, don't you think?" Fang Wuqing, Saint Poison Mage? You are from Tunglong Academy. Xia Bingxue discerned his school uniform belonged to Tunglong Academy. Indeed, outside the instance, chaos erupted. What the hell? Are all 3 school beauties destined to succumb to poison? These poison-wielding scoundrels are utterly despicable. This so-called Saint Poison Mage shall face my wrath one day. How dare he harm my goddess? If I catch him, I'll make him pay. Ah, the bell of Fengshu Academy has also been taken down by poison. Is this what we call fairness? Guan Shanyue's expression turned sour, as he never expected his academy's beauty would also fall victim. Was this divine retribution? Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingchen exchanged glances, their faces alight with smiles. It seems that kindness is rewarded while wickedness is punished. It's merely a matter of time. Indeed, this seems to validate that notion, they remarked. Their gazes fixed on Guan Shanyue's slightly reddened face, silently implying, "Didn't he expect you to face such a day?" Yet Guan Shanyue ignored them, continuing to focus on the screen. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness belonged to others. Within the instance, Xia Bingshue's expression turned cold as she realized she had been poisoned. This fellow was far too cunning, even more so than Li Xuanla. At least Li Xuanla's poison was delivered openly. This one had done so stealthily. Without any warning, she had no time to react. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, her delicate features betraying her displeasure as she waved her staff lightly. Suddenly, a colossal fireball, 10 meters in diameter, swiftly coalesced in the sky, radiating blinding light akin to a blazing sun. The intense heat from the fireball caused the surrounding grass to carbonize instantly. 7-star skill, South Ming, leaving fire. The sun-like fireball caused Fang Wuqing's complexion to shift dramatically. This skill appeared extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, a remarkable technique. It was somewhat unexpected for him. In Fang Wuqing's experience, school beauties were typically mere decorative figures. In terms of combat prowess, they were mostly lackluster, relying on their protectors. Yet this particular belle seemed to possess something extraordinary. "Your skill appears rather advanced," Fang Wuqing inquired, his expression wavering. "Rest assured, it is lethal enough to end you," Xia Bingxue retorted, clearly irked. With that, she swiftly pointed her staff towards Fang Wuqing, sending the fireball hurtling in his direction. Fang Wuqing's face paled, and he immediately fled. A fireball of such magnitude would obliterate him. Given that she was already poisoned, her demise was assured. Remaining here would serve no purpose, so he dashed away. Boom. The fireball struck with tremendous force. The ground where it landed was reduced to mere carbonized dirt and stones, the surrounding grass igniting with a fervor. Fang Wuqing narrowly escaped the fireball's reach, drenched in sweat. He dared not linger and continued his frantic escape. Watching Fang Wuqing flee, Xia Bingxue stamped her foot in frustration. She observed her health dwindling steadily, and no amount of potions could halt it. Was she truly to be carried away by this fellow? The thought infuriated her. As she helplessly witnessed her health decline, feeling utterly powerless, a sudden sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze washed over her. Not only did her health cease to drop, but it also appeared to be on the mend. Her health had stabilized. She was utterly astonished. However, why did this breeze feel so familiar? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Ah, what a coincidence. She instantly realized. It seems to be Li Xuanla. Chapter 47. Saint Poison Mage versus the Premier Healer. With this thought, she turned to face the source of the voice, and indeed, it was him. The visage she recognized as Li Xuanla. Earlier, he had sensed a sudden surge of warmth and, curious, made his way over. He was a full support character, hence his speed was remarkable. At this moment, he leaned on his staff as if it were a simple walking stick, calmly observing Xia Bingxue. "I noticed your health was in a precarious state, so I cast a revitalizing wind for you," he stated with unruffled composure. Xia Bingxue was astonished to find that her health had ceased its decline and was gradually on the rise. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled with a glimmer of emotion as she gazed at Li Xuanla. "Thank you." The gloom that had recently enveloped her vanished entirely. Outside the dungeon, the audience, who had been intently observing this moment, were utterly taken aback. Was it that toxic healer, Li Xuanla, who saved their beloved schoolflower? I thought she would be taken away by the poison, but who would have imagined a healer would come to her rescue? It seems that this schoolflower is now safe from being carried off by the poison. To be fair, Li Xuanla suddenly appears less insufferable. What a performance of heroism. Surely, the schoolflower isn't actually moved by him, is she? Zhou Shanhai and Mei Xingchen, however, wore expressions of surprise. This is a bit unfair. The schoolflower of Fengshu Academy hasn't been taken away, and here we have that toxic healer, Li Xuanla. It's quite perplexing. Yet, Guan Shangyue remained unfazed. He had just witnessed the immense power of Xia Bingshue's skills, which could prove invaluable later. Li Xuanle's actions filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Inside the dungeon, Li Xuanle gently waved his hand at Xia Bingshue. It's just a small matter. After all, we are classmates. Following this, he noted that the skill Revitalizing Wind was off cooldown and used it on her once more. Her health steadily improved, and barring any unforeseen events, she was unlikely to perish. Casting his gaze around, Li Xuanle noticed that a large patch of grass had been scorched. He turned to Xia Bingshue. Did you just engage in battle? Yes. The holy poison mage, Fang Wuqing. I mean, your health was declining slowly, as if you were poisoned. If it weren't for your healing skills, I would have been in dire straits, Xia Bingshue murmured, still shaken. Li Xuanle propped his chin on his hand, curiously inquiring, and where is that holy poison mage now? He fled. Fled? Li Xuanle immediately became vigilant, having thought the opponent had been defeated. If he had fled, there was a possibility he might return. Much like that treacherous assassin, Qin Wanchuan, who would return to stab from behind. Such underhanded tactics were the most despicable. As they conversed, both of them found themselves enveloped in a faint green mist. Xia Bingshue quickly realized, oh no, I've been poisoned again. Yet, Li Xuanle remained unperturbed, utilizing Revitalizing Wind to continuously heal both of them. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, the healing ability was quite effective. At the very least, their health wasn't plummeting further. After all, Revitalizing Wind was a 5-star skill, and the recovery was notably substantial. This guy hasn't gone far. Li Xuanle scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted movement in the depths of the grass to his right, and swiftly dashed over, his speed akin to that of a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he reached a figure attempting to escape. Running? This was his forte. He sprinted at full speed and caught up to the fleeing figure in mere moments. Xia Bingshue followed closely, her speed nearly matching his. Like a cat chasing a mouse, Li Xuanle maintained a short distance beside the fleeing figure. Are you the holy poison mage, Fang Wuqing? Realizing he could not shake off his pursuers, Fang Wuqing halted. Li Xuanle and Xia Bingshue also came to a stop. Indeed. I am Fang Wuqing. Hello, I am Li Xuanle. He then proceeded to heal both himself and Xia Bingshue. At that moment, outside the dungeon, the spectators began to cheer. Holy Poison Mage vs the first toxic healer? This is going to be exciting. 2 poison users facing off. Let's see who is more toxic. I bet the poison thrower will win. Well, I think the guy will win. Definitely not the girl. Nonsense. That's a pointless statement. I suggest you keep quiet. The most excited of all were Guan Shangyue and Zhou Shanhai, as this was essentially a confrontation between Tunglong Academy and Fengshu Academy. Losing would be somewhat embarrassing for either side, so both were intently focused on the big screen. Guan Shangyue, however, was not overly concerned, fully aware of the potency of Li Xuanle's poison. Conversely, Zhou Shanhai was particularly anxious, having witnessed how swiftly the 2 school flowers were taken away by the first toxic healer, a mere 3 seconds. From what he knew, Fang Wuqing could not achieve that. More importantly, Li Xuanle was a healer, capable of healing himself several times over. That was a significant advantage. He had a foreboding feeling that if they were to face off, a mutual demise would be the best outcome. Back in the dungeon, Li Xuanle regarded Fang Wuqing with keen interest. I've heard you are quite adept at using poison. Fang Wuqing's expression wavered. I suppose it's passable. Li Xuanle responded with a hint of amusement. What a coincidence. I dabble in poison as well. Fang Wuqing was taken aback. You play with poison? He scrutinized Li Xuanle's gear and asked uncertainly, are you a toxic mage? No, I am a healer. What? A healer? Fang Wuqing's mouth gaped in disbelief, as if he could swallow the world. You, a healer, can use poison? Fang Wuqing thought he must have misheard and sought confirmation. Is this a joke? Did you buy some poison or something? Li Xuanle nodded, readily admitting, shall we compete in using poison? Fang Wuqing's eyes gleamed with mischief. All right, I'm going to unleash my poison. Li Xuanle agreed with enthusiasm, and with a flourish of his staff, 2 beams of green light struck Fang Wuqing instantly. 2 green halos appeared above Fang Wuqing's head. He noticed his health gradually declining, and his expression shifted slightly, unwilling to yield. He released a cloud of deep green poison toward Li Xuanle. Though the deep green poison was slow-moving, it was highly toxic. Conversely, his light green poison, while discreet, inflicted damage more slowly and lasted longer. He typically used the light green poison for stealthy attacks. Li Xuanle observed the deep green poison, although he could easily evade it. He chose not to. The moment he was poisoned, he felt his health dwindling faster than Fang Wuqing's. It was something but not much. Filled with confidence, Li Xuanle raised his hand, unleashing over 10 beams of green light upon Fang Wuqing. Fang Wuqing's face paled as he realized his health was plummeting rapidly. It seemed he was on the brink of defeat within seconds, prompting him to exclaim, what the hell is this poison? The King of Hell's death-summoning poison. Chapter 48. Xiaoli by vs the Devouring Python. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. Fang Wuqing, filled with frustration and helplessness, transformed into a beam of white light and was expelled from the dungeon. Li Xuanle chuckled mischievously, invoking the wind of resurrection to restore his vitality. However, A wave of toxic energy swiftly diminished his health to 50, leaving him momentarily astonished. It seemed the holy poison mage possessed some degree of prowess. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For he wielded the unparalleled SSS talent, immortality. What was a mere drop of poison to him? Beside him, Xia Bingxue expressed her concern. Li Xuanla, are you alright? Is everything fine? I am invincible. How could anything possibly trouble me? He proclaimed confidently. Xia Bingxue pouted, casting him an exasperated glance. Truly, his lack of humility was striking. He often boasted without restraint. One could imagine his tail, if he had one, wagging with exuberance. Outside the dungeon, the eliminated Fong Wuqing was utterly perplexed. As a holy poison mage, he boasted a formidable A-grade passive talent, a 99 reduction in poisoning effects. That was nearly akin to immunity. Yet, it had proven completely ineffective moments ago. Was the deathly poison of Yama truly poison? Sitting in the elimination zone, he scratched his head in frustration, enveloped in a fog of confusion. Nearby, Lin Xiao observed Fong Wuqing and could not refrain from commenting. A holy poison mage like you. Yet you failed to handle that poison healer? Don't bring up the past. Fong Wuqing retorted, visibly disheartened as he turned his gaze elsewhere. Meanwhile, Guan Shangyue wore a triumphant expression, muttering softly, Li Xuanla has indeed not disappointed. Well done. Finally, he could breathe easy after being so pent up. He had previously worried that the holy poison mage would be a significant variable, but thankfully, he was swiftly eliminated. He felt victory was now within reach. Conversely, Zhou Shanhai, the president of Tunglong Academy, wore a grim visage. How could the holy poison mage be taken out so quickly? He was one of the academy's trump cards. Just like that, gone? It had barely been an hour since the start. A myriad of emotions swirled within him, leaving his countenance a fluctuating canvas of green and white. At that moment, the audience buzzed with chatter. This is simply outrageous. The holy poison mage couldn't even defeat a healer? Indeed, it appears that Fengchu's top healer is rather formidable. What a pity they didn't perish together. Otherwise, more would have fallen victim to the poison. Look, at last. A proper, passionate duel is underway. Who is that? Xiao Li Bai and Lin Yu? Wow, so thrilling. Is that a colorful giant python? Within the dungeon, Li Xuanla and Xia Bingxue naturally paired up, hastening eastward. At this juncture, the blade saint, Xiao Li Bai, fervently seeking the sword Saint Li Chun, instead encountered Lin Yu by sheer coincidence. Two fiercely combative individuals met, and a battle was imminent. Without hesitation, Lin Yu summoned the colorful sky-devouring python. As it materialized, the very air seemed to still, its sinuous form emanating formidable energy waves, as if capable of devouring all. Compared to its previous form, the sky-devouring python had grown considerably larger. Simultaneously, Xia Li Bai gripped his long blade, his form flickering like a specter. His eyes shone with resolve and determination, evidently prepared for a confrontation with the python. He scrutinized Lin Yu, remarking, your giant python seems to have grown considerably stronger. Naturally, Lin Yu replied, pride evident in his voice. With that, both combatants sprang into action. As they and the beast drew closer, the air seemed to ignite. Xiao Li Bai's blade gleamed, each stroke slicing through the air with a fierce, whistling sound. The sky-devouring python, not to be outdone, opened its vast maw, unleashing a foul wind, while its tail swept, sending debris flying from the ground. The battle swiftly escalated, Xiao Li Bai darting around the python, appearing alternately at its head and tail, each strike imbued with tremendous force. The python, utilizing its formidable physique and unpredictable attacks, engaged Xiao Li Bai in a fierce duel. Lin Yu, though anxious, felt a surge of excitement. He understood that this clash not only concerned his honor, but also served as a monumental test of his own strength. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, with only the glimmer of blades and the shadow of the python intertwining. Each collision felt as if it could shake the heavens, stirring waves of energy. As the dust settled, Xiao Li Bai remained steadfast, while the sky-devouring python still radiated vitality. Xiao Li Bai's gaze flicked toward Lin Yu. Only by vanquishing Lin Yu could he claim victory. Defeating the python would prove arduous. Having settled on this strategy, he altered his approach. Blade shadows, 1,000 layers, he shouted, as his long blade instantaneously manifested countless shimmering blade shadows, a sight that could leave one breathless. He then swung his blade with fervor. Heaven's end. One blade slash. The multitude of blade shadows converged into a colossal, imposing blade, stretching over 10 meters, surging forth with unparalleled momentum toward Lin Yu's position. Lin Yu instantly recognized the explosive potential of this skill. How could he be so powerful? The Blade Saint was indeed the Blade Saint. He surmised that Xiao Li Bai's skill had been enhanced. Without hesitation, he directed the sky-devouring python toward himself, while simultaneously retreating toward the python. He could not withstand that attack head-on. Doing so would undoubtedly spell his demise. Finally, with a resounding crash, the enormous blade struck the python, producing a thunderous echo, and a massive wound erupted upon its body. It let out a mournful cry of agony. Lin Yu, narrowly evading the cataclysmic strike by taking refuge behind the python, saw that it bore grievous injuries. He quickly commanded the python to flee deeper into the forest. Xiao Libai initially aimed to pursue, but soon realized the python's swiftness made it difficult to catch up. Well, no matter. Ultimately, we must all reach the Dragon Pearl Tower in the east. He pressed his lips together, gazing contemplatively in the direction Lin Yu had fled. The sky-devouring python was becoming increasingly formidable. It remained uncertain whether he could defeat it in the future. He shrugged, gripping his long blade, and continued eastward. The glow of the Dragon Pearl already shimmering upon him. He had acquired it from a lesser-known student. Having vanquished them, the Dragon Pearl would inevitably emerge. Meanwhile, amidst his disarray, Lin Yu rested with the sky-devouring python in the forest. Sky-devouring recovery technique. He murmured softly. The python's vitality gradually surged, and its wound began to heal. He sighed in relief at the sight of the recovering creature. Damn it! How could Xiao Libai be so formidable? Damn it! He was currently at level 46, as was the sky-devouring python, a level surpassing Li Xuanla's 45. This was due to his solitary quest for advancement. The python's attributes had improved significantly, yet it still faltered against Xiao Libai. As he vented his frustrations, suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Then, a glinting dagger materialized ominously behind him. Crack! The dagger plunged into his back with brutal force, blood bursting forth. Which despicable wretch dares to strike me? As his words fell, a searing pain erupted, transforming into a blinding white light before vanishing, along with the colossal serpent. At that moment, a shadowy figure gradually materialized, its voice echoing softly. Pursuit is indeed the forte of an assassin. Chapter 49. Ah, the youth, so very young. This was the stealthy shadow saint assassin, Qin Wanchuan, who had trailed closely behind, also the subject of Li Xuanla's sardonic remarks regarding an old rascal. A faint smirk graced his lips, as if reveling in a cunning scheme's success. It is said that Lin Yu is a vital asset of the Phoenix Chicks Academy. With his departure, only that Li Chun and Li Xuanla remain. He crossed his arms, muttering to himself, and there's also the Blade Saint, Xiao Libai, as well as the Holy Poison Mage, Feng Wuqing. Unbeknownst to him, the Holy Poison Mage, Feng Wuqing, had already been unceremoniously carried away by Li Xuanla. In the next instant, he flickered and entered a state of stealth once more. Outside the dungeon, Guan Shangyue observed this scene, thumping his thigh in exasperation. Mei Xingqian, your assassin is taking advantage of others' misfortunes. This is outrageous. Yet, Mei Xingqian remained unfazed, even appearing quite pleased. Isn't that the nature of an assassin? Do you expect him to confront others openly? Nearby, Zhou Shanhai interjected with a mocking tone. Old Guan, if we're talking about outrageousness, your so-called first poison milk carried off 2 campus beauties and my holy poison mage. Isn't that even more excessive? Guan Shanhai retorted. But he didn't take advantage of anyone's misfortune, did he? Mei Xingqian, unfazed, replied. What does it matter? Surviving to the end is what truly counts. Methods can be as unscrupulous as necessary. Guan Shanhai felt disheartened and fell silent, for indeed, survival to the end was paramount, and any means could be justified. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to chatter. Wow, that Xiao Libai is impressive. He cleaved such a massive wound in that giant serpent. It seems Xiao Libai's strength surpasses Lin Yu's. But Lin Yu's giant serpent was so striking. I can't wait to see a duel between Xiao Libai and Li Chun. Yes, the Blade Saint versus the Sword Saint. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. To be frank, while the Holy Assassin is formidable, his appeal is rather lacking. Even less engaging than that poison milk, always resorting to ambushes. At that moment, Lin Yu, seated in the elimination zone, felt utterly disheartened. Damn it. I was ambushed by an assassin. Someone nearby mentioned that his assailant was the Shadow Saint assassin, Qin Wanchuan. This revelation shattered his defenses completely. Countless expletives raced through his mind. Qin Wanchuan was a top-tier assassin, and to be targeted after encountering Xiao Libai was quite absurd. Unable to contain his frustration, he grumbled, damn it, that old rascal deserves a miserable fate. Glancing around the elimination zone, he noticed the absence of Li Chun and Li Xuanla and sighed in relief. Li Chun and Li Xuanla, you must avenge me. Within the dungeon, Li Xuanla ambled along with his hands in his pockets, a blade of dogtail grass idly held in his mouth as he made his way eastward. Xia Bingxue walked alongside him. Li Xuanla glanced skyward and noted a change in the number of challengers, 150, 108. This indicated that 42 individuals had already been eliminated, faster than he had anticipated. Xia Bingxue also looked up, her expression filled with concern. I wonder how many of our academy students are left? Yet, Li Xuanla remained unconcerned. Fear not. As long as I am here, victory shall surely be ours. Xia Bingxue turned to him. The challengers here are not like monsters or murderers. They possess their own skills. From where does your confidence stem? It naturally comes from deep within, he replied. Is it a matter of being tough as nails, then? You could interpret it that way. As they continued their conversation, suddenly, voices arose ahead. With 12 students from Tunglong Academy against 2 from Phoenix Chicks Academy. ISNT, this merely childish play? Don't assume that we from Phoenix Chicks Academy are easy targets. You are merely relying on your numbers. Don't you realize that gathering allies is also a skill? If you have the guts, face us one-on-one. Ah, the youth, so very young. Where is the fortune in that? Quickly, hand over your Dragon Balls. If you call me Grandpa, I might just give them to you. Upon hearing the mention of Dragon Balls, Li Xuanle and Xia Bingxue quickened their pace, parting the tall grass. They arrived at the scene where 12 students clad in Tunglong Academy uniforms were menacingly pressuring 2 students from Phoenix Chicks Academy to surrender their Dragon Balls. Li Xuanle immediately recognized the 2 Phoenix Chicks Academy students, Wang Hao and Li Xiang. To be precise, the Dragon Knight Wang Hao and the swordsman Li Xiang, whom he had encountered in the Super Ghost dungeon. Li Xuanle had not expected them to be together. He noticed the Dragon Ball glowing on Wang Hao, clearly indicating he possessed one. Seeing Li Xuanle and Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao and Li Xiang appeared as if they had found their saviors, nearly moved to tears. Wow. The big shot has arrived. Wang Hao swiftly retrieved the Dragon Ball from his inventory and tossed it to Li Xuanle. Big shot. This Dragon Ball is yours now. I can't keep it safe. Li Xuanle accepted the Dragon Ball, reluctantly taking out a relatively inferior 1-star item to make room for it. He felt a twinge of regret. His inventory was already brimming, and to store anything new, he had to part with something else. At that moment, Wang Hao pointed at one of the stocky students from Tunglong Academy, who was radiating the distinctive golden glow of a Dragon Ball. That student glared fiercely at Li Xuanle. Big shot? What big shot? He asked merely a pretty boy. Li Xuanle paused, unsure whether he was being insulted or complimented. Shaking his head, he remained unfazed, brandishing his staff, unleashing 5 orbs of green light that instantly struck 5 opponents. 4 were obliterated, while 1 was severely injured. The onlookers gasped in horror. What the hell? He just killed 5 people in the blink of an eye? In the next moment, 5 more orbs of green light struck 5 other foes, history repeating itself. The remaining 2 fled in panic. Flee. Li Xuanle chuckled softly, waving his staff once more, sending out 2 orbs of green light that swiftly dispatched the last 2. It was noteworthy that at level 45, his casting range had extended to 450 meters. How far could they run in 2 to 3 seconds? The entire process of eliminating the 12 Tunglong Academy students had taken less than 5 or 6 seconds. Wang Hao and Li Xiang stared at Li Xuanle in astonishment. Big shot. Have you become this powerful? I've always been quite formidable. Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Hao immediately started applauding, with Li Xiang joining in as well. Incredible. This poison is far more potent than what we witnessed in the Academy dungeon. Wang Hao rushed forward, picking up a Dragon Ball dropped by the defeated foes and handing it to Li Xuanle. Big shot. Our chances of winning at Phoenix Chicks Academy hinge on you. No worries. I'm sure we will triumph. Li Xuanle declared confidently, taking the Dragon Ball and hesitating for a moment before returning it to Wang Hao. You hold on to it. I trust you. The thought of having to discard equipment to fit the Dragon Ball into his already full inventory pained him. It represented wealth. He was aware that Xia Bingxue's package was equally brimming with treasures. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, do you truly have such faith in me? Of course. I believe you are destined for greatness. All right, as long as I draw breath, I shall safeguard this Dragon Ball. Li Xuanle glanced at the gear strewn on the ground, feeling a pang of sympathy before picking it up. He then retrieved one of the Dragon Balls and handed it to Li Xiang. You must take one as well. I trust you too. Xia Bingxue rolled her eyes at Li Xuanle. Isn't this just a classic case of PUA? Chapter 50, Sword Saint Li Chun vs. Blade Saint Xiaoli Bai. What the hell? Li Xiang was utterly unprepared for Li Xuanle to let him take a Dragon Ball. His excitement surged, only to be met with the sudden realization that the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders had increased. It seemed that he too must contribute significantly to the Academy's quest for victory. His gaze towards Li Xuanle brimmed with newfound respect. Rest assured, I shall guard it with utmost care. Li Xiang chuckled heartily, his eyes narrowing with delight. Li Xuanle nodded in response and stowed the equipment back into his backpack. Level 30, 1-star gear, worth several thousand coins. How could one simply disregard such wealth? His confidence in handing over the Dragon Balls stemmed from his belief that as long as he retained control over one, all 7 were ultimately necessary. He had no cause for concern regarding the others. The 4 of them journeyed together, continuing eastward. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the number of challengers had dwindled to 96. Outside the dungeon, the principal of Tunglong Academy, Zhou Shanhai, pounded his chest in despair, lamenting the loss. Just a few seconds, merely seconds, they had lost 12 individuals. His expression was as grim as someone who had swallowed a mosquito. He cast a resentful gaze towards Guanshanyue, as if to say, look at your people. What a fine job they've done. Yet Guanshanyue feigned ignorance, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Serves you right for being so cocky before. Well done, Li Xuanle. When you return, I'll treat you to a chicken leg. A barely contained smile crept across his face. Zhou Shanhai, witnessing this scene, felt a vain throb on his forehead, his thighs bruised from the force of his frustration. This fellow was a moment away from sprouting a tail in sheer delight. Meanwhile, Mei Xingqian from the Black and White Academy observed the spectacle with an amused expression, watching the two with a bemused smile. At this moment, His academy had suffered the least losses. The more fiercely Tunglong Academy and Fengshu Academy clashed, the more advantageous it was for him. Thus, he remained silent, content to watch the unfolding drama. Within the dungeon, Qin Wangchuan stealthily eliminated students from Tunglong Academy and Fengshu Academy from the shadows. He moved like a specter, a harbinger of death, reaping the lives of one challenger after another. He had become a nightmare for all within the dungeon. Thus far, the greatest peril he had encountered was the dagger-like green light emanating from Li Xuanla. Since then, he had not faced any other threats. One challenger after another was carried out from the dungeon. At this moment, he stood quietly in the shadow of a hill, his gaze fixed on a valley not far ahead, as if he were watching an enthralling performance. In that valley, two figures stood poised for battle. The hidden class Sword Saint, Li Chun, the hidden class Blade Saint, Xia Li Bai. These two highly anticipated masters had indeed crossed paths, and both were adorned with the shimmering light of Dragon Balls. In this desolate valley, Sword Saint Li Chun and Blade Saint Xia Li Bai faced each other, the air thick with a chilling aura, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Li Chun stood tall, wielding a long sword that glimmered with a cold light. His gaze was deep as the ocean, seemingly able to perceive all. In contrast, Xia Li Bai gripped a long knife, its blade straight and iron-like, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance. "You've truly sought me out," Li Chun remarked with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Xia Li Bai had been searching for him all this while. "We are destined to clash sooner or later." Xia Li Bai's fighting spirit surged. The question of who was superior, the Blade Saint or the Sword Saint, was one that everyone yearned to answer. Without further ado, they engaged. Xia Li Bai initiated the assault, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Li Chun's eyes sharpened, and in an instant, his form vanished, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Xia Li Bai's strike missed its mark, yet he remained unperturbed, swiftly adjusting his stance to brace for Li Chun's counterattack. However, Li Chun did not appear where he expected. Instead, he materialized behind Xia Li Bai. Li Chun's long sword struck out like a serpent, aiming for Xia Li Bai's back. Good heavens! Xia Li Bai reacted with remarkable speed, his body arching backward while simultaneously sweeping his knife horizontally. The clash of Li Chun's sword against the back of Xia Li Bai's knife produced a crisp metallic sound. Their exchanges were rapid, leaving spectators breathless. Li Chun's swordplay flowed like water, sometimes gentle as a willow's wisp, at other times fierce as thunder. In contrast, Xia Li Bai's blade techniques were bold and decisive, each strike imbued with the momentum of a last-ditch effort. As they clashed, their figures intertwined in the air, creating a spectacle of waves and reverberations. The valley echoed with the sound of metal clanging, accompanied by their breaths and low growls. "Impressive! Impressive! Impressive!" Qin Wangchuan, hidden in the shadows, exclaimed thrice in admiration. He had never witnessed such a captivating duel. It was a feast for the eyes, igniting his very soul. He felt a warmth coursing through his body. Within the valley, after a fierce battle, Xia Li Bai suddenly struck the ground with his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that carved a deep trench into the earth. Simultaneously, he propelled himself into the air, his blade aimed at Li Chun's brow. Li Chun's gaze remained tranquil as water. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword transformed into a streak of light, deftly intercepting Xia Li Bai's blade. The two forces collided in midair, producing a thunderous roar. Ultimately, Li Chun's long sword neutralized Xia Li Bai's assault. As he landed, Xia Li Bai stood with his blade sheathed, astonishment etched in his expression. What he had just witnessed was sword control. Sword control granted Li Chun remarkable initiative and mobility. Although Xia Li Bai was aware of his opponent's mastery, experiencing it firsthand left him profoundly shocked. Li Chun's proficiency in sword control was exceptional, seeming effortless and masterful. "You are indeed formidable." Xia Li Bai's eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent. "You are not lacking either." Li Chun's voice was low and steady. Outside the dungeon, all spectators held their breath, anxious not to miss a single moment. As the two momentarily paused for breath, discussions erupted among the onlookers. Blade Saint versus Sword Saint. "This is absolutely stunning. After watching for so long, this PK is the most exhilarating. Don't stop, keep going. You're just standing there, it's easy for you to say." Nearby, Zhou Shanhai and Guan Shangyue from Tunglong Academy were equally rapt, their eyes glued to the thrilling battle between Xia Li Bai and Li Chun. The two of them are currently in a state of intense tension, even more so than Li Chun and Xia Li Bai themselves. These two individuals are the prominent representatives of their respective academies. Once the dust settles and a victor is determined, it will fundamentally sway the balance of triumph in this contest. Guan Shangyue is particularly anxious, given that Fengshu Academy has been languishing at the bottom for several consecutive years. He yearns for a victory to restore the academy's reputation. Within the instance, Xia Li Bai and Li Chun stand opposite each other, both exhibiting grave expressions. Xia Li Bai's eyes gleam with intensity as he slowly raises his long blade and suddenly swings it, shadow of 1,000 blades. Countless blade shadows materialize from his weapon, densely filling the air. "Li Chun, catch this." With that, he leaps into the air and fiercely strikes towards Li Chun. Sky's edge blade slash. Li Chen's pupils constrict, his gaze brimming with determination. He could evade, but he has no desire to retreat at this moment. In the blink of an eye, long swords appear in his hands, spinning continuously before him. He swiftly gestures with both hands and exclaims, "Sacred Royal Sword Technique." In the shadows, Qin Wangchuan gasps in astonishment. Sacred Royal Sword Technique? Unbelievable. He is acutely aware that while the Sacred Royal Sword Technique and the Royal Sword Technique differ by merely one character, they are fundamentally distinct. It is akin to the difference between a model car and an actual car. Any swordsman with sufficient wealth might have a chance to acquire the Royal Sword Technique skill book and learn it, albeit with slim odds. However, the Sacred Royal Sword Technique is a unique skill, one that cannot be learned by mere desire. It is a rare treasure. The last known practitioner of the Sacred Royal Sword Technique was Mei Changshu from Langya Academy, who, according to legends, has entered the Cosmic Cube to fight for this realm's humanity. Qin Wangchuan rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He speculates that this Sacred Royal Sword Technique must have been automatically learned by Li Chun upon triggering the hidden class of Sword Saint. Or perhaps it is a result of some innate talent of his. He shakes his head, brow furrowing, unable to ascertain the truth. One thing he is certain of, however, is that Li Chun is likely stronger than Xiao Li Bai. Outside the instance, everyone is privately astonished. Someone among this cohort has mastered the Sacred Royal Sword Technique? This revelation is nothing short of sensational, sending them into a frenzy. Remarkable. Guan Shangyue is beyond exhilarated, his countenance trembling with excitement. He knew Li Chun was formidable, but he never anticipated he would possess such an extraordinary skill. The championship for Fengqiu Academy is all but secured. The mayor of Wulong City, Zhuge Tianming, stares in disbelief at Li Chun. The emergence of the Sacred Royal Sword Technique holds immense significance for Wulong City, potentially elevating its status within the Xia Nation and affecting the distribution of the Fortune Crystal. Areas covered by the Fortune Crystal are devoid of game monsters, and every city possesses one, albeit in varying quantities. What a talent! Among the audience, a representative from the Super God Academy, a young man named Zhao Chongqing, expresses his admiration. He is one of the representatives dispatched to various cities by the Super God Academy to scout for exceptionally gifted individuals. Clearly, fortune has smiled upon him with this discovery. Even though he has encountered many prodigies, Li Chun manages to astonish him. Moreover, he finds himself intrigued by Li Xuanle and is curious about the nature of their skills, which seem both bizarre and powerful. Evoking a sense of lethality, one strike to slay 10, 1,000 miles without a trace. Once the task is done, leave without a word. Deeply concealed in both body and name. At this moment, Zhou Shanhai, the principal of Tunglong Academy, and Mei Xingqian, the principal of Heibai Academy, were expressions of concern. If nothing unexpected occurs, the championship should belong to Fengqiu Academy. Within the instance, Li Chen's 4 long swords whirl at high speed, their shadows surging forth with a formidable presence, seemingly shaking the surrounding space. Finally, a massive sword shadow arcs across the sky, hurtling towards Xiao Li Bai. The power of Xiao Li Bai's sky's edge blade slash is tremendous, yet it pales in comparison to the grandeur of Li Chen's sword shadow. However, Xiao Li Bai's lips curl into a confident smile, as if he possesses a secret weapon. Tenfold blade slash. With this declaration, his single blade shadow suddenly multiplies into 10, each shadow exuding immense vigor and ferocity. This is his S-rank talent, a tenfold amplification, capable of enhancing skills for a brief period. Xiao Li Bai's might surges once more, allowing him to barely match Li Chen's prowess, leaving Qin Wangchuan, who is merely an onlooker, astounded once again. What the hell? Both of them have secret techniques. How is one to proceed? At this moment, the titanic clash between Li Chen's mighty sword shadow and Xiao Li Bai's 10 blade shadows culminates in an explosive collision. A deafening roar echoes, and a powerful shockwave propels both Li Chun and Xiao Li Bai away, significantly depleting their health. The force of the shockwave bends the flora and fauna in the valley, causing Qin Wangchuan to instinctively shield himself from the blast. Suddenly, he becomes taut with anticipation, his eyes ablaze with fervor as if spotting prey, for he sees Li Chun hurled towards him, his form tumbling and unstable, having remained in a stealthy state. No one has noticed him until now. His gaze sharpens. As an assassin, if he does not strike now, when will he? Without hesitation, he unsheathes his dagger and lunges forward, aiming for the vulnerable back of Li Chun with a fierce thrust. Li Chun senses danger approaching from behind, but lacks the time to react, only hearing the piercing sound of the blade slicing through the air. He turns his head, catching a glimpse of cold glimmer, and then a searing pain radiates from his back as he transforms into a flash of white light. What? On the opposite side, Xiao Li Bai can hardly believe his eyes. An assassin has been lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Had he been the one hurled into that position, he would have faced dire consequences. Cold sweat breaks out on his brow as he swiftly retrieves his blade and retreats. He cannot afford to be targeted by this assassin, especially in his current weakened state. Outside the instance, pandemonium erupts. What the hell? This despicable assassin took advantage of the situation. I can hardly bear to watch. The outrage is palpable, with many suspecting it to be Qin Wangchuan from Heibai Academy, who ruthlessly seized the chance to stab Li Chun. How conniving! More detestable than the first toxic healer. Yet, as an assassin, what fault is there in his actions? Guan Shanyue's expression darkens, his furious gaze directed at Mei Xingqian, as if he were ready to strike him. Li Chun was his greatest reliance, and now he is lost. Lin Yu has also fallen, both victims of the assassin's treacherous tactics. Though there remains a Li Xuanla, he is but a mere priest, and his chances of survival appear rather bleak. He clutched his chest, feeling a slight constriction in his breath. Meanwhile, Mei Xingqian felt immense joy within, yet was too bashful to express it outwardly. The recent scene struck him as somewhat opportunistic, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. However, he remained largely unfazed, for in the end, victory is the only true victory. Within the instance, Qin Wangchuan witnessed Li Chun being transformed into a wisp of white light by his ambush, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although he felt a tinge of shame for his underhanded methods, he recognized that this world is inherently one of survival of the fittest. An assassin must possess the conviction of an assassin. It is simply not feasible to engage in open combat for the sake of one's so-called dignity. As long as he emerged victorious, he would be remembered. His gaze flickered towards the departing figures of Xia Li Bai, and hastily made his way over. Meanwhile, Li Xuanla ambled along with Xia Bingxue, Wang Hao, and Li Xiang towards the eastern Seven Dragon Ball Tower at a leisurely pace, as if they were merely out for a stroll rather than participating in a competition. As he walked, he pondered. Could it be that Zhao Ritian has been carried out? Did he truly squander his lavish gear? Just then, a cacophony of curses erupted ahead. I, Zhao Ritian, possess 100 ways to end your life. Do you believe it? Do you believe that I, Yi Lianshen, have 1,000 methods to do the same? Behold my opulent gear. It dazzles your eyes. My equipment is no less impressive, shimmering with brilliance. I tell you, I, Zhao Ritian, have an elder brother, the first poison milk of Fengchu Academy. I, Yi Lianshen, also have an elder brother, Yi Shao, the foremost mage of the Black and White Academy. Damn it, my brother can eat shit. By the way, my brother can consume 10 pounds. Chapter 52. The world is white, only I am black. Li Xuanla, typically carefree, felt his expression darken upon hearing this. That scoundrel Zhao Ritian was undermining him behind his back. Damn it. If only he had thought to stuff his mouth with Italian pasta mixed with concrete number 42. Beside him, Xia Bingxue erupted in laughter, her smile radiant. She rarely saw Li Xuanla wearing such a defeated expression. The stark contrast was simply too amusing. Wang Hao and Li Xiang also turned their heads, discreetly stifling their laughter. To hear the first poison milk being ridiculed for its ability to consume excrement was indeed excessive. Who would dare say such a thing, if not Zhao Hao? Given his close relationship with Li Xuanla hastened his steps, arriving at the scene within mere breaths. He saw a student from the Black and White Academy brandishing a glinting long knife, vociferously arguing with Zhao Ritian, who faced him with a sharp sword of his own. Yet, both remained stagnant, engaged solely in verbal sparring, their weapons merely ornamental, akin to dogs barking at each other through iron bars. Indubitably, both were cowards. A look of disdain washed over Li Xuanla's face. He was unaware that these two had been exchanging insults for several minutes. Outside the instance, countless spectators erupted in laughter at the sight of the two squabbling without resorting to violence. They laughed until they were breathless, their faces flushed. How would these two titans of verbal warfare resolve their conflict? If left unchecked, it seemed they might continue their bickering until the competition concluded. The first poison milk and the first mage were truly suffering, being forced to endure such humiliation, 10 pounds of it, no less. I can hardly contain my laughter. It was evident that both were gentlemen, engaging only in verbal exchanges. Within the instance, Li Xuanla's sudden arrival stunned Zhao Hao and Yi Lianshen, who were still embroiled in their argument. Zhao Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Xuanla, his voice trembling slightly, whether from fear or astonishment. Hearing Zhao Hao refer to him as Big Brother, Yi Lianshen burst into laughter. So you're his big brother? The first poison milk? Quite dashing indeed. Huh, come now. He says you can eat shit. Why not demonstrate it for me? A vein pulsed on Li Xuanla's forehead as he lightly waved his staff, and in an instant, Yi Lianshen was struck by a burst of green light and promptly eliminated. Zhao Hao, witnessing Li Xuanla's displeasure, stammered, Big brother, allow me to explain. I was merely provoked into saying that. Li Xuanla waved his staff once more, directing a green light at Zhao Hao. As Zhao Hao felt his health rapidly deplete, he panicked. Big brother, please, not like this. Observing Zhao Hao's frantic demeanor, Li Xuanla feigned indifference, lightly scoffing as he turned his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, 15072. Only 72 challengers remain. The number of participants is less than half. Things are about to heat up. At that moment, Zhao Hao grasped Li Xuanla's hand, pleading desperately. Big brother, grant me a healing touch, and I promise I won't speak out of turn again. Li Xuanla responded coolly, have you erred? Indeed, I was wrong. Big brother. Zhao Hao admitted earnestly. Li Xuanla, unhurried, waved his staff gently, casting a reviving wind to restore Zhao Hao slightly. He continued, should you tarnish my reputation again, I shall reclaim your entire set of gear. Never. I merely spoke out of haste. I won't do it again, Zhao Hao assured him, appearing genuinely remorseful. However, based on Li Xuanle's understanding of him, he suspected this promise would hold no weight beyond the next 2 minutes. Just as they prepared to move forward, a sudden cacophony erupted from all around. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magic and arrows descended upon them. Before Li Xuanle could react, he felt his body suffer tremendous damage. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw those nearby transform into white light, meeting their demise, including Xia Bingxue. 2 Dragon Balls lay on the ground, remnants from Wang Hao and Li Xiang. Li Xuanle quickly checked his health. 1. Locked health. Indeed. The essence of his immortal talent was precisely this health lock. He smiled gleefully, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him. He had successfully validated this talent for the first time. Outside the instance, Guanshangyue was undoubtedly the most anxious. His fists clenched, palms sweating as he watched the screen. Realizing that Li Xuanle and his companions were about to fall into an ambush, thanks to the perspective of the opposing side, his heart raced, nearly leaping to his throat. He longed to rush in and warn them, yet felt utterly powerless, forced to witness the unfolding events. It was akin to watching Lin Yu and Li Chun fall victim to Qin Wanchuan's betrayal. Helplessness and frustration consumed him. If Li Xuanle and his companions were to perish, the fate of Fengshu Academy would be sealed. Guanshangyue harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the tactics employed by the Black and White Academy. They engage in despicable acts that provoke disdain. Meanwhile, the headmaster of the Black and White Academy, Mei Xingqian, believes that the outcome is of paramount importance, while the means employed are inconsequential. It is worth noting that their school motto is, all under heaven is white, only I am black. This motto is the fundamental principle that permeates the Black and White Academy. At this moment, in the elimination zone, Lin Yu and Li Chun held their breath as they gazed intently at the large screen. Lin Yu slammed his thigh, exclaiming, what a bunch of despicable characters at the Black and White Academy. Damn them. Even the usually composed Li Chun could not help but retort. I truly wish to eliminate these scoundrels. Lin Yu's tone was laced with concern as he lamented, it's over. I fear Fengshu Academy will once again miss out on the championship. Yet, Li Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. Wait, Li Xuanle is still alive. Within the instance, Li Xuanle wielded his staff, casting a healing spell upon himself, rapidly restoring his health. At this moment, he found himself alone, surrounded by 2 or 3 dozen students from the Black and White Academy. A calm young man stepped forth from the crowd, scrutinizing Li Xuanle with keen interest. He slowly introduced himself. First poisonous healer? Li Xuanle? Greetings, I am Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao? Li Xuanle felt a flicker of familiarity. Oh, you are the elder brother of that Li Liangchun, the one who can consume 10 pounds of feces? Li Xuanle exclaimed in realization. Damn it. A dark line appeared on Yi Xiao's forehead. His temper flared as he thought to himself, Li Liangchun deserved to die? He brought shame upon himself with his incessant prattling. Yi Xiao paused momentarily, his tone tinged with mockery. If you take their words seriously, would you then consume excrement? Li Xuanle's lips twitched. He had not anticipated encountering a worthy opponent. He promptly diverted the topic, setting that aside. Why does your Black and White Academy constantly resort to such underhanded tactics? Yi Xiao, however, remained unfazed, gazing at Li Xuanle with indifference. Only the result matters. The process is inconsequential. So, you condone unscrupulous means? Of course. Do you not know our school motto? Li Xuanle was indeed unaware, as he had little interest in understanding the tenets of his adversaries. He had been too preoccupied with survival. Yi Xiao's eyes shone with fervor as he asserted, all under heaven is white, only I am black. Chapter 53, For the Light. Willing to guard the darkness alone. Li Xuanle's expression shifted to one of oddity as he remarked, oh, so your so-called black refers to employing underhanded tactics? Yi Xiao was taken aback. Having never thoroughly contemplated this notion, he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Oh well. Li Xuanle shook his head in disappointment. I initially thought my ignorance was profound, but it seems you are even less cultured. He could not help but continue to deride. No wonder your atmosphere is so misguided. At that moment, he assumed the demeanor of a teacher. Allow me to elucidate. The complete phrase is, all under heaven is white, only I am black. Non-aggression towards the Mo sect, universal love for all life. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Having devoted himself to mastering skills, he had little time for historical study. How could he be expected to refute such claims? Li Xuanle, undeterred by the audience, boldly declared, you all fled with half a statement. Your education is lacking. Moreover, the black in their words does not refer to treachery. It implies a willingness to guard the darkness for the sake of light. Li Xuanle regarded them with disdain. Meanwhile, outside the instance, Mei Xingqian, the headmaster of the Black and White Academy, began to fidget. The fact that these 2 or 3 dozen students were subjected to a lesson in culture was utterly humiliating, especially in such a grand setting. What would the mayor think? What would the other academies say? Internally, he mused, shouldn't we eliminate him quickly to prevent further embarrassment? Zhuge Tianming observed the large screen, noting Li Xuanle's eloquence. He found the young man surprisingly cultured. Guan Shanhua, standing nearby, clapped softly, murmuring, "Well said." His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was sufficient for Mei Xingqian to overhear. The headmaster's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Meanwhile, the students from the Black and White Academy appeared to have an epiphany, genuinely contemplating Li Xuanle's words. For the light, willing to guard the darkness alone? Previously, they had interpreted it literally, assuming it meant, everyone else plays openly, while I resort to underhanded tactics. Yi Xiao, as their leader, was acutely aware of his loss of face. Enough. Your demise is imminent. Yet, Li Xuanle remained unfazed. It appears my words have struck a chord within your soul. You are eager to take action against me. In any case, your end is nigh. Yi Xiao prepared to swing his staff, while Li Xuanle had already readied himself for action. With a swift flick of his staff, 2 or 3 dozen green orbs of light shot forth, striking each member of the Black and White Academy. Without pausing, Li Xuanle fled the scene, leaving the others bewildered in the wind. Yi Xiao and his comrades were utterly unprepared for the speed with which Li Xuanle vanished. Is this fellow a priest? Surely he can't be cheating? As they regained their senses, someone exclaimed, "My health is plummeting." Me too. Same here. Yi Xiao too noticed his health rapidly depleting, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He glared at the direction Li Xuanle had fled, seething with rage. Damn it, this cunning rascal, accusing the Black and White Academy of deceit. Yet he himself is no better, pontificating with such grandiloquence. In less than 10 seconds, the students of the Black and White Academy, who had painstakingly gathered, transformed into white light and were expelled from the instance. After 10 seconds, Li Xuanle returned to the scene, collecting several Dragon Balls and wrapping them in his school uniform. He was reluctant to part with any equipment, especially the Dragon Balls. Now possessing 4, thanks to the one that had dropped from Yi Xiao, he pouted in displeasure. It seems I must personally handle this laborious task. After walking a few steps toward the east, he paused, leisurely reclining in the tall grass. Why not take a moment to rest? He lay in the grass, a blade of dogtail grass between his lips, utterly content. Simultaneously, he pondered a troubling question. It seems my resurrection spell may be of no use here. Once a person dies within this realm, they transform into white light, leaving no corpse behind. He speculated that this resurrection spell could only revive those who had died in reality, proving ineffective in this artificial instance. At this moment, outside the instance, Guan Shanhua observed the students of the Black and White Academy being expelled, his voice booming with unrestrained delight. Well done. Magnificent. His voice was so loud that it completely lacked restraint. This left Mei Xingqian, standing nearby, feeling utterly frustrated, his face betraying his embarrassment. Beside him, Zhuge Tianming could not help but turn to glance at Guan Shanhua, though he refrained from voicing any words. He could discern the turmoil brewing within Guan Shanhua's heart. The ace Lin Yu had been ruthlessly eliminated by the adversary. The ace Li Chun had also fallen victim to their treachery. The peculiar Li Xuanle had narrowly escaped a similar fate, fortunate to still be alive. Yet, the question loomed, why had Li Xuanle survived amidst such a barrage of assaults? Was it merely because he played the role of a healer? Had he secretly indulged himself? In the elimination zone, Lin Yu, Li Chun, Xia Bingxue, and Zhao Hao observed as Li Xuanle carried away 2 to 3 dozen individuals from the Black and White Academy. They could not help but thump their thighs in appreciation, murmuring, "Well done. These individuals deserve to perish. What a gratifying sight. Our brother has avenged me. Splendid work." Thankfully, Li Xuanle is still alive. Had he fallen as well, hope would have been utterly extinguished. It appears that Fengchu Academy still holds a glimmer of hope. May he vanquish that despicable Qin Wanchuan. Indeed, that wretch is too vile, taking advantage of others' misfortunes to assassinate the formidable Lin Yu and Li Chun. However, an inquiry lingered in the minds of the onlookers. Amidst such concentrated firepower, why had Li Xuanle not been eliminated? Was he perhaps fortifying himself? Of course, only Li Xuanle possessed the answer to that question. Within the instance, Qin Wanchuan maintained a cold demeanor, stealthily traversing the wilderness. His figure glided like a specter, moving without a sound. Upon encountering anyone not affiliated with the Black and White Academy, he would promptly dispatch them. Initially, he intended to follow Xia Li Bai, but her speed was astonishing, and she vanished from sight. Thus, he proceeded towards the Eastern Dragon Ball Tower while simultaneously dealing with challengers. Glancing upward, he noted the number of challengers in the sky, 15,022. He possessed 2 Dragon Balls, having acquired one from Li Chun, while Xia Li Bai still had another. Altogether, that amounted to 3 Dragon Balls, yet he required 4 more. Unbeknownst to him, the remaining 4 were firmly in Li Xuanle's possession. Qin Wanchuan meticulously assessed the situation. Lin Yu had been taken by him, and Li Chun as well. Apart from Xia Li Bai, the others appeared to pose little threat. No. Suddenly, he recalled Li Xuanle, that toxic healer. This seemingly inconspicuous character had nearly been taken himself. He pondered, was he still alive? Qin Wanchuan rested his chin in contemplation. He fervently hoped that Li Xuanle had been carried off by someone else, for that individual's green light seemed rather formidable. Yet, contrary to his desires at that moment, Li Xuanle reclined comfortably on the grass, cradling 3 Dragon Balls, with another nestled in his backpack, 4 in total. Regret washed over him for having discarded a piece of equipment at the outset to make room for the Dragon Balls, an item that might have been worth thousands. Idly swinging his legs, he gazed up at the azure sky, occasionally assessing the gear in his backpack. Most of his belongings were of 3 stars or higher, while Tan Huan, Xia Bingxue, and Zhao Hao's packs were predominantly filled with 1- and 2-star items. This was a deliberate strategy on his part. Chapter 54, The Dragon Ball Tower, Activating the Dragon Balls. Concerned that these 3 young individuals were too inexperienced, he feared that they might falter when faced with high-level or even top-tier equipment, leading them astray into reckless actions. After all, having lived 2 lives, he deemed it prudent to remain vigilant. With this thought in mind, he instinctively reached for his pocket. Alas, he had forgotten to bring gum. After a brief 20-minute respite, he swiftly rose and set off at an accelerated pace towards the east. He adjusted his strategy, resolving to secure victory as soon as possible, exit to sell his gear, and indulge in fine cuisine. After all, Xia Bingxue and Zhao Hao had already been taken out amidst concentrated fire. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Tan Huan had also been eliminated. As time slipped away, the competition continued unabated. Unbeknownst to him, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon, marking over half a day since the contest commenced. Almost there. As Li Xuanle hurried along, he cast his gaze ahead. His speed was remarkable, bolstered by his fully enhanced attributes, propelling him forth like a streak of light. The closer he drew to the east, the more ferocious beasts and monsters began to emerge, occasionally leaping forth to obstruct his path. These creatures were of relatively low level, primarily ranging between level 20 and 60. However, for Li Xuanle, they posed no challenge whatsoever. He was confident that even a level 100 monster would hold no threat for him. After dispatching several waves of monsters, he discerned a pattern. These creatures were drawn to the Dragon Balls he possessed. A notion began to form in his mind. The instance's task was to activate the 7 Dragon Balls and safeguard them until the end. He suspected that this protective task was not about preventing other challengers from seizing the Dragon Balls, but rather about safeguarding them from the monsters within the instance. The question remained, how many monsters would emerge in the end? The mission was explicit in requiring the protection of the Dragon Balls until the conclusion, yet it did not stipulate that anyone could successfully guard them until the end. Upon reflection, there seemed to be a hidden implication. Was it suggesting that no one could succeed in safeguarding them until the conclusion? Holding on to that curiosity, he continued his swift advance. At last, a towering white tower began to materialize within his line of sight. As he approached, the structure became increasingly distinct. It stood majestically upon the vast expanse of land, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. The tower's alabaster surface gleamed with a mirror-like sheen, as if carved from a colossal piece of jade. It soared into the clouds, piercing the heavens, while the golden disk atop it sparkled in the sunlight like a resplendent gem, evoking a sense of reverence and enigma. Surrounding the white tower was an expansive meadow, adorned with a riot of wildflowers in shades of red, yellow, blue, and purple, truly a picturesque scene. As Li Xuanle dashed forward, he marveled at the beauty of the surroundings. Soon, he arrived at the base of the white tower, eagerly circling it and examining it closely. The tower featured a single grand entrance, approximately 5 to 6 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide, with a plaque above the door inscribed with the 4 characters, Dragon Ball Tower. So this was the place? Grasping his staff in one hand and clutching the garment that contained the Dragon Balls in the other, he boldly strode through the entrance. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by 7 conspicuous round stone pillars, each 1 meter tall. The tops of these pillars were conical, with depressions the size of a fist at their apex. Li Xuanle scrutinized the depressions, realizing they perfectly matched the size of the Dragon Balls. Clearly, these 7 stone pillars were intended for the placement of the 7 Dragon Balls. Looking around, he noticed an inscription in the center of the tower's floor. Note: once the Dragon Balls are placed, the 7 Dragon Ball Tower will emit the aura of the Dragon Balls, inciting all monsters within the instance to frantically rush to seize them. Additionally, challengers outside the 7 Dragon Ball Tower will find themselves ensnared in an unending pursuit by the monsters. The more Dragon Balls are placed, the more frenzied the monsters become. Li Xuanle, upon reading this, couldn't help but feel a surge of malicious glee. The more Dragon Balls placed, the more insane the monsters become. He cradled 4 Dragon Balls in his hands, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. It seemed he had stumbled upon something amusing. With purposeful strides, he approached the entrance of the white tower, gazing skyward. 15,018. So, aside from me, there are 17 others? Li Xuanle murmured, resting his chin on his hand. His eyes darted about, seemingly lost in contemplation. A sly grin broke across his face as he made his way into the 7 Dragon Ball Tower. Apologies, but you're simply too slow. I shall have to urge the monsters to hasten your pace. With that, he took out a Dragon Ball and gently placed it upon a stone pillar. A resonant and magnificent aura emanated from the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, mysterious and ancient. At that moment, All monsters and beasts within the instance erupted into a frenzy, racing from every corner towards the tower. The monsters appeared to be inexhaustible, arriving in wave after wave. Simultaneously, all surviving challengers received a message. Attention! The Dragon Balls have been placed in the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, and the monsters have begun to riot. Please approach the 7 Dragon Ball Tower as quickly as possible, or you will fall prey to the relentless pursuit of the monsters. Current number of Dragon Balls placed. 1. Reminder: the more Dragon Balls there are, the stronger the monsters become. No sooner had this message concluded than another arrived. Attention! The Dragon Balls have been placed in the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, and the monsters have begun to riot. Please approach the 7 Dragon Ball Tower as quickly as possible, or you will fall prey to the relentless pursuit of the monsters. Current number of Dragon Balls placed. 2. Reminder: the more Dragon Balls there are, the stronger the monsters become. Following were 2 more identical messages, with the only difference being the number of Dragon Balls placed. The final message indicated that the number of Dragon Balls was 4. 4 Dragon Balls had already been placed in the 7 Dragon Ball Tower. All challengers were bewildered. How had 4 Dragon Balls been placed so suddenly? It was utterly unexpected. They were caught completely off guard. The most pressing concern was that they would soon find themselves ensnared in the monsters' unending pursuit. They had no choice but to hasten their way to the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, or face certain death. Among them, the most astonished was Shadow Saint Assassin Qin. He had already caught sight of the White Tower, drawing alarmingly close. However, he was astonished at the notion that anyone could place 4 Dragon Balls at once. After all, he had only managed to gather 2. Overwhelmed with confusion, he hastened his pace towards the 7 Dragon Ball Tower. At that moment, he entered stealth mode once again. Yet, to his dismay, he realized he was not invisible while in this state. Why was his stealth failing him? Suddenly, he recollected something and promptly retrieved the 2 Dragon Balls from his inventory, casting them aside. Subsequently, he discovered that he could indeed become invisible again while in stealth. It turned out that activating 1 Dragon Ball influenced the others. He hesitated, contemplating whether to leave the Dragon Balls behind or to investigate the tower for any presence. Just as he was deliberating, he noticed an unexpected visitor approaching rapidly. The Blade Saint, Xiali Bai. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Chapter 55, Assassin's Strike. Only to be struck. With a swift kick, he sent the 2 Dragon Balls rolling into Xiali Bai's path. Then he slipped into stealth, vanishing from sight as if he had never been there. In truth, he had gradually drawn closer to the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, lurking in the shadows outside like a phantom poised to strike. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle stood at the entrance of the tower, hands in pockets, gazing out over the desolate expanse beyond the tower's door. He was aware that assassins might approach, but with his prowess, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in cunning maneuvers or schemes. Gods block the gods, and Buddhas block the Buddhas. Whoever comes, meets their demise. He merely needed to be cautious of sustaining minimal injuries. In the sky above, a number displayed, 1505. 5 individuals remained. Who might the remaining 4 be? Li Xuanle withdrew his right hand from his pocket, resting his chin thoughtfully. He was convinced that Qin Wanchuan, the old schemer, was certainly among them, perhaps even nearby. He casually retrieved a radiantly glowing staff from his bag. Upon closer inspection, one would notice 5 faint golden stars shimmering upon the staff, dazzling in their brilliance. Yet, he leaned upon it like a mere crutch, treating a 5-star staff as if it were nothing more than a wooden stick. Only he could regard such a magnificent artifact with such disdain. He muttered softly, "It seems this is about to come to an end." Just then, a slender figure unexpectedly appeared before him. Upon closer examination, he was astonished to discover it was Tan Huan. He had never anticipated that among the remaining 5, 2 would belong to Phoenix Nest Academy. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It appears that assassins with stealth possess formidable survival abilities." She dashed towards Li Xuanle, shouting, "Li Xuanle, let me in." Li Xuanle promptly nodded and stepped aside to grant her entry. He trusted Tan Huan, thus he felt no apprehension. Unable to restrain himself, Li Xuanle remarked, "You truly possess some remarkable skills. Your survival ability is impressive." Tan Huan chuckled, "It's thanks to my attributes heavily favoring body. However, I know you are even more astute than I. You merely choose not to demonstrate it." Upon entering the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, she was taken aback to see the 4 Dragon Balls already placed. "You placed 4 Dragon Balls by yourself?" "Indeed, it's somewhat unexpected, but I've grown accustomed to your surprises." After surveying the surroundings, she turned her gaze towards Li Xuanle. "Li Xuanle, what shall we do next?" "Just hold this door." "Yet, we still lack 3 Dragon Balls. Surely, someone will bring them to us." Li Xuanle appeared confident. His attention shifted to the wilderness beyond, his pupils narrowing as he spotted a figure approaching swiftly. He squinted, rubbed his eyes, and questioned his own vision. It was Tang Xiaosan, the one who had failed spectacularly in the competitive instance. Li Xuanle was unaware of how Tang Xiaosan had easily defeated Wang Tong, so he was taken aback that Tang Xiaosan had managed to survive this long. What a surprise. This Tang Xiaosan must be extraordinary. Pondering this, he suddenly declared, "I never imagined that among the remaining 5, our academy would account for at least 3. Tan Huan." Hearing this, was taken aback and promptly approached the entrance to peer at the approaching figure. Isn't that Tang Xiaosan? Yes, it is he. At this moment, outside the instance, the onlookers began to buzz with anticipation and speculation. As long as the Dragon Balls are placed within the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, the tempo will undoubtedly accelerate. It appears that this competition will conclude within a single day. Currently, only 5 participants remain, representing all 3 major academies, leaving one to ponder who shall ultimately claim victory. Observing the remaining 5, Guan Shangyue noticed that his academy boasted 3 representatives, stirring a flicker of anticipation within him. Though Li Chun and Lin Yu were absent, he still had faith in Li Xuanla, Tang Xiaosan, and Tan Huan, all of whom possessed commendable prowess. He clung to the hope that they could secure the ultimate triumph. His sole concern, however, was the formidable shadow saint assassin, Qin Wanchuan, whose threat loomed large. Both Li Xuanla and Tang Xiaosan, being ranged classes, were particularly vulnerable to assassins, while Tan Huan, despite being an assassin herself, could hardly compare to Qin Wanchuan in any regard. Thus far, Qin Wanchuan had yet to reveal his true strength, heightening Guan Shanyue's unease. The heads of Tenlong Academy, Zhou Shanhai, and Heibai Academy, Mei Xingchen, were both enveloped in tension. Mei Xingchen maintained a somewhat relaxed demeanor, well aware of Qin Wanchuan's capabilities and judgment, recognizing him as a prodigious assassin. Moreover, as a hidden class, the Shadow Saint. Mei Xingchen firmly believed that if this scenario led to the demise of all participants, Qin Wanchuan would undoubtedly be the last one standing, the champion. A slight smile graced his lips, suggesting he was already envisioning victory. On the other hand, Zhou Shanhai, the head of Tenlong Academy, though confident in the prowess of the Blade Saint, Xia Li Bai, felt somewhat unsteady. The unpredictable nature of Qin Wanchuan, coupled with the enigmatic presence of Li Xuanla and his 2 accomplices, left him doubting Tenlong Academy's chances of clinching the championship. Meanwhile, within the instance, Tang Xiaosan was preparing to greet Li Xuanla when an unexpected turn of events transpired. A colossal shadow of a blade streaked across the sky with tremendous ferocity, slicing towards Tang Xiaosan with blinding speed. Upon sensing the disturbance, Tang Xiaosan instinctively turned to behold the blade's trajectory, his complexion instantly paling. If he were to be struck by this blow, his fate would be sealed. He promptly rolled forward, clumsily evading the attack. At that moment, Li Xuanla quickly cast a healing spell on Tang Xiaosan, oblivious to Tan Huan, who had entered a stealth state. Racing towards the source of the blade's emergence with remarkable speed, she was poised to execute an assassination. Now was the perfect opportunity. If she could successfully eliminate her target, only one representative from the other academies would remain, ensuring that Fengshu Academy would secure either the first or second position. Her heart raced with exhilaration as she withdrew a dagger, shimmering with concealed light, stealthily approaching the Blade Saint, Xia Li Bai. Tang Xiaosan barely managed to evade Xia Li Bai's blade shadow, feeling utterly flustered. Xia Li Bai, taken aback by Tang Xiaosan's unexpected maneuver, swiftly unleashed a barrage of blade illusions. With a commanding shout, he conjured countless blade shadows that surged toward Tang Xiaosan. Feeling exasperated, Tang Xiaosan realized there was no escape from the relentless onslaught. At this moment, despair gripped his heart. How could a swordsman resort to ranged attacks? If his opponent were to close in, he could utilize his mental chains to control them. Yet, it was apparent that his adversary need not approach. It was utterly unfair. As he transformed into white light, that singular thought consumed him. Xia Li Bai, observing Tang Xiaosan's transformation into light, allowed a smirk to grace his lips as he gazed skyward. 1504. There were still 3 others remaining. He remained vigilant. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a dagger, glowing with a ghostly luminescence, lunging toward him from the side. His expression shifted as he rolled forward without hesitation, even with a puddle of murky water before him. Crack! A slight abrasion marred his back, but it was of little consequence. Steadying himself, he glanced back at the position from which the attack had originated, only to be met with a shocking sight. The assailant was a striking young woman, who now revealed herself, blood trickling from her lips, with a dagger embedded in her back. Chapter 56. The instant demise of Xia Li Bai shocks the arena. What transpired? The dagger in her hand bore traces of blood, evidently the weapon that had inflicted her injury. How could a mere assassin have fallen to assassination herself? As Xia Li Bai grappled with this perplexity, Tan Huan's form transformed into white light and was whisked away. Her final gaze fell upon Li Xuanla, who appeared utterly astonished, her eyes brimming with a sense of unfulfilled desire. The unfolding scene left everyone in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Li Xuanla barely had time to cast a revival spell for Tan Huan. 2 members of Fengshu Academy had been eliminated in succession. At that moment, above in the sky, the numbers shifted to 1503. Without hesitation, Li Xuanla grasped his staff and dashed out of the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, glaring discontentedly at Xia Li Bai. In the next instant, he swung his staff without a moment's pause. 2 beams of green light shot forth like lightning, striking Xia Li Bai before he could react. Li Xuanla wore an expression of cold indifference. It was utterly intolerable that 2 students from Fengshu Academy had been eliminated right under his nose. Predictably, the green light struck Xia Li Bai, who instantly transformed into white light and was taken away. 3 Dragon Balls erupted from his being. Among them, 2 were the very Dragon Balls Qin Wanchuan had deliberately discarded. At the time, Xia Li Bai had been perplexed but had nonetheless picked them up, never anticipating that he would be whisked away before he could even warm them in his grasp. Outside the instance, chaos erupted. Goodness! An assassin being taken down by another assassin? Such occurrences were indeed rare. With Xia Li Bai's elimination, Tenlong Academy secured the 3rd position. The first toxic player had inexplicably vanquished Xia Li Bai, leaving everyone astounded. It seemed only Qin Wanchuan and Li Xuanle remained. It must be said, both were quite irksome. One had eliminated 2 school beauties right at the outset, while the other incessantly thrived on exploiting others' vulnerabilities. One could only hope they would both meet their demise, resulting in a collective sense of satisfaction. Beside them, Zhou Shanhai, the head of Tenlong Academy, wore an expression of disappointment, yet it seemed he had anticipated this outcome. He understood all too well. While Xia Li Bai was formidable, even the saintly swordmaster Li Chun had been eliminated. What else could possibly be deemed impossible? The saintly poison mage had been removed by the first toxic player, and now Xia Li Bai had met the same fate. Truly, Li Xuanle was an anomaly among anomalies. In the elimination zone, Li Chun, Lin Yu, and the others stared in wide-eyed disbelief, unable to comprehend that Xia Li Bai had been dispatched by Li Xuanle. There were no extravagant displays, just 2 beams of green light swiftly carrying Xia Li Bai away. Simple, yet eerily effective. Has Li Xuanle's poison evolved? Has he become this formidable? Previously, he required time to maneuver, but now he can dispatch foes in an instant. Despite their astonishment, Li Chun and Lin Yu were filled with exhilaration as they witnessed Li Xuanle eliminate Xia Li Bai, for he now represented the sole hope of Fengshu Academy. Their chances of securing first place rested entirely upon him. At that moment, the grand screen displayed only the perspectives of Qin Wanchuan and Li Xuanle, devoid of any other viewpoints. The audience was spellbound, observing the duel between these 2 titans. Inside the dungeon, Li Xuanle gazed upward at the sky. 1502. There remained one more adversary. Based on his recent observations, the remaining opponent could only be that wretched Qin Wanchuan. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation, casually collecting 3 Dragon Balls and meandering towards the 7 Dragon Ball Tower. Although the Shadow Saint assassin, Qin Wanchuan, was not to be underestimated, Li Xuanle remained unperturbed. Confident in his indomitable talent, he maintained vigilance, gripping his staff tightly, prepared to unleash his devastating skill, Toxic Blessing, at the slightest hint of movement. In that moment, a barrage of green light would surely ensnare his foe. Outside the dungeon, the spectators held their breath, fixated on the screen, eager to see who would emerge victorious in this monumental clash. Guan Shanyue's nerves were frayed. The outcome hinged on the final combatant, determining who would claim first and second place. He never anticipated that Fengshu Academy's fate would rest on the shoulders of the tardy Li Xuanle. While he had harbored a glimmer of hope for him, the stakes had now escalated significantly. Meanwhile, the head of the Baihei Academy, Mei Xingqian, was equally tense, his fingers tightly clutching the hem of his garment. Having witnessed Li Xuanle annihilate Xia Li Bai, the Sword Saint, who could hold his own against the Sword Master Li Chun, he realized that this meant Li Xuanle was fully capable of dispatching Qin Wanchuan as well. The crux of the matter lay in who could seize the initiative, control dictated victory. Currently, it seemed that Qin Wanchuan held the upper hand. He scrutinized Li Xuanle's visage on the grand screen, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he quietly inquired of Guan Shanyue, "Is this fellow one of the latecomers?" Upon hearing this, Guan Shanyue turned to Mei Xingqian and nodded gently. Indeed, Mei Xingqian suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had previously consented to allow the latecomer from Fengshu Academy to enter the competition, never expecting that this decision would become a pivotal obstacle to his own pursuit of first place. He pinched his thigh, chastising himself inwardly. How could I have been so foolish as to agree? The thought of potentially losing first place to the very individual he had allowed entry sent him into a spiral of anxiety. His expression darkened as regret consumed him. Meanwhile, in the elimination zone, wagers began to surface. Come, let us place our bets. Who will triumph, the toxic sage Li Xuanle or the Shadow Saint assassin Qin Wanchuan? Betting has begun. I wager on the Shadow Saint assassin. A healer and an assassin. Anyone with a modicum of sense would bet on the assassin. Zhao Hao Tanhuan and Xia Bingxue, intrigued by the betting, eagerly participated. Zhao Hao, without hesitation, staked all his remaining 60 to 70,000 Xia coins on Li Xuanle's victory. Tanhuan and Xia Bingxue followed suit, recalling Li Xuanle's words in the 100 Floors Demon Tower. If you don't bet on my win, you shall lose. Their understanding of Li Xuanle led them to believe he was capable of miracles. The trio observed the odds of 10 to 1 with glee. Zhao Hao bet 68,000. Xia Bingxue wagered 80,000. Tanhuan similarly staked 80,000. Should Li Xuanle emerge victorious, they would reap tenfold profits. The thought sent a tremor of excitement through Zhao Hao. Brother, You must win. If you do, I can finally afford a down payment on a house. Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at his naivety. Meanwhile, the mayor Zhuge Tianming at the podium had also begun to feel the weight of the moment. Representatives from the Adventurers Guild, the Super Divine Academy, the Super Spiritual Academy, the Extraordinary Academy, and the Summer Nation's law enforcement team were all engrossed, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Inside the dungeon, Li Xuanle, with 3 Dragon Balls in hand, strolled leisurely towards the entrance of the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, contemplating that Qin Huangquan, cloaked in invisibility, would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to strike. As Li Xuanle approached the entrance, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a gleaming dagger aimed squarely at his back. With a smirk, Li Xuanle quipped, "Since you've come, you might as well leave a mark." Chapter 57, The Shadow Saint Assassin's Holy Clone Technique. One must leave a trace. As soon as he uttered these words, he lunged forward without hesitation, brandishing his staff. Dozens of green orbs shot forth in all directions. The dagger grazed his back as several green lights surged towards that direction. Seeing the green light strike something, Li Xuanle silently affirmed, "I've secured my position." He then slowly lifted his gaze to the sky. 1502. The number remained unchanged. After a moment's pause, he pondered, perplexed. Was it possible that his opponent could withstand his ultimate skill, Toxic Blessing? That seemed highly improbable. A wave of confusion washed over him as he dashed into the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, carefully placing the remaining 3 Dragon Balls in their designated spots. At that moment, a vast pressure emanated from the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, sweeping across the entire dungeon realm. All monster attributes surged, and they began converging rapidly towards the tower. Simultaneously, Li Xuanle received an alert. "Attention, all Dragon Balls have been activated. The Dragon God can only be summoned when there is but one challenger remaining in the dungeon world. Otherwise, all challengers will face an unending onslaught of monsters." This notification reached not only Li Xuanle, but also Qin Huangquan. Summoning the Dragon God, eliminating monsters? Failing to do so would result in an unending tide of foes. Li Xuanle contemplated this information, and a glaring conclusion emerged. Only one challenger, either he or Qin Huangquan, could remain. The predicament was that Qin Huangquan lurked nearby, cloaked in invisibility, making it difficult for him to eliminate his rival. Charging out to unleash firepower? However, the tower obstructed his ability to do so effectively. Yet, Li Xuanle felt no dread. With his immortal body, he could not perish, only experience pain. Ultimately, victory would be his. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. Li Xuanle sensed a deep tremor emanating from the ground, as if countless colossal beings were stomping, producing vibrations that shook the earth. It appeared the unending horde of monsters was on the horizon. Li Xuanle stood at the center of the Dragon Ball Tower, grasping his staff. Every second, he unleashed hundreds of emerald beams of light that shot out in all directions. He was once again embodying the principle that when impoverished, one strikes with precision, but when affluent, one saturates the battlefield with firepower. He was certain that within this Dragon Ball Tower, Qin Huangquan was absent. If he were present, he would undoubtedly have been struck by the myriad of green lights, resulting in a significant loss of health and certain death. Outside the tower, Qin Huangquan observed the relentless barrage of green lights, feeling overwhelmed. He had just tested this phenomenon and realized it was utterly impossible to evade. A clone he had dispatched, cloaked in invisibility, attempted to infiltrate for an assassination but was immediately hit by 6 or 7 beams of green light, leading to a drastic drop in health. Within mere seconds, the clone dissipated completely. The current situation resembled 2 ruffians clashing, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, outside the dungeon, onlookers eagerly anticipated the exhilarating confrontation, speculating, "These two are remarkable. One unleashes poison while the other employs stealth. Neither can outmaneuver the other. I can only say that if this stalemate continues, the horde of monsters will surely arrive soon. At that point, the area around the White Tower will be teeming with creatures, and it will be fascinating to see how they manage." The audience was acutely aware of the circumstances, as were Li Xuanle and Qin Huangquan within the dungeon. They could hear the approaching footsteps of the monster army growing ever nearer. At this juncture, Qin Huangquan felt a surge of urgency. Once the monster horde arrived, it would inevitably constrict his space for stealth, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Gritting his teeth, he murmured, "Holy Clone Technique." In the next instant, 8 identical figures appeared on either side of him. He was prepared to go all out. The Holy Clone Technique was his S-rank talent. At level 10, he could summon 2 clones. At 20, 4, at 30, 6, and at 40, 8. With every 10 levels, the number of clones increased by 2, all possessing identical abilities, save for the inherent talent itself, which could not be stacked. The only drawback was that each clone dealt only half the damage of the original. Outside the dungeon, the audience erupted once more. "Wow, 8 clones. They look exactly like him. How incredible. Isn't that essentially 9v1? I'm utterly astonished." Just as the crowd was in a frenzy, within the dungeon, Qin Huangquan resolved to take action. He had observed the densely packed monsters closing in rapidly, wave after wave. He did not believe he could evade this relentless tide of creatures with mere stealth. Perhaps he could escape one wave, but what of 10? Or 100? When the area within 10 miles was filled to the brim with monsters, he would be unable to move at all. Clearly, this dungeon had not forgotten the special circumstances surrounding the invisibility skill. Thus, he had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. Meanwhile, wuxianovel remained composed. Finally, he sensed something amiss at the tower's entrance as the green beams he had just unleashed were absorbed. Previously, those beams had traveled far and wide. Instantly alarmed, he noticed the sharp sound of slicing air surrounding him. Indeed, all around, he suddenly beheld 7 gleaming daggers materialize. Yes, 7 daggers. wuxianovel was taken aback. How could there be 7? With no way to evade. He had no choice but to rapidly unleash 5 clusters of green light forward. In an instant, the daggers before him vanished, and he dashed forth, swiftly exiting the tower. Muttering, "Qin, you are destined to lose." He turned and raised his hand, waving his staff as dozens of green light clusters shot towards the area where his opponent had just been. He saw several beams strike true. Just as he believed he was safe, a sharp sound sliced through the air beside his right ear once again. Instantly, he released 5 clusters of green light, sweeping horizontally. He realized one of the clusters had hit something. At the same time, to his dismay, another piercing sound erupted from his left. How skillful! Truly skillful! wuxianovel couldn't help but grumble. He was caught off guard and had to endure the cold dagger from his opponent. As pain shot through him, he swung his staff, launching 5 clusters of green light in retaliation. 2 of those beams were absorbed, indicating his opponent had indeed been struck. 2 seconds later, numbers displayed in the sky read, 1501. wuxianovel glanced at his own health. 1. He had reached the critical threshold. Indeed, if it weren't for his extraordinary talent, it was uncertain whether he would have triumphed over Qin. Clearly, Qin had just employed the clone technique. For an assassin, the clone technique is one of the most advantageous skills. Evidently, Qin had mastered this ability to perfection. wuxianovel couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. His opponent had sent in 7 clones to launch a direct assault. After he had escaped, another clone was positioned to attack from the right, while the original struck from the left. wuxianovel had to concede that Qin had truly excelled in his use of the clone technique. Remarkable. wuxianovel waved his staff, casting a rejuvenating spell upon himself. His health gradually replenished, and his wounds began to heal. At that moment, outside the dungeon, Qin sat in the elimination zone, utterly perplexed. Why was it he who had perished and not his opponent? Chapter 58, Winning the Championship, Ignoring the 2 School Beauties. He questioned himself, believing he had left no stone unturned. His skills had been pushed to their limits. Why then could he not secure victory? The confusion etched on his face lingered. Moreover, he was certain he had struck his foe, yet they had not fallen. He could not fathom it. He worried that the damage from his clones was insufficient, and in a desperate bid, he had even employed his original self for the assassination, only to be met with unexpected results. His opponent undoubtedly possessed formidable hidden abilities. In stark contrast to his frustration, nearby, Zhao Hao, Xia Bingxue, and Tan Huan were all aflame with excitement. They had just won tenfold on their bets. Each individual was jubilant. Zhao Hao's face flushed with enthusiasm. His initial stake was secure, and this fortune seemed to come rather easily. He couldn't help but murmur. The elder brother is still the elder brother. Those legs are so sturdy. Holding on feels fantastic. Beside him, Lin Yu's mouth curled into a grin as he joyfully patted his thigh. That old schemer has finally been taken down. Well done, wuxianovel. Witnessing wuxianovel eliminate Qin brought him a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. After all, he had been irritated by Qin presence on the screen in the elimination zone, having long wished for his downfall. Who would have thought that his opponent was so cunning, managing to survive until the very end? Fortunately, in the end, wuxianovel was the one to vanquish his adversary. He was filled with an overwhelming desire to embrace wuxianovel wholeheartedly. Even Li Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief, as wuxianovel had effectively avenged him. In truth, he was the one most indignant, for his holy imperial swordsmanship was formidable beyond measure. He had simply never anticipated being ambushed so stealthily. Nevertheless, it must be said that the reputation of the Shadow Holy Assassins still instilled a measure of trepidation within them, particularly due to the opponent's mastery of the Holy Clone technique. Whether it was Li Chun, Lin Yu, or Xiao Li Bai, all nodded in silent acknowledgement upon witnessing Qin recent assassination attempt. To be fair, the opponent had executed his strategy with remarkable finesse. It was conceivable that they too might have been unable to withstand such an assault, and there was a real possibility of falling victim during their own moment of vulnerability. Only Li Chen speculated that perhaps his own holy imperial swordsmanship could counter the foe. However, he believed it would necessitate his sword's protection enveloping him entirely to fend off the opponent's onslaught. Meanwhile, Guan Shanyu had trembled with excitement, his visage a whirlwind of emotions. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After several consecutive years of languishing at the bottom, Fengshu Academy had finally claimed the coveted first place. It was a much-needed vindication for the institution. What a feat it was. Yet, He had not anticipated that Li Xuanle would be the one to seize victory. Although Li Xuanle had confidently declared that he would emerge as champion upon entering the instance, Guanshangyue had remained skeptical at the time, torn between belief and disbelief. He found himself pondering, was Li Xuanle genuinely confident, or merely fortunate? Did he possess some undisclosed trump card? A hint of perplexity lingered on his face. Not far from him, Mei Xingqian of the Black and White Academy displayed a face of fluctuating colors, akin to one who had swallowed a fly. As he grappled with a singular, potent thought, why had he consented to allow the tardy students into the instance? Had he refused, victory would surely have belonged to Qin Wanchuan. He pinched his thigh with great fervor, inwardly chastising himself for his folly. Equally perturbed was Zhou Shanhai, the dean of the Tenglong Academy. At that moment, within the 7 Dragon Ball Tower, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly ascended into the air, spinning along an enigmatic trajectory. Before long, a phantasmal golden dragon silhouette began to take form, its size colossal, as if it were a true dragon on the verge of awakening. Covered in resplendent golden scales that radiated brilliance, its eyes sparkled like 2 luminous gems, shimmering with wisdom. Its long, robust tail resembled a golden whip, exuding an aura of strength as it swayed. Suddenly, it struck the ground with great force. A cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth, seemingly carrying the essence of some fundamental law, sweeping across the entire instance world. All the monsters trembled in fear, as if suppressed by an innate presence. In an instant, the monstrous horde retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into oblivion. To Li Xuanle, the scene resembled a moment of collective dispersal, as if everyone had returned to their respective homes. At that juncture, Li Xuanle received a message. Congratulations, you are the last standing challenger, Da 300. You are about to be sent out of this world. Mere seconds after the message appeared, Li Xuanle's figure began to fade, transforming into a beam of white light as he was transported from the instance. After a whirlwind of disorientation, he found himself in the victory area of the arena, alone and solitary. As he noticed the gaze of over 100 individuals in the elimination zone fixated upon him, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. In addition to those in the elimination zone, several deans, Mayor Zhuge Tianming, representatives from various academies, the enforcement team from the Summer Kingdom, representatives from numerous adventurers' guilds, and countless spectators were all intently focused on Li Xuanle, making for an overwhelming spectacle. Colorful lights illuminated Li Xuanle, accentuating his remarkable presence, coupled with his striking good looks. He elicited excited gasps from numerous young women in attendance. At this moment, Mayor Zhuge Tianming, microphone in hand, spoke with evident joy. Congratulations to Fengshu Academy. Congratulations to Li Xuanle. This competition has concluded with you in first place. The Black and White Academy and Qin Wanchuan claimed second, while the Tenglong Academy and Xia Libai secured third. He paused briefly before continuing. The individual champion will receive 3 million summer coins, along with a 6-star equipment of choice and a 6-star skill book of choice. The Champion Academy will be awarded a 4-star instance, 10 million summer coins, and a plethora of supportive resources. The rewards for the individual and academy in second place will be reduced, as will those for the third place. He then invited the award-winning individuals and academies to proceed to the reward area to collect their prizes. This competition has come to a successful conclusion. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Xuanle turned his gaze towards Guanshangyue, who was beckoning him. He took a step forward, slowly making his way towards Guanshangyue. As he passed through the elimination zone, he spotted the school beauties Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing, puffing their cheeks in indignation, blocking his path. Ouyang Qing was the first to speak. Li Xuanle, how do we account for that poison incident? Li Xuanle regarded the two with nonchalance. Do not dwell on the minutiae. With that, he unceremoniously pushed past the 2 stunning women and continued towards Guanshangyue. Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao, unaccustomed to such slight, quickly moved to intercept him, each seizing one of his arms. No way, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow. As a poisoner, isn't it reasonable for me to release poison? Ouyang Qing pouted. Reasonable? Do you have any idea how many people are upset about this behind your back? Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow and promptly replied. And then what? What do you intend to do? His tone was irritable. After all, Ding Guan was waiting for him. Lin Xiao looked at him with disdain. Of course, we're here to reclaim our honor. And just how do you intend to do that? Li Xuanle retorted. Lin Xiao chimed in. The arena is just upstairs. Many are dissatisfied. Li Xuanle confidently shook off their grips. Dissatisfied? Then let them all come forth. I shall entertain them to the end. Chapter 59, 6-star skill, Divine Protection. What? All come forth? Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing appeared incredulous, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Li Xuanle. Ouyang Qing, questioning her own hearing, sought confirmation. Lin Xiao awaited Li Xuanle's response. Yes, if they are dissatisfied. Let them all come. I shall entertain them to the end. Li Xuanle stated nonchalantly, sauntering towards Guanshangyue, entirely unfazed by the 2 school beauties. This audacity left Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao utterly speechless. How could one be so brazen? In the elimination zone, students from the 3 major academies overheard Li Xuanle's declaration. While the students of Fengshu Academy cheered for Li Xuanla, the others glared at him with gritted teeth, their expressions seemingly conveying, "What? Do you look down on us?" Ouyang Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment and immediately shouted towards Li Xuanla. "Li Xuanla, if you have the guts, don't leave later. Let's meet in the second floor competition instance." Lin Xiao also appeared quite vexed, her delicate features clouded with displeasure. Indeed, he must learn the harsh realities of society. Li Xuanla, however, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "We'll see how I feel at that time." With that, he quickened his pace, striding towards Guanshangyue, leaving Lin Xiao and Ouyang Qing in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Zhao Hao observed this scene with profound envy, his eyes brimming with admiration. He never expected his elder brother to remain so composed in the presence of two stunning school beauties, unable to restrain his admiration. He mused, "Truly an exemplar for our generation." Soon, Li Xuanla accompanied Guanshangyue to the rewards area, where they were met by none other than Mayor Zhuge Tianming, personally distributing the rewards. Zhuge Tianming, radiating enthusiasm, shifted his gaze from Guanshangyue to Li Xuanla, scrutinizing him for several seconds before speaking. "It truly surprises me that the champion is a priest class." "Haha, merely a stroke of luck," Li Xuanla responded dismissively. "They all say you are a jinx. I must admit, your jinxing ability is indeed formidable." Guanshangyue quickly interjected. Mayor Zhuge Tianming regarded Guanshangyue with a knowing look. "Old Guan, your Fengshu Academy is brimming with talent this time. It seems we may need your assistance with the fortune crystal for our Wulong city in the future." Li Xuanla, intrigued, inquired, "What is the fortune crystal?" Guanshangyue explained with a serious tone. "The fortune crystal contains fortune. Areas with the fortune crystal will not be plagued by game monsters, which is of utmost importance. Our Wulong city thrives thanks to the fortune crystals located in its 9 districts." Li Xuanla nodded, somewhat comprehending. "So, as long as we have the fortune crystal, monsters won't intrude?" Guanshangyue nodded, then shook his head. "Yes and no. The fortune crystal is a consumable item that must be continuously acquired. Once the fortune within the fortune crystal is depleted, it ceases to function." Mayor Zhuge Tianming also nodded in agreement. "Thus, you, Li Xuanla, along with Li Chun, Lin Yu, Xia Li Bai, Qin Wangchuan, and others, must strive to obtain the fortune crystals should you have the opportunity to enter the Super Divine Academy, for the sake of the citizens of Wulong City." Li Xuanla's eyes darted, his expression puzzled. "Does the Super Divine Academy have fortune crystals?" Zhuge Tianming shook his head. "No, the Super Divine Academy does not possess fortune crystals, but there are ways to obtain them." "Methods?" Li Xuanla probed. "Indeed, methods. However, I am not privy to the specifics. Only those within the Super Divine Academy are aware of the details." It seemed that even Zhuge Tianming was not entirely clear on the particulars. Li Xuanla nodded, feigning understanding. "I see." Mayor Zhuge Tianming took a deep breath. "As the mayor of Wulong City, my primary concern is the welfare of our city, especially the precarious state of the 9th district. In truth, many other cities in Xia country also require fortune crystals for survival." He paused, his tone earnest. "With great power comes great responsibility. I hope you young people will persevere, ensuring our Xia country's lasting peace." Both Guanshangyue and Li Xuanla nodded solemnly. Zhuge Tianming perked up, carrying a briefcase. "All right, here is your reward. 3 million Xia coins." Li Xuanla's eyes sparkled as he promptly accepted the briefcase. Zhuge Tianming then produced 2 large boxes, one containing several pieces of 6-star equipment, and the other, several 6-star skill books. He regarded Li Xuanla. "You may select one item from the 6-star equipment and one from the 6-star skill books." Li Xuanla, not particularly interested in the 6-star equipment, casually chose the most valuable-looking longsword before shifting his focus to the skill books. At this point, both Guanshangyue and Zhuge Tianming were perplexed. Zhuge Tianming, intrigued, stared at Li Xuanla, unable to comprehend. "Why do you not select a staff usable by priests, but instead choose a longsword?" "Because the longsword may be worth a bit more," Li Xuanla replied without hesitation. "So, you intend to sell it?" "Yes," Li Xuanla answered, thoroughly examining the nearby skill books. Zhuge Tianming raised an eyebrow, pondering inwardly. This 6-star equipment is valuable yet scarce. He plans to sell it? Is he truly so nonchalant about 6-star gear? Unbeknownst to him, Li Xuanla already possessed 6 or 7 pieces of 6-star equipment and 2 pieces of 7-star gear in his inventory. Finally, Li Xuanla's gaze brightened as he carefully examined a skill book. Skill name: Divine Protection. Class requirement: Priest. Level requirement: None. Skill effect: Cast on one target, creating a shield around them for 30 minutes. The higher the intelligence, the stronger the shield. Skill cooldown is 20 seconds, with a casting range of 100 meters. Skill level: 6-star. A shield seems quite advantageous. It could mitigate damage, Li Xuanla concluded. "I'll take this skill book." Zhuge Tianming nodded slightly. "Very well. You may take it." Li Xuanla swiftly learned the skill, feeling emboldened. In addition to his speed, he could now also don a shield. Should his level increase and he equipped the Phoenix Wing Cloak, utilizing the flying skill to soar through the skies, the mere thought of it sent exhilaration coursing through him. He eagerly anticipated that moment. It was merely fortunate that he encountered the secret realm of the 100-level demon tower. In reality, 6 or 7-star monsters were quite rare. 6 or 7-star equipment and skill books were exceptionally difficult to obtain. Generally, 4 or 5-star monsters were already formidable, with many ordinary adventurers only capable of facing 5-star monsters at most. Li Xuanle stowed the 6-star equipment into his backpack and looked at Guan Shanhua. Director, may I leave now? Yes, please inform your classmates to disperse. From now until the Academy's unified examination, you are free to explore society and experience its harshness. Guan Shanhua instructed Li Xuanle. The harshness of society? Understood. After saying this, Li Xuanle carried the briefcase back into the crowd. He stood at the back, with Zhao Hao in front of him. Brother, what equipment did you choose? A sword. A sword? A 6-star sword? Yes, a 6-star sword. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from the front. Li Xuanle, how about selling me that 6-star sword? Chapter 60. The Unwanted Plea of Sword Saint Li Chun. Li Xuanle looked up in surprise to find it was Li Chun. Li Chun had left a favorable impression on him. He exuded a monk-like demeanor, akin to a hidden dragon, evoking a sense of mutual respect. Li Xuanle nodded. Sure. How much are you willing to offer? Market value is estimated at 30 to 60 million. Would you accept 500,000? 500,000. Since we're classmates, I can agree. However, I'll need to pay you later. Li Chun's tone seemed somewhat apologetic. Li Xuanle sensed that the other party appeared to be financially constrained. Yet, something felt amiss. He is a sword saint, possessing an extraordinary mastery of the sacred sword technique, effortlessly slaying monsters and acquiring equipment, so he should be quite affluent. Li Xuanle expressed his doubt. You should have no financial worries, right? Originally, yes, Li Chun replied. But my sister is in a persistent vegetative state and requires expensive nutritional fluids. I just paid a substantial sum, so. Li Xuanle gazed intently at Li Chun, contemplating for a moment before gently nodding. I trust you would never jest about your sister. He casually handed the sword over to Li Chun, seemingly unperturbed about the possibility of debt. Upon receiving the longsword, Li Chun looked at Li Xuanle with immense gratitude. Rest assured, I will repay you as soon as possible. There's no rush. You can return it when you have the means. I'm not in need of funds at the moment. With that, he shook the briefcase in his hand. Li Chun stared at the briefcase, momentarily taken aback. Is there 3 million xia coins in there? Indeed. Li Chun hesitated. Are you truly not worried about money? Not at all. Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly. What a ridiculous notion. I'm about to sell equipment, so I will certainly make a considerable amount of money. Li Chun pulled Zhao Hao aside and stood in his place, earnestly looking at Li Xuanle. His tone somewhat hesitant. Could you lend me some money for emergencies? I promise to return it within a month. A month? Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes. I plan to go to a mysterious place to make a fortune. A mysterious place to make a fortune? Please wait a moment. Li Xuanle then addressed the crowd. Classmates, Dean Guan has announced that from now until the Academy's unified examination, we have free time to interact with society and face its challenges. You are dismissed. Afterward, he quickly approached Li Chun, pulling him aside. Do you truly need the money that desperately? Yes, my sister is in the hospital, incurring daily expenses of 10,000. Li Chun's voice was filled with helplessness. What of your parents? They were adventurers and perished in battle against monsters 6 months ago. Their savings have been depleted. So, your sister relies solely on you? Li Xuanle was taken aback by Li Chun's plight. It was no wonder he was not very lively. While he himself was an orphan, Li Chun's situation was even more dire, bearing the responsibility of a sister with a disability. Yes, Li Chun nodded, feeling profound emotion within. If I hadn't awakened to the sword saint profession and had gone out to slay monsters for money the very next day, my sister might have already perished. Yet, the daily expense of 10,000 still felt burdensome for him at present. Unlike Li Xuanle, who had the fortune of encountering the 100-level demon tower to farm equipment and exchange it for money. All right, I will lend you the money for emergencies. I'm not in need of funds right now. You can repay me when you can. Li Xuanle confidently handed over the briefcase to Li Chun. This was characteristic of Li Chun. Had it been someone else, he would certainly not have been so willing to lend it out. This decision was based on character. Additionally, considering Li Chun's potential in mastering the sacred sword technique, his future prospects were bound to be bright. Thus the money would surely not be a loss. Most importantly, he was about to sell equipment and would soon achieve financial freedom. Li Xuanle suddenly inquired. By the way, what is this mysterious place you mentioned? The land of divine punishment. The land of divine punishment? What kind of place is that? It is related to the Academy's unified examination. You will soon find out. Still keeping secrets? Li Xuanle mused. The place sounded rather ominous. Divine punishment? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and patted Li Chun on the shoulder. All right, go about your business. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he elegantly turned and departed. A wave of gratitude surged through Li Chun. Feeling the warmth of trust, he gazed at the carefree and nonchalant Li Xuanle, his thoughts racing. He had not anticipated that Li Xuanle would so readily lend him 3 million. 3 million. That amount would nearly cover his sister's nutritional fluids for 10 months. Li Chun had initially harbored the confidence to participate in the grand competition, aiming for victory to secure the funds, but ultimately missed the opportunity. He shook his head, clutching the briefcase, and hurried towards the hospital in District 9. Li Xuanle turned to face away from the crowd, instructing Zhao Hao to summon Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan to sell the equipment. He felt restless until the equipment was sold. Before long, Zhao Hao brought Xia Bingxue and Tan Huan to Li Xuanle's side. Li Xuanle got straight to the point. Let us go, everyone. It's time to sell the equipment. Suddenly, Zhao Hao interjected. Bro, I just heard that the campus beauties from the Black and White Academy and the Tunglong Academy are looking for you at the second floor arena. Am I to chase after them just because they say so? That would be quite undignified. Li Xuanle, with his hands in his pockets, remained unfazed. Let us go sell equipment and attend to serious matters. I shan't concern myself with them. He then flagged down a vehicle, and the four of them swiftly boarded. At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly spoke up. Bro, what about the briefcase containing 3 million? I lent it to Li Chun. Li Xuanle leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. What? 3 million, and you just lent it? Zhao Hao was astonished. To him, 3 million could easily buy a decent house. Wouldn't that be more appealing? In this city, where land was extremely valuable, it was a rare commodity due to monsters occupying the outskirts. Even if one were to slay monsters, new ones would soon appear, making prime real estate exceedingly precious and scarce. Li Xuanle replied coolly. It was a life-saving loan. I trust him because he wields the sacred sword technique. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the competition instance of Wulong City. Where is Li Xuanle, that first-rate jinx from Fengshu Academy? Has anyone seen him? No one has seen him. Did he slip away? What? He actually fled? That coward. With both academies combined, over 1,000 people awaited him in the second-floor competition instance. And he had the audacity to evade them? Ouyang Qing and Lin Xiao wore displeased expressions. They had specifically gathered people to give Li Xuanle a lesson. And yet he had slipped away? How utterly shameless. Those waiting in the competition instance included Yi Liangchun, Yi Xiao, the holy poison mage Fang Wuxing, and even the shadow saint assassin Qin Wanchuan. Yet, they were left in silence. Ouyang Qing expressed her irritation. Regardless, since this is free time before the unified examination of all academies, I will find a time to teach him a lesson. Lin Xiao concurred. Next time you find him, tell me. I want to let him off easily. Humph. Before long, Li Xuanle arrived at the equipment specialty store owned by Xia Bingshue's family. The store was vast, seemingly occupying an entire floor, with numerous sales clerks greeting them upon seeing Xia Bingxue. Miss Xia. Hello. Xia Bingxue responded with a nod, then eagerly shouted. Brother. I'm here. I have exciting news come out. A clear voice echoed from the store's office. Is that Bingxue? What is the good news? I've brought a wealthy benefactor, a very affluent one. Chapter 61. 80 million. Instant financial freedom. Might I trouble you to arrange a quiet room for these three friends and serve them some tea? We must not be remiss. After speaking, she turned her head to Li Xuanle and Tan Huan, smiling as she said, Please sit for a moment. My brother and I will discuss a few matters first. All right. Tan Huan nodded promptly. The three of them followed the waiter into a serene room, where Li Xuanle leaned back on the sofa, quietly crossing his legs. Zhao Hao mimicked him, leaning closer to Li Xuanle's ear. Elder brother, I just made 680,000. Li Xuanle's eyes widened in astonishment, brows arching. What? 680,000? Why didn't you call me for such good fortune? Before Zhao Hao could respond, Tan Huan, arms crossed and intrigued, interjected, surprised, aren't you? We bet on your victory and struck it rich, with a tenfold return. Realization dawned on Li Xuanle as he slowly rose, casually picking an orange from the coffee table. Peeling it while speaking, he remarked, I've always said you must bet on my victory, otherwise you will surely lose. Zhao Hao, also grabbing several oranges, nodded vigorously. Elder brother is right. I wagered my entire fortune without hesitation, turning 68,000 into 680,000. Li Xuanle, munching on the orange, muttered, Indeed. Your strategy is quite clever. Zhao Hao devoured the orange voraciously. I've heard that fresh fruit is now quite expensive. Many orchards outside the city have been overrun by monsters. Li Xuanle shot him an exasperated glance, utterly speechless. This fellow truly seizes every opportunity, leaving no fruit unclaimed. Moments later, Xia Bingxue entered, accompanied by a handsome young man, whose spirited demeanor and bright eyes bore a resemblance to her own. Xia Bingxue turned to Li Xuanle and the others, introducing, This is my brother, Xia Chang'e. She then turned her gaze to Xia Chang'e. Brother, these three are Tan Huan, Li Xuanle, and Zhao Hao. After exchanging nods, Xia Chang'e's attention was drawn to Li Xuanle, his tone filled with curiosity. Li Xuanle, the first poison milk of Fengshu Academy and champion of the three academies competition. Impressive. Li Xuanle set down his orange and replied earnestly, It's just passable. With keen interest, Xia Chang'e scrutinized Li Xuanle. Bingxue mentioned you possess a plethora of equipment. Are you willing to sell some to us? He rested his chin on his hand, observing Li Xuanle's reaction. Li Xuanle, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, Indeed, I have several hundred pieces of equipment. Xia Chang'e clapped his hands enthusiastically. Excellent. We would be delighted. With a hint of excitement, he asked, could you present the items for us to assess? Here? No. Follow me. The storeroom is right beside us. Xia Changhe was exceedingly courteous. After a brief interval, Xia Changhe gazed at the mountain of equipment with palpable excitement. They conducted an inventory. 304 pieces of 1-star equipment. 256 pieces of 2-star, 148 pieces of 3-star, 88 pieces of 4-star, 25 pieces of 5-star, and 7 pieces of 6-star. Additionally, there were 156 attribute gems and upgrade stones for equipment. Following an extensive hour of evaluation, Xia Changhe grinned at Li Xuanle. We appraised everything here to be worth approximately 67.8 million. How does that price strike you? Li Xuanle raised an eyebrow, astonished by the sum. At that moment, Xia Bingxue seemed to recall something and interjected. Oh, by the way, there is also a 7-star skill book and 2 5-star pieces that should be calculated separately, along with the cost for my upgrades, totaling 80 million. What do you think, Li Xuanle? The mention of the 7-star skill book caused Xia Changhe to become somewhat agitated, as he had never encountered anything of such caliber. Xia Bingxue chuckled. Brother, I've learned that 7-star skill book. The skill is called Southern Bright Leaving Fire, a mage skill. Since you've learned it, it counts, he conceded, calculating openly with Li Xuanle. Alright, that brings the total to 80 million. Are you satisfied with this price? Li Xuanle rested his chin on his hand, pondering slightly. 80 million? That seems reasonable. Xia Changhe, upon hearing this, nodded without hesitation. Great. In the future, if you have more valuable items, would you sell them to us? He nodded gently. Alright, we'll settle on this price for this batch. But I recall there should be a summer commerce VIP card? Xia Changhe nodded immediately. Yes, Bingxue informed me, but it takes some time to process. We will send it to you once it's ready, no need for concern. That works. Li Xuanle thought for a moment, ensuring nothing was overlooked. After Xia Changhe obtained Li Xuanle's bank card number, he promptly transferred the funds. Upon seeing the balance, Li Xuanle could not help but smile. 80 million. It felt like a sudden windfall, granting him financial freedom at last. Even in his 2 lives, gazing at this balance stirred his spirit. Seeing Li Xuanle's satisfied expression, Xia Changhe reminded him, Brother, remember to sell us good equipment in the future. We'll discuss that later. Li Xuanle replied cheerfully. Rising to address Xia Bingxue and Xia Changhe, with matters settled, we shall take our leave. With that, he stood to depart. Zhao Hao seized the opportunity to grab a few oranges, trailing behind Li Xuanle. Observing Zhao Hao's actions, Li Xuanle smirked. This brother of mine has quite the fondness for oranges. I hope you don't mind. If you like them, take a few more. Xia Changhe said politely. Zhao Hao paused momentarily at this, then happily grabbed a few more oranges. Thank you, Boss Xia. No big deal. Safe travels. Xia Changhe beamed. Alright. Li Xuanle and Zhao Hao exited the market in high spirits, with Zhao Hao following closely behind. Elder brother, shall we go for roast chicken? It's absolutely free. Li Xuanle felt something amiss but soon realized. Your mother's roast chicken? Yes, that's a definite possibility. Let us go. The two flagged down a vehicle and headed towards the stall where Zhao Hao's mother sold roast chicken. Tan Huan remained behind, staying with Xia Bingxue. Xia Changhe gave Xia Bingxue a thumbs up. Bingxue, you did exceptionally well this time. The quality of this batch is top-notch. With 5-star and 6-star items that can serve as our store as treasures. I'll tell our father of your contributions. Okay, brother. Xia Bingxue replied with a cheerful smile. Xia Changhe then advised, by the way, maintain this network of contacts. Xia Bingxue nodded. Brother, I understand. After Xia Changhe left, Tan Huan leaned in closer to Xia Bingxue, whispering, Bingxue, what do you think of Li Xuanle? Xia Bingxue paused, contemplating him. I find him quite formidable. He should become one of those who can command the winds and rains in the future. Tan Huan nodded. It feels as if he transformed after his class change. Much like Li Chun, unknown before, but soaring after. Xia Bingxue pondered. Indeed, for many, a class change is a pivotal turning point in their destiny. Tan Huan curiously inquired. Bingxue, I recall that your Xia family, as one of the foremost clans in the Xia kingdom, seems poised to engage in the competition for the dominion of power within the realm. Are you not considering the recruitment of such exceptional talents? Xia Bingxue shrugged her shoulders, replying, Of course, we must, but I lack the authority to make such decisions. I have already broached the subject with my father. Not only regarding Li Sun Lu, but also including Li Chun, Lin Yu, Qin Wang Chuan, and others. In fact, they are currently scouting top talents from over 100 cities. Furthermore, he will soon be sending representatives to meet with them. I didn't expect your actions to be so swift, Tan Huan remarked. Indeed, I hope that this year, the Xia family can claim the top position. Bingxue, who do you believe is the foremost individual among our cohort in Wulong City? Is that even a question? It must be Li Sun Lu. Chapter 62. I have mentioned that I owe you, and I shall repay it in due time. As dusk deepened, Li Sun Lu and Zhao Hao alighted from their vehicle, strolling leisurely along the streets, making their way toward Zhao Hao's mother's street stall. In the distance, they noticed a significant influx of adventurers in the area, gathering in clusters. Fully armed, engaged in hushed discussions, the content of which remained a mystery. Occasionally, they spotted members of the enforcement team patrolling the vicinity, which piqued Li Sun Lu and Zhao Hao's curiosity. Zhao Hao, puzzled, remarked, "Big brother, why are there so many adventurers lingering? And what about the law enforcement personnel?" "How would I know?" Li Sun Lu replied. "Could something significant be about to transpire?" Zhao Hao shook his head. "Even if something were happening, it wouldn't concern a person of my stature." "Indeed, you've matured and gained self-awareness," Li Sun Lu said with a faint smile. "That's right." Zhao Hao, with a serious tone, continued, "Big brother, I feel that I won't be able to cling to your coattails for much longer." As Li Sun Lu casually admired the neon-lit street scene, Zhao Hao's words momentarily took him aback. He turned to Zhao Hao, intrigued. "What do you mean?" "I sense that you will soon gain admission to the Super Divine Academy, which I certainly cannot aspire to, so I've resolved to start investing all my attribute points into labor. I must rely on myself." "Super Divine Academy? Whether you get in or not is yet to be seen." Li Sun Lu dismissed the notion nonchalantly. Zhao Hao, somewhat bewildered, replied, "But the Super Divine Academy is a coveted institution, and graduating from there guarantees favorable treatment." "Treatment? I can earn 80 million in 20 days by grinding monsters in the wild. Can any benefits compare to that?" "Certainly not, but," Zhao Hao stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Why overthink it? Let's go grab some chicken." Li Sun Lu waved his hand, resting it on Zhao Hao's shoulder. "All right." Zhao Hao cast aside his distractions, laughing heartily. As they walked, Li Sun Lu casually remarked, "However, your line of thinking is commendable." "Big brother, what do you mean?" Zhao Hao inquired. "You should consider investing your attribute points into labor. Your speed is already sufficient. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself." "Indeed, I was contemplating that. I can't always depend on you. You've grown swiftly, Daetion. What a joke. After all, I've been hanging around with you for a while." Zhao Hao's face beamed with pride. Li Sun Lu regarded him with a sense of satisfaction, slowly producing 24-star labor attribute gems to hand to Zhao Hao. "I kept some attribute gems unsold. This should suffice for you. It will add 400 points to labor, so use them wisely." Zhao Hao accepted the gems, astonished. Li Sun Lu, however, appeared nonchalant. The relationship between them was one of mutual jesting, without any genuine animosity. Over the past 3 years, Li Sun Lu managed to survive not only by relying on the snacks enclosed in the love letters he received, but largely by mooching meals off Zhao Hao, despite hearing that Zhao Hao's family was of modest means. Fortunately, Zhao Hao never seemed to mind. Thus, Zhao Hao held a significant place in Li Sun Lu's heart. Consequently, when the earnings from the Super Ghost Dungeon equipment sales came through, Li Sun Lu did not hesitate to share the profits equally with Zhao Hao. Soon, Zhao Hao spotted his mother's stall and eagerly rushed over to assist. Li Sun Lu scrutinized the scene. A woman in her 40s, her hands and face weathered by time, dressed in worn clothing, operated a mobile barbecue cart adorned with an array of grilling supplies and various meats. Zhao Hao excitedly exclaimed, "Mom, 2 roasted chickens. And choose the largest." "This is my best brother, Li Sun Lu. We're here for some roast chicken." Zhao's mother nodded happily at Zhao Hao, remarking, "Son, you've returned. Your gear seems rather exceptional." She noticed the luxurious equipment Zhao Hao wore, clearly of considerable value. "This gear was procured by my brother. It's worth at least 100,000. Zhao Hao laughed heartily. "What? Over 100,000? How can that be?" Zhao's mother was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Mom, my big brother is quite capable, remarkably so. This gear is nothing for him." Li Sun Lu stepped forward, adopting a respectful demeanor. "Hello, Annie. My name is Li Sun Lu." "Hello. You're quite the handsome young man." Zhao's mother couldn't help but compliment him, then added, "Please, sit. I'll prepare 2 large roast chickens for you." "Thank you." Li Sun Lu rarely set aside his playful demeanor. He had not anticipated that Zhao Hao's family, whom he had been relying on for meals, appeared to be struggling financially, earning every penny through hard work. Zhao Hao had consistently been supportive without ever truly complaining, which left Li Sun Lu feeling a twinge of guilt. At that moment, Zhao's mother turned to Zhao Hao, saying, "Son, don't interfere. I'll handle this. You go keep your friend company and fetch 2 bottles of cola." "All right, Mom." Zhao Hao promptly grabbed 2 bottles of cola and approached Li Sun Lu, saying, "Big brother, don't just stand there, sit." Just as Li Sun Lu settled down, he noticed a weathered middle-aged man nearby, gazing at him with curiosity and a smile. The man operated a stall with a sewing machine, which left Li Sun Lu quite surprised. Zhao Hao noticed Li Sun Lu's reaction and followed his gaze, then exclaimed, "Big brother, I almost forgot to introduce you. That's my dad. He does some tailoring work." Li Sun Lu raised an eyebrow, quickly understanding. "Hello, uncle." "Hello." Zhao's father replied with a cheerful demeanor. Zhao Hao greeted his father, saying, "Dad, I brought my good brother to enjoy some roast chicken." "Great. No problem. Honey, prepare 2 large ones for them." Zhao's mother responded while busy at work. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Sun Lu and Zhao Hao sat on low stools, engaging in casual chatter. Suddenly, Zhao Hao recalled the adventurers and asked his mother, "Mom, why are there so many adventurers over there?" "I'm not quite sure. They've been around for several days now." "Oh," Li Sun Lu mused, glancing between Zhao's mother's barbecue stall and Zhao's father's sewing machine, before finally directing his gaze back at Zhao Hao. You mentioned previously that you were preparing to purchase a house. How much do you need? I haven't inquired yet, but I estimate it will be at least 2 million. However, I have already managed to save up for the down payment, all thanks to you, my dear brother. Zhao Hao exclaimed, his face radiating joy. 2 million? Li Xuanle murmured softly. What kind of apartment can you buy for that? Perhaps a 2-bedroom, 2-living room setup? How much would a 3-bedroom cost? I suspect it would be at least 3 million, which is simply too exorbitant to consider, Li Xuanle replied, astonished. But what will you do when you get married and have children? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Life is already exhausting enough without adding marriage into the mix, Zhao Hao said, shaking his head, unable to contemplate such distant matters. Li Xuanle swiftly retrieved his phone and began tapping away before placing it down, casting a mysterious glance at Zhao Hao. Look at your WeChat. Zhao Hao immediately pulled out his phone to check, and his pupils widened, his breath quickening. Brother, this. He was stunned to see that Li Xuanle had transferred him 5 million. He was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for words. Li Xuanle calmly took his phone, nonchalantly accepted the transfer, and then returned it to Zhao Hao, saying, I told you that I would repay you for what I owe, while it may not be morning. It is indeed evening now. Chapter 63. Not just adventurers. Enforcers are also fair game. Brother, Zhao Hao stammered, immediately attempting to transfer the money back. All the while exclaiming, Brother, while I do enjoy taking small advantages, I cannot accept such a large sum. I must refuse. However, Li Xuanle was engrossed in the barbecue cart, eyeing a grilled chicken priced at 68 each, a slight smirk playing on his lips. If I recall correctly, weren't you saying they were 88 each before? This fellow truly cannot resist small perks. Nevertheless, Li Xuanle remained indifferent, casually suggesting, yes, you do indeed have a penchant for small gains. How about I let you enjoy a substantial benefit this time? After completing the transfer, Zhao Hao prepared to snatch Li Xuanle's phone to accept the funds, but Li Xuanle was already prepared and would not grant him the opportunity. Furthermore, he returned the transfer. Li Xuanle looked at Zhao Hao with a knowing gaze. Use this money to purchase a larger residence. That way, when you marry and have children, you won't have to worry. Zhao Hao stared blankly at the additional 5 million in his account, stunned for what felt like an eternity. It was akin to winning the lottery. Zhao Hao, with utmost seriousness, looked at Li Xuanle. Brother, in the future, Enough. Don't say anything sentimental. Keep it to yourself, Li Xuanle interrupted, seemingly anticipating Zhao Hao's impending outpouring of emotional platitudes. All right. Zhao Hao awkwardly scratched his head. Soon, the two of them indulged in the grilled chicken, which was delectable, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a golden brown crunch that, combined with the seasoning, made each bite a heavenly experience. After finishing the chicken, Li Xuanle hailed a taxi back to the dormitory at Fengshu Academy. He had been residing there and decided to return one last time to soak in the atmosphere. After all, with newfound wealth, he could choose to live elsewhere at any time. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao, seeing how hard his mother worked, resolved to stay temporarily to assist her with the barbecue business. After Li Xuanle departed, Zhao Hao gathered his parents and, with an air of mystery, announced, Mom, Dad, my brother just transferred me 5 million. What? 5 million? We have never earned that much in our lifetimes. Zhao Dad and Zhao Mom immediately lost their composure. Son, you cannot accept that money. Indeed, though we may be poor, we absolutely cannot take that money. Zhao Hao, feeling helpless, replied, I told him I would transfer it back, but he insisted I keep it to buy a larger house, saying it would alleviate worries about marriage and children in the future. Zhao Dad and Zhao Mom exchanged complex glances. Son, your brother is truly reliable. His support for you surpasses that of your father and me. They gazed longingly in the direction Li Xuanle had departed, unable to shake off their astonishment. My brother is an incredibly capable person, exceptionally remarkable, Zhao Hao proudly declared to his parents. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was 10 o'clock at night. Li Xuanle lay on the modest dormitory bed, scrolling through the news on his phone, the lingering aroma of grilled chicken still tantalizing his senses. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he realized it was a call from Zhao Hao. Without hesitation, he answered. Before he could utter a word, a voice filled with panic erupted from the phone. Son, wake up. Alongside this, there were shouts of anger echoing in the background. Upon realizing the call was connected, the voice broke into tears. Zhao Hao's brother. He says you are very capable. Can you help him? He is on the brink of death. Li Xuanle immediately recognized Zhao Mom's voice. On the brink of death? He exclaimed, astonished. Zhao Hao had seemed perfectly fine moments ago. He anxiously queried, what happened? Where is he? His brother, Zhao Hao, is dying. He was attacked by those adventurers who stole his equipment and beat him to a pulp. Zhao Mom's voice trembled with sobs. Li Xuanle sprang from the bed, urgency propelling him to rush outside. He cannot possibly be dead. I possess resurrection skills. A taxi ride will take no more than 20 minutes. As long as he hasn't been dead for over an hour, I can use the Nirvana resurrection skill to bring him back. Without pausing for a moment, he hurriedly called for a taxi. Li Xuanle's expression was grave. He found it puzzling that Zhao Hao, who was usually quite agile, could not escape. Unless His thoughts raced as he glanced outside at the dazzling city lights. Yet he had no inclination to appreciate the scenery. Adventurers had targeted Zhao Hao's equipment, robbing him. This left him baffled, as he distinctly remembered the presence of an enforcement team in that area. Surely, they would not stand idly by. The enforcement team should be very strict about such matters. Otherwise, would the vast Wulong city not descend into chaos? Before long, Li Xuanla arrived at the location where they had eaten grilled chicken. At the night market on 9th Street in District 9 of Wulong City. As he stepped out of the taxi, he noticed a throng of people surrounding the barbecue stall. Packed tightly together. With a scowl, he pushed his way through the crowd. Make way, clear a path for me. Bursting into the throng, he spotted Zhao Hao. His face already marred with blood, unconscious. Zhao Dad and Zhao Mom were there, frantically crying. Li Xuanla's anger flared up instantly, his voice booming with fury. Who the hell did this? A middle-aged man with a sullen expression slowly emerged from the crowd, a scar running across his face, reeking of alcohol. He gazed at Li Xuanla with drunken disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. Oh, you summoned such a student with a mere phone call. His equipment appears quite commendable. Shall we strip it from him? Li Xuanla regarded him with a piercing gaze, as sharp as a blade. Was it you? His tone was grave, hinting at profound displeasure. Indeed, it was I. The other retorted with derision, seemingly unfazed by the recent events. With a monster set to descend upon District 9, is it not reasonable for us, as guardians of this realm, to borrow a couple of pieces of equipment? You should lend us what you possess as well. With that, he signaled to the 4 adventurers behind him to take action against Li Xuanla. However, Li Xuanla remained indifferent, his voice cold and filled with skepticism. Are you not afraid of the enforcers? Them? Huh. Youngster, you are far too naive. The scarred drunkard's tone dripped with mockery. Li Xuanla's expression turned ashen. Naive? Then I shall engage in actions befitting my youth. In an instant, he brandished his staff, unleashing 4 bursts of verdant light that struck the advancing adventurers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the wake of the green flashes, the 4 adventurers collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. None dared utter a word. Li Xuanla surveyed the lifeless forms sprawled on the ground, unperturbed, devoid of remorse. They resembled mere slumberers. The scarred drunkard, however, seemed to awaken from his stupor, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Li Xuanla. You killed 4 adventurers with half-enforcer status? 4? No, it is 5. Li Xuanla declared with chilling resolve. Dare to provoke me? I shall slay not only adventurers, but enforcers as well. Chapter 64. Reviving Zhao Hao, astounding everyone. What? You dare to kill enforcers? The scarred drunkard, now fully sober, stared at Li Xuanla in disbelief, his expression tinged with anxiety. Where do you hail from? Yet, Li Xuanla paid him no heed, waving his staff to send a green ray striking the man. You have less than 100 seconds to relinquish the stolen equipment and disclose your backing. His gaze, as frigid as ice, rendered the man trembling. He then averted his gaze, bending down to check Zhao Hao's breath, only to find him utterly lifeless. His own brother had been slain. Li Xuanla's expression darkened, a murderous intent rekindling within him. He had not anticipated such abruptness in this turn of events. Nearby, Zhao's father and mother wept uncontrollably. Li Xuanla's countenance hardened. With a flick of his staff, another green light struck the scarred man. Your life has but 50 seconds remaining. Upon saying this, he waved his staff gently, a sphere of mysterious white light the size of a fist emanating from it, cascading over Zhao Hao's form as he pointed his staff in that direction. Meanwhile, the scarred man observed his vitality plummeting, panic setting in. No matter what he did, he could not halt the loss of life. In a frenzy, he hastily laid out the equipment he had seized from Zhao Hao on the ground, then stood silently, awaiting judgment. He did not wish to resist, for he had just witnessed the instantaneous demise of his 4 comrades. He dared not oppose Li Xuanla. Such an eerie method of killing was unprecedented in his experience. Killing without shedding blood, the other could easily obliterate him as well. As a seasoned adventurer accustomed to the edge of danger, he understood the necessity of preserving his life. Yet this time, he was gravely mistaken. Li Xuanla had no intention of sparing him. Soon, Zhao Hao slowly regained consciousness, his eyes still bleary. Li Xuanla waved his staff again. The wind of revival, continuously enveloping Zhao Hao. Seeing him stir back to life, Li Xuanla then invoked Divine Shield, casting a layer of golden protective light around him. Son, you're awake? Zhao's father exclaimed, wiping his tear-streaked face. He embraced Zhao Hao tightly, fearing that if he let go, it would be forever. Dad, Mom, wait. Why is my big brother here? Zhao Hao, now alert, scanned his surroundings and spotted Li Xuanla, his tone filled with astonishment. Son, you mentioned your big brother was formidable. So I called him for assistance, Zhao's mother replied, her face flushing with embarrassment. Mom, how could you? What if it endangers big brother? Zhao Hao stammered, his mother looking distraught as she lowered her head. Li Xuanla, however, remained unfazed. Never mind, Auntie, it's all good. You were right to seek me out. At that moment, more and more onlookers gathered, astonished to witness Li Xuanla using a mysterious white light to revive the lifeless Zhao Hao. How could this be? A resurrection spell? Was he an extraordinary priest? Yet, in this era, few chose the path of the priest. If he were indeed a priest, how could he have dispatched 4 half-enforcer adventurers with such swiftness? It was perplexing. Extremely perplexing. Meanwhile, additional adventurers continued to draw near, eager to witness the spectacle. Li Xuanle, seeing that Zhao Hao was safe, promptly inquired, what transpired earlier? Earlier? A few adventurers came to share a roasted chicken, unwilling to pay. Naturally, I refused. And then they noticed my impressive equipment and turned against me. But you were so swift. Escaping should have been no issue. Zhao Hao replied, Big brother, my dad and mom are still here. What if I fled and they were harmed? They even used my parents to threaten me. Li Xuanle's eyes betrayed no surprise. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. Previously, he had suspected that Zhao Hao was restrained by his parents, which is why he had capitulated. He understood that typically, should someone desire to kill Zhao Hao, they would be unable to match his speed. In this world, individuals begin to undergo real trials and tribulations from level 40 onward. Level 40 also marks the basic threshold for recruitment into the Adventurer Guild. Most adventurers in society range from levels 40 to 70. Zhao Hao, at level 43, had already met the conditions for social experience, and with commendable equipment and full investment in constitution, many would struggle to keep pace with him. Li Xuanle nodded and instructed Zhao Hao, quickly don that equipment and return home at once. Zhao Hao promptly donned the gear, then gazed at the 4 lifeless adventurers on the ground, astonished. Big brother, you killed them? So what if I did? Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly, his demeanor unruffled. As he had experienced life in 2 worlds, unlike the youthful Zhao Hao. At this juncture, the scarred man anxiously fixed his gaze upon Li Xuanle. Speaking in a hurried tone, my health is nearly depleted. Save me. Li Xuanle's voice turned icy. You? There is no salvation for you. No sooner had he spoken than the scarred man collapsed, as if succumbing to sleep. 5 lifeless bodies lay on the ground. This spectacle elicited gasps from the crowd. Li Xuanle then grasped Zhao Hao's arm, earnestly urging, hurry, you all must return. I will manage the situation here. Trust me. Zhao Hao resolutely refused to leave. However, under the persistent tugging of Zhao's father and mother, the trio hurriedly departed, leaving behind their stall's goods untouched. Li Xuanle waited calmly for the arrival of the enforcement team, exhibiting not an ounce of anxiety. In fact, he even purchased a few boxes of chewing gum from a nearby vendor, leisurely savoring the flavors. He chose to remain, fearing that if he left, the enforcement team would pursue Zhao Hao and his family. He wished to resolve the matter thoroughly before entrusting Zhao Hao and their companions to fend for themselves. One must learn to grow. At that moment, an adventurer suddenly emerged from the crowd, scrutinizing Li Xuanle closely. Are you Zhao Ritian? Li Xuanle was momentarily taken aback. This title was one he had bestowed upon Zhao Hao. How could it be known? He looked up at the individual, feeling a sense of familiarity. The adventurer spoke immediately. It's me, Qin Chuan, a 5-star Millennium Tree Spirit. You saved us. Li Xuanle suddenly recalled the wilderness trial where he had rescued several individuals, the leader of whom was indeed named Qin Chuan. He never expected to encounter him here. He remembered that the individual was a member of the Life and Death Adventure Squad and had referred to him as Zhao Ritian. Qin Chuan, Qin Wan Chuan, Li Xuanle mused, sensing an uncanny resemblance in their names. Suppressing his curiosity, he nodded gently in acknowledgement. Hello, what's the matter? Qin Chuan pulled Li Xuanle aside and whispered in his ear, Did you kill those 5 people? Yes, I did. That could be troublesome. Those 5 were semi-enforcement adventurers. Essentially the enforcer's underlings, backed by the enforcement agency. You might find yourself in quite a predicament. Li Xuanle merely smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed. When soldiers come, I shall resist. When water rises, I shall build a dam. I fear nothing. Brother, you saved my life before, and I have always kept that in mind. Rest assured. I can contact my father. He is also among the enforcers, and I can arrange some conveniences for you. Your father? Yes, my father, Qin Tian. Li Xuanle pondered thoughtfully. Qin Tian. That name seems to resonate with another name I know. Whose? Qin Wanchuan. Him? How do you know of him? Li Xuanle detected the implication in Qin Chuan's words. He is my half-brother. Chapter 65. Divine Skill. Holy Instant Teleportation. Oh, so there's that backstory. Li Xuanle said with keen interest, pulling out a piece of gum. Would you like a piece? Qin Chuan, astonished by Li Xuanle's calm demeanor, replied, You still have the presence of mind to chew gum? Do you know how troublesome it is to commit murder in this city? Troublesome? What troubles? Li Xuanle murmured softly, noticing that Qin Chuan had declined the gum, and he slowly returned it to his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan spoke. Let me briefly explain the situation. It is rumored that a game monster may soon descend upon District 9, allegedly linked to Fortune. However, I am not well versed in the details. He paused before continuing. Thus, a multitude of adventurers has been dispatched here for prevention and protection until the crisis is averted. These adventurers are essentially semi-enforcement agents. Yet there are indeed those who seize the opportunity to create chaos. It's quite common. Li Xuanle grasped the situation, his tone growing slightly indignant. But they killed my brother. Killed your brother? Where is he? I revived him. Revived? You possess resurrection magic? Indeed. Li Xuanle did not conceal the truth. If that were the case, perhaps he could navigate the situation adeptly. After all, a healer with resurrection skills was highly sought after. Li Xuanle spoke with a measured calmness. It's a piece of cake. No need to worry. Seeing Li Xuanle's unruffled demeanor, Qin Chuan could not help but inquire. Do you have a powerful backing? Li Xuanle pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Are you wealthy enough to settle matters quietly? After a brief hesitation, Li Xuanle shook his head again. Wealth? He was uncertain if he could be considered wealthy. Perhaps, by ordinary standards, he might be deemed affluent, yet to the truly wealthy, he might appear impoverished. However, he had no intention of resolving matters with money. Then why are you so composed? Qin Chuan was genuinely astonished. This young man, seemingly around 17 or 18, displayed such tranquility in the face of murder. He was acutely aware of the troubles that would arise from being targeted by the enforcement team, rendering it nearly impossible to establish oneself in the city. It's simple. My life is resilient. Li Xuanle spoke half-jokingly, yet his words resonated heavily, echoing in Qin Chuan's ears. Resilient? Qin Chuan questioned, perplexity evident in his eyes. How resilient could it be? Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the crowd. Clear the way. Who is causing trouble here? The surrounding crowd immediately parted, murmuring, the enforcement team has arrived. This boy is in deep trouble. Being apprehended will not be pleasant. Indeed, the enforcement team is ruthless. The average person cannot withstand their wrath. 3 enforcement officers, clad in black uniforms emblazoned with a white circular emblem featuring a golden sword and shield, emerged. The sword and shield symbolized their authority as enforcers of the Xia Kingdom. The leader, a square-jawed man with piercing eyes, surveyed the 5 lifeless bodies of adventurers on the ground, his expression darkening. He scanned the area and inquired in a low tone, who did this? Li Xuanle crossed his arms and, while chewing gum, replied, I did. The officer, taken aback by Li Xuanle's calm demeanor, harbored doubts. Could this guy have some powerful backing? His scrutinizing gaze fell upon Li Xuanle, noting his seemingly impressive equipment, leading him to suspect that Li Xuanle might possess influential connections. Consequently, he softened his tone. I am Tang Long, the captain of the 5th Enforcement Team in District 9 of Wulong City. Please present your identification. Li Xuanle rummaged through his belongings until he finally located his ID and handed it over. Tang Long examined the ID, his expression betraying skepticism. Li Xuanle, 18 years old. He pondered for a moment, realizing that there were no notable figures with the surname Li. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, snapping a photo of the ID and holding it tightly. Li Xuanle, what is your occupation? Student. Which academy? Fengshu Academy. Li Xuanle replied effortlessly. Tang Long paused, taken aback. Fengshu Academy? His younger brother, Tang Xiaosan, also attended Fengshu Academy. Li Xuanle's name seemed familiar to him. Suppressing his curiosity, he returned to the matter at hand. Why did you kill these 5 adventurers? They killed my brother. Where is your brother's body? I revived him. I sent them back. Revived? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Long's eyes. He rested his chin on his right hand, scrutinizing Li Xuanle once more, his disbelief palpable. Revived? He can truly resurrect? Though legendary skills capable of such feats did exist, they were exceedingly rare and generally reserved for the priest class, a profession that had fallen into disfavor many years ago, with few willing to pursue it. His tone laden with uncertainty, he asked, Are you certain you killed him and then revived him? Yes. What is your profession? A priest. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest as he quickly inquired, Li Xuanle, are you not the renowned first poisonous milk of Fengshu Academy? This time, it was Li Xuanle's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated that the other party was aware of even a fragment of his reputation. He responded softly, Indeed. That is how they refer to me. Tang Long raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with significance. My younger brother, Tang Xiaosan, is at Fengshu Academy. You might be familiar with him, as I have heard him mention you. Li Xuanle nodded in realization. I do know him. Tang Long, drawing from the information he had gathered, continued to question Li Xuanle. I have heard that you are a prodigy at Fengshu Academy, a true gem among men. Li Xuanle remained silent, pursing his lips. Tang Long's demeanor grew serious as he spoke in a low tone. While I am aware of your talents, the fact remains that you have taken 5 lives, and this matter may not be easily resolved. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, speaking in a mysterious whisper. However, you are fortunate to possess a resurrection skill. Li Xuanle, chewing gum, appeared utterly unfazed, yet inwardly mused. It is your good fortune that you do not act against me. He stood with his hands in his pockets, patiently awaiting Tang Long's next words. Leaning closer to Li Xuanle, Tang Long confided softly. There is someone in urgent need of your resurrection skill. He happens to be in charge of this matter, so you need not worry. Tang Long patted Li Xuanle's shoulder and continued. He can minimize this issue significantly. Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly. Are you suggesting that he is exceedingly eager for my resurrection skill? Hence his desire to meet me? Tang Long chuckled at Li Xuanle's inquiry. Precisely. He indeed has a pressing need for that skill. It is of utmost importance to him. Not solely for himself, but for the people of this region as well. What is the benefit, you ask? The benefit is that you will be able to roam freely in District 9. Observing Li Xuanla deep in thought, Tang Long added, "Not only will you be able to traverse District 9 with ease, but your brothers will also be safeguarded from trouble." Li Xuanla felt a flicker of temptation at this. Roaming freely? He could certainly do so. Yet, perhaps it would be wiser to consider the business of Zhao Hao's parents. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a cold voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. You have a system task to claim." "Huh. It has been quite a while since the system has bestowed any benefits upon me. Could it be planning something grand?" He promptly examined the task. 1. Agree to meet the individual. Completion reward. Skill book. Divine instant teleportation. Divine level. 2. Refuse to meet the individual. Completion reward. Skill book. 5 seconds of true manhood. Divine level. Divine instant teleportation. 5 seconds of true manhood. And both are of divine caliber? Indeed. It seems the system is holding back a significant surprise. It was a dilemma. As an immortal being, the value of 5 seconds of invincibility was rather negligible. But teleportation appeared immensely useful. To forego a divine skill would be a regrettable loss. In pursuit of acquiring the teleportation skill, he resolved to meet this person. He spoke indifferently. "Very well, let us meet this individual you mentioned." Chapter 66. The Hexagonal Poisonous Milk, flawless in every aspect. No sooner had he spoken than a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book, Divine Instant Teleportation." He immediately checked the details of Divine Instant Teleportation. Skill name: Divine Instant Teleportation. Class requirement: Priest. Level requirement: None. Skill effect: Passive, Divine State, immunity to all control skills. Active, Teleportation, allows instantaneous movement within a range of 10 meters. Skill cooldown is 1 second. Skill level: Divine. Nice. A broad grin spread across his face as he swiftly learned the skill. With this method, he would undoubtedly invest in intelligence, ensuring his healing abilities would be abundant. The hexagonal poisonous milk would be flawless in every aspect. At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly darted out from the side, hastily approaching and whispering in Tang Long's ear, "Brother, although this young man has committed a transgression, he is my savior and my brother. My father is Qin Tian, a member of your enforcement team." Tang Long was taken aback, scrutinizing Qin Chuan closely. "Qin Tian? What is your name?" He felt a surge of surprise, while others might be oblivious. He was well aware that Qin Tian was the deputy director of the Enforcement Bureau in District 9, with authority surpassing that of his own team leader. "I am Qin Chuan, his son. However, I recall his son being named Qin Wan Chuan. That must be my brother." Qin Chuan spoke with a hint of unease. Tang Long scrutinized Qin Chuan thoughtfully and patted his shoulder. "All right, I understand. This fellow has considerable skills. I am not here to apprehend him, but rather to introduce him to someone." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished, realizing that the person Tang Long referred to was likely not an ordinary individual. However, he had been unable to overhear Tang Long and Li Xuanla's hushed conversation. Consequently, he gazed at the two with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Li Xuanla's face, as if seeking confirmation. Li Xuanla offered a faint smile. "Thank you, brother. You need not worry, I am fine. By the way, my real name is Li Xuanla." "Li Xuanla?" Qin Chuan murmured softly. Observing as Li Xuanla and Tang Long departed swiftly in a vehicle, a hint of concern etched on his face. Not long after, Zhao Hao, who had been pulled away by Zhao's parents, abruptly rushed back, only to find the crowd gradually dispersing. The 5 corpses had been dealt with and vanished without a trace. Zhao Hao searched frantically for Li Xuanla, his face etched with anxiety. He pulled at the hands of passers-by, asking, "Where did that student go? The one around my age. Where has he gone?" Qin Chuan, witnessing Zhao Hao's distress, could not help but interject. "Hey, are you inquiring about Li Xuanla?" Yes. You know him?" Qin Chuan nodded, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and looked at Zhao Hao with surprise. "Indeed, I am aware. You seem to be his brother, right? You eliminated the 5-star Millennium Tree Spirit. I have seen you before, accompanied by 2 beautiful ladies." "Yes, that was me. Where did Li Xuanla go?" Zhao Hao asked urgently. As he questioned, memories flooded back, and with Qin Chuan's reminder, he recalled the name Qin Chuan. He had vividly remembered the moment when he was ensnared by the tree spirit. Li Xuanla left with the enforcement team. That individual seemed to be called Tang Long. However, he assured me that there was nothing to worry about, as Tang Long was taking him to meet someone. Qin Chuan explained. "Meet whom?" Zhao Hao was perplexed. "Presumably a significant figure," Qin Chuan replied, a hint of a smirk tugging at his lips. Zhao Hao's eyes darted back and forth. Did he truly say that? Indeed. Zhao Hao scrutinized Qin Chuan with keen interest. "How much of that do you believe to be true? Half-truths, half-lies, perhaps. My dear brother, your statement is as good as meaningless." Zhao Hao's face was clouded with frustration. Qin Chuan attempted to console him. "Worrying will not yield any results. I suggest you remain calm." With that, he concluded the conversation. Qin Chuan turned around and picked up the phone, dialing a number he had not called in many years. The name was noted as Heartless Old Man Beep. Beep, beep. At last, the call connected. "Da Chuan, what prompted you to call me all of a sudden?" A deep voice emanated from the other end, sounding both surprised and unexpected. Upon hearing that familiar yet distant voice, Qinchuan replied, I have a friend who has gotten into trouble. His name is Li Xuanle, and he was taken away by Tang Long. Could you inquire about his situation? Your friend? What friend? The one who saved my life. Li Xuanle? Saved your life? The tone on the other end suddenly grew serious. Yes. All right, I'll ask about it. How are you and your mother doing? The voice inquired unexpectedly. We're managing, as usual. Dachuan, should I send you some money? No need. Your funds are better spent on nurturing your little Qinchuan. I would be immensely grateful if you could just check on Li Xuanle's condition. A hint of sorrow tinged Qinchuan's voice. Between father and son, is there any need for thanks? All right, that will do. I want to say more. Mother would surely blame me if she knew. With that, Qinchuan ended the call. On the other end, a man in his 50s with graying hair stared blankly at the floor, his tone heavy with melancholy. After all these years, she still has not forgiven me. His name was Qin Tian, the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in District 9 of Wulong City. He was also the biological father of both the shadowy assassin Qin Fengchuan and the adventurer Qin Xuan, albeit from different mothers. After hanging up, Qin Xuan let out a deep sigh. Were it not for Li Xuanle saving his life, he would never have reached out to Qin Tian. Though Qin Tian was his father, he had once abandoned his wife and child to marry the daughter of a wealthy merchant when Qin Xuan was merely 4 years old. Both he and his mother harbored deep resentment towards him, particularly his mother, who repeatedly admonished him not to seek out that scoundrel of a father. With a forlorn expression, he approached a stall selling cold noodles. Boss, I would like a serving of cold noodles and a portion of mashed potatoes, please. Meanwhile, Li Xuanle lounged leisurely in the car, seemingly unfazed by the challenges that lay ahead. He was analyzing his skill, divine instant transmission. Tang Long glanced at his tranquil demeanor with some surprise. You seem remarkably composed. Why wouldn't I be? Li Xuanle replied nonchalantly, pulling out his phone to scroll. By the way, it seems Tang Xiaoxin participated in the grand tournament of the 3 academies today. I still don't know which academy won. Our Fengchun Academy emerged victorious. Oh, who stood until the end for Fengchun Academy? I did. You? Tang Long's expression morphed into one of disbelief. You must be joking. Was it Li Chun or Lin Yu? I heard those two are formidable. I said it was me. They didn't last until the end. Is it truly you? A mere support? Tang Long evidently found it hard to believe. What of it? Do you underestimate support roles? Li Xuanle replied casually while continuing to browse the news. I recall that support doesn't deal much damage. Otherwise, who do you think eliminated those 5 adventurers? He spoke with an unflinching demeanor, as if discussing something as mundane as drinking water. That does make sense. I believe Tang Xiaoxin mentioned you have a penchant for poison. This thought made Tang Long suddenly wary of Li Xuanle. If the lad could wield poison, would he not also be capable of turning it against him if he chose not to cooperate? The mere thought sent a shiver of apprehension through him. He did not fear a direct confrontation, but was genuinely wary of such peculiar skills. His own brother possessed a mental chain skill that could manipulate others' thoughts, which was undeniably eerie. At this moment, Li Xuanle inquired with curiosity, I heard there might be a monster invasion in District 9? Why is that? Tang Long appeared somewhat taken aback by the question. Who told you that? Qinchuan, Dragon Knight Wang Hao? Contracted dragon pet? Him? Tang Long nodded thoughtfully. He isn't mistaken. The fortune crystal in District 9 is nearing depletion, necessitating the dispatch of adventurers to preemptively guard against a potential invasion by monsters at any moment. Another mention of the fortune crystal? Li Xuanle set his phone down, resting his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. He had heard others mention the fortune crystal several times, which piqued his curiosity. Again, have you heard of it from anyone else? Tang Long detected an undertone of additional information in Li Xuanle's voice. Not long ago, Mayor Zhuge Tianming told me to visit the Super Divine Academy in the future to procure some fortune crystals for Wulong City. What? You know Mayor Zhuge Tianming? Tang Long's eyes widened, his mind racing. He had not anticipated this student to have connections with the mayor of Wulong City. His perception of Li Xuanle's background and identity shifted significantly. If what he claimed was true and he had won the tournament among the 3 academies, then he indeed had a chance to approach Zhuge Tianming. This young man seemed to possess boundless potential. He must not be offended. His fingers lightly tapped against his thigh as his mind raced. I've met him once, Li Xuanle mentioned casually, as he did not find it particularly noteworthy. Tang Long regarded him with contemplation, his tone imbued with hope. If you truly manage to enter the Super Divine Academy, you could very well become the pride of both Fengchun Academy and Wulong City. With that, Tang Long retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out 2, and offered one to Li Xuanle. Care for a smoke? Not at all. Li Xuanle declined without hesitation. Before his crossing over, he had tried smoking once in elementary school, which had left him gasping, and since then, he had developed an aversion to it. Tang Long observed him with an amused expression, not speaking further, as he lit his own cigarette and took a deep drag, exhaling towards the window. Suddenly, his phone rang. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, he leaned out the window to shake off the ash and answered the call. Xiao Pang, what's the situation? Long Gu. The identities of the 5 deceased adventurers are not particularly notable, but one of them poses a bit of a problem. What background? One of the deceased is named Lin Hu, and he is the cousin of Lin Lei, the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in District 3 of Wulong City. The Deputy Director Lin Lei? This is troublesome. Tang Long's tone grew slightly apprehensive. He cleared his throat and said, "All right, Xiao Peng, I understand. The others don't have significant backgrounds, right? None. Good. Then that'll be all for now." After hanging up, Tang Long took another drag from his cigarette, squinting slightly as he tried to evade the smoke. His mind was in a whirl. Deputy Director Lin Lei from District 3 was no simple character. Any deputy director or director of a law enforcement bureau was not someone Tang Long, as a mere enforcement captain, could afford to offend. Moreover, the Lin family represented a prestigious lineage, akin to the Xia family. He then turned to Li Xuanla, his expression serious. Were it not for the favor that Director Wang has shown me, consistently urging me to seek out individuals with resurrection skills, I would not dare to wade into such murky waters. Li Xuanla abruptly ceased his scrolling through his phone, tilting his head with curiosity towards the solemn-faced Tang Long. What is the matter? Is it a bit troublesome? Indeed, when it involves the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, it can be rather tricky. Tang Long suddenly trembled slightly as he realized his finger had been scorched by the smoldering cigarette. Li Xuanla chuckled nonchalantly. So it seems it has become somewhat hot to handle? It indeed is, Tang Long replied. Perhaps I should just deal with it myself. Li Xuanla gazed idly out the window. Give up? How will you confront it? Tang Long inquired. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Li Xuanla. Quite simply, I shall slay those who threaten me, be they divine or demonic. A rare maturity graced Li Xuanla's youthful visage. This declaration sent a shiver down Tang Long's spine. After a moment of silence, he rested his chin on his hand, pondering thoughtfully as he gazed at Li Xuanla. The records indicate you are an orphan, which allows for such an approach. However, if you have attachments, this method becomes unsuitable. For instance, regarding that brother you care for, can you guarantee his safety for a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanla's expression turned contemplative. Indeed, he could not assure such a promise, as parting is inevitable. Tang Long continued, merely being skilled in combat may not suffice. Navigating this world requires connections. Unless you are completely alone, can you truly manage? Li Xuanla pondered for a moment. Initially, he was indeed without kin, but after several years with Zhao Hao, he had developed a bond. Logically speaking, he could not remain indifferent when Zhao encountered trouble, especially since Zhao had aided him for years. It would be dishonorable to stand idly by. Nevertheless, the vulnerabilities of the Lin family undoubtedly surpassed his own. Noticing Li Xuanla's silence, Tang Long pressed on. Understand this, without a network, adversaries may resort to underhanded tactics, hiring a few mercenaries to annihilate your brother's family, then silencing the mercenaries. Who would you turn to for help? Li Xuanla remained unfazed, confident in his ability to confront anyone. This was not the reason for his arrival. It was the divine skills bestowed by the system that truly mattered. Before long, Tang Long escorted Li Xuanla from the vehicle, leading him to a brightly lit building, the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 9. Following Tang Long, Li Xuanla entered an office on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Long rapped on the door. Come in. A deep voice called from within. Tang Long gently pushed the door open and ushered Li Xuanla inside. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with short hair and a furrowed brow, sat in the office chair with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. This man was Wang Hong, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 9, a level 82 swordsman. Tang Long got straight to the point. Director Wang, I have found the person you were looking for. Wang Hong suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of interest flickering within. He first focused on Tang Long, and then shifted his gaze to Li Xuanla. You found him? Indeed, his name is Li Xuanla, the foremost healer from Fengchu Academy and the victor of the Tri-Academy tournament. Tang Long succinctly introduced Li Xuanla's credentials. The foremost healer? The victor of the Tri-Academy tournament? Wang Hong's eyes widened slightly, clearly puzzled by such an extraordinary identity. Tang Long continued. However, he has encountered a bit of trouble and requires your assistance in rectifying it. What trouble? Wang Hong inquired. He killed 5 adventurers with semi-law enforcement status in the city, one of whom is Lin Lei's cousin, Lin Hu, the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in District 3. Lin Lei? Wang Hong's brow furrowed, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. I can indeed handle it. But there is an element of risk involved. The status of District 3 surpasses that of District 9. Lin Lei's connections are undoubtedly formidable, making this a genuine gamble. Moreover, the Lin family is a top-tier clan, their influence sprawling across countless cities, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. They have many hidden resources. Provoking them could lead to unforeseen consequences. Wang Hong regarded Li Xuanla thoughtfully. Do you truly possess a resurrection skill? I do, Li Xuanla replied. But it comes with limitations. I can use it only once every 24 hours. The target must have died within the past hour, and I can resurrect only one individual. If that is indeed the case, I find myself willing to take the risk, Wang Hong said, reclining in his chair, his eyes darting thoughtfully. Li Xuanla, he continued. May I ask what purpose you have for the resurrection skill? To protect someone, Li Xuanla answered. Protect whom? My nephew. Wang Hao, he is a hidden class dragon knight. I am aware, he is my classmate. Why does he need your protection? Because he is about to contract a dragon companion. Chapter 68. This young man undoubtedly harbors a secret, an immense secret. Oh, a dragon companion? Li Xuanle exclaimed, taken aback. He knew Wang Hao was a hidden class dragon knight, but had remained without a dragon, rendering him relatively weak, only slightly stronger than an ordinary knight. However, once he acquires a dragon, a monumental transformation would ensue, and he would face even Lin Yu's sky-swallowing python without fear. Could it be that this dragon knight is on the brink of soaring to greatness? Wang Hong rose slowly, adopting a serious demeanor. We have already discovered the whereabouts of the dragon companion, but contracting it is fraught with danger. Hence, we are seeking individuals with resurrection skills as a precaution. Li Xuanle nodded in understanding. Wang Hong seemed to recall something. By the way, you mentioned you are a student of Fengshu Academy? Indeed, Li Xuanle replied casually. He was not particularly concerned about the powerful and influential. After all, he was genuinely invincible. It truly is surprising that a healer, and a student at that, possesses resurrection skills, Wang Hong remarked, his tone imbued with curiosity. His extensive experience told him that this young man surely concealed a significant secret, an extraordinary secret. By chance, Li Xuanle replied boldly. We have been searching for someone with resurrection skills for quite some time without success. What level is your resurrection skill? 7 stars, he replied. As I suspected, resurrection skills typically start at 7 stars, but 7-star skill books are exceedingly rare, and resurrection skills are even more scarce. Wang Hong remarked with an involuntary sigh. Li Xuanle leisurely approached the desk, picking up an orange. This orange is edible, correct? Feel free to eat it. Wang Hong said dismissively, astonished by Li Xuanle's bold and carefree demeanor. He was the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 9, yet Li Xuanle seemed entirely unfazed. It was noteworthy that his subordinates treated him with utmost respect. At this moment, he could not help but reassess Li Xuanle's identity and strength. His years of experience indicated that only those with substantial power could face all challenges with such nonchalance. This young man seemed to possess that very quality, an undeniable confidence. Wang Hong scrutinized Li Xuanle, who was effortlessly enjoying the orange, and stated gravely, furthermore, there is another matter of greater importance that also requires your resurrection skill. What matter? It pertains to the collection of fake crystals. Another mention of fake crystals? Li Xuanle was taken aback, not expecting this topic to arise again. Wang Hong turned his gaze towards Tang Long. You may leave for now. I wish to converse with this talented individual. Very well. Tang Long, having finished his response, cast a deep glance at Li Xuanle before quietly departing. Wang Hong presented 2 oranges to Li Xuanle, saying, don't just stand there. Take a seat and enjoy. He gestured towards the sofa in the office. Li Xuanle accepted the oranges without hesitation, settling onto the sofa and instinctively crossing his legs. Observing the defiant demeanor of this individual, Wang Hong felt both surprised and perplexed. Did he exhibit such behavior towards everyone? Curiously stroking his chin, Wang Hong inquired. I am quite intrigued. Do you have anyone you respect? Respect? Li Xuanle pondered for a moment before half-jokingly replying. There are those I respect, but none I fear. With that, he tossed the orange peel lightly into the trash bin. Wang Hong's pupils constricted as he pondered the implications of such a statement. He remarked in a contemplative tone, so, by your account, you do not require anyone to keep you in check. Indeed, I do not, Li Xuanle stated candidly, revealing no hint of concealment. What, then, are your demands? Or rather, what do you wish to obtain? After asking, Wang Hong lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he gazed thoughtfully at Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle slowly swallowed the orange and cleared his throat. I have a brother whom I could protect, but I cannot always be by his side. Since I'm here, I might as well mention it. Your brother? Did you kill someone because of him? A trace of surprise crossed Wang Hong's face. Indeed, Li Xuanle replied, rising leisurely and speaking unhurriedly. In fact, there is no need for you to take risks. They are merely engaged in petty business. Just ensure he isn't bullied. Regarding Lin Hu and Lin Lei, should they come looking, simply state that I am responsible for this matter, thus severing ties with my brother and preventing them from troubling him. It's that straightforward. Wang Hong was taken aback, realizing that Li Xuanle was utterly unafraid of Lin Lei and his associates, which explained his nonchalant attitude towards Wang Hong. To have a brother like that was indeed a stroke of good fortune from a previous life. It turned out he merely needed a simple maneuver to shift the responsibility and matters onto Li Xuanle without having to suppress anything himself. Wang Hong's gaze towards Li Xuanle transformed into one of admiration. Very well, you possess loyalty, and I greatly admire that. What is your brother's name? Zhao Hao. From Class 2, Year 3 of Fengshu Academy, a cowardly swordsman. Wang Hong remarked, he is fortunate to have a brother like you. But are you certain you can handle it when Lin Lei comes calling? If they trouble me, I will ensure their complete annihilation. Li Xuanle's voice was soft, yet carried a gravity that resonated. Annihilation? Wang Hong was taken aback, mentally questioning, is this fellow truly that formidable? How much of his claim is fact, and how much is mere bravado? Noticing Wang Hong's skepticism, Li Xuanle, as if divining his thoughts, half-joked, believe it or not. No one can kill me. Wang Hong was momentarily stunned, gazing at Li Xuanle's calm face, sensing an aura of truth in his words, as if he indeed possessed such extraordinary powers. No wonder he had triumphed at the championship among the 3 academies. Wang Hong felt compelled to cultivate a good relationship with this individual rather than antagonize him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What level are you currently? Level 45. Wang Hong nodded slowly, inwardly musing. Level 45, and yet fearless. He is a healer. Unless he harbors a tremendous secret, I find it hard to believe. Nevertheless, Wang Hong felt a surge of joy. He had been anxious about the dangers Wang Hao would face in obtaining the dragon pet. And if Li Xuanle could lend him assistance, it would be splendid. Their family had only one hidden profession, that of a dragon knight. Should the dragon knight succeed, it would undoubtedly elevate their family to the ranks of the elite. Thus, he had gone to great lengths to ensure Wang Hao's success, forming a team to acquire the dragon pet, yet he still felt uncertain. They were awaiting someone skilled in resurrection, after all. As obtaining a dragon pet entailed snatching it from the jaws of a colossal dragon, a peril far greater than taking food from a tigress' mouth. Moreover, if Li Xuanle truly was as powerful as he claimed, he could also safeguard the collection of the fortune crystal in Zone 9. At this juncture, Wang Hong resolved to forge a good rapport with him. With a smile, he said, "Rest assured, I will assist you with your brother's situation. In return, you could help me with 2 matters, aiding Wang Hao in acquiring the dragon pet and gathering fortune crystals. Are you implying that I should do 1 for you while you require 2 of me? Wouldn't that leave me at a disadvantage?" Li Xuanle, now munching on another orange, wore a half-smile. Wang Hong, caught off guard by the shrewdness of the young man, quickly amended his proposal. "Then I shall promise you an additional favor. That should suffice. Right?" Li Xuanle remained unhurried, not in a rush. "First, tell me more about the collection of fortune crystals. I am somewhat curious." Chapter 69, The Toxic Skill Gift Pack. An array of poisons? Wang Hong, with a note of concern on his face, slowly approached the window. Wherever the fortune crystal exudes its aura, no game monsters will spawn, allowing the common folk to recuperate. However, the fortune contained within the fortune crystal is finite. Once depleted, monsters will sporadically appear, leading to devastation, as they cannot be vanquished completely since they will continue to spawn. Li Xuanle nodded. "I am aware of this." Wang Hong paced thoughtfully. The acquisition of fortune crystals primarily occurs through 2 methods, allocation and active collection. Li Xuanle, intrigued by this pivotal information, asked, "Allocation? Who allocates it?" Wang Hong stroked his chin. "Naturally, it is the city, but I have already submitted a request, and currently, there are no surplus fortune crystals available for distribution." Li Xuanle nodded, surmising, "So, it means active collection is necessary. However, I have heard that only the Super Divine Academy has the means to obtain fortune crystals." Wang Hong shot a surprised glance at Li Xuanle, noting his knowledge. He nodded slightly. "Indeed. The Super Divine Academy possesses the key to the teleportation array leading to the cosmic cube. In that vast realm, one can find complete fortune crystals, but competition is fierce, as one must contend with myriad races." Li Xuanle's interest piqued. "Complete fortune crystals? Are there incomplete ones as well?" "Certainly. What we aim to collect are the fragments of fortune crystals." Fortune crystal fragments? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. He had only heard Guanxinyu mention the cosmic cube, but no one had spoken to him about the teleportation array key or the fragments of fortune crystals. It was all quite novel. Seeing Li Xuanle's evident interest, Wang Hong could not help but add, "You should find it quite easy to enter the Super Divine Academy." Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle's enthusiasm waned. "We'll see. I'm not too keen on it, especially with the arduous assessments." Wang Hong held a transparent glass cup filled with goji berries and took a gentle sip, his tone measured and unhurried. "This examination should pose no challenge for you. The location where we seek the dragon pet and gather the fortune crystals is the same as that for the assessment at the Supreme Academy." "The same place? Where?" Li Xuanle expressed mild surprise, for this revelation caught him off guard. Wang Hong solemnly replied, "The land of divine punishment." "The land of divine punishment?" Li Xuanle suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with interest, recalling that Li Chun had mentioned his intention to venture there. Wang Hong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The place where we will gather crystal fragments is known as the land of divine punishment. It is fraught with peril and fraught with the likelihood of death. Only those above level 70 dare to linger at its periphery, where fragments of fortune crystals can be found. Though not as potent as complete fortune crystals, they still contain a semblance of fortune and can be utilized for a brief period, albeit with great difficulty and danger involved." At this point, Wang Hong felt a weight on his shoulders. However, Li Xuanle's curiosity was piqued. How long can a complete fortune crystal be used? A 1-star crystal lasts for 3 months, a 2-star for 6 months, and a 10-star for 30 months. Li Xuanle was rendered speechless. It turned out that fortune crystals were categorized by stars. And the fragments? The duration of their effectiveness is contingent upon their completeness. The higher the completeness, the closer it is to the longevity of a complete fortune crystal, though it will never surpass it. And where does the difficulty and danger lie? Wang Hong took a sip of goji berry tea, preparing to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Xuanle. Wait, I would like some water too. Wang Hong was momentarily taken aback, staring at the teacup in his hand. Do you need to brew goji berries? As a young man, I certainly do not. Very well, there's a water dispenser beside you. Help yourself. Disposable cups are on the shelf over here. Wang Hong gestured towards the dispenser next to Li Xuanle. Li Xuanle, unreserved and bold, proceeded to fetch water. As he approached the shelf, he noticed several colorful books placed there, their alluring forms revealing a figure of curvaceous beauty. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. No wonder he needed to brew goji berries. He observed that the goji berries in Wang Hong's cup were nearly more abundant than the water itself. These books could at least be tidied up. Is it appropriate to leave them out like this? Li Xuanle murmured to himself. These were shoved onto me by those rascally subordinates of mine. Wang Hong replied with a knowing smile that only a man could understand. Li Xuanle shook his head, took a disposable cup, and turned to fill it with water. Wang Hong continued. The spatial teleportation array of the cosmic cube is located somewhere within the land of divine punishment. Individuals from other nations will also enter this realm, and the beasts and monsters that inhabit it are all of 5 stars or higher, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. Moreover, the sheer number of these beasts and monsters is staggering, and they will continue to appear, seemingly to guard the teleportation array or to prevent anyone from approaching it. As Li Xuanle drank, he pondered. Difficult to kill? Nonsense. With his King of Hell's summoning technique, even gods would meet their demise in shame. However, he wondered if Li Chun might encounter some danger. He thoughtfully inquired, where exactly are they fortune crystal fragments located within the land of divine punishment? They can be obtained from the monsters and beasts therein. Defeating them may yield a chance to drop fortune crystal fragments. So, if we slay enough monsters, we can acquire fortune crystal fragments? Exactly. Wang Hong nodded, pacing back and forth. Although he appeared calm, his heart was filled with concern. The land of divine punishment was a place typically entered only by level 100 elites, fully equipped with various attribute gems embedded in their gear. Yet, even these high-level players were reluctant to engage in direct combat with monsters due to the poor cost-to-benefit ratio. Killing 100 monsters might not even guarantee the drop of a single fortune crystal, let alone a fragment. As for challengers in the 70 to 80 level range, they could only wander at the outskirts. Li Sunil pressed on. So the dragon pet that Wang Hao is seeking is also located within this land of divine punishment? Indeed. As Li Xuanle drank, he fell into contemplation. The formidable monsters in the land of divine punishment posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, for others, it might not be so easy to contend with them. His curiosity led him to ask, what about the equipment dropped by the monsters within the land of divine punishment? Is it of high quality? Wang Hong raised his eyebrows. Need you even ask? At the very least, they are 5-star monsters. So the equipment dropped will be of at least 5-star quality. The drop rate may be low, but it's all top-notch. Li Xuanle's lips curled into a smile, his heart swelling with delight. At least they were all 5-star pieces of equipment, and of high quality too. This was exactly what he needed. If that were the case, he could level up, obtain equipment, and gather fortune crystals, a trifecta of rewards. Additionally, he could help Wang Hao by capturing the dragon pet, and in his absence, he would ask him to look after Zhao Hao. The plan was flawless. Originally, his inventory space was limited, and he had little interest in 2- or 3-star equipment. However, if everything was at least 5-star, he could sell it for a significant profit. A perfect opportunity. This was no longer the land of divine punishment. It was a veritable paradise. He absolutely had to go. Leveling up would surely be rapid. Just as he prepared to agree, the cold, mechanical voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding. You have a system task to accept. Li Xuanle was somewhat taken aback. Had the system been idle lately? Was it offering him benefits once more? He quickly checked the system task. 1. Agree to the request. Completion reward. You will receive an exclusive poison skill package, including skill books, murderous poison, obedient poison, distorted appearance poison, half-smiling poison. 2. Refuse the request. Completion reward. You will receive an exclusive healing skill package, including skill books, healing spell, great healing spell, special healing spell, super healing spell. Li Xuanle's smile broadened, and he felt an exhilarating rush of joy. He had already intended to agree, and now he would also receive poison skill books? Wasn't this leading him down a path of no return in the realm of toxic healing? As for the healing spells, rather than compromising himself, it would be better to let others suffer. Thus, he eagerly declared, I agree. When do we set off? Chapter 70. I intend to secure you a position. Yet you wish to pilfer my home? Wang Hong contemplated for a moment. If you are prepared, we can depart tomorrow. Li Xuanle nodded decisively. Very well, tomorrow it is. Upon hearing the system's confirmation chime, he discovered several skill books had been added to his task inventory. Without hesitation, he examined them one by one, all 5-star skills. Obedient poison. Inflicts this poison on a target, level 1, for a duration of 1 hour. If the target disobeys your command, they will experience intense pain throughout their body and lose a portion of their health. Recasting the spell will dispel the effect, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Distorted appearance poison. Inflicts this poison on a target, level 1, for a duration of 1 hour. Should the target be affected, their appearance will be grotesquely altered, leading to a loss of health. Recasting the spell will dispel the effect, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Half-step poison of smiling. Cast this poison on a target, level 1, for a duration of 1 hour. The target can only smile and cannot take a step, otherwise they will be struck by excruciating pain, plunge into madness, and lose a certain amount of health. Recasting will dispel the effect, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Murderous heart poison. Cast this poison on a target, level 1, for a duration of 1 hour. Should the target harbor thoughts of murder, they will experience immense inner torment, losing a certain amount of health. Recasting will dispel the effect, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. These hardly seem like conventional poisons, given their rather unorthodox names. However, Li Xuanle learned them all with a flick of his hand. A smirk graced his lips. This was certainly something to play with. At that moment, Wang Hong inquired of Li Xuanle, "By the way, how many virtue attribute points do you currently possess?" Li Xuanle immediately checked and discovered that his virtue attribute points amounted to 666. He had previously accrued 466 points by defeating monsters in the 100-level magic tower during his outdoor trials. After emerging victorious in the Dragon Ball Tower instance, he gained an additional 300 points. Logically, he should have 766 points. How could it possibly be 666? Could it be that killing 5 people had resulted in a deduction of 100 points? Puzzled, Li Xuanle furrowed his brow and replied, 666. What do you mean 666? I'm asking you how many points you have in virtue. 666 points. Huh. Wang Hong was taken aback. He had initially thought Li Xuanle was spouting some catchphrase. 666 points? That's quite high for a level 45. Wang Hong was astonished. Li Xuanle's eyes flickered with curiosity. Is 666 points really that impressive? 300 points qualifies one to become an enforcer, 400 points to be an enforcement captain, 500 points for a deputy director, and 600 points for a director. Li Xuanle regarded Wang Hong with keen interest. What's this? Are you suggesting that you would relinquish the position of enforcement director to me? No way. Wang Hong nearly stumbled backward. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. All right. I aim to secure you a position, and you're trying to usurp my role? How brazen. He had never encountered someone so audacious. It's not that I'm stingy. You're simply too young to handle such a title. Wang Hong smiled lightly, his honesty apparent. Rest assured, I have no interest in your title of director. It's merely a hollow accolade. Li Xuanle absent-mindedly caressed his handsome face. He had no aspirations for an official position, finding the convoluted intricacies rather tedious. It held no real significance for him. How about I arrange for you to become an enforcement captain? That would facilitate matters. Wang Hong tentatively suggested. An enforcement captain? As an enforcement captain, one only needs to heed my directives. The opinions of others may be disregarded. No. We are merely collaborators. I do not wish to be subordinate to anyone. I want to impose anything upon you. We both understand our collaborative relationship. However, having a title would ease certain matters. All right, then you may arrange it for me. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanle no longer declined. He felt no burden in his heart, believing he could certainly shoulder the responsibilities of a director. Hand me the identification. I will instruct my subordinates to handle the arrangements. Wang Hong extended his hand toward Li Xuanle, requesting the identification. Li Xuanle slowly handed over his ID, somewhat skeptical. Is this appointment of enforcement captain truly so hasty? Is an identification card all that is required? In this world, everything has long been simplified. In times of crisis, even verbal appointments suffice, Wang Hong replied calmly. Then aren't you concerned about the possibility of counterfeit documents? Li Xuanle mused whimsically. Counterfeit documents? Those caught will face immediate execution. Li Xuanle rested his leg casually, pondering. Tomorrow, how many people are we taking to the land of divine punishment? What kind of lineup are we assembling? Wang Hong rubbed his belly and then glanced at his watch. It's nearly 11 at night, and I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we grab some barbecue and chat as we eat? Barbecue sounds delightful. Li Xuanle felt his appetite surge at the thought, despite having consumed roasted chicken just a few hours prior. As they prepared to exit the building, Wang Hong paused. Wait, I'll call Tang Long to join us. Shortly thereafter, the three arrived at a roadside barbecue stall. As they settled in, Wang Hong quietly remarked, Tang Long, you mentioned last time that you would treat me to barbecue. Well, the opportunity has arrived. Tang Long was momentarily taken aback, then repeatedly nodded in agreement. Of course. It's the least I can do, especially since boss helped my brother with that mental skill book. This meal is on me. He smiled at Wang Hong. Boss, what would you like to eat? I'll leave it to you. I'm not picky. Tang Long, perceiving Wang Hong's nonchalant demeanor, immediately understood. Boss, let us have 10 portions of lamb skewers, 10 portions of beef skewers, 10 portions of pork skewers, 10 portions of grilled leeks, 3 portions of grilled eggplant, 10 portions of grilled pig kidneys, 10 portions of grilled sheep kidneys, and 10 portions of grilled lamb chops. Li Xuanle could not help but interject. I'll pass on the pig and sheep kidneys. Tang Long responded with an O. I didn't order your pig and sheep kidneys. but I can add them if you want. This left Li Xuanla utterly bewildered. What kind of people were they? Eating 10 portions each of lamb and pig kidneys? Did they have a vendetta against kidneys or something? Their demand was excessive, even more so than those in northern Myanmar. He shook his head lightly. No worries. I don't need them. I must have overthought it. Tang Long, still smiling, turned to Wang Hong. Boss, shall we have a drink? Let us keep it light. The recent pressures have been overwhelming. The matter of the fortune crystal, nearing depletion, has me quite troubled. Wang Hong wore a weary expression. As the director of the Enforcement Bureau in District 9 of Wulong City, he bore the weight of the district's paramount security concerns. With the fortune crystal on the verge of exhaustion, he had few formidable allies at his disposal. Not just him, all enforcement bureaus across the regions faced this dilemma. Periodically, they had to rally to seek out fragments of the fortune crystal. Tang Long, contemplating, suggested, just a little? Then let us get 2 cases. After requesting 2 cases of beer from the vendor, he consoled Wang Hong. Boss, there's not much we can do about it. With so many cities and districts in summer country, everyone is under this pressure. His tone carried a hint of resignation. Until the guardians of summer country return with the fortune crystal, each region must shoulder the responsibility of gathering the fragments. Li Xuanla inadvertently overheard a new term. Guardians of summer country? What does that mean? Upon hearing Li Xuanla's inquiry, Tang Long explained. The guardians of summer country are super elites capable of traversing the cosmic cube. They specifically gather fortune crystals from the cosmic cube, such as the level 100 sword Saint Mei Changshu and the level 100 blade Saint Hui Dao. Li Xuanla, intrigued, asked, besides collecting the fortune crystals, what else do they do? They are also responsible for safeguarding the security of summer country, addressing threats from foreign nations, and overseeing the succession of ruling families within summer country, which all require their approval. As Tang Long spoke of the guardians of summer country, admiration shone in his eyes. Li Xuanla, brimming with curiosity, pressed on. So, how many guardians of summer country are there? On the surface, there are 11 individuals, the most formidable warriors of our summer kingdom. This implies that there may be others operating in secrecy, yet such knowledge eludes us. Tang Long shook his head. Li Xuanla waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us not digress. Who are the ones set to venture into the divine punishment realm tomorrow? Wang Hong pondered for a moment before responding with utmost seriousness. 6 top-tier adventurers at levels 70 to 80, along with Wang Hao and yourself. At that moment, Tang Long suddenly recalled something, his brow furrowing with concern. Wang Hao and Li Xuanla possess such low levels. I am apprehensive. However, Wang Hong seemed to have already devised a plan. 3 will guard Wang Hao, and 3 will protect Li Xuanla. This should not pose a significant issue. Li Xuanla's eyes glimmered with contemplation, yet he chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, he internally mused, as long as I am not tasked with safeguarding that group of individuals, I shall be content.